to walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you. And we fight. We fight like hell. We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women.
So yeah, that first clip is BBC's edit of Trump, and the second clip is what Trump actually said. And now Trump is suing the BBB for a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit. And to that, I say good. Firing a couple of people and saying, oops, to me, in my opinion, isn't enough accountability. There's not enough consequence to deter them from doing that again in the future. I said this in the newsletter I just finished typing, I'm sending out in the morning. Make their pockets feel it. The BBC needs to feel something for doing that. I 100% think they should feel something, and I think Trump should be working to make sure that they do feel something. What they did was completely manipulative and completely unacceptable. So yeah, I'm glad to see them getting slapped over the head with a lawsuit. Anyway, just a reminder, I have a free email newsletter I send out every morning about 7 a.m. Central. I can't be censored there, and it's a great place to get direct information from me. The link's in my profiles.
After another mass shooting at Brown University, one thing is crystal clear. America has failed us by not passing stricter gun control. I just don't know how you can say that when a day later a mass shooting happens in Australia with more people shot, more people killed, and Australia has some of the strictest gun laws in the world. They did a gun buyback program. They have an assault weapon ban. They don't give a right to bear arms, yet they still had that tragedy. Moral of the story, mass shooters are not deterred by laws. Okay, but if you look at the prevalence of mass shootings, it's one every couple years in Australia. In America, we're averaging more than one a day in 2025. I mean, the fact is, the harder you make it to obtain a gun, the less gun deaths you will have. So how many mass shootings will it take for you to finally consider doing something about the tool being used in these shootings? We're at one a day. Will 10 mass shootings a day do it for you? 100 a day? Well, the Australia shooting happened out in the open at a very popular beach and lasted for about 10 minutes. The people were sitting ducks because the terrorists were the only people with the guns. Meanwhile, you'll see in America, most shootings happen at these gun-free zones, in schools, at movie theaters, etc., because terrorists know they are the only ones with guns in these areas before police show up. If anything, the more shootings that happen, the more convinced I become that we need to allow more good people to conceal carry in more places. Well, most mass shootings actually happen at private residences, so I don't think those are gun-free. You know what I mean, the random public ones. Well, America already has some of the most lax concealed carry laws in the world. If your theory of it acting as a deterrent were true, we wouldn't see America as the oddball out, far and away leader among mass shootings in the developed world, because the opposite is true. Sick, crazy people exist in every society. The difference is in America, we have 500 million guns, and we consider it a right. Therefore, our society makes it relatively easy for sick people to obtain these killing machines. You're not going to put the genie back in the bottle. The Second Amendment is a crucial one to give power to the people to protect against government tyranny. Okay, Mao, Stalin, Hitler, they all killed millions upon millions of their people who all wished they had a Second Amendment. So we must live within the realities of the Constitution and figure out the best way forward, which is what? To do nothing? Are one-a-day mass shootings just something we all must swallow as part of being American? No, the focus should be on mental health, de-radicalization, community building, more armed security, and more armed good guys. How about red flag laws, waiting periods, licensing requirements, assault weapon bans, universal background checks to close the loopholes? Like, come on. I think we both agree there's probably some middle ground solutions to be had on both sides of the ideas. Well, then where the heck is Congress? That's a good point. And that's why I say America has failed us. Well, we are America. For the people, by the people. Doesn't feel like that. Well, the negativity bias is real. Okay.
All right, and let's get right into it, because we are live. Yo, this is S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we got a lot to get into. We're going to go ahead and get into Trump answering questions right after he was presenting medals of honor. And then, of course, we're going to go ahead and get into a complete media analysis of all the current events that went on yesterday and today. We got new details about the shooting. And, of course, we got new things that came out because, of course, we got to go ahead and touch on, well, what Trump tweeted about Rob Reiner. It was unacceptable. Let's just be quite honest. I don't agree with it, and you shouldn't either. But let's go ahead and get right into it, guys.
Was it
No,
targeted attack
no.
on Brown University, Mr. President? Do you know what the motive of the shooter was? Was it targeted attack?
That's moving along now, and we don't, and we're going to see what happens. Hopefully, they're going to capture this animal. Hopefully, they're going to capture it.
Has Kash Patel told you why it's been so difficult for the FBI to identify who the shooter is?
Well, it's always difficult. So far, we've done a very good job of doing it with Charlie, with, the various times this has happened. They've done it in pretty much record time.
So the suspect that we first got in was, I think it was like a picture of this Hispanic kid or some light skinned kid, but that wasn't the guy. He was just a suspect. He was later on released, and now they release a very grainy footage of the guy who actually committed the shooting, and we're just going off this very grainy footage that I can't really make out my damn self. So, man, hey, if you've seen something, say something.
But you'd really have to ask the school a little bit more about that, because this was a school problem. They had their own guards, they had their own police, they had their own everything. But you'd have to ask that question really to the school, not to the FBI. We came in after the fact, and the FBI will do a good job, but they came in after the fact.
Do you know if it was targeted, Mr. President?
No, they don't know that yet. No.
Sir, on the issue of drugs, is it accurate that you are considering an executive order to reclassify marijuana under the control?
We are considering that, yeah.
Are you planning?
Because a lot of people want to see it, the reclassification, because it leads to tremendous amounts of research that can't be done unless you reclassify. So we are looking at that very strongly.
Mr. President?
Mr. President,
Okay.
is it true that the reports that you rebuked the Israeli Prime Minister, are the reports that you rebuked the Israeli Prime Minister for the hit on the Hamas general true? And is Israel undermining your efforts to be a peacemaker?
No, Israel and I have gotten along very well. My relationship with Bibi Netanyahu has been obviously a very good one. Look, we
That's the problem. It's like, who holds Israel accountable for breaking a ceasefire? They're under a ceasefire. That's literally what it was. So, like, what are they doing bombing Hamas generals, or so-called bombing Hamas, when there's supposed to be a ceasefire going on? And last time I checked, well, Hamas didn't attack them. So once again, Israel breaks a ceasefire and they're not held accountable whatsoever. And it doesn't seem like Trump is honestly going to hold them accountable either. But wait, we'll see what happens later on, because it does seem like I'm gonna be real with you, this whole peace deal or the ceasefire might fall through, because Israel they're not stopping. Honestly, they keep applying pressure on Hamas, hoping that this peace deal falls apart.
took out Iran. We wiped out with that plane right there. We wiped out the B-2 bomber. We wiped out the Iran nuclear threat. And because of that, we were able to make peace in the Middle East. No, we've had a very good relationship with Israel. We actually have a very good relationship with just about everybody in the Middle East.
But was that a violation of the ceasefire, the strike on the Hamas general?
We're going to have to, we're looking into that. Yeah, we're looking.
Mr. President, on the Syria ambush of
Yeah.
forces, do you still have confidence in the Syrian president?
I do.
So a couple of ceasefires do seem to be kind of falling apart. There's the one in the Congo, Rwanda, M23. Yeah, their spokesmen, they're still out here. Well, right now, they are still armed, but fighting still does seem to be going on in a couple places. But they are rounding up their weapons to, I guess, they are confiscating weapons. So we'll see where that goes. Thailand and Cambodia have restarted firing at each other. Hundreds of thousands of people are being displaced, and there are many people dying as well. And then, of course, we got Israel and Gaza, where Israel just refuses to stop striking Gaza.
I mean, this had nothing to do with him. This is a part of Syria that they really don't have much control over. And it was a surprise. He feels very badly about it. He's working on it. He's a strong man. And no, this had nothing to do with the Syrian government. This had to do with ISIS.
What will the U.S. response be?
As a response, they'll be hit hard. Yeah.
Javier Negre, Real America's Voice en Español. First of all, thanks for honoring these
Thank you.
heroes. The communists have lost Chile. The pro-Trump candidate, José Antonio Caz, won the elections. Do you think this right-wing wave in the Spanish world is due to your influence?
Well, we just had a good one in Honduras, as you know, had a great election there. I endorsed somebody that was not leading, and he won the election. And we had a good one just a couple of hours ago. I found out in Chile, the person I endorsed, who was not leading, ended up winning quite easily. So I look forward to paying my respects to him. I hear he's a very good person. Yeah.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. This year, you fired Democrats from a number of federal agencies, and now going into 2026, there are some key regulators like the SEC, the CFTC that are going to have zero Democrats. Do you plan to appoint Democrats to fill those empty spots? Or do you think that federal agencies shouldn't have Democrat commissioners?
Well, do you think they would be appointing Republicans if it were up to them? So yeah, we'll look at it.
That's
Look,
a
we
good
want to be
question.
fair, but typically they're not appointing Republicans. So you're asking me the question whether or not I'd appoint Democrats. But there are certain areas that we do look at, and there are certain areas that we do share and share power. And I'm open to that, please.
Mr. President,
Yeah.
a number of Republicans have denounced your statement on Truth Social after the murder of Rob Reiner. Do you stand by that post?
Well, I wasn't a fan of his at all. He was.
Man, Lord knows I don't. I'm like, dog, you could have just said we disagreed and, you know, we had our differences, but hey, let's move on to the holidays with forgiveness in our heart, yada, yada, yada. And that could have just been it. But no, he just had to go there and make it about himself, talk about TDS when, let's be real, the bro got stabbed by his son. Well, allegedly, reportedly, supposedly, this guy, remember, his son was dealing with some type of drug addiction, which, I mean, we can all relate to, both on the left and the right. And then, you know, his son ends up stabbing him and his, well, I believe, wife, right? Yeah, him and his wife. So, yeah, I'm not really too sure why he had to make that about, you know, Trump derangement syndrome, and it had nothing to do with it. It's not like the guy was out there protesting for Trump and then had a heart attack. No, he was out there kicking it with his family, and his son allegedly had a crazy moment and ended up stabbing them. I mean, what does that have to do with politics?
A deranged person as far as Trump is concerned. He said he knew it was false. In fact, it's the exact opposite, that I was a friend of Russia, controlled by Russia. You know, it was the Russia hoax. He was one of the people behind it. I think he hurt himself.
Now, okay, which is kind of true. Regardless of the fact that Rob Reiner was going to create a documentary trying to link Trump to Putin, trying to link Trump into the Russia hoax, regardless of the fact that that's what he said he was going to do and he was trying for it, that doesn't mean bro deserved to get stabbed by his son. Like, he doesn't mean he deserves to die. Like, come on now. And I didn't like how there was some like guys in MAGA, maybe that's just the Twitter bots, but there was some guy literally trying to back Trump on this. Or Laura Loomer's dumbass. Laura Loomer's retarded ass over here trying to back it up. I'm just like, bro, can we all just condemn Trump for the one time? All right, the man ain't perfect. I think we should just all condemn him for the one time instead of trying to back him up on this dumb shit.
In career-wise, he became like a deranged person, Trump derangement syndrome. So I was not a fan of Rob Reiner at all in any way, shape, or form. I thought he was very bad for our country. Yeah.
Blue slips, Mr. President. Leader Thune doesn't seem like he wants to get rid of blue slips. Will there be consequences for the Senate if they?
Well, I think they should get rid of blue slips because as a Republican president, I am unable to put anybody in office having to do with U.S. attorneys or having to do with judges. In other words, if you have one, not two, you don't need two, just one. If you have one Democrat senator, where we have a lot of them, you have one Democrat senator in a state, it is not possible to appoint, because of blue slips, a judge. It's not possible to appoint the U.S. attorney. You see that happening. And I think it's a disgrace. I think blue slips are a disgrace. They've long since, they should not be relevant anymore. This is a different world than it was 15, 20 years ago. You know, that was a gentleman and gentlewoman world. This is a little bit different, unfortunately. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, what do you want to see Congress do this week as it relates to health care and the expiring ACA?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'd like to see the people get the money. I'd like to see all of the money that's going to the Democrat insurance companies. You know, the insurance companies are making a fortune. They're up 1,700% and more. And they're taking in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars, even trillions of dollars. And Obamacare gives you terrible health care. Just so you understand, Obamacare was set up, and I said it right from the beginning, for the benefit of the health insurance companies, of the insurance companies. They're making billions and billions of dollars. Their stock is through the roof. I don't want to give them anything. I want all money going to the people, and let the people buy their own health care. It'll be unbelievable. They'll do a great job. They'll get much better health care at a much lower cost.
Now, people are not really too sure about how Trump's, health savings accounts are going to work out. But I'll tell you this, the status quo wasn't working out for us too much because, yes, giving billions of dollars to insurance companies and just for them to raise our premiums anyway, I mean, what's the use in that if it's about affordable health care? Like, let's be real, it kind of worked against us as insurance companies get richer, healthcare becomes more affordable. Well, healthcare insurance becomes more unaffordable. That's just not it. So maybe this health insurance account may actually be something that works out for the American people. Oh, God, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
Would you like Republicans next year to just use reconciliation to do with healthcare exactly what you laid out, and they wouldn't have to worry about Democratic votes?
Well, that or knock out the filibuster. If you knocked out the filibuster, it would all go away. But we have a few people that wouldn't do that. It's crazy. Look, we should knock out the filibuster. And if you did that, we'd get voter ID. You'd have no mail-in voting, all things that make our elections dishonest. And you'd get a lot of other things having not even to do with voting. But Republicans should knock out the filibuster, and we should approve a lot of things. You wouldn't have January 30th looming because, you have the 30th of January looming. You know that, right? And if we knocked out the filibuster, it would be just a simple approval. But you have some Republicans that they're unable to explain why. If you ask them why, they're unable to explain it. They cannot win the debate. But they should knock out the filibuster. And frankly, they should get rid of the blue slips too. Yeah.
Mr. President, the Democrats won Miami where you won the election 1 year ago. Do you think it's because of the Hispanic media like Telemundo that are publishing fake news about the ICE operations? How do you plan to win back those votes for midterms?
Yeah, well, I won that whole election. And, it's interesting. When I'm not running, we don't do as well. And I'm going to try and get that changed for the midterms. But we did have a big win in Tennessee, as you know. Matt Van Epps had a big win in Tennessee against a very strong candidate, attractive candidate, who a lot of people thought would do very well. And Matt won by a lot. And I won Tennessee by a real lot. We had a great election. We won every single swing state. We won the popular vote. We won everything. And there's a thing that they have now, districts, which is a big deal. I think in a way it's the most important stat from the standpoint of, looking at numbers accurately. So out of thousands of districts, I won 2,750 versus 525. Think of that, 2,750 versus 525. It was great. That's why the map, when you see a map of the election, it's all red other than two little narrow lines on the other side, please.
Sir, Jimmy Lai was convicted today in Hong Kong. Do you have any reactions?
I feel so badly. I spoke to President Xi about it, and I asked to consider his release. He's not well. He's an older man, and he's not well. So I did put that request out. We'll see what happens. Okay? Yeah, please, Katie.
Question about Ukraine. Now that the meetings in Berlin have wrapped up with Zelensky,
Right.
Is there a timetable for going to Moscow? Is the delegation going?
Well, I think that the delegation is largely there right now. Actually, they're in Europe, and they met with those people that I called out before, the various countries, plus some others. They want to see it end, Katie. They want to see it end. They all. I want to see it end. They want to see it end.
No. Trump wants to see it end. Trust me, Putin wants to see it end. But Zelensky and the rest of Europe, they do not want to see it end. Actually, they're willing to be delusional and keep the war going in hopes that they can get Ukraine a better deal. And that's just not going to work. I mean, I know that's not what my pro-Ukrainian guys want to hear, but that's just the reality of the situation on the ground.
I actually think that President Putin wants to see it end. I've had good talks. We've had good talks with Russia. And I think they'd like to get back to more normal way of life.
Mr. President, follow up there. An Article 5 like deal seems to be emerging without NATO membership for Ukraine. If such a security guarantee is offered, what incentive is there for Ukraine to give up any sort of territory?
Well, look, you have, they've already lost the territory.
I mean, thank you. I mean, what do you mean to give up any territory? They already lost it and they can't get it back. So, and the only argument that Ukraine has is that our constitution does not allow us to concede land. I mean, yeah, that's cute to say in writing, but I mean, can your constitution force Russia off that land? Oh no. Okay, then you might want to have to get down with conceding land then.
To be honest, I mean, the territory is lost.
Oh, guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. You have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? Just send in a $2 super chat. I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Or just send a gift to support the show. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
But in terms of security guarantee, we're working with Europe on it. Europe would be a big part of that. And we're working on the security guarantee so the war doesn't start up again. We don't want to have a war start up again. You know, as I said, with Thailand and Cambodia, two people I get along with great. And I dealt with them and I called them and I said, look, fellas, you got to relax. You got to take it easy. They lost. You know, they started the war again. I got it ended.
Mm-hmm.
And things like that are going to happen. War. There's nothing pretty about war, nothing good. And there's nothing you can do to predict what's going to happen. But I think we've made a lot of progress with.
And I mean, let's be real, though. I mean, yeah, Trump is saying this up front, but then when we look at the new funding bill for Ukraine, talking about we're going to give them about $800 million by the end of 2027, it's a bit questionable. Now, when I looked into it, it doesn't seem like we're giving it to them for defense. We're mainly giving it to them for restructuring. I mean, yeah, we're trying to help them rebuild after this war.
Respect to Russia and Ukraine.
So, yeah, we have no faith that Ukraine is going to win, but we do have faith that we can help them rebuild.
And I hope, you know, last month, it was close to 27,000 soldiers were killed, mostly soldiers, but 27,000 people, but mostly soldiers were killed last month in Russia versus Ukraine.
Is there a time limit on security guarantees?
Well, there's no time limit. The time limit is whenever we get it done. I mean, we're going to try to get it done. We're making progress. It's more difficult than anybody could have thought. I would have said that half of the wars that I got settled, some were going for over 30 years, that half of them should have been more difficult, and they actually haven't been. There's a lot of dislike between the two leaders, you know that, and so it probably makes it a little bit tough.
Have you recently spoken directly to Putin? Have you recently spoken directly to Putin?
Yeah, I have.
On Syria, Mr. President, on the U.S. troops killed in Syria over the weekend, why do we have troops in Syria?
That's a good question.
Because we're trying to make sure that there's going to be and remain peace in the Middle East, and Syria is a big part of it. The new leader is a strong person, and that's what you need. This is a rough part of the world, and it's been amazing what's taken place in Syria. We got rid of Assad. We got rid of other people that were really bad people and that were in the way of peace in the Middle East. You know, we have legitimate peace in the Middle East, first time in 3,000 years. And we have 59 countries backing it. And we'll see what happens with Hamas. We'll see what happens with Hezbollah. But regardless, I mean, we have countries that want to go in and clean that out if we want them to do it. But they said, in the case of Hamas, they said that they're going to disarm, and we're going to find out whether or not that's true. Hezbollah in Lebanon has been a problem. We'll see what happens there. But there is legitimate large-scale peace in the Middle East. And if there weren't, we wouldn't have been.
Not really. I mean, you know, seeing that Israel definitely did just bomb, they bombed Lebanon. I mean, they just got done bombing some Hamas general in Gaza. Yeah, I'm be real with you. Israel seems to be the fire starter in the Middle East, as everybody's trying to calm down and all that good stuff. And guess where Israel's also involved in? Syria. So we got 3 countries in Syria. I mean, we got the Turks in Syria, we got Israel in Syria, then we got us in Syria with all different motives. So I don't know how it's going to end for Syria, because we're trying to make Syria work for the United States, trying to get them back into the world economy and all that good stuff, or the global economy and all that good stuff. But it doesn't really seem to work when we don't really know what the other intentions of these countries are in Syria. especially since we're finding out that there's little terrorist cells of ISIS all over the place. Now I wonder how that's going to work out for us.
Been able to make all of those deals that we've made with the various countries. They would have never been able to do that if, for instance, if we didn't, with that B-2 bomber right there on the desk, if we didn't, of which we just ordered a lot more of the newer version, totally stealth. They could not see it. They knew it was coming. They had no idea where it was. It was pretty amazing, actually. Every bomb hit its mark perfectly, despite CNN trying to say differently. They didn't know. They just, hoped. They hoped that we didn't, but turned out that they did. Atomic Energy Commission confirmed it. So did Iran confirm it. They got knocked to hell. But if we didn't knock out their nuclear capability, we would have never had peace in the Middle East, because you would have had a dark cloud hanging over Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, and all the other countries, and they would have never, ever been able to sign an agreement. Yeah, please.
How soon do you expect that international stabilization force to be up and running in Gaza?
I think that it's in a form, it's already running. In a very strong form, it's already. But it'll get stronger and stronger, and more countries are coming into it. They're already in, but they'll send any number of troops that I ask them to send. They want to see peace. We have more than 59 countries. We have many countries that aren't even in the Middle East, but they're fairly close to the Middle East. They want to be involved. So it's been pretty amazing.
Mr. President, this week a man named Keone Rodriguez is going to federal prison for creating crypto privacy software. The case was started under the Biden administration, but your DOJ kept it going and secured the conviction. A lot of people in crypto are saying that this man should be pardoned. Are you familiar with the case at all, or would you be interested?
I've heard about it. I'll look at it. Well, you think he should be pardoned? Sounds like it. Sounds like, based on your question.
Many people in the
Rodriguez, we'll look at that, Pam. Okay, let's take a look at it. You'll have to tell me. I don't know anything about it, but we'll take a look.
On Friday,
Yeah, please.
Mr. President, market analysts are calling for a Santa rally. Typically, it's 5 trading days going to Christmas. In the first 2 trading days of January, that's a sign of market optimism. Do you anticipate, along with the historical low gas prices, that continuing into the first quarter?
Well, we've had the greatest stock market in history, Brian. We have a stock market that's gone up 52 times to new highs during a 10-month period, my 10 months. My first 10 months, we set a record. 52 days, we had the highest stock market in history, including a day ago. And I didn't look today. Maybe it's up today. I don't know. But we had 52 altogether, and there's never been anything like it. And the reason are the tariffs have brought.
I mean, yeah, let's be honest. The stock market is doing well. So, yeah, these companies, they're making money. Obviously, since the stock market is doing so well in all 3 major indexes, of course. But the problem, and GDP is up about 3 to 4%, and that's been the pattern about every month. So the problem isn't really the economy. The problem is affordability and getting these companies to raise wages so they can outpace inflation. And that is what the American people is dealing with today, is an affordability problem due to the fact that prices went up 20% across the board under Biden, and we lost about $3,000 in buying power.
Vast amounts of wealth into our country that countries that have taken our car companies, those car companies are all coming back. The AI is coming at levels that nobody's ever seen before. That's going to be a massive industry. Without the tariffs, we wouldn't have that. Chips are coming in. Chip companies are coming in from Taiwan and other places, but mostly from Taiwan, which has almost 100.
I mean, Trump has chip companies coming in, car companies coming in, and also doing factory expansions. Of course, he got aerospace also coming in. We're about to start building a whole lot of planes. And then shipbuilding. Yes, we're also about to start increasing our shipbuilding since we've been since we fell majorly behind in that. So, yeah, there is going to be, I believe, a construction boom. And then, of course, that's going to lead to an economic boom. So there's going to be a lot going on come 2026 through 2027.
% of the market. And we're now making chips. And we're not paying anything. It's not the CHIPS Act where they give billions of dollars to companies and then they just take the money and they run. That was under Biden. The fact that I set tariffs up, and that if they don't make their chips here, they have to pay a big tariff. In order to send them into the U.S., they have to be here. Tariffs really work
Yeah, tariffs really work when you're these chip companies' biggest market, when you're like literally the main reason why they're staying afloat. It's like the pharmaceutical companies, how we got AstraZeneca to set up a factory in Maryland is because one, we put 100% tariff on any pharmaceuticals that's made outside of the US. And a lot of these pharmaceutical companies, 70% of their revenue comes out of the US. So they really have no choice.
In my opinion, almost only in the United States. They've been used against us successfully because we had presidents that had no clue. But tariffs really work. We have taken in hundreds of billions of dollars with tariffs. And more importantly, we've taken in countries and companies where, and even countries have sent their car making people into the United States in order to avoid paying tariffs. And they'll build a plant and they'll hire our people to make the cars. But we now have, as you know, Toyota just approved $10 billion in manufacturing plants in the United States using our people. Without tariffs, none of that would have happened. Tariffs have given us great national security. There's nothing like what's happened in the last
$10 billion facility for EV and batteries. So, I mean, shout out to Toyota.
10 months.
I think that's going to be in North Carolina, too. Let me go ahead and double check.
Tariffs have given us tremendous national security and tremendous wealth. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Because a lot of this business, a lot of these factories are getting started on, mainly on the east side, like in North Carolina and stuff. And then, of course, out there in Texas. So those are like the main hubs where all of this is starting to pop off at. Well, all of this, manufacturing and, of course, the restabilizing of American manufacturing. All right, now let's go ahead and get over to this real quick because we have Besson warns every American at risk if Trump tariffs authority is stripped away. So yeah, we're betting a lot on the tariffs right now, as you can see. So let's go ahead and see what Besson got to say.
Well, we are now in the final days of the year. We are closing the books on 2025 soon, but there are still two major decisions that we are waiting on. The Supreme Court decision on President Trump's use of tariffs for an emergency and the president's decision on who will be the next chairman of the Federal Reserve. Luckily, we have the perfect person to talk about this with right now. Joining me now in this exclusive interview is the Treasury Secretary of this great nation, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Secretary, great to see you.
Maria, always good to be with you.
Thank you so much for being here. So these two major decisions, SCOTUS decision on tariffs and the chairman of the Fed, will we get these decisions before the end of the year?
My guess is we'll see both of them in early January, Maria.
Whoa, well, that is a real disappointment. I was expecting in the next couple of days.
Well, look, we got to move at the right pace. And in terms of the SCOTUS decision, Maria, this is really a national security issue. When you think about it, the way President Trump has been able to use his IEPA powers for national security, if the Supreme Court goes the other way, it will be a loss for the American people. That President Trump...
And to be honest, Trump actually has a strong case. And one of the best arguments that they had so far was the fact that they were trying to say that, well, you're telling me that the president can impose 100% embargo on a country, but he can't invoke a 1% tariff? Like, what are you saying? And it was kind of funny how, the defense literally had to sit there and be like, yeah, that's what we're saying. That, yeah, he can embargo the hell out of a country, but he can't water it down to a tariff. And trust me, when you have an argument that weak, I'm pretty sure, I can't say pretty sure, but I'll say I'm 60% there that they're going to go in Trump's favor of letting him keep his tariff authority. Because once again, the president does have the authority to, control commerce in a way, or to control trade. What was it? I think it's the Trade Expansion Act and the Trade Act. I think one was in 1974 and the other one was in the 1960s.
Look at the drop in fentanyl deaths because President Trump was able to put fentanyl tariffs on China, Mexico, Canada. We have seen a substantial drop in the deaths. China is cooperating on fentanyl for the first time in more than a decade. When China attempted to put an export control on rare earth magnets, President Trump said he put on 100% tariff, and they immediately came to the table that we are rebalancing trade. And this year, for the calendar year, we are going to shrink the deficit by several $100 billion. So economic security is national security. So this ruling is really a national security ruling. And if they rule against the administration, they will be ruling against national security.
And by the way, I really like the idea that President Trump's agenda is wrapped in national security. I mean, everything he does is about national security.
I mean, yeah, without the tariffs, these companies don't come back to the United States and start building here. Without the tariffs, these foreign manufacturers dominate us, and well, a lot of these, excuse me, but a lot of these businesses are going to start reshoring back over there to places like India, China, and Vietnam. And here's the problem. The Dems, and be real with you, the Dems and some Republicans have no incentive to make it cheaper to manufacture in America or to cut back regulations. So the only real tool that we have right now is tariffs to bring these guys back, while also fighting to bring down regulations or whatever we can to make manufacturing cheaper. Because if we can make manufacturing cheaper and make it more profitable to do things in America, these companies will come back and give American jobs, so Dems can stop complaining about how trickle down economics don't work. Because the problem is, it works. It's just the jobs is trickling down in other countries, and we're just getting the product instead of the jobs.
Getting the supply chains to America to what you're talking about in terms of fentanyl. If the decision goes the wrong way, what are the alternatives? Will you be able to make up $200, $300 billion in tariff revenue that you've already collected?
But again, Maria, there are plenty of revenue alternatives, but they're not the national security alternatives. And as you said, with the supply chain, and in terms of bringing those back, what we saw during COVID was the supply chains, that these long supply chains were not safe, sound, and robust supply chains. And President Trump is using the IEEPA tariffs to fortify our supply chains. So the IEEPA tariffs, the deals that we've done with a lot of the European companies.
I mean, yeah, you can look this up. AstraZeneca, which is pharmaceuticals, which is one of the things that China was holding out on us on, with our pharmaceuticals. Yes, Trump was able to get AstraZeneca to, one, give us most favored nation pricing when it came to pharmaceuticals, and then two, bring manufacturing over here to America. And they've already started. It's in Maryland. You can look this up. So when people like to sit there and lie to you and say, oh, they're not coming back, actually, they are. It's already begun.
Or countries, the pharma companies are reshoring in the U.S., and that's part of the trade deal, and that's all IEEPA, because we get a huge amount of the precursor chemicals and drugs for our pharmaceuticals from overseas, and that's just not sustainable. So it would be a loss for national security.
Do you believe you can make up that revenue with these other statutes?
Yeah, again, Maria, we make up the revenue, but the national security loss is a huge loss.
I understand. All right. The president also said that he's leaning toward either Kevin Warsh or Kevin Hassett to lead the chairman of the Federal Reserve job. You said we're going to get both of these decisions in January?
It's at the president's pace.
Oh, guys, and do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud. Just $2 and up. Appreciate your support, or just send a gift if you just want to support. Appreciate it, guys. All right, let's go.
That he has been very, very deliberate. We had an interview last week. We may have one or two more interviews this week and next week. And then the president has been very direct with the candidates in the interviews in terms of asking them their views on Fed policy, Fed structure, the way forward, the economy. So it was very interesting. In one of the interviews, the president did as only he can do. He really came to first principles with one of the candidates, said, how many PhD economists are there? And well, 1,000 to 1,500. What do they do all day? Why do we get better outcomes? Like how do all these people help one person or the committee make a decision? There wasn't a good answer.
Well, the president told the Wall Street Journal last week that the next chairman should be consulting with him on interest rates while signaling that he wants rates closer to 1%. We've got some reports that have people pushing back on Kevin Hassett because he said he's part of the president's inner circle. Maybe he's too close to the president. How do you feel that these two are different, Kevin Warsh versus Kevin Hassett?
Well, Kevin Hassett is an eminently qualified PhD economist with a great background.
Sure.
Kevin Warsh, and I've known both of them for 20 years, Maria. Kevin Warsh has a legal background, has been in financial markets. He's a former Fed governor. They both have experience at the Fed. Kevin Warsh as a governor, Kevin Hassett as an economist. They are both very, very qualified. And this idea that Kevin Hassett should be disqualified, if we go back and look, Janet Yellen was a CEA chairman. Lael Brainerd was vice chair of the Fed, and then she immediately went to the job that Kevin Hassett has now. So this idea that people don't have agency and can't make up their own minds is wrong.
This is a great point that you just made, actually. Look, I've spoken with both of them, and I know one thing that they have in common. They both want lower interest rates.
Yep.
Kevin Hassett was with me last week talking about productivity in the new year. Kevin Warsh was with me a couple of months ago talking about where the Fed has gone wrong. Watch this.
The Fed has lost its way. It's lost its way in supervision. It's lost its way in monetary policy. And all this big money on big fancy buildings is just another indication. Why does that matter?
I mean, hold on, bro. If that's the case, the Fed never found their way. Like, let's be quite honest. The Fed has never really been on time. The Fed is kind of one of the reasons why we had honestly, the depression, because the Fed was just too late and it didn't want to print more money because that we had a money tight situation. And he just sat back and watched the American people burn. I mean, let's be honest. Since the erection of the Fed has always been quite a suspicious thing that we even have it. I'm all for abolishing the Fed, to be quite honest with you, but I guess there are arguments that we need it, which I honestly don't like it. But there's arguments that we need it, so here we are. But to be quite honest, if we're going like, hey, the Fed needs to turn back to their roots of calling things on time and helping out the American people. I mean, hold on, when they ever did that?
Maria, it matters because what matters most to the Fed is credibility. The Fed has to look like a serious, sober institution. And if you look back to where we were last September, the Fed cut rates 50 basis points before the election.
Right before the election.
Another 50 basis points after. Hadn't done that kind of thing around an election in 50 years. But what happened? Markets are smart. The Fed cut rates. Long-term interest rates went up almost a percentage point. That's because they're losing credibility. Whatever happens next, whatever decisions the president makes, the next head of the Fed and the Federal Reserve needs to rebuild that credibility. So when you cut rates, you know what happens? Rates fall across the yield curve so that small businesses and homeowners can start to afford things that are right now only affordable on Wall Street.
Because of the really big increase in productivity, I think we could be looking at a 4% productivity increase next year, given how much acceleration there is in AI. Then what happens is that workers are able to produce as much stuff as the firm needs without having to hire a whole bunch of new people. And so we're seeing that recent college graduates are feeling stress right now. But our expectation is that this is something that's going to work out quickly. The AI economy is moving much faster than the dot-com economy of the 90s. And the coaches that AI is producing are going to help make a lot of productive workers a heck of a lot of money. And the bottom line is that we're seeing that real wage growth is really high again this year after being down $3,000 during the Biden administration. And so all this productivity is putting more money in people's pockets.
So your thoughts, Secretary, they're different, but they have a lot in common. What would be your reaction?
Well, my reaction, Maria, is that my focus during the pre-interviews was how are people thinking about the future and how are the candidates thinking about the future? And I think they are both thinking about what does an AI future look like? What does productivity in the US look like? Because I think too much of what the Fed has done has been backward looking. The other thing that both candidates have said and other candidates have said is that the Fed has to reestablish trust. But in my opinion, the Fed has trust with three constituencies. It's the markets, it's the business community, but also the American people. It is an unelected institution, and it lost the trust of the American people when it let
I mean, and let's be honest, one of the main criticisms too is that they're kind of, well, they're reactive, they're not proactive. Even Powell said it. They kind of wait for a bad time to happen to start cutting rates or to start doing what they need to do. Like, instead of just being proactive and being like, all right, well, we have a forecast, this is where things go, and this is our plan. They're like, oh no, we're just gonna wait till that happens, and then we're gonna go ahead and take necessary measures. And hey, if that's how they want to do it, it is what it is. But a lot of people, that's a big criticism of the Fed, is that they are reactive instead of proactive.
Had the greatest inflation in 50 years and maybe the greatest inflation for working Americans ever.
Yeah, and of course, Jay Powell's term ends May 15th, but we'll know way before then. Let me get your take on the macro story going into 2026, Secretary, because we're having all of these discussions about jobs, the economy showing real momentum with strong consumer demand. You're pointing to the deficit shrinking by more than $400 billion this year. What would you say we should be focused on looking at for the macroeconomic story of 2026?
So we should think that 2025 was setting the table. 2026 is going to be a bountiful year if the Democrats don't shut down the government, because they were unable to stop President Trump. They tried to stop him in the courts. They tried to stop him in the media. Then they went to the extreme. We had the longest government shutdown in history. It was a hit to GDP, slowed things down. We're still going to finish the year probably 3.5% GDP growth, which is incredible.
Unbelievable.
With a shrinking budget deficit. So we have very good momentum coming into next year. The economy is broadening out. You could see it. Other sectors of the stock market away from big tech are doing very well. And but if they try to shut,
bro, do you know your history, dog? You know, one of the presidents, right? One of our founding fathers actually hated the idea of the Federal Reserve. And they try to establish it back in the day. And one of our founding fathers was fighting tooth and nail to stop the Federal Reserve. Like, do you not know your history? Do you not know how the Federal Reserve is low-key snuck in underneath a lot of politicians and those at that time? That a lot of people disagreed with the establishment of the Federal Reserve. All right, learn some history before you try to correct me.
Down the government, I believe that the Senate Republicans should immediately forego the filibuster, keep the government open, and let the economy do its thing. Because the one big beautiful bill, there are so many parts to that are kicking in. We've had 15% uptake in capital expenditure. Capital expenditure historically always leads to job growth. We had the president fulfilled his promises to working Americans: no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, and auto deductibility for American-made cars. There are going to be substantial refunds to working American households in the first quarter. They will change their withholding. They will get an increase in real incomes. So I am very optimistic that for working Americans, for job growth, for capital formation.
No, that is crazy, though. I'm like, you know, Scott Besson's gay, right? I thought y'all like gay people. I mean, come on now. Like, what are you, homophobic? Like, bro, there's a lot of them who's acting real homophobic right now towards Scott Besson. Like, you know, this is a gay man, right? And shout out to my man Jet. He says Scott Besson is, LGB. How can he be? Yeah, you're right. How can he be a liar, Dems? Explain. I mean, I thought the gay people were on y'all side, Dems. Oh, y'all get real homophobic when I guess it's somebody on Trump's side. I mean, it's kind of like the same way they do black people. Oh, we love black people until they're, they wear a MAGA hat. Then they're a coon and a bootlicker and all the above.
But we cannot let the Democrats shut down the government.
Well, I think this is really important, what you're talking about in terms of the impact of the Big Beautiful Bill. What I've been talking about with regard to the Big Beautiful Bill is the options to expense things. I mean, we had people on the show earlier. Mitch Rochelle said he knows people who are expensing computers, they're buying cars, they're buying stuff for their businesses, and they're expensing it.
Oh, and shout out my man Jet for starting us off. Appreciate the support, my brother. Oh, God, you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support.
Significant is that? Explain the significance of these expensing options in the Big Beautiful Bill.
Well, one of the best ways to increase productivity is to increase the after-tax return on capital, and we're building up the capital stock by doing that. So, Maria, you should just think of the 100% expensing as pulling the rubber band back. So the Democrats wasted a lot of money, whether it was the misnamed Inflation Reduction Act, or there are other.
Well, it was $7 trillion in spending, sir.
And what do we have to show for it other than a mountain of debt that we at Treasury have to roll all the time? With the expensing, you are creating capital stock that will increase jobs, increase productivity. So
and I always do like to give Biden a little bit of break on that. Like, look, the Inflationary Reduction Act, the SAVE Act, and all those $1 trillion bills that he signed, I mean, they did some good things, but it did cause a crazy amount of inflation, though. I mean, let's just be real about that.
Pull the rubber band back, and then it moves forward. So, we're getting new, as you said, new cars, new trucks, new computers, and all that increases GDP.
Yeah.
That's what Kevin Hassett was talking about earlier, when he said he thinks that there could be this big productivity boom in 2026. And back to Fed chair, I think we've got to have someone who has an open mind, that you don't want to, they break this idea that often the Fed has, that growth creates inflation. Growth does not create inflation. The friction creates inflation. When there is more demand in the economy than supply, and the administration has done President Trump's unheralded policy is deregulation. We are creating more supply across everything.
Yeah.
Like, look what's happening with oil prices with the president's energy policy.
Well, the energy policy was so critical in terms of reining in the price of oil. But how do you explain this new stress that we're talking about that keeps showing up in all the polls, that people are stressed about housing, stressed about the cost of food? What is the administration's plan to rein in the cost of food and housing?
Well, Maria, people should be stressed because this Biden inflation, as I said, it was worst inflation in 50 years. And Strategas, the brokerage firm who you know well, had something. Jason Trenner had something called the Common Man Index, which was working Americans. So the accumulated CPI during the Biden years, called it 22%. For working Americans, it was 35. And that 35 was just a wipeout because it was groceries, insurance, rent. And
I've also showed you the graph multiple times of that, how the overall consumer price index across the board, prices went up about 20%. 20% are higher under Biden. And that 20% increase, it did not go nowhere. So, when the people complain about affordability, I do like to point to the fact that, the price increase that you're complaining about today, all of it happened under Biden. And here's the thing, Trump actually decreased the rate of that price increase due to tackling inflation and now letting it skyrocket to like 4, 5 to 6, 7, 8, 9%. Like think about Biden hit a high score on inflation. Like, you didn't think that did anything to us? You don't think we're kind of dealing with that now? And even though he did kind of, level down to that 3%, 3.2% at the end, doesn't mean we weren't still dealing with that price increase.
The auto, and we are bringing that down. So in energy, which leads everything, is coming down. Energy goes into grocery prices. So affordability has two components. So just like with the deficit, with the deficit, there are two parts to it. There's constraining spending, and then upping revenues, which is what we're doing, which is why we had this several $100 billion contraction. With affordability, I suspect that we are going to see a substantial drop in inflation in the first 6 months of next year. Rents are down. The story that the Biden administration doesn't want to talk about, the mass unfettered immigration, they have pushed up rents. Especially for working Americans. There's a recent study out from Wharton School that shows every 1% increase in population, rents went up 1%.
Wow.
So President Trump.
Hold on, bro. I got to call you out. First off, bro. Yeah, bro, you're acting like a spoiled child in the chat. People don't pay attention to my chat. People don't pay attention to my chat. Here's the thing, you just agreed with me how the founding fathers were against the idea of a central bank, and the same idea that they were fighting against was the Federal Reserve today. You even admitted that, and now you're going here crying about how I'm not paying attention to you. Now you're out my chat. Like, go do that crying stuff somewhere else, bro. This is for grown adults. And then you want to go and start bringing, I hate black people. They always win. I'm like, dog, if you don't want to participate in the show, go somewhere else and stop crying in my chat.
by the enforcing the border, sending home more than 2 million illegals. We're now seeing D and C rents coming down substantially. I think that will continue for the rest of the year. We brought interest rates down. So we've seen mortgage rates down, and I think everything else will follow that.
So I think what I hear you saying is that it takes time to get out of 40-year high inflation. And what you're saying is this inflation problem is still ongoing because it's the president's efforts to rein back what Joe Biden put in place with 9.1% CPI.
Well, there's an inflation problem, but there's a price level. So the absolute price level got very high. And what I was talking about earlier, the other way to solve that is through increases in real wages, which I think we're going to see next year. And when we see the tax refunds, when we see working Americans keeping more of their paychecks, we are going to go back to the kind of economy that we had. President Trump, in January 2020, not only was he probably ahead by 8-10% in the polls, the economy was clicking on all cylinders, and then COVID came along. But we're going to go back to the kind of non-inflationary growth that where working Americans do better than supervisory workers, lower income households do well. And it's not an either or.
Right.
That I call it parallel prosperity. Main Street, Wall Street can both do well. And my guess is both have a very good year next year.
And you're just touching on something that the president said, that people are going to get double.
And to pretty much simplify what he was saying, it's mainly the fact that real wages under Biden did not outpace inflation. Like, wages pretty much stagnated as inflation and prices just skyrocketed above what, well, your average American can afford. And that was the main problem. Like, honestly, if we go back to Trump's first administration, and real wages went up and it outpaced inflation, that's why Trump's first administration was such a success when it came to real wages and affordability. And this was same. And let's be real, the opposite happened. Now inflation is outpacing wages under Biden, and now the American people are suffering from an affordability crisis, losing about $3,000 in buying power that the Dems are now trying to spend and blame on Trump.
The tax refund that they expected. I want to ask you about that. They're talking about $2,000 additional in people's paychecks. So we'll take a short break. I also have to ask you about China. I'm talking with the Treasury Secretary this morning, and we're going to take a short break and come right back. Stay with us.
But all right, let's go ahead and get into the next video. All right, now Hegseth. Let's get into Hegseth and Marco Rubio. Pretty much saying that they'll be dropping this, the boat bombing soon, because we definitely do need to see what's going on with that, because honestly, the Dems have been applying real pressure about it, and rightfully so, because we don't know if that double tap strike was illegal or not, if it was an unlawful order. So let's get into it.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Secretary of State Marco Rubio addressed reporters after briefing lawmakers on military strikes in the Caribbean behind closed doors. Let's listen in.
We had a classified hearing, so the details of which we can't discuss. It's, I believe, our 22nd or 23rd bipartisan engagement. We'll continue to engage with Congress on this. We're headed to the House now to do a similar briefing and provide updates on this counter-drug mission, which is focused on dismantling the infrastructure of these terrorist organizations that are operating in our hemisphere, undermining the security of Americans, killing Americans, poisoning Americans. And this has been a highly successful mission that's ongoing and continued. And we're pleased to be here today to update Congress on how that's developing and how that's moving forward. As I said, I believe it's our 22nd, 23rd such engagement. Certainly been at least the fourth or fifth that I've been involved in. And those will remain and be ongoing. Okay?
I would just echo that. It is the 22nd bipartisan briefing we've had on a highly successful mission to counter designated terrorist organizations, cartels, bringing weapons meaning drugs, to the American people and poisoning the American people for far too long. So we're proud of what we're doing, able to lay it out very directly to these senators and soon to the House. But it's all classified. We can't talk about it now. We're also going to tomorrow allow the HASC and SASC to see the unedited video of September 2nd, alongside with Admiral Bradley, who has done a fantastic job, has made all the right calls, and we're glad he'll be there to do it. But in keeping with longstanding Department of War policy, Department of Defense policy, of course, we're not going to release a top secret, full unedited video of that to the general public. HASC and SASC and appropriate committees will see it. but not the general.
Ready? Great. Very good briefing. Before I had this job, I was a judge advocate for about 30 years. There's no doubt in my mind that we have the legal authority to blow up these boats, interdict these boats. In 1989, President Bush 41 literally invaded Panama, dropping the 82nd Airborne, taking the president of Panama out, putting him in American prison because he was a narco-terrorist drug dealer. There is no difference.
I mean, well, like I said, I don't like agreeing with Lindsey Graham, but yeah, let's be real, he is right. There really is no difference. And to be quite honest, a military lawyer was consulted. According to the Admiral Bradley, a military lawyer was consulted before that second strike. So as much as the Dems want to sit here and say, oh, unlawful orders, an illegal strike. Nope. This is looking like it's all on. This is looking like it's by the books. And here's the thing, though. I'm not really sure how you don't see the difference between what we did to the Houthis in Yemen to what we're doing to narco terrorists on a speedboat. And then just because we blow up the speedboat, they don't go from narco terrorists to shipwrecked sailors. Like, come on now.
1994, President Clinton took down the military takeover, the junta, the generals who took over Haiti, and brought back civilian control of Haiti. He was right to do that. Bush 41 was right to clean up Panama. Trump is right to deal with a narco-terrorist state called Venezuela. Maduro is not a legitimate president. He's actually head of one of these terrorist organizations. And I am glad that we're taking him on. But here's my concern. You got 15% of the Navy pointed at this guy. If he's still standing when this is over, this is a fatal, major mistake to our standing in the world. If after all this, Maduro is still in power, that's the worst possible signal you could send to Russia, China, Iran. So I asked the question, what happens when he leaves? And they say that this is counter drugs. It'd be nice if he left. That's not a good answer. I want to reassert again, you cannot allow this man to be standing after this display of force. And I did not get a very good answer as to what happens next.
Why not release this video to the
I think it should be.
Is it a mistake? Is it a mistake?
I think the video should be given to everybody in Congress.
Yeah, they should just go ahead and release the video, or let, unbiased people watch the video, let them come out and tell all the news heads, all right, look, this is what we saw. Everything looked like it was by the book, or no, this is what we saw, and it's speculative. You can definitely speculate that there was a war crime committed. You never know what's going to come out that meeting. So let's wait and see what happens. But let's get into something interesting, because it looked like Susie Wilds is bashing the Trump administration. And we're talking about the so-called most powerful woman in the world, Susie Wilds. And I don't trust Susie Wilds for nothing, bro. She's complete corporatist. She has like all types of different agendas when it comes to her. And it does seem like she put the corporations first instead of the American people. Or she's like Trump's like pipeline into the corporate world. And I don't like it, man. She's just not, I just don't trust her. But let's get right into it, though, because Trump trusts her a lot.
And yet, to J. Mart's point, one of the hallmarks of President Trump's first term would be staff dissension and sometimes stunning comments made by staff, sometimes in interviews. Well, we've got that here for Trump 2.0 as well, because just this morning, just a short time ago, Vanity Fair released a stunning new series of interviews with Susie Wilds, President Trump's chief of staff. In them, in a series of 11 interviews, Wilds gives candid answers about the president, his term so far, as well as many of those in and around his administration. Wilds told the author, Chris Whipple, quote, Trump has an alcoholic's personality. Wilds also says that J.D. Vance's conversion from never Trumper to MAGA acolyte has been, quote, sort of political. The vice president, she
Remember,
added,
Susie Wiles is the White House chief of staff. So, you know, if you don't know who she is, this is Susie Wiles, White House chief of staff, is American government official, political consultant, and lobbyist. Yeah, lobbyist. And that's the concerning part. That's the real concerning part right there with Susie Wiles. I mean, we can get into like a damn near an hour-long video, and I can go into a whole rant on how much I do not trust or like this woman, but we'll save that for another time.
has been a conspiracy theorist for a decade. Russell Vought, architect of the Notorious Project 2025 and the head of the Office of Management and Budget, is a, quote, right-wing absolute zealot.
And guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
And when asked what she thought of Elon Musk reposting a tweet about public sector workers killing millions under Hitler, Stalin, and Mao, Wiles replied, I think that's when he's microdosing, referring to the drug ketamine. Wiles added she doesn't have firsthand knowledge of that. The chief of staff was also deeply critical of Attorney General Pam Bondi for her handling of the Epstein files. Wiles said this, I think she completely whiffed on appreciating that very targeted group that cared about this. Wiles continued, first she gave them binders full of nothingness, and then she said that the witness list or the client list was on her desk. There is no client list, and it sure as hell wasn't on her desk.
I mean, we can all agree to that one, that she definitely completely blew the Epstein files. And then, like, let's be real, if you didn't have anything to reveal, don't say anything. Just say that, yo, we don't got nothing yet, but we're investigating it. Not hype everybody up for a big letdown and not make a whole bunch of social media influencers look like complete idiots.
Whipple writes that he asked Wiles back in March if she ever went to President Trump and told him that this term is not supposed to be a retribution tour. Yes, I do, she replied. We have a loose agreement that the score settling will end before the first 90 days are over. Whipple asked Wiles again in late August, far beyond those 90 days. Wiles responds this way, quote, I don't think he's on a retribution tour, she said. A governing principle for him is, I don't want what happened to me to happen to somebody else. And so people that have done bad things need to get out of the government. In some cases, it may look like retribution. And there may be an element of that from time to time. Who would blame him? Not me. When Whipple pressed Wiles about accusing New York Attorney General Letitia James of mortgage fraud, Trump did that, Wiles responded this way, well, that might be the one retribution. And when asked if she's called out the president on that, Wiles said, no, not on her, not on her. She had $500 million of his money. Wiles went on to laugh. Peter Baker, we're sort of breathless. We're all kind of dizzy from reading this morning. You got an early look at the Vanity Fair piece and wrote about it for The Times, which has been ricocheting across social media in the last hour or so. There's so many things to dive into here, including Wiles putting the cards on the table in terms of Venezuela and what they're trying to do there, saying that indeed Trump is simply trying to pressure with these boat attacks, trying to pressure Maduro to step down. Talk about that and other things that really jumped out to you.
Bruh.
Yeah, she said this is all about getting Maduro to cry uncle. And she also said that if Trump goes for land strikes, which he's been talking about lately, that he would have to go to Congress for authorization. That's a really interesting concession because I haven't heard White House say up until now that they needed Congress for anything when it comes to this undeclared war.
I mean, come on now. It just goes without saying. Like, it goes without saying that he would need Congress for land strikes. Like, we kind of all knew that one. But to strike these boats in the Caribbean Sea, I mean, nope, not really, especially since they're considered a terrorist organization. But the strike on land, especially, you know, since everybody in Venezuela is not a narco terrorist, yeah, you can't do that.
On Venezuela and drug smuggling and so on. So that's an important point. It's a fascinating series of interviews. You know, she obviously came to relax in her conversations with Chris Whipple. Chris wrote the book on White House chiefs of staff, and therefore I think she looked at these conversations as part of, you know, setting the history of her time as chief of staff. In some ways, she's been the most successful of Trump's chief of staff, one that he actually seems to trust. She didn't view her job. She doesn't view her job like John Kelly did. John Kelly viewed his job as somebody who threw his body in front of the train as it headed down to places that he thought were reckless or unwise or illegal. That's not how Susie Wiles looks at her job. She looks at her job as facilitating the Trump's agenda, the things he wants to do, even if she thinks he's gone too far. And she talks in the article about times when she urged him to do things he didn't, like not to pardon all of the most violent January 6th rioters, to wait on tariffs until there was agreement on his team, and so on and so forth. But she says, hey, when there's a tie, he wins.
Yeah, I mean, J-Mart, it's pretty stunning stuff, and we have to, wonder what the reaction will be from the Oval Office.
Right.
Other places in the White House, we know Trump 1.0 was really marked by a lot of staff turnover. President Trump, has really prided.
And and word on the word on Washington D.C. streets is that Dan Bongino, he might be resigning from deputy director, or I think that's the title, deputy director of the FBI. So he might be stepping down soon. This is one of the reasons why we haven't heard from this man like in a while. We haven't heard from this man since he said, Epstein didn't kill himself. After that, the man damn near went into hiding. But all right, now let's get into what CNN got to say about Susie Wiles as well, because what she said in that new Vanity Fair interview, I mean, bro, what was she, drunk?
This just in, a revealing new interview with really the most powerful
But I mean, hey, at least she's honest.
person in President Trump's White House beyond him. Chief of Staff Susie Wiles commenting and going there on a wide range of topics, it seems, with Vanity Fair in a new series of interviews, from the handling of the Epstein investigation to her assessment of the big names on Donald Trump's team. Let's get to CNN's Elena Treen, who is at the White House. There seems to be a lot in there, Elena. What is your big takeaway?
I mean, look, I've covered the president, and I've also covered Susie Wiles for years now, Kate, and this is one of the most candid interviews and stories that she's offered really from the entire time I've done that. This is incredibly candid, some of the things that she was admitting, because I will tell you too, Wiles is someone who often likes to operate kind of in the shadows and quietly. She doesn't like to draw attention to herself. And that's why I think some of what people are waking up and reading this morning is so stunning to hear about. But let me get into some of the main things that I found very notable from what Chris Whipple, who works with Vanity Fair, detailed from their conversations. One is that Wiles referred to President Trump as someone having a, quote, alcoholic personality. She also talked a lot about the vice president, J.D. Vance, someone who I should note, had this conversion that Whipple noted as well, from never Trumper to a MAGA acolyte. Susie Wiles essentially said that change, that conversion has been, quote, sort of political. And she said the vice president has been a, quote, conspiracy theorist for a decade. She also talked about Russell Vought. He is the White House budget chief, but he's also, of course, one of the architects of that notorious Project 2025 conservative blueprint for the future of the Republican Party, something that Trump had previously, of course, disavowed. She argued that Vought is, quote, a right-wing absolute zealot. And then she also went into a number of different things. One, she talked about Pam Bondi, the attorney general, someone who was one of her closest friends, I should note, in this administration.
No, she's just letting loose on everybody. Like I said, what was she, drunk or something? She was just letting loose on everybody on Vanity Fair, as if this wasn't going to get out to the rest of the administration. Like, this is going to be a awkward moment walking into the White House for Susie Wiles. Like I said, I don't know. Maybe they called her like with a couple in her. That's all I could say. But shout out to O for sending in the $1. Ain't had too much to say. Just want to show some support. Appreciate the support, sis. And shout out to O. Let me go ahead and give you that shout out. You guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud. Just go ahead and send in $2 and up, and I'll be happy to get engaged with it. But all right, let's get right back to it with Susie Wiles.
She argued that Bondi, quote, completely whiffed the handling of the Epstein file. She also talked about how the president, who came in and offered a series of pardons to really roughly 1,000 people who were convicted for their crimes on January 6th, she essentially admitted that she had urged the president not to pardon those who had committed violent crimes on January 6th and on the Capitol attack. She also talked about how she disagreed with him sometimes when it came to tariffs, saying that she had urged him to delay some of the tariffs that he
Yo, she's
announced.
Hey, no. I'm actually happy this came out. No, I'm happy because I never trusted this lady, bro. I never trusted her since the day she was announced. I was like, fuck. Susie Wiles of all people, fuck. But oh no, please. If this Trump, he needs to kick her out for this. This is like the ultimate betrayal. If Marjorie Taylor Greene's a traitor for what she was doing, then oh yeah, Susie Wiles is a traitor for this. Like, no. They better not be playing favorites. I know that. There better be no favorites being played because this would be considered a betrayal. Like, you just went on Vanity Fair and aired out the administration, including the president. And like I said, I don't know if they caught you lacking with a couple shots in you, but yeah, she was going crazy.
And it goes on. There's a lot of other areas where she kind of talks about kind of disagreeing with him, but also.
But she was being real though. Like, shout out to my man Gaming. He said, yeah, well, Bondi did with and she did.
So ultimately, her role is as a facilitator rather than, past White House chiefs that we've seen, notably people like John Kelly during the president's first administration, who at times tried to hold him back. She sees as her job trying to kind of shape what he does, but also not preventing him from doing what he wants to do. One very notable quote as well that stuck out to me, just given the context of what's very much in the news right now, is Venezuela. She admitted publicly that one of the goals of this administration and the president is actually to see regime change in Venezuela and oust Nicolas Maduro. I should note that is not what the White House line has been on this. The White House line has been that this is all about trying to crack down on narco terrorists and illegal drug trafficking. She essentially said this on Venezuela. She said, quote, "He wants to keep on blowing boats up until Maduro cries uncle. And people way smarter than me on that say that he will." Again, a major contradiction in what we've heard from the White House on all of this. And the last thing I just want to quickly point you to, there's a lot in this. I do encourage our audience to actually.
Bro, I'm sorry, but this is a little too much. There's no way she sat down, knowingly saying this. You sat down with Vanity Fair and just aired out the entire administration. Are you sure somebody your friend didn't betray you? I don't know. This is a lot. This is chief of staff. They're basically the right-hand man. Right-hand woman to Trump. The one that gives them a lot of advisory, the one he runs things past to, getting a second opinion. And this is what she's saying? Oh, yeah, this is crazy. Crazy hilarious, though. I'm not going to lie. Keep it going. Keep cooking.
To go and read these very lengthy and detailed articles from Vanity Fair. But she talked about retribution, and she said that she had some sort of agreement with the president that she didn't want him to be focused on score settling, that she was going to give him 90 days and then he kind of had to move on from it. But she also acknowledged that some of the recent indictments we've seen against some of the president's political foes, people like the former FBI director James Comey or the New York Attorney General Letitia James, both people who we've seen this Trump administration now bring indictments.
And now I get what y'all saying. S.E.T, come on now, it's CNN. CNN is going to take any opportunity to talk shit about Susie Wiles or anybody in Trump's administration. And you're right. So let's go to a more independent media. Shout out to our guys over here at Redacted. And this video, just to point this out, this video came out 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago is when I found this out. Actually, I've been knew about Susie Wiles before this video, but I didn't know how deep she was involved in the deep state until this. So let's get right into it with Redacted. Yeah, the wheels are falling off of the Trump administration, and Susie Wiles is to blame. As you can see, they said it 2 weeks ago, and I guess CNN and MS Now is now catching up on it. Susie Wiles is probably the most toxic official in Trump's administration. And you thought Casper telling Pam Bondi was. No. It's actually her.
Gate. Our next guest says Susie Wiles might be the most destructive force inside the Trump administration. Gatekeeping, preventing MAGA from becoming America first, from actually carrying out the mission of making America great again. And is the Bush administration, the old Bush administration acolytes, still running things, but inside the Trump administration like a Trojan horse? We're going to get into it today with Noel Frisch. He's the founder and publisher of the National File. He has been researching Susie Wiles, perhaps more than anyone else, and says that she is arguably the most destructive force inside the Trump administration. He has a new piece he's just written just out, called The Wiles House. Former China lobbyist Susie Wiles continues her reign of terror inside the Trump White House. So who is Susie Wiles, and why is she so destructive in destroying the Make America Great Again movement? Noel joins us now. Noel, great to have you here on the show.
Thanks for having me, Clayton.
Man, you're a brave man. And I know that you've received phone calls from Susie Wiles on a regular basis complaining about your coverage. Thank you for what you're doing here and exposing this.
Yep. So our coverage on Susie's involvement in and around Trump world goes back to 2018 when the project that's now known as National File was largely at Big League Politics, which was another upstart pro-Trump America First publication that did some yeoman's work with Patrick Howley. And Patrick Howley's work should be recognized, no question. He's a legend and a weapon for America First. So back in 2018, we went up with a story all about how, if everyone remembers, Zinke and Pruitt had a heck of a time at Department of Interior and EPA. As soon as the Trump administration started, you know well that the liberal press, their goal every day when they wake up, Clayton, and you're an insider, you know how this works. They set their own narratives. Their goal every day was basically the headline that reads, "Chaos in the Trump administration." And they set to work writing those headlines every day, didn't they? And a big part of that was with EPA and with Interior. And there were leakers inside of the administration. And so we broke a story about how Caroline Wiles, daughter to Susie Wiles, was the big leaker helping to create a bunch of the chaos in those two particular agencies. And eventually I got a phone call from Susie Wiles, and she asked me to take it off of the internet. And I did. And I didn't I'm an amateur horse trader, Clayton. I'm not very good at this, I suppose. I didn't get anything in return. I'm a DC dilettante, I suppose, or amateur. So I took it down as a favor for her and for a friend that asked me to take it down. And it's been down since, I don't know, middle of 2018 or so. And then it just got to the point where we know too much about her involvement as a lobbyist, her involvement with Ballard Partners, which is like the biggest lobby firm now, sort of just raking in the cash during the Trump years, just getting paid hand over fist by corporate America, the big corporates, big tech, big oil, like everybody, foreign countries. Then she moved over to Mercury Public Affairs, which is even worse. It's like one of the longest standing big lobby firms in DC. If you go back and look at the Wayback Machine of Mercury Public Affairs websites, it's literally like Barack Obama Central. And then she went in on the same day, she went in as a leader at Mercury Public Affairs. I think the co-director at Mercury Public Affairs with the top federal lobbyist from Pfizer. And so we at National File broke that story in 2022.
Wait, what?
As you know, Clayton, it's not very popular to hold MAGA world personalities to account. And so that sort of bubbled around the internet, and it finally, it was in COVID. And so Pfizer, of course, not being very popular, that news finally bubbled up into the sort of the zeitgeist, and people started taking notice that, hey, maybe this Susie Wiles person is a little bit of a problem. Her record personally goes way back to Jack Kemp and the Bushes and the Department of Labor. As you know, Clayton, labor is one of those very interesting spaces in terms of regulatory affairs inside of DC, having to do with, of course, the mafia, mob, big labor, the unions, all kinds of things. And then so it's funny now that a guy from northeastern Pennsylvania called S.E.T is now very closely tied in with Susie. And these are the people in charge of the Republican Party now. And it is a shakedown. That's what it is. It's a shakedown. If you want access, it's pay to play. And boy, are they paying. There are people getting really, really rich based on access to the Trump administration. So the corporates are buying it. Corporates are buying our country. And people like Susie Wiles and Chris S.E.T are the ones selling us out.
So I want to get into her backstory, her details, and a lot of what you report over the years, but maybe we can just at a high level talk about how she has been destructive for the Trump administration. I should say about 2 weeks ago, we covered deeply here on the show about Susie Wiles, And after that story was published and it kind of went viral, the next day, RFK Jr. came out and published a tweet. I mean, to me, it clearly looked like Susie Wiles had asked him to publish this tweet. But anyway, we don't know exactly. But he published a tweet defending Susie Wiles because our point was that Susie Wiles was destroying the MAHA movement and, you know, the cushy relationship with Big Pharma and everything that RFK Jr. stood against. He's now sort of being forced, it seems, by Susie Wiles to support. Anyway,
that's the problem. Susie Wiles adds the corporate agenda to the administration. That's why I consider her part of the deep state. It's like, so yeah, when so when RFK Jr., when he wants to go ahead and, you know, make America healthy again, take all the chemicals out the food, here comes Susie Wiles going like, okay, look, bro, I know you have all this ambition, but the food lobbyists are on my ass, okay, man, and we can't do everything you want to do. We can do half of it, but we can't do everything. Oh yeah, and Big Pharma and your whole thing about the vaccines, yeah, we might have to axe that as well because you know, they're on my ass. So anytime somebody want to do something good, she's right behind them with the corporate agenda to kind of, well, stifle it or just kill what they're trying to do altogether.
Out with a tweet saying she's been great for MAHA and all. It looked like she clearly called him and asked him to do that. Anyway, I tweeted and said, it looks like we're over the target because this came literally a few hours after our report had aired. So there seems to be some feathers being ruffled inside this administration, but maybe you can explain what she does and how she's destroying the MAGA movement and the Trump administration.
So she's got like an army of gatekeepers, and Stephanie, her last name escapes me right now, is one of those gatekeepers though over there at HHS and FDA. People like, Jim O'Neill got hired on immediately, like really close ties with Peter Thiel and Palantir, and just a super sketchy guy. As soon as O'Neill was hired to see
that's just a little 10-minute introduction to that video. If you want to learn a little bit more, you can go over to Redacted. Probably just search up Susie Wiles. It's the blame on their channel. You'll be able to find this video. But all right, now let's keep it going. Now that we heard enough about Susie Wiles and all of her corporate ties, this is one of the reasons why I can't trust her. She's basically like I'm gonna be real with you, the queen of all the lobbyists. But all right, now let's get over to the next video.
Joining us now for tonight's big close-up is Texas Congressman Chip Roy. Congressman, that sounds like a great idea to me, but tell us about your legislation.
Yeah, shout out to this guy. He's like, Rep. Roy proposed to freezing all immigration to the U.S. Yes, all of it. All pathways, each and every one. For it.
It's necessary to not just stop illegal immigration, but to pause all immigration.
Yeah, great to be on. Happy Saturday to you all. And, thanks for showing the absurdity of Benny Thompson and what he said in referring to the murder of one of our brave soldiers here in the nation's capital, a few blocks from the White House, as an accident. Another still fighting for his life. This is what we're dealing with. This is the radical Democratic Party that are more interested in playing politics and trying to focus on protecting those who want to endanger Americans than standing with an administration and the president and Secretary Noem who want to secure Americans. So you asked me about the Pause Act.
Yo, and shout out to my man Jet. He comes in with, he said Trump needs to go apprentice mode. He said he needs to go apprentice mode. Okay. He said he needs to just go out there and start firing people. But shout out to my man Jay. He said Trump needs to go apprentice mode, fire her and Bondi. Bro. Yo, low-key needs a dead-day career right now. Like, it's over. Like, look, I ought to turn right around. Look, if I was Trump, turn right to Susie Wiles and be like, all right, look, all this corporate agenda BS you've been feeding me has been killing my approval numbers. And you just went out on Vanity Fair and just trash talk me. And that's kind of the same reason I kind of, call Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor. So, yeah, you're done. Pam Bondi, you're done because you've just been made look like an idiot like for this past 11 months. And Kash Patel, I mean, you got one more time. You got one more time. I give Cass a little bit of grace, but you got one more time.
The fact of the matter is we have 51.5 million people in this country who are foreign born. That's about 16% of the population. That's higher than at any other point in our history. So go back to 1920, where we had maybe a similar percentage. It was about 15%. And we had a whole bunch of people who'd come here who, by the way, were more interested in assimilating, who were participating in schools that actually taught that America's great. And when we had no social welfare state. Today, we have millions of people who've come here who don't want to assimilate, who aren't in schools teaching that America's great, and they are on the social welfare state. We need to pause immigration. We need to fix our system. We need to end diversity visas.
Now, that's definitely true. We need to make sure people are assimilating across the board. So we're not just focusing on the Muslim community. We got to focus on not just them, but the Hispanic community, Chinese community, all of them. Like, if you come over here to the United States, you want to live here, yeah, you're going to assimilate to the American culture, and that's that. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Yes, you can practice your religion and all that, but you got to assimilate to this culture, not try to create little cutouts of your city or of your country in America. It's absolutely unacceptable. Like, think about it. The fact that I can go onto Canal Street on all these Asians who are here in America, and I'll probably find, I'll be hard pressed to find one of them motherfuckers that can speak English back to me. One. And I'm in New York. I'm in America, by the way. Okay. I'm one of the most American places in the world. And you're telling me I can't find one motherfucker to speak English? That's how it is across the board in a lot of places around America, where they got a little cutout of Mexico, Cuba, Somalia, Tel Aviv. I mean, across the board.
End chain migration, the kind of people that allow their cousins and uncles and aunts to come in. We need to stop the abuse of H-1B visas. We need to end birthright citizenship. We need to codify what the president has done. We need to stop having taxpayer funding of illegal alien children in our schools, as we do in Texas and everywhere else. And we've got to center our entire immigration system. So pause and let's fix it. I think we need that for the country. We did it in 1920. Our country was stronger for that for about 4 or 5 decades. And now for 50 years, we've been blowing the lid open and allowing people to come here, including radical Muslims, radical Islamists who want to undermine Western civilization and our way of life. It's time to pause it and fix it.
Congressman, first of all, I agree with you on that. But I want to talk to you about something that's probably more relevant today than it should be, considering the tragic events that happened just before our show. Yeah. So your fellow Texan, Senator Ted Cruz, has a piece of legislation that he's introduced to designate the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization. It was kind of weakened, I guess, on the House side, and he's ripped them for it. I know that the chairman of the Judiciary, Jim Jordan, backs this bill. I believe you do as well.
No.
What are the politics we don't understand to designate literally the group that brought radical Islam to the world as a terrorist organization?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was weakened in the Senate. I think Senator Cruz was frustrated by that. I'm a co-sponsor of.
Oh, this is in Jordan. Okay, this ain't in America. This is in Jordan. I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was weakened in the Senate. I think Senator Cruz was frustrated by that. I'm a co-sponsor.
Look, there ain't nothing wrong with being for the Palestinian people at all. Nothing wrong with that at all. Problem where I have is that where there is certain people who just want to go out there and think that it's okay to kill Jews because of that, just like the 2 shooters in Australia. That's absolutely unacceptable. But there are people who are to that extreme. It's just like it's not okay to sit there and claim that all Palestinians need to be bombed because of Hamas. It's like, that's unacceptable. We should sit here and have grace for children, no matter what race they are or what group they come from. But hey, that's just me, I guess. Well, that's a lot of people. But apparently, though, that's not a popular opinion.
Version of that bill. Senator Cruz is absolutely correct. President Trump has been doing a magnificent job pushing back on radical elements who want to come to the United States. I think Senator Cruz is absolutely correct to say that we need to designate them as terrorist organizations, just like, by the way, Governor Abbott just did in Texas, who also declared CARE a terrorist organization. And you know what? I introduced legislation to take away the tax status of CARE. We should pass Senator Cruz's bill. We should pass my bill to take the tax status away from CARE. We should pass my bill to vet people for Sharia law. We should pass the Pause Act to freeze immigration. All of this matters because you have a radical bunch of Islamists who want to remake America in a coordinated way. And you're seeing it unfold in Texas, where you've got Epic City in Plano, an Islamic center in Houston. You've got, Dearborn, Michigan. You've got Minneapolis and what you're seeing happen there. You have Mamdani getting elected in New York. And all of these folks have ties to very radical organizations and elements. And we need to address it. And you start with the Muslim Brotherhood, which is the head of the snake.
Congressman, you just saw Christine Ohm getting asked these.
Shout out to my man, whatchamacallit. Oh, I'm sorry. Shout out to my man Gaming. So shout out Gaming. He did want to send me this real quick. Here we go.
Hey, Montana, I just want to show you what's going on in the Capitol today. Hamas is coming. You see the Capitol. I want to show you here. This is what we face. Abolish the USA. Today, they took down our flag. We put it back up. God bless America.
Yeah, I know, but that's not all people who, protest for Palestine. You got to remember, there's assholes who pretty much want to be, down with America and all this because of how they support Palestine, which we do support the bombing of innocent women and children. I mean, they're not wrong when they say that. It's just that some people take it differently. Some people want to take a more peaceful protest to it. Some people want to get, I would say this is not the most radicalized. Graffiti isn't the most radical form of protest, but it is annoying. It is annoying and it does dirty up fine property. So I don't like it. I don't agree with it.
Ridiculous questions.
But I agree with the message.
Asking her to quit.
Not the abolish the USA part, but the pro-Palestine part and free Palestine.
The president doesn't fire her first. I think she's doing exactly what the president wants to do. So I'm pretty sure he's not going to fire her. But Democrats, nonetheless, are not wasting any time working to impeach several Trump cabinet members, including.
Yep. Now, Kristi Noem, she's under fire. They actually got her ass during her hearing. And then what it was that, yes, there was a U.S. veteran that was deported. But and yes, he fought in our military. He had a whole bunch of problems, drug problems and all that. But he never got his citizenship together. Yeah, I mean, he was actually eligible for deportation, but to be quite honest, I think that we should probably make some type of special case for him. But hey, the rules are the rules. He got deported, but Kristi Noem's been put under huge fire for that because yes, he was a U.S. citizen that took bullets for us, and not U.S. citizen, but a U.S. serviceman or a veteran. Sorry, but he was a veteran who did take bullets for us, but he ended up getting deported because he never got his paperwork figured out. Now, Hegseth, well, come on now. It's mainly the boat strikes. They're crying about the boat strike. They've been crying about Hegseth since day one. And, of course, RFK Jr., well, let's be real. A lot of lobbyists want him out the game. The food lobby wants him gone. The pharmaceutical lobby wants him gone. Pharmacy lobby wants him gone. So that's pretty much what it is with him.
DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. They hate that name, by the way, Secretary of War. They're like, no, it's Secretary of Defense. Like, no, he's defending our country. That would be war. Yeah. And HHS Secretary RFK Jr. What the heck has he done wrong? So
because it's not, my man, gaming, because it's not all. That's how long we will say this, because it's not all Muslims, because it's not all Palestinian protesters. The fact is that let's be real. Like, I'm not sure how we're not used to this propaganda technique by taking the worst of a group and trying to make it out to be the entire group. Like, how long are we going to fall for that propaganda? I'm just saying.
So, yeah, first of all, President Trump has built a magnificent cabinet. These people are some of my very close friends in the world. All three of those individuals are good friends of mine. I stand right behind them. I stand behind President Trump. The American people stand behind them because they're doing what they want us to do, which is secure America. Pete Hegseth is restoring the military. If you watch the Army-Navy game today, what a magnificent event.
Yeah.
Watching those men and women in uniform. And guess what? Enlistments are up. Application to the academies are up.
Yeah.
Secretary Noem, Tom Homan, Stephen Miller, the great men and women of ICE and Border Patrol, they're securing our border. They're removing bad actors, removing gang members. We're stopping Tren de Agua. We're stopping, the violent gangs that are endangering our people. And you've got the leadership from Secretary Kennedy to go after the ridiculousness of the vaccine abuses, what happened under COVID. He's restoring integrity there to seek scientific data. This is what the American people want. I stand behind President Trump. These impeachment efforts are ridiculous, right? They did it to Trump twice. In 2019, they did it again in 2021.
Now they're trying to water it down to try to get rid of, some of his cabinet members. Instead of going straight for the king, they're trying to go after, the other pieces. And I get it. It's a lot easier than going after Trump to try to go after Hegseth, Noem, and RFK Jr.
Is all theater that they want to pursue. We had to go beat back an attempt to impeach the president just this last week. Now they want to impeach these great cabinet members.
Yep.
Look, Mayorkas was impeached by the House. I led that effort, along with a number of my colleagues, because he endangered Americans. Jocelyn Nungray died. Her mom is a dear friend of mine, and Jocelyn Nungray in Houston died because of the abuses of this administration, or that administration, the Biden administration, and Mayorkas. So that was endangering the American people. These three want to protect America following the president's leadership.
That's right. And Congressman, just switching gears here for a moment, healthcare premiums, they're set to rise for millions of Americans at the end of the month. And this comes after the Senate failed to reach a deal this week. White House Republicans unveiled their own healthcare proposal yesterday. It doesn't include an extension of Obamacare subsidies. Tell us more about that.
All right, now let's go ahead and stick to this little immigration topic, because I'm gonna show this video that actually somebody in the comments on one of my other videos said that I should show. And I've shown this video so many times, and this is where my stance on immigration is. Actually, my stance on immigration, like, almost literally changed. Not all the way through, but literally changed once I seen this video. And I'm just like, oh, so this whole immigration thing's a wasted effort. We're not helping nobody. We're definitely not helping ourselves. And we're barely helping these other countries. So let's get right into it.
Some people say that mass immigration into the United States can help reduce world poverty. Is that true? Well, no, it's not. And let me show you why. This gumball represents the 1 million legal immigrants that the United States has taken every year on average since 1990. Now, who in the world deserves our humanitarian compassion? The World Bank has one measure of the desperately poor of the world. They make less than $2 a day. And how many people make less than $2 a day in the world? We'll start with Africa. In Africa alone, there are 650 million people who make less than $2 a day. 650 million. And in India, another 890 million people, desperately poor. China adds another 480 million people, making less than $2 a day. And unfortunately, the rest of Asia has a heartbreaking 810 million people who the World Bank says make less than $2 a day. And finally, there's 105 million of Latin America's population that are desperately poor. All told, the World Bank says there are 3 billion people in the world, 3 billion people who are desperately poor, making less than $2 a day. That's 3,000 gumballs. And every year, we take 1 million and suggest that we've somehow made a humanitarian difference. Of course, we don't pull our immigrants from these desperately poor populations, do we? These people are too poor, too sick, too disconnected to make it here as immigrants. We tend to pull our immigrants out of the better off poor of the world. And Mexico tends to define the type of immigrant that we bring here because the plurality of people come from Mexico. And Mexico is poor. How many people in the world live in countries that have average incomes lower than that of Mexico? And the World Bank tells us that that number is these 3 billion plus another 2.6 billion people.
And this is why, low-key, yeah, we do need to freeze immigration, because if the Dems' plan is to try to help all these people, it's impossible, especially since we're dealing with people who reproduce more than us. So it's like an endless cycle of letting in these people in. I mean, we can always try to help them, stabilize their own country, economically and governance-wise. But to just keep letting them over here, acting like it's not straining our resources, is idiotic.
5.6 billion people in the world who live in countries with average incomes below that of Mexico.
Damn.
That's 5,600 gumballs. And so what is it that the elites are telling us? They're telling us that when we take this 1 million immigrants, that we somehow or another are tackling world poverty. And we have to do it regardless of the effect.
I know they lied to you about world poverty while they get to, cut their labor costs by bringing in illegals or HB visas or all sorts of immigration. So, yeah, they say tackling world poverty, but their actuality is their profit margins.
On our unemployed, the working poor, the most vulnerable members of our society, regardless of the effect on our natural resources. Even if we went by the most radical proposals in Washington, which are to actually double our immigration to 2 million a year, which would totally overwhelm our physical, natural, and social infrastructures, we couldn't make a noticeable difference. And we may be really hurting the impoverished people of the world, because the million that we do take are among the most energetic, often the better educated, certainly the most dissatisfied people that if they did not immigrate would be the agents for change to improve the lot of all the people in these countries. The true heroes.
Yeah, like, let's be real, like the George Washington of, I don't know, Iran, the George Washington of Afghanistan, like those guys who could have actually bought some type of constitutional republic or some type of stability to their country. Well, we let them over here to be CEOs. We let them over here to be doctors and lawyers when they could be the people that actually change their country for the better. Yeah, I know. So we steal the best from these countries and then like leave them destitute. I mean, it is what it is.
In the global humanitarian field are the people in these countries who have the wherewithal to immigrate to another country, but instead stay in their countries to apply their skills to help their fellow countrymen. Unfortunately, our immigration system tends to entice these very type of people to abandon their countrymen. The impossibility of making even a dent is actually worse than it looks here, because last year, when we took 1 million immigrants, these countries added births over deaths, 80 million more people into the impoverished population. And this year, Congress is bringing in 1 million legal immigrants. And this year, according to the United Nations, these countries are expected to add another 80 million people. And next year, you can be quite sure that Congress, unless stopped by the American voters, will bring in another 1 million immigrants. And these countries, unfortunately, will be adding another 80 million people into these impoverished nations. We could take 5 million a year, but we'd never get ahead of what's happening in these countries, not in this century. Don't you see? Immigration can never be an effective or significant way to deal with the suffering people of the world. They have to be helped where they live. 99.9% of them will never be able to immigrate to a rich country. There's no hope for that.
I mean, shoot, that's what we thought. I mean, bro, that's what we thought until Biden came in. He just brought them in anyway. Even the guys that would never be able to assimilate or anything, just bring them in anyway. F it. Under Biden, that was not a requirement. Trust me.
They have to bloom where they're planted. The only place that 99.9% of these people can be helped is where they live. Let's help them there.
All right. And my man was cooking on that. Now, I've showed this to Dems and all that good stuff before, and they've tried to dismantle it. But I'll be real with you. They can never honestly tackle the argument of, well, let's be real. If we're doing this to help these countries out, aren't we failing? And if we're trying to do this for humanitarian reasons, then shouldn't we stop since we're actually hurting them as well? Like, you know, does that mean anything? Or you still want to hang on to the myth that immigration is a good thing? It's cool. It's cool. I mean, you can pretend like you ain't see that. You can pretend like I'm not making sense. But, I mean, hey, that's the reality of it. But all right, guys, let's go into a little bit of good news. Trump economists reveal surprising sector that could lead the U.S. and the U.S. economy in 2026. Let's get into it.
Welcome back. It's time now for the Word on Wall Street. Top investors watching your money. Joining me now is 248 Ventures Chief Investment Strategist Lindsay Bell. Also with us is Mitch Rochelle this morning. Great to see you. Welcome back.
Great to be here.
Yeah, thank you for joining the conversation. I want to get your take on markets and the macro story as we look ahead. Futures this morning indicating a decline at the start of trading. Fractional moves pretty much across the board. But of course, this is on top of a loser yesterday as well. All three major indices lower yesterday, led by AI stocks. Another sell-off there. The NASDAQ was down 137. You had Broadcom, Oracle, CoreWeave sliding. Investors worried about all the spending on data centers and this build out and how ultimately it's going to be financed. Will we see a return on investment here? Meanwhile, the Trump administration unveiling a new U.S. tech force, hiring about 1,000 engineers and specialists to build AI infrastructure and modernize federal systems. The 2-year program brings together tech giants like Amazon, Microsoft, Google, and NVIDIA to boost U.S. AI capabilities and compete with China. Lindsay, where do you see tech at this point? How do you want to allocate capital here in the new year?
Yeah, I think tech is still going to be a very important component to the markets in 2026. It's going to be the key driver of earnings in 2026, as well as margin expansion, which is expected to support markets going forward. So I don't think there's talk about is AI reaching a peak. I think it's just getting started. And the great thing about 2026, I really think, is that this is going to be the year that the AI technology broadens out into the rest of the economy, and it's going to support economic growth across the board.
Which I guess supports the idea that corporate America is going to be spending big on this as well. It's not just the hyperscalers. But I guess the question is do you look at this AI revolution the way you looked at .com? I mean, because in .com, we had a ton of the hyperscalers like the Amazons of the world and Googles of the world doing really well, and they are still thriving. But there were a lot of companies that were left on the cutting room floor.
Yeah, you know what? I think there's going to be winners and there's going to be losers, but the fundamentals of the hyperscalers, which are the key drivers right now of this growth, they are very healthy. They are still cash flow positive. If you look at revenue growth expectations for the hyperscalers, excluding Meta, 23% cloud revenue growth is expected versus 29% CapEx growth in 2026. So there's a lot of conversation about the CapEx spending not coming through, but I think that it is meeting the demand that is there.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of demand for sure, and expectations that this is sort of a moment in time where it's going to accelerate broader economic growth, Mitch. And I wonder if you agree with that. And by the way, did you see Tesla hit a new all-time high? First time we've seen a new all-time high this year for Tesla. Elon Musk, CEO, confirming that driverless robo-taxi testing is underway in Austin, Texas right now. The company testing vehicles on public roads with no one in the vehicle, a key step toward fully autonomous ride hailing. Mitch, you think we're actually going to see these things on the road?
Well, man, that's going to screw over a lot of Uber drivers. I'm tell you that. That's going to screw over a lot of Uber drivers. So, like I said, it does seem like we're putting the cart before the horse when it comes to AI. Like I said, when we start having these driverless cars going all around Texas and all that good stuff, and the Uber business, the Lyft business is completely destroyed. I mean, then you basically took away a second income from a lot of Americans. This is why I'm just like, I don't know. I'm not really too for this whole AI push, but it is what it is, and that's where the market going, and that's where the world is going right now. Like, if you're falling behind in AI, you might be screwing yourself as a nation.
I was just in Vegas. I saw the Waymos. They're all over the place. I'm not getting in one of those things. I don't. If it's on a track, like in an airport, maybe I'll get in it. Yeah. But like if it's just riding on the road. Here's an interesting thing about Tesla. 75% of Tesla's revenue comes from the automobile business that they have. 25% comes from services and energy. Okay. Mm-hmm. And here's the great thing. Their revenue growth from autos is down 10%. Their revenue growth from services, and I don't know if this driverless car is going to fall into services and they're going to be competing with Uber, is up 23%. Their energy business is up 43% in terms of revenue growth. You have to look at Tesla, not like Ford, not like GM, not like what used to be Chrysler. You have to look at them as a technology company and a completely diversified organization that's solving problems for the next decade and beyond. Their energy.
Like I said, we'll see where this AI push goes. Right now, I don't know. I don't trust the whole driverless cars. They'll be taking a lot of jobs away from Americans without having no way of honestly replacing that income or showing how that can benefit the American people besides just the convenience of it. Because the convenience of it, trust me, when people start losing that second income on Lyft and Uber in Texas, I don't think that, I don't think it's going to be such a good idea then. Or I don't think people are going to be too appreciative of AI then. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get into this next video right here.
And moments ago, U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro here in Washington, D.C., responding to allegations that D.C. crime data was manipulated by the outgoing police chief, Pamela Smith. That claim coming from a new House Oversight Committee report. Our congressional correspondent, Bill Malugin, with the latest on Capitol Hill. Bill?
Well, John, Republicans on the House Oversight Committee say their investigation concluded that this outgoing D.C. police chief was trying to make the city seem a whole lot safer than it really was, and she was doing it by allegedly cooking the books on crime statistics. So the Republicans on the committee say their investigation consisted of interviewing 7 different DC Metro Police commanders who represent all of the patrol districts out here. That included a former commander who's currently suspended for allegedly tampering with crime stats in his own district. And these are some of the conclusions they've made in their report. Number one, they allege that DC Metro Police Chief Pamela Smith pressured commanders to report lower crime stats by any means necessary. Commanders testified that Chief Smith pushed them to pursue lesser charges that aren't publicly reported, even for serious crimes. And she also required certain crimes to be reviewed by
AKA that record low, that what was it? When they had that record high in 2023? Yeah, the only reason they came down for that is they might have allegedly cooked the books. Like, bro. When I tell you that the worst ran cities with the highest crime are Democrat cities, I'm not lying to you guys. And the fact that, bro, I hope this isn't true, because this is just going to look bad for the Dems in the midterms when we have to sit there and point out that, yeah, you guys can't handle your crime. Actually, you guys can't handle it, so you got to cook the books in order to hide it. Like, come on now. I hope this isn't true.
Her office. In a statement on this report, House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer says in part, quote, Chief Pamela Smith coerced staff to report artificially low crime data and cultivated a culture of fear to achieve her agenda. Chief Smith's decision to mislead the public by manipulating crime stats is dangerous and undermines trust in both local leadership and law enforcement. Meanwhile, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser was asked to respond to the House Oversight Committee Republicans' findings earlier this morning. Take a listen.
I don't see any evidence of that. If the claim is, and I don't think anybody has demonstrated that.
Man, I don't want to. If I was her, I'd hit them with, I don't want to see evidence of that. If that's the case, that bullshit that we was telling everybody about, oh, the National Guard don't need to come in. We're at a 20-year low. Oh, no, that was all fabricated. Actually, you might still be at that high. And because your police chief was fabricating and cooking the books, well, guess what, guys? Y'all might be cooked when it comes to the whole argument on a crime. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell the Dems on that one. I almost hope this isn't true for you guys. Almost hope.
The police chief directed anybody to change numbers. When the committee provides me their backup information, which they haven't, when the committee provided the report to the Washington Post.
I mean, damn. So somebody's like, nobody will care about this in the midterm. So people are not supposed to care about the fact that Dems got to lie about crime data in order to make it seem like their cities are safe. Nobody's going to care about that. I mean, okay. I mean, as long as I can say that nobody's going to care about affordability in the midterms, I hope that would make sense to you as well, because it don't make sense to me.
Before they provided it to us. Highly unusual when you're talking about an audit of numbers.
And John, just moments ago, the U.S. Attorney here in D.C., Jeanine Pirro, responded to this report. She put out a statement on X, which essentially says that, yes, these crime stats were manipulated, and the manipulation of that data shows that President Trump has reduced crime here in D.C. a whole lot more than initially thought. She went on to say that what happened here with the crime stats does not rise to the level of any criminal charges or a crime, but that the D.C. Police Department has to change their practices moving forward. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, I know that before everything changed in the summer, we were all hearing, well, crime is down in D.C., and none of us had anything to peg that to. So yeah, we'll see where this goes from here. Welcome to D.C., by the way, again.
All right, now, guys. Now, remember, this is all pretty much exposed by the Republican Oversight Committee. So remember, this is all evidence that's been pretty much been put out there. There is no charge. There's no definite. They're just pretty much saying this is our findings and this is what we're alleging that happened. That's why I said I hope it isn't true, because this is what they're saying, that reportedly she cooked the books for Washington, D.C. Oh no, let's see where that goes. Who knows? All right, man. All right, let's go ahead and get into Trump slam Indiana Republicans over failed redistricting vote.
Out Indiana Republican state senators who voted against redistricting, saying overnight in a Truth Social post that they should be primaried. The effort failed this week with a vote of 31-19, killing the addition of 2 more House seats for Republicans ahead of the 2026 midterms. For more, let's bring in former Trump White House Legislative Affairs Director Mark Short. Mark, welcome.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks for having me.
So the president's not happy with some of these Indiana Republicans talking about primarying them. What's your reaction?
Look, I think there are many states that allow the mid-decade review and allow you to redistrict. And certainly in Indiana, they can do that. But I think that the White House really mishandled this, Mike. The reality is that Indiana state legislatures are paid roughly $24,000 a year for a part-time job. This isn't their full-time capacity, which is a good thing.
Right.
It's a good thing. But, you know, when you begin getting doxxed, you begin getting all sorts of threatening robocalls. I think for a lot of the members, it was a closer vote at first, but they broke away because it's like, this isn't the way we want to do this. And 31-19 wasn't really that close of a vote.
The DNC winter meetings taking place in Los Angeles. You got former VP Kamala Harris, Governors Newsom and Pritzker there. The former VP weighing in. I want to play a clip from her, and I'll get you to react.
From Jackson to Atlanta, from Sacramento to New York, the American people sent a message. They want leaders who fight for affordability, for health care, for the right of people to participate in their democracy.
What are your
I think the American people would also appreciate some policies from the Democratic Party on affordability instead of just fighting Donald Trump on affordability, because what does really fighting even mean? We're fighting Trump on affordability. All right, well, please tell me the policies that you're proposing to help with affordability. Oh, Trump is failing on affordability. Oh, okay, so you have none. You have no plan, just straight criticism. And then here's the problem. The affordability crisis happened under Joe Biden, the Dems president. So what is all this about fighting Trump on affordability again? You should be working with him on it.
Takeaways from the recent elections, Mark?
Well, let's go back another year. I think Americans sent a message in 24 as well about the Biden-Harris record on affordability and how they hit record inflation. And so there was a pushback on that. I do think that affordability is a concern for a lot of Americans right now. I think the driving issues for President Trump in 2024 were the border mess that he inherited from Biden and fixing the economy. And I think there's been enormous success on securing the border. But I think that inflation remains a concern for a lot of Americans. I think it's wrong to dismiss that notion. I think you did see that high in a lot of the exit pollings, whether it was in Virginia or New York. Or I think what's even more concerning for Republicans, Mike, is losing several special elections in Georgia and Mississippi. And so that message continues to come across. And look, I think the president deserves enormous credit for lowering energy prices 25%. But in some ways, that only exacerbates the challenge of inflation. It's still hitting at 3% is because I think largely this trade agenda has gone awry.
In terms of every House Republican is on the ballot next November, those who seek re-election, a third of the Senate, what's your advice to them in terms of how they should handle affordability going into the midterms?
Well, I mean, Mike, the reality is that the trade agenda, that our founders made this crystal clear in the Constitution, in Article 1, Section 8, that responsibility belongs with Congress. And so far, Congress has abdicated that responsibility to the executive branch, and they have not reclaimed that. And right now, they're going to sink or swim with the president's trade agenda. And I think it is causing a lot of consternation in a lot of middle of America right now.
Chris Coons, Delaware senator, close friend of former President Biden, is critical of President Trump. I want to play his comment, and I'll get you to react.
President Trump ran on, I will keep your costs down, I will make America healthy again, and I will avoid new stupid wars. He's failing on all three. He seems to be sleepwalking into a war with Venezuela.
Agreed.
How do you respond, Mark?
No, not failing all three. I agree with the last one. Sleepwalking into a war with Venezuela for sure, but he has been able to bring down prices in a lot of places. The fact is that the Dems kind of want to be nitpicking and be like, "Well, he didn't bring it down everywhere." Yeah, but guess what? Under Biden, you guys brought him up everywhere, so we're still got to deal with that. Like I said, the Dems can never skirt around the fact that, well, you know, we're only 1 year into Trump, right? And he's trying to fix an affordability crisis that was going on for about 3 to 4 years under Biden. Like, please tell me how he's supposed to fix that within a year.
I think on the national security perspective, there were a lot of voices inside this administration that were advocating for more isolation. I'm encouraged that the president has been willing to stand up, whether or not that's striking Iran when it was necessary, defending Israel. And I think that, frankly, it's good to protect our southern border from the drug crisis that we faced. And so I would certainly disagree with Senator Coons on those fronts. Again, I do think that the concern that's still a big issue for a lot of voters that remains the affordability and cost increases. And I think that the administration needs to devote a lot more energy and time to that.
Well, because even if inflation comes down, prices don't necessarily come down with it, right? I mean,
Exactly.
once eggs are up, they're up, aren't they?
Well, look.
Yeah, that's the terrible part about inflation. Once inflation happens, there's no walking inflation back. There's just only slowing the rate of inflation. There's only bringing down inflation to slow the rate of price increase. Like, that's it. So that 20% price increase that happened under Biden is still there. So that's what I'm saying. That's why a lot of people make that argument for Trump. Well, they're going like, hold on. You're complaining about prices that went up under Biden. The 20% you guys are crying about right now, that everybody's rightfully so crying about, rightfully so stressed out about, was under Biden. And you're trying to put everything on Trump when he's actually been able to bring down prices in a few sectors. But because he didn't bring down prices all over the place, because you guys skyrocketed prices all over the place, it's a failure? Nah, that's actually not fair at all. Let's wait until at least 2027 to decide on affordability. Sadly, though, hey, Trump don't really get that time. He actually got until the midterm. So probably about a good 6 months, maybe less, actually. I think they start in April.
I think that they can come down, but I think that when you've had energy prices decrease by 25%, that's baked into a lot of those grocery prices because the transportation costs are now down. So the fact that a lot of those grocery prices are still higher, Mike, I think is a reflection this trade agenda is driving prices higher.
No, dog. No, actually not. I don't know. Actually, I need to look into you. Who are you? Because I'm pretty sure I look into this guy, Jack Reed. I'm pretty sure he has a pretty good reason or a hidden agenda on why he's so against the tariff agenda. Because I'm like, hold on. You're not even bringing up the argument that, they're bringing jobs back. That we're actually getting revenue off this. No, you're talking about, they're bringing up prices. But if you look at the consumer price index, they're not. It's going up, 2.3% month over month? That's inflation right there from the 3% that we're still dealing with. So you can't say that they're driving up prices just because of what, Mike? Just because of what? Like, what is his angle? I'm not really sure. Actually, let me make sure I'm getting his full argument here.
Aren't they?
Well, look, I think that they can come down, but I think that when you've had energy prices decrease by 25%.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. Prices that are still up. Yeah, prices are going to be up because common sense says that inflation don't go away. When the price increase during inflation don't go away, even if you drop energy pricing. You know what dropping energy pricing does? It makes it more affordable for me to get to the grocery store. Therefore, I got more money to spend on groceries, therefore increasing my personal income or my disposable income. That's what it does. So you looking for inflation to drive down prices, I ain't gonna lie, that's a pretty dumb argument, bro. You don't know how inflation works.
Then that's baked into a lot of those grocery prices because the transportation costs are now down. So the fact that a lot of those grocery prices are still higher, Mike, I think is a reflection this trade agenda is driving prices higher. And I think that it's one that in the first administration, the president targeted his tariffs toward China to try to rally the rest of the world and isolate China. This time around, it's been an indiscriminate tariffs across the board to friend and foe alike. And I think that is creating not just higher prices, but I think it's also creating a softening in the job market too.
Mark Short, great to have you. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Mike.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno.
Okay, he was a former chief of staff to the vice president of the United States. Former chief of staff to who? Let's see here. Former chief of staff to vice president Mike Pence. Oh, okay. So basically, he's somewhat of a never Trumper. Basically, he's part of Pence crew. All right. Well, I mean, that makes sense. No, we're not going to discount everything he was saying, but it does make sense why he is speaking out against tariffs. But all right, now let's get right into it because Pence doesn't even like tariffs. Actually, a lot of these guys are like Ronald Reagan, free trade advocate at the risk of the American worker. I mean, that's the one thing that they never was really able to argue on. All right, well, what are we supposed to do to bring American manufacturing back since you guys don't want to invoke tariffs? You don't want to lower the corporate tax. You don't want to lower taxes in general. You don't want to cut back on regulations. So what are we supposed to do? And they can't really answer that. And then when Trump invokes tariffs, they want to kick and scream and cry because, well, their favorite industry got to take a hit.
I
But all right, though, let's get into this whole healthcare. because this lady pretty much came out and I guess she wanted to expose some things about healthcare. So misleading. GOP lawmakers rips Dems over messaging on healthcare. Let's hear what they got to say.
Lawmakers are expected to vote next week on the GOP's newly released health care plan, with just 5 legislative days remaining before the Obamacare.
Like, CJ, are you dumb? Like, C.W. Johnson, bro, did you not look up how Toyota is building a $10 billion facility? Really, bro? And how did we lose Walmart? Walmart is still here. Hey, nah, some of these guys are delusional. It's like complete Trump derangement syndrome. Now, that's delusional, my friend.
These expire. House Democratic Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is facing a reckoning over his party's push to extend those subsidies, which triggered the longest government shutdown in U.S. history. Let's bring in Republican Congresswoman Virginia Foxx to talk about this. So what is the Republican? First of all, welcome to our show. You know I love you so much. I love all grandmas in Congress, and you are one of my favorites for sure. Tell me the Republican response to this.
First, I want to say, Rachel, we have always had an alternative plan. They've said over and over that when the Unaffordable Care Act was passed 15 years ago, the Republicans didn't have an alternative. We've always had alternatives.
No, that's actually true. They've always had an alternative plan, and that's been the craziest messaging. There's always been a Republican healthcare plan. It's actually on Mike Johnson's website since 2019. Since 2019, the Republicans already had a written out healthcare plan that, well, the Dems like to ignore and like to tell their base that it doesn't exist when it does. It actually it's always existed since 2019. And that's what they formulated, wrote it out, wrote each and every policy out and made it public.
This Unaffordable Care Act went into effect 15 years ago. The speaker calls it a charade. That's a kind word of saying it. I would say it was totally misleading the American people, thinking they could lower health care costs. It did the opposite. So we have the bill, lower health care premiums for all Americans. What the Democrats were trying to do, what they ultimately want to do is get us to a single payer program. We don't want that. We want lower premiums, more choice, people to be able to make decisions about their own health care. They basically lied. They said, if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. Yeah. If you like, remember all those things
all
they
the lies.
said? All the lies. All of that was wrong. We are presenting a plan,
Never called
an
out.
alternative to what they did to shut down the government. They wanted to help only 7% of the American people. And some of those people were making up to $600,000 a year. Bruh. And you and I and all the other hardworking taxpayers were subsidizing their health insurance premiums. That's going away. We want to help all Americans, and particularly low-income Americans.
Yeah, and President Trump said, I want to just give the money back to the people. Is your plan about that?
Yes, it is all about that. It's all about choice, and it's all about ending this charade that the Democrats were trying to help people with their health care programs.
Well, Congresswoman, you have a reputation of being a tough as nails grandma inside of this conference. Earlier this year, you chaired nearly a 22-hour Rules Committee hearing ahead of the House passage of Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill. Here's what Speaker Johnson says about you. Watch.
I want to make special mention of Chairwoman Virginia Foxx of the Rules Committee, who, by my count, sat in that chair and led that Rules Committee for almost seemed like 2 straight days, and I think she took 2 short breaks. She's the Iron Lady of the House, and I'm so grateful for all their hard work.
All right, he says you're the Iron Lady of the House. A lot of people also say you're the conscience of the House. A lot of members of Congress are afraid of you. Let's be really honest.
Well, they don't really need to be afraid of me, but Rachel, I do call out bad behavior.
I know, just like a mom, like grandma, like you're like, hey, what did you just do? Give us an example of how you call out members of Congress behind closed doors.
Well, we had one member of Congress actually go on the floor and say we weren't doing anything, and then come into the conference and say, we're doing great work. Isn't it wonderful? And so I stood up and said, what are you talking about? You went out on the floor and said, we're doing nothing. And now in here, You're praising the speaker, and the speaker deserves praise. He deserves it out in the open as well as in behind closed doors. But I called him out, and I got big applause from members. But I also call out members if they don't behave with staff, and if they don't treat people right. You know, Rachel, we couldn't do our jobs were it not for.
All right, now let's go over to JD Vance. About an hour ago, he just actually had a little speech, and he's taking questions. So let's get into that. Let's see here.
And you look, I'm the Vice President of the United States. I'm a very blessed man. We have 3 little kids who eat a lot of eggs. And so I know the price of a dozen eggs. So the price of eggs got really high during the Biden administration. It was the 3rd day in the White House, and some reporter said, "What are you doing about the price of eggs? Haven't you seen they're so expensive?" And the president's like, "Lady, we've been here for 3 days. It takes a little bit of time to fix something that was so fundamentally broken." And so when I hear the Democrats talk about—
Actually, it's kind of funny. We should have known since day one that that's what the Dems were going to do. Rush everything that they refuse to fix themselves. So affordability. Well, wait, why didn't y'all fix that under your administration again? Oh, healthcare, Obama healthcare subsidies. Oh, wait, well, okay, well, that's cool and all, but why did you set for them to expire in 2025 in the Inflation Reductionary Act? Like, if you knew this was going to be a problem, if you knew the American people needed this, why didn't you make them permanent until we came up with a reform, instead of holding the American people hostage for a political gain or as a political tactic? Like, really?
the affordability crisis that they created, it's a little bit like, Charles Manson criticizing violent crime. Look in the mirror, my friend.
Literally.
You are the cause of the problem, and Donald J. Trump's administration is the solution to the problem that you created. I want to say one more thing here, and then I want to take some questions from the reporters, and then we'll have to hit the road. But this is such an amazing time to be in Pennsylvania. As much as I complain about the cold, and I do, as much as I almost busted my rear end on the tarmac today, I love being in the great state of Pennsylvania during this time of year. I love Christmas time. I love the beautiful trees. I love the snow on the hills. I love everything about this state this time of year. It reminds me a lot of my home state of Ohio. For reasons that you all know well. But here's the thing. Shit. During this Christmas time, I think that we got to remember that we have a lot in the United States of America to be grateful for. And I am at the very top of the list of people who have a lot to be grateful for. I'm very grateful to my beautiful wife and our healthy kids. I'm very grateful to have this job, for the trust that all of you have put in me. I'm very grateful that we have a president of the United States who would literally take a bullet for this country, and in fact, actually did. But I just ask all of you to count your blessings this holiday season, because there is a lot good out there. There's a lot that we're still working to fix. But I just wanted to say, from the President of the United States, from the entire administration, my friends in Pennsylvania, Merry Christmas to you. I hope your families have a Happy New Year. Thank you. All right. Thank you all. Please sit down. Sit down. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. Please. All right. We're going to take a few questions from the reporters, and we're going to start with the most egregious of the fake news. Is that right, Luke? No, we're going to start with the local reporters who have some integrity. So let's start with our local cameraman, and then we'll move on to the fake news if we have some time. Sir or ma'am?
Hi, I'm Jackson White from WITF in Harrisburg.
Hey, Jackson, how you doing?
I'm good. So many Americans are still reporting that they're experiencing high costs of groceries and other living expenses. How does the administration plan to lower those costs, and how long might that take for them to experience those lower costs?
Well, Jackson, as I said earlier, I think the best way to understand this is if the American people had $3,000 taken out of their pocket, it's going to take a little bit of time before they really feel like that money's been put back in their pocket. That just takes a lot of time. It's a lot of work.
And I stay telling people the statistic of it. We lost $3,000 in buying power under Biden, and we've only gained about 1,200 of it back. Therefore, we're still in the hole when it comes to our buying power. And it's just, it is what it is.
And I think the best way to do it is, on the one hand, you got to lower costs. That's why that we're lowering regulations on American energy to get gas and groceries down. Now, how does energy connect to groceries? Because if the truck that takes the groceries to the grocery store is paying out the wazoo for diesel fuel, then that means every American's going to be paying more at the grocery. If the farmers who actually grow our food are paying way too much for fuel and fertilizer, that means American citizens are not going to be able to afford their groceries. So if we lower the price of energy, we lower the price of groceries, we lower the price of gasoline, and importantly, we bring good jobs back into this country so that wages go up. That's how you give people a shot at the American dream again. That is our job. That is what we ran on. That is what we promised to do. And after 11 months, again, the average American family is $1,000 richer than they were 11 months ago. Now, if you had $3,000 taken out of your pocket by the Biden administration, of course you're still struggling to get by. Rome was not built in a day, but we are committed every single day to making every single American who works hard and plays by the rules, we want them to get a little bit richer every single day. And we do believe that if we keep on making the right decisions, we keep on investing in the United States of America, we are going to find that the American citizens can afford a good life in their country again. That's our obligation, and that's what we're trying to do.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Vice President. My name is Thomas Shortell. I'm a reporter with Lehigh Valley Public Media. Congressman Ryan McKenzie and a number of other battleground Republicans have been pushing to have tax credit extensions on the ACA. I was curious what your thoughts were on their efforts. Is that something that the administration is behind?
So first of all, just on healthcare costs, if you look at some of the worst healthcare costs for American citizens, the biggest drivers of increased healthcare costs, it is the cost of prescription drugs. It simply got way too high, and it got too high because we allowed other countries to take advantage of it. I'm talking about the same exact drug that would cost $300 in Great Britain or $250 in France would cost an American $5,000 or $10,000. We were subsidizing the entire world's prescription drugs, and no president had the courage to put a stop to it. And Ryan McKenzie has been very supportive on this. Nobody had the courage to put a stop to it until Donald J. Trump said no. We are done getting fleeced on pharmaceuticals. Europe has to pay up so that our great American citizens.
Yeah, we were subsidizing their pharmaceutical costs or their medicine prices. Why? Because we make up 75% of these pharmaceuticals companies' revenue. So yeah, when we make up most of their revenue, they're able to make things cheaper for other countries, which is absolutely wild. How we didn't negotiate nothing for ourselves, and we just let the pharmaceutical companies run rampant on us because we're paying $5,000 for a pill that in Germany or Europe, so anywhere in Europe, you're going to pay $300 for. Yeah, that's the only reason why they're able to cut it down so low for a European country or really any country on the other side of this hemisphere is because we're paying $5,000. We're making most of their profit on that medicine. So therefore, they can take a lower profit on a medicine in another country. And this is where the most favored nation price comes in. Because now we have to lower it. So, well, whatever nation is paying the lowest for that drug, America is going to pay the same. And that helps out with pharmaceutical prices across the board. And then, of course, bringing manufacturing of pharmaceutical drugs back to America, that also helps with the pricing as well.
Can pay less. That's the most important thing that we've done. Now, you are right that the health insurance market, the health insurance system is totally broken. It's been broken for 15 years. And we're working with Congress, both Democrats and Republicans, to come up with a solution. You talked about premium support. We think that everything should be on the table, but Democrats and Republicans, they got to work together and put something on the president's desk to sign. Now, I will tell you, we've been involved in probably 10 different healthcare bills. You know, we've been talking to Ryan about it. We've been talking to my friend Bernie Moreno from the state of Ohio. We've been talking to Susan Collins about it. We've even been talking to a few of the reasonable Democrats who are putting ideas out there. But Congress has got to get us something to lower the cost of health insurance for American citizens. The Obamacare system was broken. Donald J. Trump wants to fix it, but Congress has got to step up here.
Mr. Vice President, thanks for taking my question. I'm Hannah Brandt from News Nation. As I'm sure you know, recent polling shows most Americans don't approve of how the Trump administration is handling the economy. I hear what you're saying, that it's going to take time to fix things, but the political reality is that the midterms are—
To be honest, I think people just want things, well, they want them to happen fast and quick. And the problem is, I mean, they want them to happen as fast as the price went up. They think that we can bring them down just as quickly. And that sadly is not how it works. Bringing down inflation is not actually going to bring down those prices. It stops them from increasing dramatically, but it doesn't bring them down. So they are left with a shit show of an affordability crisis that the Dems kind of left in their hands. And now that the Trump administration got to dig their way out of, and let's be real, they're less than halfway out of digging themselves out of it.
next year. Are you
Or digging the American people out of it.
worried that affordability is a political liability for your administration and for Republicans?
Look, I'm not worried about the politics because I believe fundamentally in the wisdom of the American people. When we go out there and we tell our story that gasoline and energy got way too high under Joe Biden's administration, but we've lowered the cost of energy, the American people will understand that. The American people know that. When we go out there and talk about the fact that the affordability crisis that happened under Joe Biden's administration made a lot of Americans poorer and working every single day to put money back in their pocket, I think the American people will understand and agree with that. Of course, they're going to be the ones who make the final decision. But I feel very confident that if we keep wages high, we keep energy prices low, we keep on chipping away at the affordability crisis created by Joe Biden's administration, yes, I believe the American people are going to reward us because the American people are smart. They know Rome wasn't built in a day. They know what Joe Biden broke is not going to get fixed in a week. We got to stay with it. We got to keep on working on bringing good jobs and money back into the United States of America. And that it already has paid major dividends for the American people. It's going to pay a lot more in the year to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. This is Elizabeth Mitchell from the Daily Signal. The health care bill released Friday by the GOP doesn't include health savings accounts. Are you comfortable with that? And would you like to see the GOP use the special reconciliation process to address healthcare costs and other affordability concerns?
Well, one of the things the president has said is we have the weirdest health insurance system in the world, where we tax money from all of these great Americans out here, and then we give boatloads of money to the insurance companies. Why don't we give?
Hey, yo, and shout out to my man, let's see here. Oh, 7 and out, or 6-7. Oh, 6, yeah, 7 and out and 6-7. He says the Republicans have is to end the filibuster. I mean, yeah, that's probably one of their best choices to kind of steamroll everything they need to get in. And I don't know why they're not doing it. Because, well, they're doing it off principle, and then they're also saying, well, if we do it, then we can't have the high grounds. If the Democrat comes in and they do it, whoops. But yeah, they're pretty much doing it off the so-called principle. And to be quite honest with you, they kind of have a point because we end the filibuster and then the Dems get in power. I mean, Lord knows what they're going to do. So I think we should somewhat keep it in place, but I'm gonna be quite honest with you. We could get everything we need done. We could get the agenda rolled out a whole lot quicker if Trump was to low key end the filibuster. I mean, especially when it came to voter ID, we pretty much foiled damn near the whole the Democrats' voting plans for the midterms and probably the next election.
That money to the American people and let them buy insurance that works for them and their families. I mean, if you look at insurance company profits, they have been skyrocketing ever since Obamacare was passed. The insurance companies have done very well under Obamacare. You know who hasn't done well under the Obamacare system of giving boatloads of money to the American people? All of you. That's what's broken about this system. It's good for insurance companies and bad for Americans. We are trying to get to a healthcare policy that's good for Americans. We don't care. If the insurance companies do well, great.
And here's a problem, though. Is like the problem with the status quo of just giving them the ACA subsidies is that, well, guess what? Your insurance premium still goes up by 18 to 30%. Without the subsidies, they triple and double. But with them, it's only 18 and 30%, aka it gets 18 and 30% more unaffordable. So it's kind of funny how it's supposed to be about affordability, and we're giving billions of dollars to these insurance companies just to still raise their price while taking in billions of dollars. So who is it really helping? Because I'll tell you this right now, since Obamacare, the insurance companies' stocks has went up over 1,000%. I mean, but has your affordability in healthcare went up 1,000%? I mean, hasn't even went up 10%? No, it's actually went down. So what are we doing?
Do poorly, that's their problem. We are here to fight for the American worker and make health insurance affordable for them. So we're going to keep on working at it. You mentioned one piece of legislation. I've probably read a dozen different pieces of legislation that are floating out there. Again, it's going to come to the point where Republicans and Democrats have to figure out what can be passed together. Of course, the president is going to drive a lot of that process. We're still reviewing some of these legislative texts as they come up. We believe that we can solve this problem. But again, the nature of our system, we're going to work with Congress to make sure we get something that's good for the American people through the Congress. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. This is Irie Sentner from Politico. President Trump last week gave his economy a grade of A++++. What grade would you give the economy today?
A++++.
Right. I give it a B+. I give it a B+. I mean, come on now. I'm not going to sit here and just give it to them like they can't do better. They're doing good. I mean, they got at least almost half of the buying power back, about $1,200 out of the $3,000 that we lost. We're still in the hole, but they're making progress on it. So I give it a B+. You know, the stock market is up, GDP is still growing. So yeah, B+. Just tackle affordability. You can get that A++ that y'all are striving for, because just giving it to them ain't really helping us out.
Look, I
make them work for it, damn it.
Here's the simple fact of the matter. Again, you have to understand all of this stuff in context. What you have to ask yourself, what has the Trump economy been able to build over the past 10 or 11 months, given what we inherited from the Biden administration? Ladies and gentlemen, we had the worst inflation crisis in 50 years in the United States of America under Joe Biden. We had the worst trade deficit in the history of the United States under Joe Biden. We had debt and deficits, the highest in the history of American peacetime in 250 years. What we have been able to do, higher wages, lower inflation, a massive amount of investment and money coming into the United States of America, that stuff is incredible. And that is something to be proud of. What I will say is that given how bad things got under the Biden administration, we're going to keep on working every single day to make sure that Americans feel the benefits of the Trump economy. I am certain that we've already seen great benefits for the American people, but we got a lot of rebuilding to do over the next 3 years, and the president is committed more than anybody to making sure that we do it.
Hi there, Vice President J.D. Vance. This is Rob Manch with 69 News, WFMZ. The jobs report you mentioned this morning, you said 60,000 jobs were added in November. However, it also said 100,000 jobs were lost in October, and the unemployment rate currently stands at 4.6%, which is the highest since the pandemic. So my question is, how do you inspire companies to hire people if people don't have jobs? Income tax cuts aren't going to help them.
Well, first of all, the idea that income tax cuts don't help is ridiculous. If more people have more money to spend in their pocket, that's good for businesses, it's good for families, it's good for everybody. It's one of the ways why we do this. When we talk about 100,000 jobs, you're talking about government sector jobs, and that is in a lot of ways the entire story of what we're trying to do under President Trump's leadership. We want to fire bureaucrats and hire these great Americans out here. That's what we're trying to do. Now, you mentioned, this is an important point. You mentioned the unemployment rate ticking up to 4.6%. I think this is a very, very important point, because you know what that means? What that data shows, you got to get in the weeds a little bit. The unemployment rate only counts the people who are looking for work. So let's say you dropped out of work 2 years ago, you haven't been searching for a job. Well, you're unemployed, but you're not counted in the official unemployment statistics. What you're seeing as wages go up.
All right, and this is what the jobs numbers are looking at right now. So they were released, well, today, yes, November. So let's cover it. Non-farm payroll jobs went up by 64,000 in November. So, yes, so that's actually pretty good. Went up 64,000, but prior month in the release of October was negative 105,000 jobs. Now, the month before that, we went up in September by 108,000 jobs. So if we combine September and October, that kind of leads out to about 3,000 plus. And then we go ahead and add November. In this quarter, we've added about 67,000 jobs within this quarter. Well, actually, that's excluding December. We haven't got December job numbers. But we're talking about these 3 months, and within this quarter, we've added about 67,000 jobs, with the highest job growth being in November. And let's see. Yep, the unemployment rate is about 4.6%, about 7.8 million unemployed. Well, don't worry, we got jobs coming in soon. Labor force participation is at 62.5%. Employment population ratio is at 59.6%. In wages and hourly earnings are at $36.86, which is plus 0.1% up, and is also up 3.5% year over year. So wages are up. I mean, that's how we're gonna get up out of here. Average hourly wages does seem to be on the rise.
As more investment comes into our country, is that people who weren't looking for work under Biden's administration are getting out there and looking for work in the Trump administration. That's exactly what we want. We want to get people off the sidelines and give them a good job with good pay. And we're seeing a lot of evidence that that is happening under President Trump's leadership. We'll take one more question.
Mr. Vice President, Jacob Bogage from the Washington Post. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Same to you.
Unfortunately, I have to ask a bit of an off-topic question from affordability because news events do intervene, and that is the interviews that White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles gave to Vanity Fair, in which she's quoted as referring to you as, excuse me, and again, not my words, sir, but a conspiracy theorist of a decade, and described your transformation from someone who once opposed President Trump to now his vice president as an act of political expediency.
And if you weren't here about 30 minutes ago, I did go over how Susie Wiles is pretty much unloaded on the entire administration, pretty much saying that Trump has an alcoholic personality. JD Vance is conspiracy theorist. Pam Bondi, well, is incompetent, which is pretty damn true. And actually, it's kind of crazy how she spared Kash Patel, but I mean, let's be real. If anybody deserves real criticism, it's Pam Bondi and Kash Patel. But yeah, she just pretty much went on a pretty much ran about those guys and wasn't putting them in a good light. I'll tell you that right now.
I'd like to give you the chance to respond to that, sir.
Well, first of all, if Susie, I'll trust what you said. I haven't looked at the article. I of course have heard about it, but conspiracy theorist. Sometimes I am a conspiracy theorist, but I only believe in the conspiracy theories that are true. Yeah. And by the way, Susie and I have joked in private and in public about that for a long time. For example, I believed in the crazy conspiracy theory back in 2020 that it was stupid to mask 3-year-olds at the height of the COVID pandemic, that we should actually let them develop some language skills. I believed in this crazy conspiracy theory that the media and the government were covering up the fact that Joe Biden was clearly unable to do the job. And I believed in the conspiracy theory that Joe Biden was trying to throw his political opponents in jail rather than win an argument against his political opponents. So,
was he wrong?
At least on some of these conspiracy theories, it turns out that a conspiracy theory is just something that was true 6 months before the media admitted it. And that's my understanding. Now, look, I do want to say something about Susie, though, because, again, having not read this article.
Get rid of Susie Wiles, please. Please, Trump, fire that lady. I mean, look, Margie Taylor's a traitor for going on CNN talking crazy, and so is Susie Wiles talking crazy to Vanity Fair, even though it sounded like she had, like, a couple shots in her.
Susie is a person I've come to know very, very well. And, a lot of you probably ask yourself, what is it like behind the scenes? What's going on actually behind the scenes of the Trump administration? And I'll tell you, the president is exactly in private who he is in public. Like, I'll tell you a little story. Maybe a week or so ago, I walk into the Oval Office and Marco and I are sitting there talking with the president about something. He says, stop. And he looks at our shoes and says, you guys have terrible shoes. So he goes and gets a shoe catalog. Now remember, this is the Christmas season, so the president's got some holiday cheer. He goes and gets a shoe catalog and gets his favorite shoes and orders like 4 pairs of shoes for me and 4 pairs of shoes for Marco, because he's like, we need our vice president or secretary of state to look their very best. And, then we went back to talking about whatever major, international issue we were talking about. Again, he is exactly in private who he is in public. That's not true of most people in Washington, D.C. It's not. And I've seen so many people who will say one thing to the president's face, Democrats and Republicans, and then will do the exact opposite behind the scenes. You know why I really, you know what they are, and you know why I really love Susie Wiles? Because Susie is who she is in the president's presence. She's the same exact person when the president isn't around. I've never seen Susie Wiles say something to the president and then go and counteract him or subvert his will behind the scenes. And that's what you wanted a staffer. Because as much as I love Susie, the American people didn't elect any staffer. They elected the president of the United States. And what you want, in a staffer is a person who understands they are there to effectuate the will of the American people, and they're there to follow the orders of the duly elected commander-in-chief of the United States. And Susie Wiles, we have our disagreements. We agree on much more than we disagree, but I've never seen her be disloyal to the president of the United States, and that makes her the best White House chief of staff that I think the president could ask for. And the last thing I'll say is, if any of us have learned a lesson from that Vanity Fair article, I hope that the lesson is we should be giving fewer interviews to mainstream media outlets. So with that lesson internalized, I'm going to stop taking questions and just leave you with one final note. And again, it's just a note of gratitude. This is the coolest job I've ever had. Agree with us or disagree with us, I'm sure that every single person in this room made something happen to get me to this job. You went out there and voted. Maybe you persuaded one of your relatives to vote, maybe even volunteered or knocked on doors or made phone calls for us. I will never forget that my job every single day is to make it so that you guys can have a safe and prosperous life in this country that all of us love. Thank you. Thank you. We inherited a mess, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We inherited a mess. But I think that in 11 months, we have made great progress to making this a safer, a more secure.
I'll be real. Like I said, they closed down the border. They got back some of our buying power from the 3,000 that we lost. I mean, they're cracking down on, domestic terrorism. So, like I said, the Trump administration is doing well. The problem is that people expect them to be able to fast forward or expedite the symptom or expedite the remedy for all of our problems when it comes to affordability. When there is really no expediting the forcing of wages or the forcing up of wages or trying to get these companies to pay more in wages. There is no way to pretty much expedite that. It's all how the economy runs. It's all how the Trump administration handles these policies when it comes to tariff, regulations, taxes, all that good stuff. So it's all on them when it comes to those two stuffs. And when it comes in right now, what they're doing with that, I agree with. And it's going in the right direction so far. The problem is the Dems, like I said, they want to expedite the remedies of it. And that's just not how it works. Like I said, they're trying to make people think that, inflation's down. How come the prices ain't down? Well, because I mean, the price increase due to inflation don't really go nowhere, and now we got to play the income game. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get over to Caroline. Well, actually, all right, here it is. Shocking new details about Rob Reiner's son behavior before his death. Let's go ahead and get right into it with Megyn Kelly. And man, I'll tell you this right now. I do not agree with how Trump pretty much bashed that man's, well, on social media or on Truth. One, distasteful. Let's be quite honest. This is all extremely distasteful. There was no need for it. All he had to do was just hit there and say, look, I know we disagreed, but hey, man, like God rest his soul. And that's that. He didn't have to go there and make it about him saying the man died from TDS. I mean, like, bro, TDS is not the reason why his son stabbed him violently. I'm be quite honest with you. I doubt TDS has, actually, I'm sure TDS had nothing to do with it. So it was a bit insensitive and crazy for Donald Trump to even say that. And why didn't nobody go upside this man's head before he even sent that? Like, bro, don't send that. What are you doing? Like, man, whoever Trump's advisor, bro, like they ain't doing him no justice. Because I know usually it has people like read over that, and you're telling me they read over it and they said, yeah, this is gonna be good. This is gonna spark some what? Like, bro, because all it did was spark outrage in MAGA. I'm not sure what they were trying to do with that. All it did was spark outrage, and it didn't spark no nationality. It didn't spark no unity.
Let's talk about the latest in the Rob Reiner murder, the horrific double murder in which the couple's son, Nick, is in custody. This time yesterday, bail had been set at $4 million, and we criticized that on this show, saying that's not going to do it. And sure enough, bail was revoked. There is no bail set for him. He needs to remain in custody, where now they are reporting, TMZ, that he is on suicide watch and in an administrative segregation, they call it, at Twin Towers Correctional
Yeah,
Facility.
the worst part about Trump making a joke is that his son was suffering from drug problems, which, you know, people on both sides of the aisle deal with. So to sit there and kind of like disregard that when, you know, you're supposed to be the main person out there bombing boats to fight the drug problem, it's a bit insane. It's like, come on, bro, really?
In LA, the night before his parents were murdered, Saturday night, this past, Nick got into a very loud argument with his father at Conan O'Brien's Christmas party. The shouting match was loud enough that many others could hear it. That Rob and his wife, Nick's mother, Michelle, then left the party. We do not know if Nick left with them, reports TMZ. A source at the party told us Nick looked out of place at the party, mostly keeping to himself. And there was more on that in today's reporting. Then this just broke. Hold on before I move on to this. So there's so much to tell you. Stand by. Let's see. Fox News Digital reporting Nick Reiner was, quote, not medically cleared to appear in court today, which he was supposed to do. His lawyer, Alan Jackson, that's the guy who represented Karen Reed and got an acquittal for her. He's got a much tougher battle on this one.
Yeah.
Right. As saying, quote, he is not medically cleared to be transported to the court. That's an obvious reference to his mental health. Nick, 32, did not appear before a judge on Tuesday, the first time he was scheduled to appear since the bodies of Rob and Michelle were discovered. Tuesday's hearing was postponed for another date. Now there's reporting about what happened at his hotel room, how those who checked him in said they didn't see blood all over him or cuts on him.
Oh, guys, you have any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, or you even want to suggest a video recommendation is $5 for members, $10 if you're not a member. But any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, you can send in for $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
There was nothing obviously wrong with him. But when the police made their way over to his hotel, they found a lot of blood on early Sunday morning in Santa Monica. He was staying at a place called the Pier Side, and he checked in around 4 a.m. Sunday. So the murder apparently was already done using his credit card. His check-in came hours after the heated argument at Conan O'Brien's Christmas party. Wow. Eyewitnesses said he did seem tweaked out when he checked in, but no visible signs he'd been in a violent confrontation, no blood stains or cuts on his body. The reservation was made for just one day, but he never formally checked out. When the staff came into his room later Sunday morning, they found the shower full of blood on the bed. The window in the room was covered by bed sheets, and the cops eventually went and gathered evidence there. The report on the argument at Conan's party, many people noticed he was behaving strangely. He was, quote, freaking everyone out, acting crazy. He kept asking people if they were famous, a source told People magazine. Per TMZ, after Rob Reiner and Nick got into a, quote, very loud argument, the director and Michelle left. That his behavior at Conan's house alarmed the guests because it was so bizarre. One of the guests recalled Rob Reiner telling his son his behavior was inappropriate. Nick Reiner's behavior looked anxious. He looked uncomfortable in a way that deeply unsettled one guest and another attendee. So then you have this from Billy Bush, who of course is a great entertainment reporter in particular, weighing in on the fact that Romy Reiner, who is, I think, only 19 or 20, she's the one who found her parents with their throats slit and bodies
19?
stabbed multiple times. And
oh my God, at 19 though, like, bro.
There's new information in this soundbite. Listen here from Billy Bush.
I got this from a friend who lives in the community. I heard that the son, Nick, went into his parents' house, stabbed both mom and dad, and that the daughter, I guess, lives on the property or at the house or in the back house, and that she found them, and that the mom was still alive, and apparently she called the ambulance and went in the ambulance with her mother. Michelle died in the ambulance, but had enough time to tell her daughter that it was Nick, their son, who stabbed them, and that's why they figured it out so quickly, and he's in.
Okay, no, shout out to, okay, man, that's sad. That's so sad. Sadly, the mother didn't make it and both of them died, but luckily she was alive long enough to tell us who did it. But that is so crazy. That's so crazy. Oh my goodness. They had an argument, left the party. This guy goes somewhere else, sets up to kill them, goes back to the house, kills them, and then their 19-year-old, 20-year-old daughter discovers them. Both mom and dad dead. It's like, oh.
Custody.
My God. Yeah. Romy's 28, FYI, but that's a critical piece of the prosecution's case right there, you guys. If it's called a dying declaration, it comes into court, even though it's hearsay because it's an out-of-court statement by someone. But a dying declaration comes in over hearsay objections. So if Romy Reiner is actually going to take the stand and repeat.
And let's be real, how many witnesses were there? Like, how many people were in that ambulance to actually hear her say it was Nick? Like, that's what we also got to realize as well. Like, how many people were there? Like, was it just the daughter who heard her? Because that's only one person. That's it. Was it everybody in the ambulance that sat there and heard her say Nick? Then that's like, I mean, maybe like 2-3 people, maybe 4.
That her mother told her as she lay dying that it was Romy's brother, Nick. Oh my God. Yeah. He's toast. And what a tragedy all around. Thoughts on these latest developments, guys?
Totally. Horrific tragedy, obviously. And another good reminder that nobody is immune to the terrors of drug abuse. And, you know, anybody who's followed this story has known the troubles that Nick, his son, had for decades. They made him.
You see why this was so bad for Trump to even say that shit? Like, this is why it was terrible. Because I'm like, bro, like, did they not inform you how this man died or something? Like, what you think he died of? Like a heart attack while out running or out protesting? Like, no. This man was literally just chilling in his house with his wife, and his son came up and brutally killed them. Brutally. And then now their daughter's now scarred forever at the image of both her parents' dead bodies before her. And then she had to sit back. Well, not both of them, but one of them. And then she had to sit back and watch her mother die. Like, bruh. Like, Trump, did you hear the whole story before you said something that stupid? Like, that insensitive? Like, bro, that's strike one. I mean, that's a strike one for me. I mean, bro, you got 2 more until I'm just like, I'm putting down the MAGA hat. Like, I can't.
Movie about it back in 2015 where the whole
and shout out to Scorpion Manny for sending in 100 for 2 jewels. Appreciate the support.
Reiner family was sort of involved in trying to get Nick to tell his story, and there's a vignette, I think it was like a Hollywood Reporter or something today, wrote about how this reporter who was then at the LA Times was basically begged by Reiner to cover this story because he was trying to show that his son has got a better life here and they're doing this together, and what was a troubled relationship is now moving forward. And he had his own, as a reporter, his own hesitations about all of that. It's an interesting.
This is the piece in the Hollywood Reporter by Stephen Zeitchik.
That's
Is
it.
that the one?
That's it.
Holmes, yeah, I've got it. And we'll go through it a little bit of detail. Keep
Yeah,
going.
I found it fascinating. But I also think, like, look, Reiner, he's an icon. You don't have to agree or disagree with his politics to understand the impact that he had on movies, on films that we all grew up with, both comedy and drama and all these kind of things. And so it is sort of shocking as a person in the public, you see something like this happen to. But I think it is a reminder that we've got to take these kind of things serious.
And a reminder, I think, of like you can be born into every privilege in the world, and drug addiction can still bring you down.
Yep.
And that's the scary thing, because there are so many Americans who struggle with this that don't have all of the resources of a Reiner family, which only really does
rehab like 20 times.
Right. Which only really does emphasize how destructive this is to life of a family.
I mean, I have to say, I read a report on page 6 of the New York Post today that brought up a quote from Nick Reiner from a few years back, where he admits that he lost his virginity at age 14 to a prostitute. Only now you're supposed to call them sex workers, whatever. He called, the report is that he called a sex worker to come over for $200 and lost his virginity to her. And that he got the idea, reports the Post, from someone he met who was also in some like post rehab. Like they met in rehab and now they were both post rehab. I thought he only went to rehab for the first time when he was 15. Right. This would put it even.
But all right, now that we pretty much got the back, we got the backstory on that. We kind of got some of the holes filled in on that. The son is pretty much the person who allegedly did it, most likely. But all right, now let's go over here to Press Secretary Leavitt. Pretty much got to defend the administration.
Let's bring in the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. I want to ask you more about the president hosting the Hanukkah celebration tonight, ISIS and what happened in Australia and all of that. But first of all, you let us know that there's going to be a big address to the nation tomorrow night at 9. So do tell, what's it all about?
We greatly look forward to President Trump addressing the nation tomorrow night, 9 o'clock Eastern. I hope your audience will tune in, and Americans across the country will tune in to hear from their president as well about the historic accomplishments that he has garnered for our country over the past year. If you look at the security of our border, if you look at stopping Joe Biden's inflation right in its tracks, bringing down gas prices to the lowest level in 5 years, President Trump will be talking about what's to come. The best is truly yet to come, as he often says. And so he'll be addressing the country about all of his historic accomplishments over the past year, and maybe teasing some policy that will be coming in the new year as well as we head into this Christmas season.
Quite the tease. All right, 9 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow night. Caroline will be watching for that. Welcome back to America Reports. This is President Trump when asked specifically about the ongoing growing threat that is coming from ISIS. Listen.
Do you still have confidence in the Syrian president?
I do. I mean, this had nothing to do with him. This is a part of Syria that they really don't have much control over. And it was a surprise. He feels very badly about it. He's working on it. He's a strong man. And no, this had nothing to do with the Syrian government. This had to do with ISIS.
What will the U.S. response be?
As a response, they'll be hit hard.
They'll be hit hard. He is vowing very serious retaliation as a response. What can you tell us we could be seeing from the president as far as action?
Well, I won't get ahead of the president and our commander in chief on any actions that he may take with respect to ISIS in the Middle East in this second term. We know in President Trump's first term, he completely destroyed and demolished the ISIS caliphate. He took out some of their.
Yeah, but the problem in Syria is that they're kind of like ISIS terrorist cells. They're kind of spread out in very, very small groups, probably even sown within, I say, friendly groups. Because like I said, wasn't this guy like the ISIS guy? We vetted him the first time, then he got a warning. Honestly, I guess we were being warned about him. We was about to revet this guy. This is the guy who shot the 2 servicemen, who ended up going on that shooting rampage that ended up killing 2 servicemen. We vetted this guy. And then I guess he got a red flag put on him. We vetted him again, and we was about to, well, I would say relocate him, but then he popped off and did this shooting. So it's not like they weren't already privy to him being a problem. I mean, here's the main problem is that it goes to show that it's a terrorist cell type of ordeal where we have terrorists basically ISIS sewn within friendly combatants or friendly combatant groups. Like, think about it. We got the Turks over there. ISIS could be within them. You got Israel over there. ISIS could be also within them. And then, of course, we got our own military in there. And I think it's been already exposed that ISIS was infiltrated our little group over there. So what are we doing?
Key top members and leaders. And because of President Trump's policies in Syria and beyond, the Middle East is growing to be a safer place every day. If you look at how President Trump has embraced the Syrian president, removed sanctions from that country, and what happened, this absolute tragedy that took place of our soldiers who were killed, that was largely because of the dereliction of duty from the last administration, and it reinforces President Trump's policy in this country now, embracing a leader who he as well is committed to eradicating ISIS. He signed onto a document right here at the White House at the behest of President Trump to join the United States in fighting ISIS in his country. So that mission will continue. And tomorrow, unfortunately, and very sadly, President Trump will be heading to Dover Air Force Base to meet with the families of the fallen and to receive their bodies here at home.
The dignified transfer of remains, very solemn ceremony. Clearly, though, ISIS remains a threat in many parts of the world, and the ideology that it spreads, as we saw in Australia, is still a danger. Wanted to ask you about the economy. J.D. Vance had the economic speech today. Delayed jobs data came out and showed that 64,000 jobs were created during the month of November. But what?
Yep, 64,000 jobs were created during the month of November. We had a negative, 100,000 jobs. Let me see here. Let me try to get the numbers for you right one more time. So yeah, in October we had a negative 105,000, but in September we had plus 108,000. So we're talking about the month of October, November, and September. It looks like, September, October, November, December. But right now, all we have is September, October, and November. Just what we have right now. It's looking like we've added about 67,000 jobs to the economy net. So this includes the 100K that we lost in October, but it also includes the 100K that we gained in September. So there you go.
That means really kind of dependent on which headline you read. I put together a smattering of them. The New York Times, U.S. unemployment rate rose in November, a warning sign for the economy. Reuters, U.S. job growth beats expectations in November. NPR, the U.S. just added just 64,000 jobs in November, a sign the labor market is slowing. Reuters.
I mean, altogether, we probably added about 67,000. Because like I said, when you combine the fact that in September we added 108 with the fact that in October we lost 105,000, yeah, that works out to about 3,000. Then you add that 3,000 to the jobs that we added in November, which is 64,000. That leaves us about 67,000 jobs added for this quarter, basically within the past 3 months.
Futures turn positive after jobs data. I mean, you look at all those headlines, you don't know which way to turn here.
Literally.
So how do you read it?
Well, I know our economic director, Kevin Hassett, was out here addressing it this morning.
All right, now, and let's go ahead and look at this too. So if we break down November, this is what November reported. So in healthcare, there were about 46,000 jobs added in healthcare. There was 28,000 jobs added in construction. There was 18,000 jobs added in social assistance, but in transportation and warehousing, there was a loss of about negative 18,000. In the federal government, there was a loss of about negative 6,000 in November. After negative 162, damn. Okay. So pretty much, yeah, November after a 162,000 cut in October. So yeah. Mainly, we're definitely down on these federal government jobs, but mainly healthcare, construction, and social assistance seen a boost. And I told you, because we're going to have a construction boom. I see the construction like that's only going to get bigger. Like it's going to go from 28 to 100,000 to 200. We're about to start seeing something crazy when it comes to construction. And then the transportation and warehouse. Well, I can see the transportation kind of upping because of construction, but the warehousing, we'll see about that. We'll see. That's mainly due to purchasing.
President Trump is focused on putting Americans back to work. And if you look at the job gains historically throughout this past year, what's most remarkable about the labor market right now is that President Trump is putting American citizens back into the labor force. And we know under the previous administration and Joe Biden that 100% of the jobs gained were for foreign-born workers. These were for people who flooded our country and took the jobs of hardworking Americans. And so President Trump's policies of not just border security, but also incentivizing investment into our country. He's gone overseas to recruit trillions of dollars in new investments, new jobs, economic growth into our manufacturing industry here at home. We're going to continue to see all of that come to fruition.
Guys, let's make sure to support the show so we can get that call in open up. We can hear some of y'all thoughts. But let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support. And you have any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud. Just $2 and up. All right, guys, let's keep it going.
Which means more jobs for hardworking Americans and also an increase in their wages. If you look at the wage growth that has taken place over the past year as well, on average, the American worker is earning about $1,200 more over a year thanks to President Trump's policies. Under Joe Biden, they were losing on average $3,000 per year. And so this president is focused on pro-growth policies for American workers, not foreign workers, for putting people back to work, particularly in our manufacturing.
And that's also true. So our average, average hourly earnings is about $36.86. So that's up about a 0.1% month over month and 3.5% year over year. So the average hourly earnings have went up 3.5% from last year, and it's went up about 1% from last month. So we're in a good spot when it comes to wages. Like I said, we're trying to get wages to outpace inflation. Once wages start stagnating, I mean, boy, then we're some real room for concern. Then we can have some space for concern right there. Because if wages stop going up, then we're kind of screwed. But the average work week is 34.3 hours. I mean, oh man, all right, guys, make sure you were working over 40. That means you're doing above average work if you're doing 40 hours. I know, just 40 hours is above average work.
Manufacturing industry, which has always been the backbone of our nation's economy.
Before we leave the top of the economy, I want to ask you about gas prices. We know this is, historically a big point to cover as we head into the midterm elections. And we have seen gas prices coming down. They are below $3 a gallon now. JD Vance talked about this earlier today in Allentown, PA. Listen.
You know why energy prices are lower? You know why gas prices have come down so much? Because we finally got an American president who wants to invest in American energy and American workers instead of green energy boondoggles that are produced overseas.
So when the president and the vice president get together and they talk with their energy and economic teams, how much lower do you believe that this White House and its policies can get those gas prices as we head into the new year? I mean, are we looking at $2 a gallon?
Well, that's what we're already seeing, Sandra, in many states across the country. In fact, in places like Colorado, where there's an abundance of natural gas that President Trump and this administration are finally tapping into, you see that gasoline is below $2 a gallon, which is a remarkable feat in just 10 months. If you look at what Joe Biden did to gas prices in many states across the country, it was upwards and more than $5 a gallon. So the national average is the lowest it's been in 5 years, and we do expect that number to continue to decline as President Trump's energy policies continue to kick in. And he made up the slogan, drill, baby, drill. And that's what our Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright, has been focused on since day one. God blessed our country with amazing resources right under our feet. And as the vice president was saying, President Trump believes in tapping into those resources, not just to drive down energy costs and inflation, but also for our national security. The previous administration's energy policy made no sense. We were begging foreign nations around the world to produce this most critical resource for us while inflation was jacked up to a record high 9%. not under President Trump. We're already seeing the effects of his America First energy policy, and Americans will
Yep, the national average is about 279, and that's exactly the gas price around the corner from me is at 279. So I mean, shout out Trump for that one. You know, gas is actually going down. I mean, we was all happy when it was at a national average of $3. Now it's about 10 cents. Well, damn near my bad, 20 cents below that. So it's just rapidly going down. So we got to give Trump his kudos for that one. You can mark him on everything else. You can get mad, but let's be real. I mean, gas prices are coming down. Now I know here's the thing though. I know a lot of people want to blame Trump's tariffs, and I want you guys to make sense of this. Think about it though. Do you even know the tariffs on these products? And if that was true, then why haven't these products went up by the percentage of that tariff? Like, really think about that. I want you to think really hard and tell me and give me an answer.
continue to see that in the months and the years to come.
I wanted to ask you, Caroline, about the two-part series of articles in Vanity Fair on Susie Wiles, the chief of staff, and the president's inner circle. I mean, clearly there was a lot of cooperation between the White House and Vanity Fair on this because there's numerous interviews that Susie Wiles had with the writer over the course of pretty much a year. Portraits were taken of his inner circle, including her, J.D. Vance, Stephen Miller. I mean, it looks like the White House was working hand in glove with Vanity Fair. And yet here's Susie Wiles' reaction to the series of articles. Quote, the article published early this morning is a disingenuously framed hit piece on me and the finest president, White House staff, and cabinet in history. Significant context was disregarded, and much of what I and others said about the team and the president was left out of the story. I assume after reading it that this was done to paint an overwhelmingly chaotic and negative narrative about the president and our.
I mean, let's be real. No, she's right on point though, because it definitely did. It created quite a chaotic narrative in my head. I'll tell you that right now. It's like, whoa. You're supposed to be the chief of staff for the White House for the president, and you're out here just airing everybody out, calling everybody out, pretty much saying that, oh, I don't like this person, that person's conspiracy theorist, that person's incompetent, Trump's got an alcoholic personality. It's like, whoa, Susie Wiles, what's going on? We thought you had a Marjorie Taylor Greene moment for a second there.
Team. She goes on after that. You can read the full thing on X, but what happened? What went wrong?
Well, look, I would just echo my boss, Susie Wiles, who is the best chief of staff in our nation's history, working for the greatest president.
I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't trust Susie Wiles. Still don't trust her.
Our nation's history, and that this was unfortunately another attempt at fake news by a reporter who was acting disingenuously and really did take the chief's words out of context. But I think most importantly, the bias of omission was ever present throughout this story. The reporter omitted all of the positive things that Susie and our team said about the president and the inner workings of the White House. And as Susie said today, it's deeply unfortunate that happened, but it won't distract us from making America great again. And President Trump has been such a productive president and has accomplished more in 11 months than most presidents do in 8 years because of his vision and his tenacity, which is executed on and facilitated by our great White House chief of staff, Susie Wiles, whom I'm very proud of to call a boss and a mentor and a friend.
Yes.
All right. So complete defense of Susie Wiles, even though she's a complete lobbyist and who always try to put in a corporate agenda into Trump's agenda. And I don't know about that, man. I don't like her. Still don't like her. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and enjoy this Piers Morgan debate as the debate the Bondi shooting.
First and foremost, I feel privileged as an American. That maybe call me ignorant, call me naive. I just still feel very safe as a Jew under Trump's administration. I don't have that privilege overseas. I'm very aware of my surroundings when I travel. Australia is a place of no travel for me.
Come on now. No, I'm not liking how everybody's coming about this. Like, bro, no Jew had a problem going to Australia until this happened. Y'all acting like Australia is out there holding up swastikas and doing the Roman salute and shit. Like, they're not. So, like, bro, what? Just because of this, look, this one shooting is terrible. Like, a lot of people actually died, and this is absolutely terrible. Like, Jewish lives, like, that's not good. And on their holy holiday, like, that's extremely fucked up. Like, they should be able to celebrate their holiday in peace. But are we gonna sit here and pretend like this one event in Australia means that now it's unsafe for any Jew to go in Australia? Is that what we're going with? Really?
Because of the failure that we witnessed take fold yesterday. I feel like this could have been prevented. I feel that it was warned multiple times by multiple people. They begged the government at that point to do the one job they're supposed to do, which is to protect its citizens. But yeah, the rise of anti-Semitism, and you mentioned to park the war in Gaza for a moment. Let's park that for this whole conversation, because I don't care what you think of that war. There is no justification. There's no reason for mowing down Jews, gunning down Jews, murdering Jews at all because you don't agree with the war. Because you have to remember, there are people who have the opposing view from you on that war, and the violence is a two-way street. But it seems like the bullets, when it comes to persecution, really only go towards the Jews in this case. And I'd like to see all of the bullets stop as a whole. But what happened in Australia was so easily preventable. And it's so sad, Pierce, that we cannot even celebrate Hanukkah without spending tens of thousands of dollars on security, because we are scared that there's going to be someone who's likely an immigrant from another country gunning down Jews.
But,
so the last point I'll make before we open it to the panel is Australia's biggest failure was the mass immigration from countries and the failure to vet them, because I'm not against immigration. I think immigrants contribute a lot to every society. But I just found out that the shooters were previously investigated for ties to ISIS. How about this? The fact that you needed to prompt the investigation was enough to turn them away as immigrants. But nope, they welcomed them. You saw on October 8th the protests that they did in Sydney and all over Melbourne. October 8th, Pierce, Israel had not retaliated yet, chanting globalize the intifada, death to the, whatever they were cheering, it doesn't even matter. They were calling for violence, and anyone who supports that should be a litmus test as to where your country stands in its safety.
Okay, Cheng, let me bring you in here. This is complicated by one fact, but it's a salient fact to the whole debate about the narrative that many have, which is that the creeping Islamification, if you like, of the West has been the major problem here, that there are way too many Muslims living in Western countries with a different culture, that many are prone to violence, and that's what we've seen here.
Yeah, they say many are prone to violence. Few are prone to violence, but they do frame it as many. And a lot of people don't want to sit here and admit that, well, this is also a fact of the matter, too. I mean, shout out to my man Ahmed. Shout out to my man Ahmed. All right, Australian media confirmed that 43-year-old Ahmed Al-Hamed was the heroic man who tackled one of the Bondi Beach shooters, risking his life. And he also got shot by one of the other shooters while he took the gun from one of the other guys, one of the father and son duo. So shout out to this guy. You know what's absolutely fucked up? They literally were trying to hide the fact that this guy was an Arab or he was a Muslim that actually saved the day. They were literally trying to hide that fact, which is absolutely insane.
But the guy that saved so many lives, Ahmed Al-Ahmed, turned out himself to be a Muslim immigrant from Syria. So by the yardstick of keep them all out, you would also have to keep out the guy who saved many lives and has become not just a national hero in Australia, where he's been a citizen since 2006, I think, but has become a global hero. I mean,
no, that's the problem. That's most Muslims. Most Muslims don't stand for that. That's the problem. That's not just one. That's many of them. That's most of them. That's what a lot of people don't understand.
Several $1 million already been raised in a GoFundMe for him, including people like Bill Ackman, leading Jewish figures in the United States. So this is a complex story because it's not easily dismissed as the way many would like it to be.
Yeah, they want to dismiss it as, oh, these Muslims are crazy. All they want to do is kill everybody, take over, and hurt Jews. When no, that's not all Muslims. There is a radical set. There's a radical group of Muslims who do believe that, but that's not all 1.6 billion of them. Shit, it's actually probably not even 10% of them. Most likely not even 10%.
Which is you've got two obviously radicalized extremists, a father and son, who the father had legally 6 firearms, was a member of a hunting club. Australia, for those who don't know, had a terrible mass shooting back in the mid-90s in Hobart and Tasmania. 35 people were killed. As a result, they did some of the most draconian new gun laws anywhere in the world, and it had a dramatic effect.
And let's be real, like these guys, I'll be honest with you, they didn't kill these, they didn't shoot at these Jewish people because they were Muslim. Like, I would hope you guys would understand that part. So let's break down why they really shot at these people. there's a war going on, when really a conflict going on in Gaza, where their perception of it, remember, we're going with their perception of it. So don't take as my perception, their perception of it is that these Israelis, aka Jewish people, are bombing their people recklessly. And there's Jewish people all over the world who is supportive of it, who's actually even in jubilation over it. What do you think that does to some and like outside of their religion? Like, bro, we like they just see them as their people, Arab people. They see them as one of their kind. It don't even gotta be about religion. It could just be that they share blood, they have a Palestinian cousin or something. So let's take Muslim out of it, and let's just talk about being a human or being radicalized by seeing your own people die. Just like how some of you guys are radicalized when you see Christians die in Nigeria, and now you're on your Christian crusade. Well, what about other people? You don't think that seeing their own people die radicalize them as well? What makes you different than them? What makes your justification for a crusade more righteous than them? There's no justification for what they're doing. I'm just saying, don't just try to put this all on Islam. And let's not act like there isn't something more going on behind this.
Reducing gun violence in Australia. They also had nearly 1 million guns handed back in to the government under a buyback program that was very successful. So this has been a real shock to the system.
Oh, and that's one thing that's true too. Gun laws, yeah, don't work. I mean, think about it. Australia did everything in their power. Everything. I think my man Galactic is actually in the chat somewhere. So shout out to my man Galactic. Like they did everything they could, and this still happened. And my man didn't have nothing crazy. Okay, he still has, I think he still has some bolt action rifle or something like that. So he ain't had nothing crazy like an AR-15 or something, nothing like that. But he was still able to get a gun. He was still able to go out there and shoot innocent people. Still, with all the gun laws in the world, still.
In Australia, because they're simply, rather like my country, not used to gun violence. You know, there is 580 times, I know this because Emily asked me about this statistic in relation to guns on X earlier when we were talking about this, because I don't think you can ignore the gun part either. And I said, look, the bottom line is, you know, Australia has a population of 27 million, America 340 million, but the amount of gun violence in America proportionate to Australia is 580 times worse. 18,000 murders in 2023 in Australia in the same year-long period from June 23 to June 24, 31 gun murders. It's not even, there's no comparison to be made that makes any sense. So my point, I think, Cheng, it is, if you come from a...
No, I want to break that down. How many gun murders due to self-protection? How many gun murders due to malicious intent? Because I think those are the ones that we should be counting. Because a gun murder could be, oh yeah, I shot this robber and killed him on the way in. Or, oh, I shot this guy because he was or he was trying to shoot at me. And like I said, there could be other reasons for gun murder. So I would only count the ones that came with a malicious intent. So I don't know, rob or harm other people. Let's count those instead of just counting every time somebody dies with a gun in America.
School of, you've got to kick all the Muslims out. Then you've got to kick out Ahmed al-Ahmed when he tries to come in from Syria. Yet he's the national hero here.
Yep.
And so it's not as simple as
Muslim
that.
homie.
There are many good Muslims. There are bad radicalized Muslims. You can take the same yardstick to every other religion.
Yep.
Right. So this is my problem.
And
I
yeah,
think
you do the same thing to Christians. I mean, like, bro, don't y'all got the KKK? Like, they're a Christian group. But not all Christians are the KKK, though. Not all of you guys rock with the ideology of the KKK. We understand that. We can't do the same thing for Muslims, though. We can't do that, though.
And we agreed on something you posted earlier. I'm sorry, Cenk, for the rant here, but I do think it was really important. Emily recognized that it's always wrong in these situations to just blame a religion.
Yeah.
It's just wrong. Whatever that religion is, you can't
And
blame.
I mean, that's the one thing I'm always going to disagree with on the right, is how they want to blame the entire religion of Islam for almost everything, damn near. I mean, they blame it for their geopolitical problems. They blame it for their domestic problems. I mean, they're blaming even when it comes to immigration, when most immigrants aren't even Muslims. 1% of our population is Muslims. If anybody got a Muslim problem, it's the UK, not us.
1 billion people for the actions of 2 ISIS radicalized nut jobs on a beach in Sydney. Over to you, Cenk.
Yeah. So there are 2 different issues here. The issue of violence
and I would challenge people to do this. I'll challenge you, right? You know, a little social experiment. Y'all got mosque around you. Am I wrong? Of course you do. So go out to a mosque and I don't know, ask these Muslims, ask them up front. You can literally go in there. They're actually pretty welcoming people. They're not gonna, there's the infidel, slit his throat. They're like, no, they're not. Okay, bro, chill out. They're not gonna slit your throat like ISIS as soon as you walk in. So why don't you sit there and go talk to them about this stuff? Because a lot of you take the Quran out of context. A lot of you haven't read the Quran all the way through, just like you ain't read the Bible all the way through. So I would ask you to seek some type of enlightenment when it comes to both religions, actually, both of them.
Is the relatively straightforward one. So everyone should condemn the violence. Everyone should condemn violent extremists. So I don't know anyone who hasn't, and they'd be monsters if they didn't.
Literally.
So those poor victims there, the 15 people who were killed and the others that were injured, and everyone who was traumatized by it, they didn't deserve that at all. They had nothing to do with any government policy. They were just innocent human beings. So now, if you know, our position has been very consistent for nonviolence and against killing on both sides. Now, the second issue is propaganda. So when any Muslim extremist out of that's two guys out of 1.6 billion people do it, there is a concerted effort by some, and yes, including Israelis.
I mean, yeah, there is a concerted effort to paint Muslims or paint all of Islam as this evil religion, when it's not. When most of the people spewing this ain't even read the book. Most of the people that posted all these Quran quotes, they didn't even look them up themselves. That's the worst part about it. It'd be like, oh, okay, can you at least look this up in full context? Or how about this? I mean, if you want to hate it so bad and you want to be righteous in your hatred of it or just righteous in your disapproval of it or intolerance of it, why not read the whole book? Or it's online about 9 hours and 30 minutes. You can listen to the entire Quran and take it for yourself instead of taking everything out of context. Like, it's that simple. It's just like how the atheists used to try to misquote the Bible verses to me all the time. And then when I have to like sit down and actually read it in context, I'm going like, yo, why are you guys like trying to bastardize this religion when it doesn't even say that in the Bible? Y'all are doing the same thing.
Say it's all Muslims.
I'm sorry, but that's why I'm not falling for it, because the atheists tried to do it to me when I was looking into Christianity. Y'all trying to do the same thing to me that now that I'm looking into Islam. And yes, I had to look into Islam. Now that everybody's sending me all these verses, and every time I look into it, once again, out of context, complete lie. It's almost getting tiring at a certain point to look up these Quran quotes at a certain point. It's almost getting tiring. And then sometimes y'all don't even give me Quran quotes. Y'all give me the ones, y'all give me hadith. Y'all give me something out the hadiths, which is way different than Quran. But I digress.
It's all Muslims. It's all Muslims. You should hate them. You should kick them out of your countries. They all think this way. And honestly, that kind of propaganda is disgusting. And if we did it to the other side, which we would never, and we said things like it's all the Jews, that would be horrific, right? No one would tolerate that. But when the other side...
So I have no idea how to read because I don't agree with you on how to Quran. Okay, fine. Bong, I'll do it with you. Give me a Quran verse, please, because I'm going to embarrass you now. Give me a Quran verse or I'm going to have to kick you out the chat. You got 5 minutes.
Does it? And if you don't think they do it, just go on social media. There are thousands, maybe millions of comments. And yes, about 3 months ago, all of the Israel First pundits started changing, and they literally said, I tweeted about it. One of their...
No, because I'm going to show you the proper interpretation. I'm going to show you the context, and I'm going to make you look stupid. I'm going to be quite honest with you. That's what happens every time. I show people the full context, and they're silent. They don't got nothing to say because they know damn well that they're not just going to argue against me about the proper context of it. So, of course, you're not going to do it because you're not even insecure in your own belief about how much you hate Islam. You're not even secure in it. Or you'll go over here laying them out. Oh, so quick. Oh, so quick. But come on. Like, come on now. That's what I'm saying. When you got to belittle folks to try to win an argument, that's how you know you're on the wrong side.
Was like, it's hard to get the Americans to like Israel. There really is no reason to like Israel and support Israel. But it is easier to get them to hate Muslims. So we should do a propaganda. Now, she didn't say propaganda, to be fair, but she said we should do a campaign to highlight how much Muslims are bad. And now when we talk about violence, we ask for the same kind of decency. Can we not kill 70,000 people in Gaza, 20,000 kids. But the Israelis say, no, we're allowed to kill 20,000 kids. And no one should be able to condemn that. But you have to, but every Muslim on planet Earth have to condemn these lunatics as if these lunatics represent us. There's also lunatics in every religion and every race, and we lock them up because they are violent and we can't stand violence. And by the way, last thing, if you're on the left and you're part of the peace movement, our whole ethos is nonviolence. So if you do violence, you betray us all. It is immoral, it is unintelligent, it is deeply counterproductive, and it is used by our enemies to further discriminate against Muslims, Arabs, Palestinians, etc. So it is the single worst thing you could do, but mainly, obviously, because of the deep immorality of killing innocent people.
Okay, Gillian,
Cenk, I think it's very immoral that you couldn't just take one conversation.
And let me go ahead and do it again. All right, so Quran, what was it? Verse 9:5. All right, this says, all right, and let's see, translations rendered roughly like, let's see here. Then, when the sacred months have passed, kill the polytheists wherever you find them, capture them, besiege them, and sit and wait for them at every place of ambush. But if they repent, establish prayer, and give zakah, then let them go their way. Indeed, Allah is forgiving and merciful. So if you just rip this out of line, it sounds like a blanket order to slaughter Muslims. But the verse before and after make it clear it's about a Pacific war with a Pacific treaty breaking tribes. It's like when you read it in context, you understand that, well, you know, they're in a Pacific war and they're basically telling the history of this war. Therefore, not the teachings of God, but explain the history of a war. Dog, that's like taking the sins of what? I'm sorry, but name your favorite evil person in the Bible and say, no, well, that guy makes up the entire Bible because he did this wrong thing in there. It's like, what? How do you hear yourself? I mean, come on. Was that the Quran or the Surah? Like, please, like, let me know, because in the Quran, you completely took that out of quote and they're talking about a war in history, not the teachings of God. So,
About
once again, though, is it the Surah? That's not a false interpretation. That's literally what Islamic scholars say. It's like, bro, like when you remove its historical context, it does sound bad, but you remove its historical context to make it sound bad. That's what I'm saying. That's what you guys do. But sure, why not though? All right, shout out to, I'll do this one next. I'll do this one. But Bong, I'm sorry, you've already been disproven. Anybody could look this up. Anybody could look this up, my man, and find out that you're bullshitting. Please go ahead and look it up. Look up the Quran, verse 9:5, in historical context. And it will be explained to you in 9 different ways. I mean, you could Google it, ChatGPT it, Perplexity, Claude, however, it's going to say the same damn thing. I mean, bro, that's how you want to interpret it as something vicious. You want to interpret it as something bad. You're not even a Muslim. Oh, man, not even a practicing Muslim. Don't know no bit of Arabic, but you want to decipher their books and take it for your own interpretations when the actual scholars say something different is the heights of arrogance, my friend. The heights of it.
In Australia, without comparing it to a war in Gaza. There's a difference between celebrating a religious holiday on the beach and thank God Hamas losing a very nasty war in the Middle East. But if you want to start equivocating Middle Eastern violence,
there is a difference.
to what
70,000 more dead.
civilizations practice,
So
you
you
don't want to go down
celebrate
that road. It's a two-way
70,000
road.
dead?
Nobody
I
celebrates
find
it.
you deeply
And let me tell you something where
I've
you're
always
wrong.
found
Bro, I mean, I'm Bong. I'm sorry, but I know you're lying, bro. I'm sorry, but you said you talked to Islamic scholars. Bro, that's like talking to a priest and they tell you about how evil the Bible is. Do you hear how you sound? Literally like talking to a priest and they talking about how evil the Bible is. Dog, I could actually talk to real Islamic scholars and real Muslims and they'll tell you like, bro, what are you talking about? You're absolutely lying. And you're taking things out of historical context. And I don't know why you got to sit here and lie about Islam, but hey, bro, hopefully you get paid for it or something. Or maybe you just truly believe it and you're just that deranged on Islam. Islam derangement syndrome is real, I guess.
You were wrong.
Because you think that
First of all,
Palestinian
correct
Muslim
yourself.
lives don't matter.
You
Well, you're
said,
a sick
let me
person.
speak. You said You said every Israeli says it's all the Muslims. Let me just correct one fact for you. Every
Not
time
every
an Israeli is
every
killed in
pro-Israeli
Israel,
pundit
it
like
is
you.
at the hands of a Muslim. And nonetheless, I still don't blame the entire religion as a whole. But that's just the
All right,
fact of
that's
the matter
good.
in Israel.
Oh.
So for once in your life, if
You're
you
so
could just
generous.
focus on the victims without jealous of what exactly? Jealous of what? We all have our problems.
I said
but for
generous.
5 minutes of your life,
You're so
Hank,
generous for
do
not hating every single
do not have
Muslim.
Israel
You just are in
derangement
favor of
syndrome for
murdering
5 minutes of your
70,000 in
life
Gaza and
and just
stealing
mourn
their
the
land.
victims
All
and
right,
call
let me
it what
bring
it is.
in.
Call a spade a spade.
All right,
You
let
don't
me
have to compare everything to the war in
Do you
Gaza. It's
mourn
very
the 20,000 dead kids? Simple question. Simple question. Do you mourn the
Yes,
dead
every single
20,000
child that
Palestinian
dies
kids?
is a disaster. I
So
do.
why
and
are
I
you
said this
celebrating Israel
100
doing it?
times, Cenk. I said I am
So
celebrating
Israel is wrong.
Let me tell
Israel
you,
is
Cenk,
brutal
if Israel
terrorist
had
killers.
lost the war, there
Israel
would
is
be a
wrong.
genocide on
Say
the
it.
Jewish people as a whole. I'm happy Israel's
No, no,
winning
no.
this
There
war.
is no
The fact
genocide
that
of the
20,000
Israelis.
kids
There's
are
only a
dead,
genocide of the
again, is still
Palestinians.
Hamas's
And you won't
fault.
condemn it.
You
Condemn
can
the genocide.
tattoo it on
Are
your
you condemning
forehead.
Israel for
It's
murdering
Hamas's
hang on,
fault
hang
that
on,
all these
hang on,
children are
hang on.
dead.
All right,
And
Are
hang
you
on,
nonetheless, it's
hang
condemning
on, hang
Israel
on.
for
We have got-
murdering
we've got three other panelists.
20,000
No, I'm
kids?
We have three
condemning
other
Hamas for
panelists.
starting the
Guys,
war.
guys,
I'm
Of course
condemning
not.
Hamas
Guys,
for
Yes, of
starting
course
the
not.
guys,
war.
I think we can be crystal clear on the genocide point. There's no doubt that Hamas would
There's
love
no
to be
genocide.
Hamas
Hamas
to be
would do a
genocidal.
genocide.
They talk in a genocidal
Correct.
language. I don't
I
think
know, I'm gonna be real with you. Know what Israel is committing is basically a genocide, and the fact that you guys are still doing it, like, come on now, you leveled to 70% of Gaza, reckless bombing when you've done surgical strategic strikes on like Hezbollah, Iran. I mean, come on now, and then you treat these guys with what? Like they barely can shovel together AK-47s. You treat them like, bro, like they're us. Like there's some type of advanced military group. And then you kill what? 83% civilians? 83. A report came out. Israeli media came out with this. Out of 53,000 people that they killed, only 17% of them was, well, Hamas. That's about 8,900. And the rest of them were civilians. And that's Israeli media.
there's much doubt about that. Gillian, let me bring you in here. All right, so we're right into
Israel's
this.
actually doing a genocide. Actually doing it. Not
Okay.
a theoretical one. Not a hypothetical
And
one.
Hamas killed.
No, I'm not moving on
Hamas
from
killed as
murdering
many
20,000
Israelis.
kids.
Hamas killed as many Israelis as they could
Blame
possibly
Hamas.
kill on October the 7th in a genocidal rampage. So let's not compare genocide with genocide. I want to bring in Gillian.
Israel's civilian kill ratio is worse than Hamas.
All right,
They're
let me bring in.
Frank, it wouldn't kill you to just mourn the damn victims and not bring up
Let me bring in
Gaza.
Gillian, please. Gillian, you've been waiting very patiently. Thank you. Look,
Okay.
let's focus back for a moment because there were many attacks going on Jewish people before October the 7th. All right, so let's be clear about that. This has been a rising problem of anti-Semitism across the world, and there are not many Jewish people in the world. There are 1.6 billion Muslims. There are 15 million Jews. Right? Let's just put the numbers on the table. Okay. And like I said to Emily, it must be a scary time to be a Jewish person right now when even celebrating Hanukkah on a beach in Sydney. I've been to that beach.
Oh, okay. Now to address my man Gaming's the Surah. Surah, or however it is. What was it? It was verse 547. So let's see. Let the people of the gospel, which would be Christians pretty much, judge by what Allah has revealed in it. So yeah, let the people of the gospel judge by what Allah has revealed in it. Whoever does not judge by what Allah has revealed, they are the definitely disobedient. Or they're definitively disobedient. They are definitively disobedient. Pretty much translating to, you claim to follow God's book, then actually follow it. And this is pretty much, I guess, the criticism that they have, and which is okay to have, that Jesus is the Son of God. They believe that he was a Messiah. They believe that in Immaculate Conception. They believe in all that. But the Son of God, they're just not. Remember, they don't really see anything that's near God or close to God. It's just Allah, God, that's it to them. So anything besides that, they always push against, even though they even believe that Jesus is going to come back at the end of days. So it is a bit funny how they are leaving out the whole Son of God part, which I honestly, in a way, I do agree with the Christians on. I mean, but that's just a disagreement. That's not them really saying anything malicious. I mean, I've showed you more malicious content that Jewish people have said about Jesus. Just saying that, look, bro, we don't know about the whole Son of God thing, but we're with you on the whole Messiah part. I'm not sure how that's, more disrespectful than what the Jews say when he's like, oh, he's a liar, mother of whore, and all this wild stuff. I don't know. Like, it's kind of crazy. But that's what they say in that. And that's not me spinning it. That's me. This is like something you can actually look up, guys. Like, please look it up in context and all that good stuff. Basically, they're saying, look, Christians, if you follow the Torah and all this good stuff, I mean, what's with this whole Jesus stuff? Like, what's with this whole, linking this guy Jesus to God? That's the criticism that the Muslims had, and they laid out in the Surah in their book. It is what it is. I mean, that's not anything bad. I mean, you can sit there and criticize a religion. I mean, we do it all day to Islam.
Bondi Beach. It's one of the most fun, positive, entertaining places to be anywhere in the world. The sun always shines, the families always play. And then suddenly, utter carnage with a father and son dressed like paramilitaries, just using shotguns to cold-bloodedly murder a Holocaust survivor, a 10-year-old girl, and so on. So let's just start by calling out how despicable this was on every level, and yet how typical of ISIS and groups like it, the radicalized Islamist extremists who've been doing this for a long time. For the last 20 years, they've been doing this stuff. And it's a horrible throwback to that. So yes, we can talk about the war, and it's not irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't know that Jesus spoke Aramaic and called God Allahi. Yeah. I know. Jesus was actually calling God basically Allah as well, but a lot of people don't really know that. I mean, you really got to dig deep in the roots of religion, honestly, or the Abrahamic religion to understand that. But hey, he said, talk about 929. All right, well, we went over bongs, we went over gaming, so I'll take that one as well. I mean, hey, man, let's take some time to disprove all the myths of Islam. And I'm not even a Muslim. Ain't that crazy? Not even a Muslim. I should spend more time defending the Bible, if anything. But nobody's talking crazy about the Bible, so it is what it is.
But I do think we need to put this in some perspective, which is these kind of attacks on Jewish people were going on way before the war started.
Can I address a few of the things that you said previously?
Yeah.
I don't think the alarm is about Muslims migrating to America. I think the alarm is about assimilation. I don't think that these two individuals in Bondi represent what I've been told is actually 2 billion Muslims. But when I talk to people, and I've really been trying to understand and explore this issue, whether it's Gad Saad or it's Patrick Bet-David, when I talk to people, they'll tell you, let's say 90%. And I've looked at Pew Research, I've looked at the Global Terror Database. That's a conservative number, right? 90% of Muslims are peaceful and lovely and amazing. But if 10% wants to bring down the West, you're looking at a heck of a lot of people. You're looking at like 200 million people. So what do you do about that? And yes, there are amazing heroes like the man who tried to stop them. But guys, when you look at the fact that there have been 64,000 terror attacks since 9/11 that were committed by radical Islam, 243,000 people died in those terror attacks. And you're saying all religions, I mean, not really. I've started to read the Quran, and there's a duality there, unquestionably, but there's a lot in there about, kill and subjugate the infidels. So Cenk, you're a good faith actor. I think.
Have you ever read the Old Testament?
I'm being honest with you.
Have you ever read the Old Testament?
Nope.
It's about
But
slaughtering
Cenk,
all the other tribes.
Literally, I mean, but that's what I'm saying. A lot of people don't even read the Bible all the way through. I'll tell you that right now. Like how a lot of people want to sit here and try to quote the Quran, they probably quote their Bible the same way. Like without context and just focusing on specific quotes, they, change their life. And that's a good thing. I mean, I'm not mad at it, but let's be honest. A lot of you don't even really know your whole Bible all the way through. Now, let's see here. Let's go to what does the Quran, verse 929 says. Fighting those who do not believe in Allah or the last day, and do not forbid what Allah and his messenger have forbidden, and do not acknowledge the religion of truth. For among the book of the people, until they pay the taxes, or the jizya, which was taxes pretty much. So until they pay the taxes willingly and will be snubbed. So basically, key phrases here is what people of the book, meaning at that time in historical context, mainly Jews and Christians. And who are they fighting at the time? Well, to fight those who not kill every Muslim or not kill everyone who isn't Muslim, but to fight those who put aggression against you, or to fight those who don't want to follow your laws until they pay their taxes. And remember, they're putting taxes on non-Muslim subjects under Muslim rule in return for protection and exemption from military service. So they wouldn't have to serve in the military, and they would be protected under Muslim rule if they paid these taxes for being a non-Muslim. Just how Christians and Jews lived amongst non-Muslims at that time. Like, I'm pretty sure you guys know this. Not recklessly killing them. Remember, they lived under them as long as they paid their taxes. They was exempt from military service, and they was given protection. That's pretty damn fair. I mean, it's not the worst system I ever heard of.
And in fact, Netanyahu quotes it and says, "Kill, do like we did to the Amalekites, kill their women and children." There are sick religious fundamentalists, and unfortunately, they're Jewish settlers and the Israeli government. They're the sickest extremists in religion on the whole planet.
And I understand you. I understand Gaza, okay, and I see both sides of that, absolutely. And you've made great points to me, and I've listened to you, and I've changed my position on how I feel that the Israeli government has behaved over there. But what I'm trying to tell you simply is that when people are Islamophobic, as I've explored this, I do think they are, and what I think they're afraid of is an ideology that is not in alignment with the West. And it's not the vast majority of Muslims. But when it's, let's say, 10%, it's still a lot of people. These are statistics.
Okay, let me bring in Mujahid. Let me hang on.
That's an outrageous number.
Let me bring in Mujahid to respond. Let me bring in Mujahid. Let me bring in Mujahid to respond to that. Mujahid.
Yeah, y'all got it all confused. I mean, yeah, I really need to read the Quran. So this JIZYHI Jezwa or Jezza. Yeah, it's a tax historically charged to non-Muslim adult males living under an Islamic state in exchange for protection and exemption from military service. It's not supposed to be a convert or die type of thing the way you guys spin it. It's like, what? Man, I mean, like I said, I mean, y'all take things all out of context, and then y'all don't even really know how these words are being used, which is even worse. So, I can see why people will try to hate Islam with just such I ain't gonna lie, with such ferocious vigor, because yeah, y'all been lied to about it. It's like how the libs hate Donald Trump. It's like when you're lied to enough about a man and you're giving all these crazy stories that aren't actually true, that's taken out of context. I mean, damn. Yeah, damn, y'all pretty much fell for what the libs tried to put on Donald Trump.
43-year-old Muslim fruit vendor who, unarmed, decided to bum rush one of the terrorists, disarmed him, took the gun while he was being shot at, was shot twice. I didn't realize this at first when I saw that amazing video, but then I later saw that he was shot twice. He held off the other shooter, and he saved lives. In Germany, in March, there was a deranged Saudi national who, by the way, became radicalized by AfD and this type of white nationalism and ended up hating Islam. He rammed a truck in a terrorist.
No, you guys are wrong. No, Jezua, or however it is pronounced. Actually, no. Let's see who paid it. Actually, let's talk about who paid it. Who paid it was historically non-Muslim adult men, mainly Jews, Christian, and sometimes others who were permanent residents under Muslim rule. Of course, Muslims didn't pay it, but what did they get in return for those, who actually paid this? Protection of life, property, and place of worship. This is why they had churches in Muslim nations at that time. The right to practice their religion. This is what they paid the tax for. An exemption from compulsory military service. So pretty much you just get exempted from military service. So in theory, it was part of a citizenship package. You live here under Muslim rule, you pay this tax, you're protected. It wasn't a convert or die. And maybe some Christians or Jews converted to Islam to, avoid that tax, but that's more on their character, not Islam or the Muslims, to be quite honest with you.
Attack through a crowd. You know who stopped him? A Pakistani Muslim cab driver in Germany stopped him.
No. You guys are ignoring what Islam says. You're ignoring the Quran. That's the hilarious part. I'm reading this in full context with history in there as well. You guys read one strip and think you guys know the entire Quran. This is embarrassing at a certain point. I mean, you're being intellectually dishonest. I mean, come on now. If you're going to challenge me, at least do it with honesty.
When there was an attack on Jews in France a couple of years ago, there was an African black immigrant who protected them. This is the story of an individual who decided to lean into empathy and decency and compassion and squared off against two individuals who were radicalized, we don't know how, and saw Jews as the target through their dehumanization. There are 1.7 billion Muslim people on Earth. Jillian's talking points are from 2001, which is why I yawned. The DeLorean right now is in 2025. Listen, I've been in this for a long time, Jillian. I know you're just discovering this. Congratulations.
I think I've also.
Let me just finish.
Okay,
I let you say a lot of hateful, stupid, reckless things about Muslim Islam. I sat there and,
would you like to say one?
I just sat there.
That's 20 million people.
Jillian, you are
you still
by
have
your own
16
admission.
dead,
You by your own admission are a white nationalist.
I mean, lady, but we're talking about you two who just said, well, we don't care about about 20,000 Palestinian children. You're pretty much just sat there in these guys' faces talk about how you don't care about that, and you want them to sit there and care about the 15 people that died. I mean, that's kind of effed up. Let's be real. You should care about both of them. You should have humanity for both the 15 people that died, or 15 Jewish people that died, and the 20,000 Palestinian children. You shouldn't have like one more empathy for the other just because of who they are. It's kind of effed up.
By your own admission, that's what you are, a white nationalist. You admitted it.
I'm a white.
I saw the
you know,
clip.
I'm Arab, right?
The number
I'm
one
Syrian and
domestic
Lebanese and
threat-
Turkish.
Okay, you're the
so
one who said
just
it.
to
I
be
didn't say it.
clear,
That's why I was shocked.
When,
Let me just
when
finish.
did I say I was a white nationalist?
Well, and here's the thing, gaming. You send me clips, and here's the thing. You send me clips. And then, like I said, when you read the actual Quran, it goes completely against their teachings. And there are people, think about it. There are pastors who take the Bible out of context. There are pastors who teach something completely outside of the Bible. So who's to say that these guys aren't doing the same? And you're seeing clips because, one, you obviously look at a lot of Islamic hate stuff. So that's what the algorithm feeds you constantly is Islamic hate, Islamic hate, Islamic hate. Just like I make my algorithm feeds me a lot of Islamic hate stuff because I need to see where my party's head is at and what are you guys coming with? And I already know what you guys are coming with because you come with the same arguments that I see in the Twitter comments. I mean, no new arguments, to be quite honest with you. It's like, so yeah, you're getting algorithmic hate fed to you. I'm actually looking at the Quran and looking at their teachings and being like, oh, okay, yeah, this is all bullshit. You're looking at what these guys want you to believe about Islam instead of actually going to the people of Islam or actually looking in the book of Islam. That's the difference, my friend. I mean, you could believe who are you believe, them or me? I mean, why don't you go to look to outside sources besides them instead of with some clip that's fed to you through an algorithm that you engage with? Think about it. You engage with that content more, so they're going to keep sending it to you, and they're never going to send you an actual priest or an actual Muslim that's actually speaking the Quran correctly, because all you look for is for the Quran to be taken out of context. That's what you look for. If you look for a lie, you'll get the lie. If you look for the truth, you get the truth.
You're not a white nationalist?
When was that?
There was wasn't there a
no.
clip that saying you were a white nationalist? You're not a white nationalist.
No.
Okay, interesting. Interesting to know. All right.
Where's the clip that I said I was a white nationalist?
I'm under the mistaken impression. I thought you were a white nationalist. I'm glad you're not. But let me just finish.
Okay.
Since 2001, Pierce,
I'm
you
a
and I on this
nationalist.
panel, you and I
How
on this
about
panel.
a little
Pierce.
homework, Wajahat? How about just a little?
All right, let's do homework. Since 2001, Pierce, since 2001, you and me, we were against the war on terror. We said that the war on terror would be disastrous. We said that the war on terror, America's response to 19 foreign hijackers bringing down the two towers would be would cause immense chaos, dissension. What happened? America went to war with Iraq and Afghanistan off of terrible evidence, off of the same type of bullshit that Jillian's saying right now.
That's funny. That's not my interpretation. That's literally the Quran's interpretation, taken out of the Arabic format, actually. That's what the Quran's saying, bro. He's like, nobody wants to agree with your interpretation. Dog, you literally hate Islam and you like frame it in a way where it makes sense for your hatred. Like, you take it out of context. You don't read the Quran. You don't even know what context the whole what. We're talking about attacks on non-Muslims. Y'all frame that as, oh, convert or die. when that's not how it was used in historical context. So yes, you're being like intellectually dishonest.
Now, if even 1% of Muslims, yada, 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 what happened?
It's
over
all fact-based.
1 million
Do you want me to cite
Iraqis
the
were killed.
resources?
Over
Where would
1
you like
million
me to
Iraqis were
start?
killed. Just Jillian, let me finish. Over 1 million
Pew
Iraqis were killed.
research,
Afghans
counterterrorism
were killed
discourse
and tortured,
intelligence
and it led
estimate,
to the
the
radicalization
European
of ISIS.
Court of Human
It brought
Rights.
nothing but
Like,
pain and
are you
misery
kidding?
and division. Muslims, Jews aren't going anywhere, folks.
Okay.
We're in this together. And what we have to realize is that there are hate mongers who seek to divide us right now, like Jillian, who want to bring up Islamophobia and
Actually, I'm
anti-Semitism, who
not
want to get rid of
trying
all
to
Muslim
divide us at
immigrants.
all. Watch Hot. You're
No
the
one
one
is going to
actually
leave.
who has
We are
tried to
here.
divide us. And your
We have
rant
to
this
make a
past
future
week.
together. We have to
What
call
I'm-
out the hate. We have to
exactly,
call out the white supremacy, the Islamic extremism,
So
the Jewish supremacy.
How do you address?
We have to call out
how
the
do you
terrorism. We
address
have to call out
the people that
we have
want
to
to
call out
destroy
Israel's
the West?
occupation. We have to call it Israel's occupation and genocide,
How do
and we
you
have to call out
address
Hamas
the percentage
and violent
of
extremism.
radical Islam that wants to destroy the
Yeah, let me
West?
bring in Roland.
Just tell me how to address
Let me
that.
bring in
Wajahat.
Roland. Let me bring in Roland.
Piers,
You don't have an answer, do you?
Piers, Jillian, I've had to sit here
I'll
and
take
listen to
it.
y'all go back and forth. Can I please
Okay,
make this point?
Please.
Thank
yes,
you.
Absolutely.
Piers,
Yes.
last week I was in Montgomery, Alabama for the 7th anniversary of the Montgomery bus boycott. And there is a National Memorial for Peace and Justice and Legacy Museum there that documents, that commemorates the documented 4,400 lynchings in this country. And there were more that took place. As an African-American, when I understand what it means when you have a people who have a bullseye on their back, who are being targeted. I understand that. And so it is absolutely shameful that you cannot be at a Hanukkah celebration and it gets interrupted by mass violence because of two evil individuals. But I'm saying two evil individuals for a reason. Because under the legitimate FBI leadership of Christopher Wray, they said that the greatest threat in America is white domestic terrorism. So when I listen to people like Senator Tommy Tuberville talk about, getting rid of all Muslims in this country, as an African-American, I then say, what about white Christians? Because when we look at violence in this country, mass shootings in this country, who typically commits them? And so I think anybody has to be very careful to not go down this path of, oh my God, all of them, when I, as an African-American, who's also, Jillian, please allow me to finish. When I, as an African-American, who's also a Christian, can literally look at the history of white Christians committing violence. And so what we cannot do is say, oh, it is the religion that's driving it, as opposed to it is these evil individuals. Piers, you properly talked about guns and how Australia, after that mass shooting, you said in the 90s, how they targeted. But the fact that...
All right, and let me go ahead and do this for 1 Samuel 15:3. So what it says, now go strike the Amalek and devote to destruction all that have, and do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, and camel and donkey. Now, yes, of course, at its face, this does sound like genocide. But if you talk about a historical context, the Amalek has been attacking the people of Israel for a while. They even attacked them when they were kicked out of Egypt and when they were weak and vulnerable. So pretty much, what was it? It's supposed to be God's retribution, or it's supposed to be their so-called get back on the Amalek. I mean, that's how you can explain Samuel 1. I mean, hey, this one atrocity in the Bible doesn't mean that the whole Bible is genocidal, though, does it? I hope not. I hope we wouldn't go that far. Just to say that one story in the Bible just means we should throw away the whole entire Bible because it is one seemingly genocidal moment. All right.
They were successful should be a lesson to America. How about you also try that to deal with mass shootings in this country? And so it is wrong for us to go down this path of condemning an entire religion, condemning an entire group of people, whether they are Muslim, whether they are Jewish, whether they are Christian. What we have to recognize is there are evil people in this world, and our job is to root out evil and then how they impact people. But it's crazy to attack an entire religion and target all those people.
I agree with that. And look,
Who's doing
Emily,
that here?
Emily made the same point earlier because we were talking about it.
Senator Tommy Tuberville.
Yeah, but Emily,
Randy Fine.
Emily, here's the reality about
guys.
Here's the reality about United States, for example. You have roughly the same number of Jews and Muslims in the United States. It's about 4 or 5 million of each, right? In the UK, by comparison, there are as many Muslims in the UK as there are in the whole of America, but there are only 250,000 Jews. There's a massively disproportionate scenario in my country, which is why I think Jews in the UK and in London in particular feel particularly threatened when they see these large marches every weekend with people often brazenly taunting the Jewish community, you know, or supporting Hamas or talking about a global intifada, whatever it may be. And we saw the same thing happening in Australia. And I do think it's really incumbent on governments that they have to clamp down on this openly threatening stuff in the streets towards Jewish people.
Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplements. Thousands of Brits and Americans are already taking them with incredible results. Optimum Day boosts your energy and supports weight loss throughout the day.
I just want to know, bro, like, so much hatred for Islam, but I never see that same criticism for Judaism. And I don't hate Judaism, trust me, I don't. But I'm just wondering how y'all can harp on, you know, Islam so hard and forget that we got guys like these. And Bong, this is your argument. Oh, I listen to the pastors, right? You listen to the spokesmen, right? Okay, listen to this.
It's not dreams of all kinds of Mechalelei Shabbat that had a dream all of us. Revelation. We saw what happened with the revelation of Maria. 2,000 years of suffering came to the world. Christian Inquisition, Spain, Portugal, Holocaust, pogroms, from a dream of a prostitute who cheated on her husband. That's it. From that, 2 billion people today follow this idol named JC.
Wow.
Why? One dream. A lot of dreams. There's people that live in illusion.
Dude, at least the Muslims call my man by his name. They call him by Jesus Christ, not JC. I mean, bruh. I mean, damn, it kind of makes it sound like Islam has more respect for Jesus than Judaism do. But for some reason, y'all all on Judaism's side because they're the ones telling you to hate Muslims. But
so why today Jews go to places that Christians make churches? Because the idol worshipping of the Christians is not as bad as the idol worshippings of Nepal or India and other places. Because they still believe in our God, but they believe in somebody else. It's called shituf, cooperation. When a Jew comes and reads in a book of God, that Christians and Muslims admit that is the book of God. There's no debate about it. Everyone agrees, the 3 main religions. The point that I'm making here is, when we read in the Torah that Christians also read in their churches and Muslims also read in their schools.
any good actually, that's hilarious because what was it? I think it was that Sora quote that you sent me. Somebody said, I think that was gaming. He's actually speaking on that. It's like, yo, even the Muslims have the same criticism. You believe in the Torah and all this good stuff, then why'd you deify Jesus? If you know this whole idol worshiping thing, polytheism is no part of the Abrahamic religion. So why have you guys, tried to be the special ones to take on Jesus as the Messiah and as the Son of God? I mean, Islam and Jews have that criticism.
Christian. Before Jesus showed up, who was right? Were the Jews right, or was the rest of the world right? They will tell you, Christians say, of course the Jews were right. They were God's chosen people. Up until the point they killed Jesus, they were God's people. They were correct. Christians and Muslims agree the foundations of Judaism are true. Christians and Muslims agree God revealed himself at Mount Sinai. But came along Jesus, he was the Messiah. He was God himself. He can't prove that. He died.
I mean, and there are your disagreements. Now, this was just ultimately disrespectful.
Idol worshippers who make, you have 6 billion idol worshippers who makes God angry every second of their life. Indian, Chinese, Japanese, Tibet, Nepal, Thailand, So many. India alone is 500 million. China is 2 billion. So many, 2 billion Christians, which are idol worshippers. Between Chinese, Hindus, Buddhists, and Christian, at least 6.5 billion people are idol worshippers that, according to the Torah, do not have the right to live. Idol worshipper goy, it's death penalty. Not only Jews, even a goy who bow down to an idol, who believe in JC, deserve death penalty. You have 6 billion idol worshippers who makes God angry every second of their life. Indian, Chinese, Japanese.
I mean, but I thought y'all said it's the Muslims that wanted y'all to die. According to this bro right here, he's saying that y'all should die just for worshiping Jesus.
Goyim.
The Muslims say maybe y'all can reconsider, but they're the evil guys. I mean, all right, no, let's keep it going.
I always wonder how dumb this Goyim sometimes can be. Like they say, you killed our God. That means he wasn't a God. How can you kill a God? Normal. How stupid you can be. You killed our God. Who was your God? JC. If he was God, we could kill him.
Yeah. Now, I would hope y'all have the same criticism from my guy here. The same way. I just want that same energy. If you gave Judaism that same energy, I would respect it. I would. But since y'all don't, I can't. Maybe gaming. I respect gaming because actually gaming gives that energy. But the rest of y'all, not so much. Not so much. All right, though. Let's hear into Nick Fuentes' commentary about this shooter. Since we got it up here.
At the end of the day, what we do know about these attacks and the media's attempt to spin it is that this is a war between Israel and Muslims. It is their war. It's not ours. This has nothing to do with Europeans. This has nothing to do with Christians. It has nothing to do with Americans, Australians. It has nothing to do with any of us. Okay? Whether this is orchestrated for the purpose of benefiting Israel, that's one thing, or it is merely being used to benefit Israel, and it is the result of anger at Israel. It's a distinction without a difference. Let's say these guys were organic, homegrown terrorists. Let's say it's real. Why do you think they targeted Hanukkah? It's because Muslims worldwide are watching Israel ethnically cleanse Gaza, watching them bomb Lebanon, bomb Iraq, Iran, Yemen with impunity. And I'm not saying that two wrongs make a right. I'm really not, because I don't think that the solution to killing is more killing. I don't think the solution to killing innocents is killing other innocents. I think it's equally reprehensible. It's absolutely evil. But let's not pretend like we don't know what's going on here. The people in Gaza are powerless. They have no advocate. They have no agent. Nobody is helping them. They're at Israel's mercy. Israel is absolutely slaughtering them. And then their allies go in the West and brag about it. They say there are no innocent Palestinians, that the kids are innocent. They voted for Hamas. They should all die. And we should starve them. And I'm glad that they're starving to death. And this is what people say in the West. And sooner or later, some of these Muslims.
You know what? F it. There's too much conversation going on in the chat. I mean, Yusuf, and then we got gaming, and then of course the bong. If y'all want to come up and y'all want to lay out y'all theories and all that good stuff, please. I want to hear all arguments. I'm opening up the call-in line. F it. I'm opening it up. We ain't nowhere near goal, but you know what? I'm in a good mood today. So we're gonna go ahead and open up the call-in line. We're gonna get some of you guys up here, and we're gonna see if you guys can defend these things. Or honestly, I would hopefully, Yusuf, you would come up. Because since it sounds like you're an actual Muslim, so I would hope that you would come up, and I would hope that, gaming or even the bong will come up. Like, it don't even matter at this point. I just need to hear it. I got you. I'm gonna go ahead and about to give the link. I'm about to go ahead and post it on the main page on the post tab. All right, so go to my main page, go to the post tab, and you will see it there in a few seconds. Let me go ahead and get that posted real quick. There we go. Posted. Boom. It's right there. Or you can also go into the horizontal live, and you'll also see the tab there as well. It's it's clickable in the horizontal live and not the vertical for some strange reason. That's just how it works. But all right. Just in case some of y'all can click it in there.
And again, I'm not justifying it. I'm describing what happens. These people snap and they say, well, how about a taste of your own medicine? I think that's evil. I think that's wicked and reprehensible. But you can see how violence begets violence. This kind of Hatfield and McCoy violence, Israelis are trying to murder all these people and they think, oh, well, we're just going to do this and there will be no pendulum swinging. There's going to be no equal and opposite reaction.
That's a good point.
Here's the problem for all of us. These people are in our countries, Muslims, pro-Israel Jews. They're coming into our countries and they're battling it out. What are we doing? We're paying for this genocide, and we have all these people living here. We're paying for the genocide, giving Israel the weapons to carry it out. Well, we have a large Muslim population. So does Australia. So does Europe. So we're paying for Israel's war of expansion there. Then the victims of this are going to create chaos and terrorist attacks in our countries where we've invited them in. And the war will continue in our homeland, and Americans will die, or Australians will die, whoever. And people say, well, you don't talk about Muslims enough. You don't blame Muslims. I am adamant that we should have none of these people here. We should have none of these foreigners here. And who brought them here in the first place? Because I recall.
Yeah, I'm be honest with you. I'm more on the, like, just be consistent. Just be consistent. That's all I ask. Like, if you're going to have that crazy criticism of Islam, then boy, come through the Talmud, come through the Torah, and come through the Bible with that same scrutiny then. Like, let's be real. Because you could do the same to any religious book, any religious text. Just take it out of context and make it look like the most evil thing ever written. I mean, we do it to people every day where we take them out of context and make them look like the most evil person ever walked God's green earth. It's like, come on now. I thought we'd catch on to this by now. But all right. Oh, shout out. All right. Shout out to my man Yusuf. And then also shout out to gaming. How's it going, guys?
What up, man?
It's all good.
I just wanted to say that any religion, you could quote any verse and take it out of context and paint the whole religion with a whole brush. For example, if they want to play that game with the Quran, okay, fine, but be consistent. Do it with the Bible. In 1 Samuel 15:3, their God, which they believe is Jesus as well, orders literally genocide. Netanyahu quoted this verse. Netanyahu invoked Amalek when he committed the genocide on Palestinians. He said, we will do to you what we did to Amalek. If you go to 1 Samuel 15:3, the biblical God commands the killing of men, women, children, infants, and sucklings, and even animals. And it's not hyperbolic, because in the next verses, he does what God tells him to do. Then he only forgets to kill the animals. He doesn't kill the animals. So God punishes him because he forgot to kill the animals. So it's not hyperbole. So if you want to play this game, be consistent.
So it's not really playing. Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not really playing a game. So when you're talking about the 1 Samuel 15:3, you also have to, and I'm doing exactly what S.E.T did, and I did with some of the Quran. Yeah, I took some of it in historical context. Like, and oh yeah, by the way, S.E.T, it's pronounced jizya.
Jizya.
Jizya. Yeah, that's how you pronounce it.
Appreciate that.
The way that the historical context is laid out, you also have to take into account who was they battling? The Philistines. And
I know.
what
Can
did
I
they
tell
do?
you? Can I tell you? I know.
Hold on. I ain't done. I ain't done. I'll let you speak.
Okay.
What did they do? They sold all their weapons, and they were sold all their weapons to the Philistines and did a whole bunch of dumb stuff. And then God was like, okay, you got to dig yourself out. This is the way I want you to dig yourself out. And they still failed to do it. Also, the overarching claim, the bigger message was about how even as people elect their own leaders fail to do what God says to do. That being said, most Americans, I'm going to say it like this, most Americans have a issue with Islam, not because it's everybody. I've said this to S.E.T on a few occasions. It's what the country usually turns into. And people see these things happen time and time and time and time and time again. And then we start asking questions. We're not saying all of you guys are bad. However, when country after country after country after country kind of turns out the same way, if one particular people group or one particular ideology spreads like wildfire in these countries, it's kind of using deductive reasoning by being like, okay, how else are we supposed to take this? Now,
okay, I understand. I understand what you're coming from. Can I respond?
Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me, right? You can hear me.
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so I don't have a problem. Because the media represents Muslims in a specific light, because the media supports Zionism. As Muslim, you can just kill them. And I didn't finish. One second. Why I hate when people say, "Oh, when Muslims rule a country, it becomes shit." No, who said this? You only pick countries that are war torn by America. Iraq was successful. What happened? Iraq war happened. It became shit after it. Same with Afghanistan. What happened? They didn't suddenly decide, hey guys, we're going to become terrorists. No. America went in. It wanted to steal resources, but it went with the claim, we're going to free their women. And it went to steal resources. Same thing happened in literally every country. It's war torn. Syria, same thing happened. America and Russia. Iraq, Afghanistan. I can do the
so
same.
How do you explain the European? How do you explain?
No,
the
I'll tell you.
European
I didn't finish. I didn't finish.
Okay.
Now, after I mentioned, you have a fair claim to say, okay, let's check the countries that are Muslim, that are not war torn by American imperialism, and check how are they living. Why didn't you choose United Arab Emirates? It's a Muslim country. It's ruled by Muslims. They follow an Orthodox Islam, and it's one of the most successful countries in the world economically and in technology and everywhere. United Arab Emirates. Why didn't you mention Saudi Arabia? Saudi Arabia is literally the #1 Muslim country. The Prophet is buried there. Islam started from this country. Why didn't you mention Saudi Arabia? Saudi Arabia is more technologically advanced and clean and safer for women than all of the West. Why didn't you mention Qatar? Why didn't you mention Indonesia? Indonesia is the largest Muslim country in the world. It has more than 200 million Muslims. Why didn't you mention Indonesia? See, this is the games Zionists play.
Hold up. Let me
One second. Let me finish, and I'll let you finish. I didn't interrupt you. Please.
You're throwing point after point. I want to respond to each one of them as you bring them up.
Okay, I will finish. Let me land. Okay. The thing that boils my blood is when Zionists play this game, they only pick war-torn countries. They don't pick countries that were independent, like Saudi, UAE, Qatar, Indonesia, Egypt, Morocco, etc. They only pick the war-torn countries and blame Islam for it. No, if Islam was bad, then Saudi would be bad, then United Arab Emirates would be bad, then Qatar would be bad, etc., etc., etc. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I never said what countries I would pick. In fact, as a matter of fact, S.E.T, correct me if I'm wrong, like 1 or 2 weeks ago, I named 50 peaceful Muslim countries, and I asked how come we don't send immigrants there, considering these are peaceful countries, and they have about the same type of climate, if not better than America. Did I or did I not?
There is immigrants.
No. Hold up.
Well, yeah. We named the good, like, let's see. We named Turkey, Singapore, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Jordan, Iran, Qatar, and Oman.
I wouldn't include Iran, but 1 second. In all of the countries you mentioned, what is the common factor? They are all Muslims, but they are not. They weren't under the subjugation of American imperialism. True. Mention all of the. I'll tell you something to make it more easy. Mention all of the terrible.
So hold up, I wasn't exactly done. I just asked him to corroborate something I said. I was getting to a broader point.
Okay,
so you brought up something. You brought up something about Zionism. Well, here's the thing about Zionism. I ain't a Zionist. As a matter of fact, I don't like the Jews either because of the videos we watched. And if you ask any really good and well-versed Christian, most Jews hate Christians. In fact, they hate Christians, dare I say, the most radical of Muslims.
And the Talmud, and even have you read the Talmud, you guys? I get confused when people like say Judeo-Christian value. Judeo what? The Talmud says Jesus is burning in shit. He's an idol worshiper.
Yes.
It calls very a whore.
Yes.
If you went to a Muslim country, and said these words, you wouldn't move 1 kilometer even. This is how
Yeah, I mean,
Muslims respect
I'm gonna be
and
honest.
admire the
I was deployed to Bahrain. I already know what you're saying about the Talmud is right because they have a whole what is it called? One of those places, museum, and they go over everything in detail. They really don't like them. They really don't like the Christians. In fact, Christians are their number one targets on their hit list among everybody else, and that's because of the. I could get into a whole bunch of reasons on that, but I'm not saying it from a Christian perspective. I'm saying it. I know for me, and I've said this to Set. If we are looking, and I brought up Singapore, I brought up the other Muslim countries that are not war torn or have American imperialism that are in fact independently Muslim. If we look at those, my question to you as an American would be, why don't Muslims go to those countries? I understand that they have immigrants
Okay.
there. Yes, true.
Okay,
But
can I
if
tell you? Can I answer?
I'm not done yet. If those countries don't have the capacity or resources to have all those Muslims crammed into those small countries, why is it then our job to overextend our housing, our money, our infrastructure, our education, our transportation, and already stressed out financial market to take in more people that aren't American? My point is simple. I'm not really. I told Set this time and time again. I hate H-1B, H-2B visa workers because they swipe jobs. From an American standpoint, I don't want these workers over here because they keep tanking our economy. So why is it bad for me to say I don't want people from Middle Eastern countries over here either if I'm being
Okay.
unilateral across the board?
Okay, if you said it like this, no Muslim would have a problem with you saying this. We only have a problem when you guys pretend that all Muslims are like this, guilty until proven innocent. This is what we have a problem with. Also, we have a problem when you highlight war-torn countries as the problem being Islam. Because if it was Islam, you would see the all successful countries that are not subject to American imperialism failing. So, to your point, why should we have immigrants when our system cannot even help Americans? I agree. I agree. If you want a self-sustained, immigration has to be controlled. Like, you know what? Like United Arab Emirates, UAE has controlled immigration. It only allows immigration in a certain quantity that ensures the overall gross output to the country. I have no problem with this. Also, when you say people don't migrate to Muslim countries, no, they do. Have you went to Saudi? I went to Saudi. I went to UAE. I went to Qatar.
Yeah,
Most people
I
there are
went to all of
immigrants.
them while I was deployed. When I was deployed, I went to all these countries.
Did you see immigrants? Be honest. Did you see immigrants?
Oh yeah, there's plenty.
There's
And
more immigrants. There's more
I'm not
immigrants
saying
there
that
than
I'm not saying that to knock off on Muslim countries when I'm saying like they don't take any. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there's an unfair and unjust expectation that America is just supposed to do this. And I
no,
said in the
there
comments
isn't. But
earlier,
okay, I got your point. But I would say something. I would say if America has caused this imperialism, I believe America has the right to satisfy the people who they destroyed their lives. For example, imagine, what's your name? Can you say your name?
just call me gaming.
Okay, Gaiman.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, imagine if you were a person, if you were in Iraq, okay, and you had an Iraqi family, then a person called George Bush said Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. They want to kill us. They want to kill Western civilization. Then Netanyahu came to the Congress and told them Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. You have to help us and kill them. Then you're an Iraqi family. Your father was killed. All of your family was killed. All of 70% of the oil in your country was given back to America. Do you think that the person who perpetrated this attack has the responsibility to take care of you, or no? If America is a democracy, yes or no?
I don't think it's fair to put the entire onus of taking care of people who were killed because the needs of a few outweighed the wants of the many on the many. That's
But you're
the
a
question.
democracy. You're a democracy.
We didn't vote for that, and we didn't want to do it. In fact, they shut several
Okay, but
server. Hold up. I'm gonna correct that record real quick because that's a historical flaw. From the start of Desert Storm and Desert Shield, and after 2001, when we did believe, emphasis on did believe, that there were weapons of mass destruction, yeah, we went over there. When we found out that there weren't, in fact, weapons of mass destruction, the people were overrode. That means that the voice of the American people got shut out for 20 years. And for 20 consecutive years, Americans had been asking to get our troops out of the Middle East because nothing they're doing over there has anything to do with us.
I agree. You know, if I'll tell you something, if America pulled out all of its forces from the Middle East, you will have many positive reservation effects. What would happen? It would mean the billions that America is spending on military imperialism. It's not security. It's really imperialism. This
It's
money
not,
would
hold
go
up,
America
it's not just the United States. And that's one thing I do get pissed off about that a lot of people like to do is everybody will say the United States, United States, United States. Y'all forget that Israel pours literally billions in defense spending. Italy pours billions in defense spending,
Yes, but
and the
America
UK.
superpower in human history. America is the strongest country. For example, if America said we're gonna do X and NATO said we're gonna do Y, what's gonna happen? X is gonna happen. America has much
It
more power.
depends on it depends on the president, and that's what a lot of people that make that argument forget. It depends on the president and the administration. Americans as a whole, we have been said we don't want to get involved in anything. When Americans were called on to try to get involved in Ukraine, we said no. And even the Pentagon fought against getting involved in Ukraine. Why? Because it had nothing to do with us. And they're still trying to send our tax dollars over there. If not, they already are.
All right, if I can interject real quick, I do want to have you guys answer a couple of super chats. Well, just one really. So, and you both can take at least a minute to answer this question. Why are the three religions so hostile to people? Like, if you don't feel like they're hostile, you can say so, or if you can explain the hostility, go ahead. I do want to, respect the super chat. So this is for you guys. If I would like to start with Gaming. You can go ahead and tackle it first.
Well, I was gonna let Yusuf tackle it.
Yusuf, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm an Arab speaker and I memorize some of the Quran, not fully, but some of it. Allah says in the Quran, I will recite the Arabic first. لا ينهاكم الله عن الذين لم يقاتلوكم في الدين ولم يخرجوكم من دياركم أن تبروهم وتقسطوا إليهم إن الله يحب المقسطين. Allah says in the Quran, Allah does not forbid you to be good and kind and just to those who don't fight you and didn't kick you out of your home. Indeed, Allah loves those who are just. Then in the next verse, Allah says, but Allah does not want you to be kind and just to those who want to kill you and want to take you out of their land. So, for example, why most Muslims would hate Israel? Because Israel is controlling America's foreign policy, which is killing Muslims. You have to understand something. Islamophobia is not atomic. Islamophobia is a premise in Zionism. Because once we establish that Muslims are the bad guys, you could justify giving all of the aid to Israel to kill that evil. So we Muslims, for example, I'm originally from Egypt. If any one of you went to Egypt, you will find that literally the biggest churches in Egypt, they are protected. Under the first 300 years of Islam, when Islam entered Egypt, the churches were protected. And even this is documented in Egyptian Coptic church history. Google
I can back
Egyptian
his story.
Coptic.
I can back what he's
church
saying
history.
up.
They report this stuff. People who hate us.
All right, now let's go ahead and let Gaming. You said you want to back it up.
Okay, so
no, I'm saying what he was saying about in Egypt about how all the churches are protected. I can back that up. Churches are considered off limits in Egypt when it comes to like any military operations or types of attacks. And there's a couple cases where Israel tried to violate this, and they almost found themselves in hot international water.
All right, guys. If you have any questions to ask the guests, man, feel free to do so
Wait,
now.
I didn't get to answer his question either.
Go ahead.
All right, so a lot of people seem to think that Christianity is overtly hostile to the rest of the world. I'm gonna just keep it a stack. It isn't hostile. It's meant to. How do I say this without like fumbling my words? It's meant to call people. it's meant to call people out on what they did, and a lot of people that think Christianity is hostile, or a lot of people that overly indulge in frugal and needless activities such as sexual immorality, adultery, paganism, stuff like that. So there's no need to and the Bible teaches hey, there's no need for it. In fact, most people, when they hear Christianity, the first thing they say is, "Oh, well, you guys did the Crusades," and then they never let that go. But they ignore the fact that the Crusades were actually at the authority and the behest of the Pope, backed by, I think, Constantinople, if my memory serves me correct. And it really had nothing to do with the underground church at the time, because Christians were actually being persecuted by the church, the Catholic Church, for our call outs of the stuff that the Pope was doing. So whenever people seem, and this goes into my point that I made, and apparently everybody tried to fry me on it, but going into my point that I made a while back, I was like, Catholics aren't Christian because they don't follow the same doctrine. And one of the things that people miss is that Catholics were actively killing Christians when the early church first started off. And there is that hidden beef, which is why I said, no, they're not Christians. Real Christians, we don't want to kill anybody unless we absolutely have to. Think break into my house and try to do something to my family, then you have to die. Outside of that, no, we have no reason to do anything like that to anybody. And for the most part, like Yusuf said, a lot of that is also propaganda propped up by the same group of individuals who want to see both religions killed off.
All right. Now let's go ahead and get into the conversation. Let's now wait, gaming. Did you have any questions you wanted to ask Yusuf that y'all wanted to get into, or am I free to ask some of the questions that the chat's been bringing up?
I mean, some of the stuff that a lot of the questions that I would have to ask Yusuf are like offline type of questions, because they're more aligned with like some debate questions and not really like, it's not appropriate for the forum. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, wait. Well, I mean, go ahead and shoot. Why not?
Nah, I'll save that from between me and him.
All right. So I would like to get on one of the most controversial things that everybody like to bring up: Muhammad's marriage to his first wife. I want you to explain, Yusuf, how do you justify, man? I'm not asking this antagonizing. I'm asking it the way how, the Islamophobes do in a way. How do you justify Muhammad sleeping with his little girl?
Okay, first, it wasn't his first marriage. His first marriage was with a woman called Khadija, which was a businesswoman and was 20 years older than him. Okay, this Khadija is his first wife. Then after she passed away, this is bad. This is Aisha radiallahu anha. What I believe in a quote, which is anything that is taken out of context can be misconstrued in a way to make it sound demonic. And I'll show this now. But can you first agree here that can you all agree here that no one should have a sex with anyone, with a female, except if she's physically and mentally mature, correct?
Well,
man, that's a slippery slope. You gotta specify.
Okay, I'll specify.
I'll give you this. Go ahead.
Okay, according to the three major religions, even Christian can't deny this. A girl becomes a woman post puberty. This is I could mention the church fathers what they said about this issue. A girl becomes a woman post puberty when she's physically and mentally mature. And now I'll explain. In Islam, there's two parts of marriage. There is something called aqd al-nikah, contract of marriage, and something called ad-dukhul, which is consummation.
Now hold up.
Okay?
I do want to shoot back on something. In the actual Bible,
okay, can I finish all then shoot back? Can I finish all then shoot back?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's contract of marriage, then there is consummation of marriage. Okay. Contract.
All right. So okay.
Both between adults. However, there's an that you can do what? Then you could do contract of marriage with the family of the bride, of the future bride, after you do the contract of marriage, you wait until she hits puberty, becomes a woman, then you take her consent and her family consent, then the marriage is consummated. And when the marriage is consummated in Islam, it has to be between two adults only. Why? Because in Islam we have something called la darar wa la dirar. It's a Islamic harm principle, which means nothing can undergo Sharia which has harm. Like this instance, for example. So, for example, Aisha radiallahu anha, some narrations mention 6, and I will also comment on the authenticity of the narrations because it's important. Some narrations mention that the contract of marriage was made when she was 6. Some mention 7. It doesn't matter. Let's say 6. I will take 6. I don't care. When she was done, when the contract of marriage was done when she was 6 years old, she was still with her family. She wasn't with the Prophet. The Prophet was living separately. Then after 3 to 4 years, some narrations mentions 9, some narrations mentions 10. Aisha hit puberty there, so she was a woman. Who here decides whether she was a woman? Her parents.
Now,
her parents.
I will give you this. I will give you this. During that first century, the common marriage, during that century, in that time, the common age of marriage was about 12, 14.
No,
Problem with a lot of
in
people kind of get thrown back.
No. Arabia, no. Guys, 100 years ago, I want to fact check my words. 100 years ago in America, in Delaware, the age of marriage was 7 years old. What are you saying?
Ooh.
Whoa.
Fact check this.
Okay.
No.
No.
Let me finish.
If I can, I would like to get into, I would like to answer the question that was on screen from a biblical standpoint, because it says Genesis 16:10 says that the angel of the Lord said to her, I will multiply your descendants exceedingly so that they shall not be counted for multitude. 11. And the angel of the Lord said to her, behold, you are with child, and you shall bear a son. You shall call his name Ishmael, because the Lord has heard your affliction. 12. He shall be a wild man, and his hand shall be against every man, and every man's hand against him, and he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. Talking about Abraham's children, Isaac and Ishmael, because Ishmael was not the son that was supposed to happen between Sarai and Abram. Ishmael was supposed to be Ishmael was Hagar's son.
Right. Now, before you go too far, we do want to stay on topic here. Now, gaming, I know you want to push back on that. So, because just to round off what Yusuf was saying, though, he's pretty much saying that, pretty much you're going by the stance on puberty. She hit puberty, and during that time, that was the status to consummate a marriage.
And not only that, I want to mention something. I didn't finish. This narration is not binding to any Muslims. Meaning, to be a Muslim, you have 6 articles of faith. There isn't an article of faith that you have to believe Aisha was this years old. It's not in the Quran. It's in Sahih Bukhari. Bukhari. It's not binding upon every Muslim. It's like church tradition. Does every Christian have to?
So there's really no definitive marker on her age.
What?
So there is no definitive age that Aisha has been going off different texts.
No, there is a narration that mentions 6 and some 7, and some narrations that the marriage was consummated 9 and 10. But the other narrations mentions that she was, for example, the Prophet was fairly tall. At 9, she was the shoulder height of the Prophet. So this isn't the small kid that you guys imagine. She was physically mature. And as I said, in Islam, a marriage cannot happen a consummation cannot happen between an adult and a child. Why? Because it will break the harm principle in Islam. It will break Sharia. The four jurisprudence, Hanbali, Maliki, Shafi'i, and Hanbali, they all are unanimous that no marriage in Islam can undergo if there is harm principle. So this.
I will say. So I want to get a chance to get in here. So one thing that you said, the Christian. Let me finish all my point before you jump in.
Okay.
The first point you said is this happens in Christianity. Even Christians can't deny it. Every marriage that has taken place within the Bible has been when they were at least 16 or 17, and this is
come on, bro.
Prove it.
I can mention. No, I'm saying.
I can give you an example.
hold up.
All right, go ahead. But I'm sorry.
Because I won't be able to speak. Um, and I'm not saying like that's okay either, but also between the two kids or whatever, they were married. So it was between two young adults. We could say that if we wanted to go down that road. Yeah, they were young adults, but they were just teenagers that were horny.
Okay.
But
I will not
in terms,
comment.
hold up. You had your time. Let me get mine. So,
But did you understand my argument? I'm not gonna interrupt you, but did you understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I understand. I understood where you're coming from. So,
Okay, which is what? Can you please repeat my position to make sure we're on the same page?
So your position is essentially that Muhammad contract married Aisha when she was 6 or 7. However,
Yes.
she was not living with him at the time because that would break sure one of the I didn't catch what you the specific law.
No. I said yes, you're correct, but I didn't say this. Yes, she wasn't living with him when she was 6 or 7. She only was given to him by her family when they saw that she became a woman.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm giving you a summary. So that happened when she was 6 or 7, and he didn't consummate the marriage until she was 9 or 10, or until she reached physical maturity. Because by that point,
not or. She reached
okay,
maturity.
she reached maturity, and then he consummated a marriage.
Yes,
What
he
I'm
became a woman.
what,
Then she became a woman. Then her parents, in the hadith, it mentioned her parents took her and brought her to the Prophet because they knew she became a woman. Yes.
So that's one thing that I can say that Christianity does not cede any ground toward. Consummation is not until two people have gone through the proper, not what is essentially training and knowledge and understanding about what marriage is and how it's meant to reflect God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit. And then it has to be agreed upon that, yes, this is a lawful and just wedding between two fully realized Christians that understand what they're getting into. And then you have the ceremony. And then after that, that's why in Christianity, there's no such thing as divorce. I'm saying what a lot of people would turn their nose up at is the fact that, and these are words out of your own mouth, she was 6 or 7, agreeing to her parents offering her up essentially to a contract marriage, which a grown.
No.
Hold up. Hold up. You gotta let me finish so you can hear my full point.
Okay.
This is a 6 or 7-year-old being either given or allowed to contract marry somebody who's way older than her, and then at 9 or 10 years old, or when she reaches puberty, which is in that case she's still a child. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt when I say or puberty, and then consummating a marriage. That's what's making people, one, really uncomfortable, and two, having them turn their nose up, because this is an underdeveloped young child who has basically no experience in the world, let alone rhyme or reason to be making these type of decisions.
Okay, and okay. You mentioned something. We're gonna take it step by step. I said the marriage was consummated when she became a woman, not a child. You cannot take the Muslim position and pick from it. The Muslim is saying she was 9 or 10 and she was a woman at that age. She was the shoulder height of the Prophet, who was fairly tall. She wasn't that small kid that you imagine. She existed 1,450 years ago. She didn't exist 20 years ago, so you could imagine her at this society. This is the first thing. Second thing, you mentioned she was giving I didn't. I have to elaborate this. Yes, you're right. When she was 6 and 7, she didn't consent to it, to sign the contract. However, when she becomes mature and a woman in Islam, she has the right to consent to say yes, I want to continue in this marriage or not. And at that time, she's a woman. Now, you mentioned the age difference. According to the biblical, according to the Jewish history, Mary was 12 years old when she was betrothed to 90 years old Joseph. 12 years old and 90 years old Joseph. you cannot يعني there is no biblical account that forbids the marriage of two individuals who have a large age gap. Show me the verse. This is the first thing. Second thing, in Numbers 31 verses 17 to 18, you have Moses under the command of God telling them to take the little girls for themselves. And if you looked at the earliest Jewish interpretations of this verse, these little girls were married to the soldiers. And in the last verses of chapter Numbers 31, God tells them how to distribute these little girls to the army and Moses and the priest. So and to finish off, Thomas Aquinas is one of the biggest church fathers in Christianity. He mentions that at his time, the average age of marriage of women was 12 and men was 14, and he said after it, and if a woman reached physical and mental maturity before 12, she could get married. This is why all the enemies of Islam at the time of the Prophet and just until 100 years ago, they didn't comment on this marriage at all because this marriage was normal. And again, I will mention again, we don't believe she was a kid or a child at 9. We believe she was a young, mature woman.
So hold up. Let me get at a couple of points. One, you're believing that Jews who already don't like Jesus or like Christians in general are going to accurately report on what age that Joseph and Mary was,
It's in church
even
history.
though
Church history.
no.
It's in the Catholic Encyclopedia. You can check
Catholics
it.
are not a
They are.
reputable
But I mean,
source.
come on, bro. That's
They
not.
took
That's
it.
like an unpopular
No,
opinion.
hold
You
up,
gotta
hold
admit.
up, hold up. No, hold up.
They
I'm
took it
telling
from
you this
James.
because I just no. I
James.
hold up.
Oh, hold on,
Let me
hold on,
talk, let me
Yusuf.
talk.
Let him cook. Let him cook. Let him cook. He's gonna make a good point. Go ahead.
So I just said that Catholics literally went to war with Christians and started killing them because of what we had to. Can you stop sniffing that? I'm sorry, I'm walking my dog. Literally went to war and started killing Christians because we corrected them over the stuff that they were doing. They have very differing opinions about how praise and worship should be carried out, what we should be doing, X, Y, and Z. That's where they're diverging religion. Yeah, the books may say close to the same stuff, but in practice, what they do and how they go about doing it, no. And you will never find anywhere in the Bible where it says, go to another man outside of Jesus and pray to him for forgiveness. We're not supposed to go to Mary. It even says that. So I have no idea why people keep saying that, oh, Catholics are Christian. They're not. Because going to Mary, she can't do anything for us. And it's even mentioned in the Bible several times that we're not supposed to be doing that. Second, and this is the more important part, nowhere in, again, you're taking the word of Catholics who straight up go to idols and stuff and pray to them, what is essentially, and ask them for forgiveness. You're taking the words of those two religions as fact for Christianity when that's not the truth. There is no mention of hardly anyone's age unless you read the genealogy of in the Bible, because in genealogy it'll tell you how many years a person lived and who they had kids with and how long those kids lived, and that's something that a lot of people skip over.
Now, all
Second,
right, now, but just to bring it into historical context, though, because now the reason why he did bring up older Catholic practices, because that was damn near like common practice of that nation. But yeah, it was 14 for males and 12 for females. So there were cases where a male could be like my age or your age, and a female would just be like 12 to 14 years old. Didn't work out like that.
I'm not denying that.
Yeah,
I'm not denying that at all, because we knew the medievals were on some wicked timing.
But your Bible never condemns it. Show me in the Bible.
Yeah, no, that is true though. No, the Bible does.
They do.
It says virgin. It says like you know, it talks about virgin women, and virgin women.
So
like, you're a virgin, so you pop out the womb. So
no, show me. I'll
question.
tell you something. There is no age of marriage in the Bible. Show me where 18 or 16 is mentioned. There is none. And I'll tell you something. Okay, everyone watching this, go to anything. Go to
So I got a question.
Ask
Are you
the
gonna
average
ask
of
one?
marriage
Are you gonna ask one point at a time and let me try to respond, or are you gonna ask rapid fire points and over talk?
Okay, but be quick.
All right, let's go with the first one, Yusuf. We're gonna go with the first one and talk about what would you about to respond to Waxy Gaming? You about to
So
revert
what
to
I was about to,
age?
so I was getting ready to say the age. And my response to this is when you go in and you go through numbers or you go through, what is it? The begins with the C. Man, it's escaping me. I don't want to leave off the site because then it'll start acting funky. Chronicles, there it is. When you start going to reading in Chronicles, it goes through the genealogy and it'll list their ages. It also does that in Genesis, and it also does that in Numbers, I believe. It also does that in Daniel and in Micah. It does it in a few places where it goes through their genealogy. If we're gonna nitpick off of, show me the specific verse, okay, we can go round and round and round about that. The overarching point at what I'm getting at is the onus is on you to try to convince everybody else why this was okay and justified. Because we have this book that you guys say you believe in, and even there's a couple of people, prominent social figures, one of them being Sneeko. I'm not saying he's the best source, but this does matter, where he said he did have a problem with Aisha being 9, and the response to his question was essentially, don't think about it. So
No,
my
it got
question,
explained to him. I saw the stream. It got explained to him by Sheikh Uthman.
are you
And he
close
said
by
it makes
Wi-Fi?
sense, the explanation. Which is, guys, I'll tell you something. Do you have a problem? Okay, do you have a problem? Do you have a problem if a young virgin woman marries an older man? Do you have a problem with it?
Yeah, if she's
Yes
not
or
of
no?
age.
Yeah.
If she's not of age, absolutely. They're called pedophiles for a reason.
You.
Oh, please don't let his connection be gone.
Yusuf, you good?
You there?
Look like he's coming back. Might have walked away from the Wi-Fi, my friend.
Yeah, we can't hear you at all, and you're cutting out bad.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Sorry,
now we can.
My internet shit. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm gonna explain it very clearly. In the marriage between Prophet Muhammad and Aisha, when you pick a story from Islamic source, you have to take everything because it's an internal criticism. Internal criticism assumes the opposite side truth. So we believe Aisha was a woman at 9, and we believe that the marriage had zero possible harm on any. So there isn't, you can't prove that there's anything immoral on it. Secondly, we don't have in the Bible where an age of marriage is specified. Show me. This is according to history. Okay. Can someone fact check me right now? Go to ChatGPT, for example, ask what is the average age of marriage in a Jewish society in 1st century. It would be 12. 12 would be pedophilia, right or no? And I also want to explain.
I'm gonna be honest. Every other word you're saying is coming through.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, but before it was like every other word you were saying was choppy and robotic.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, try to stay close to the mic. Appreciate it.
Okay. One by one. I'm saying if you're gonna pick a story from Islamic history, you have to pick everything related. We believe yes, Aisha was a 9. We believe she was a woman at 9. We believe there was no possible harm. We believe she consented. We believe her parents consented. We believe it was according to the societal norms of 7th century Arabia. No one was harmed. She was a young virgin woman. So from our position, there's nothing immoral that we should be ashamed of. Secondly, in the Bible, there is no age of marriage. This is simple. Show me a verse where it says the age of marriage is B or C. In fact, go now, write in ChatGPT, what is the average age of marriage in 1st century Jewish society? This answer, take the answer that's gonna take.
And, I already got you. It was 12 to say. It was 12 to what was it 12 for females? Like, so the common marriage for females around that time was about 12 to 14.
Okay, guys. Okay, it's 12. Guys, would we consider? And this is 1st century is the time of, okay. Would you consider now 12 years old now a woman? No, of course not. All of us here, we're gonna say no. 12 years old, she's still young. Why? Because in Islam we have something called urf. We take the societal norms into account. So, for example, today, Islamic scholar called Ibn Uthaymeen, he mentioned that, for example, at this time, we can say that the age of marriage, the woman should be 18 or more. She can be less because she's not psychologically developed as back 1,450 years ago they were. Okay, so if you're gonna take a story, and after I mentioned everything, this report, if a Muslim came and said, I don't believe in this report because ABCDFG, he's still a Muslim. It's not binding upon him. It's not in the Quran, and it's not the speech of the Prophet. It's not binding. So worst case scenario, a Muslim can say, I just don't believe in this narration, and nothing happened to his religion.
All right, just to round that about, though, it kind of seems like you're pretty much saying, well, due to the times at that time and due to what they considered puberty, it's not really that big of a deal because it wasn't illegal or it wasn't looked down upon then. But we're kind of
and
using,
because she was
right?
a woman and there was no harm, and because she was a woman at that time and there was no harm, and her parents, her father is Abu Bakr Siddiq, the best friend of the Prophet. Who let's be honest here, who knows whether Aisha was mature or not? Her father or you? Who? Her father, of course. Her father and family, they knew when she was mature. So they are the authority when she became a woman, and they delivered her to the Prophet. The Prophet didn't come, where's Aisha? Give her to me. No, they gave Aisha to him when they saw she became a woman. Guys, the Prophet is fairly tall. She was his shoulder height. Do you know what does this mean? I don't. If you guys like stand up, and if you're fairly tall, imagine a woman being your shoulder height. It means she was physically mature. And Aisha went to wars. She went to jihad campaigns with the Prophet. She memorized thousands of verses. She converted people to Islam. This isn't a psychological girl. This is a young, mature woman. I said, and this is according to scientific research, that girls back then psychologically were more mature psychologically because they didn't have a school, kindergarten, then school. No, they were to the real world directly. And also, guys, we don't have to forget that do you know the average age people died back then? It was 30 or 40. Was the lifespan. So if you're gonna wait till 20, you're not gonna have time to get married. People, there was famine, there was war, so you had to get married early. So the Islamic is Aisha was a woman. There was no harm. She was physically and she was the shoulder height of a fairly tall adult. So the image, when people make like a scary image of the Prophet and Aisha, small kid, no, she was the shoulder height of him. And she went to jihad with him.
So my follow-up question is, so let's take this into consideration. Young girls are maturing way faster because of the stuff they're putting in the food. We can say this for certainty. This isn't something we can argue. Even
wait, hold
if
on.
the law,
You said young girls are maturing fast because we were putting in the food, right?
yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So even, and I'm going somewhere with this, so please let me finish before you jump in and start talking. If we were to take that, right, young girl, matured well, had her first cycle, reached the age of puberty, okay? Say that's like 10, 12, 13 years old. Would it be cool if, for example, if somebody like went to a Muslim country, married them? No. My question then, okay, so this brings up a good point. I'm not saying, and I want S.E.T to hear this clearly, I'm not saying it's all of them. I am saying it from what I've seen while being over in the Middle East, not just clips offline, and from what I learned from talking to other women that were over there. Yes, there are still child brides. Bachabazi, even though it's with boys, is still a thing. What do we say and do about that? Because that is also a very real concern.
Okay. First off, obviously, you guys know that in Islam, homosexuality is a sin. Do I need to prove it, or do you know it?
No, trust me, we get that.
Okay, so someone fucking a boy. Of course, Islamically, this is wrong. In Islam, do you know what's the punishment for this in Islam? This is rape. This is rape in Islam. He will be stoned to death. And by the way, there are because I saw this. I saw people posting a video about someone getting thrown from the fifth floor in Afghanistan by the Taliban, and they said, "Look, they're throwing him because he's gay." No, it was because he molested a child, so they threw him on top of a building. Okay, so this is the first thing.
I ain't
This is
gonna
not
lie. I agree with them on that. We need to do more of that.
yeah, of course. Okay. This is the second concern. You said there's child marriages. Okay, I will tell you now. Google now. The age of marriage in Islamic countries now. Most of the Islamic countries now have a high age of marriage because Muslims cannot have any relation. If you've been to Bahrain, you know that Muslims are more conservative, right? On average, more conservative than Christians. Correct?
I mean, well, definitely when it comes to dressing, I'll tell you that one.
Okay, but for example, Muslim men cannot have any relations with any girl outside of marriage. Same as Christianity, but Muslims take it more seriously. So this is why the age of marriage in Islamic countries now. Google it now. Don't take my words for it. It's very high. It's 16, 18, 19. No, for example, in the country I'm in, it's illegal to marry under 18. And I told you an Orthodox scholar called Ibn Uthaymeen. He's a Salafi scholar, one of the biggest scholars in Islam. He died 20 years ago. May Allah have mercy on him. He said that a woman below 18 now is psychologically not mature enough to be a woman and to be accountable in marriage. So,
all right, now hold on. There's a bit pushback in the chat. Now I'm gonna go look this up. The age of consent in Islamic countries, because they're giving you pushback. Like that's a lie. Because bro, I'm sorry, but they're expecting you to say 6 years old in Islamic countries. Like I said, a lot of people are radicalized to hate Islam. So go ahead and
I want you now to Google it. You be check and say, for example, what is the average people?
Sorry about backing out. I can't use Chrome and go on Grok, as that's my AI of choice. Less restrictions.
I'll
Hold up.
Tell you the same thing.
Let me. So
I want you now.
Hold up. Let me
I didn't
say
finish my
something real
point.
quick.
Write the average age men get married at in Muslim countries. Please, you write it on ChatGPT. See the result. Mention it.
So hold up. My age of consent that I got from Grok after I asked is 16 to 18, with parental consent needed for children that are below. But
I got from MuslimMatters.org. I got 14 and 18, and Bahrain has an outlier of 21.
Yeah, in Bahrain you need to be 21, which is crazy.
I said average age of marriage. Okay, I got in Algeria, for example. Okay, you went to. It said what in your Grok, or I don't know what you used.
Yeah, we got Indonesia coming in at 15 and 16. Turkey age of consent is 18. Bahrain 21.
Literally everything. Hold up. Everything that set got, I used a completely different AI, and I got the same thing, with Bahrain having the highest age of consent being 21.
See, this is the point. People are brainwashed about Islam. They are brainwashed. I'm sorry to say.
How? You asked us to look it up, and we looked it up, and I was way more.
Wait. What's wrong with the number 16 to 18 as age of consent? What's wrong?
Because they're kids.
Age of consent in America is above 18, right?
Age of consent is 18 or above.
Some states it's 16, I believe, still.
Yeah, and we're busy trying to get those raised up.
Yeah, but then who are we to judge, though, then, if, you know?
Yeah, the difference is we're actively doing something about it. And
are we? I mean, it's still here.
Yeah, I get what you there. It's kind of like an apples to oranges comparison. But if we're asking like a generalized question, we can't then be like, but what about this other country? Because then you're just making a straw man argument.
Do you know in Italy it's 15? Do you know in Italy it's 15 or 16? Different age of consent is relative to the society. I mentioned you a top scholar, literally in Islam, called Ibn Uthaymeen. He said that women should be above 18 at that certain society. And by the way, do you know in Islamic marriage, I said a marriage cannot happen if there is any possible harm. So you cannot possibly object to it.
Hold on, did
No
y'all
What are
see
you
way.
this?
looking
No,
at,
hold
Seth?
on, guys. Bro, this is actually crazy. So this comes from Girls Not Brides, right? So a turning
Mm-hmm.
point in Pakistan's fight to end child marriage. The Child Marriage Restraint Act of 2025 for Islamabad Capital Territory. So what is telling me right now is that they're literally fighting to let's see here, to set an 18 as a minimum age in the federal capital, with child marriage treated as a criminal offense and sex with a minor spouse defined as statutory rape. And this is what they're doing like now, and this is 2025.
And I was getting ready to say, from all the military protocols, we were actually trained on how to spot underage child brides, and they even got from different governments, mainly being from Bahrain and Saudi Arabia, on what that looks like and what those ages are. So when I'm saying like, yo, it's still low today, I'm not pulling that out of my rear end. This is a thing that's going on today.
Okay, it's
All
in
right,
Bahrain. You
so
said
no,
it's 21.
Yeah, in
all
Bahrain
right,
is 20.
all right.
Okay,
Then. So the
خلاص. So
landmark. Go ahead. You guys go.
okay, so I don't know what's Pakistan doing here, but Pakistan having an issue with it. It's not, you cannot blame Islam for it, because most Muslim countries is between 16, 18, etc. For example, and Bahrain is 21, which is higher than the US, by the way. So you're gonna say US is pedophilic compared to Bahrain?
What?
Are you gonna say US is pedophilic compared to Bahrain because Bahrain has a higher age of consent?
No, of course not.
No, that
خلاص.
doesn't make sense.
Okay, خلاص. And so the same problem you cannot apply upon Muslim countries. They have age of consent
That
between 16 and 18. You cannot say they are pedophilic because of that.
nobody said they're
No, but no, really, he's
pedophilic.
actually making a good point, because think about one of the main criticism of Islam is their pedophilia. But when we look at these, when we look at the consent age, let's be honest, like, bro,
I
they
mean,
got
because
some of our
we could say that
states kind of
about.
look more worse
Hold
than the
up,
Islam nation.
hold up, because
Go
we
ahead.
could also say the same thing, and that's one of the things I do hate that people do a lot. The first thing they do is they put U.S. in everything, but they forget that countries like Japan,
They have
North
it
and
lower.
South Korea, and everybody else that has these laws does the same thing. So it ain't really realistic for everybody to sit up here and say, "Oh, it's considered, you know, oh, it's just the U.S." No, at the federal level, statutory rape is a federal crime, because at the federal level, you have to be 18.
True, but like my point was that you're really gonna have to do all types of mental gymnastics to sit there and say that, oh, all Islamic countries are these, or all of them believe in child marriage and all this good stuff, when there are cultures and probably some parts of these Muslim nations that practice that, but that's not all of them. That's like, I think that's
And that's
the
a
point he's
minority.
kind of
It's not
summing up on.
and as I mentioned, Bahrain has a higher age of consent than America. Bahrain,
Yeah.
Muslim country, has a higher age of consent than America. So if you're gonna use that logic, then say America is pedophilic because Bahrain has a higher age of consent.
Oof, we won't take it. I mean, they won't take it that far.
Nah, we're
I
not
wouldn't
taking
even
that.
take it that far. I get
Okay,
it.
and I want to
16.
mention
We
something,
do got
guys.
some
I want to
states
mention
that's
something.
16, and that's a bit wild. But you are making a good point, though.
But it's subjective. It's subjective. The age of marriage is subjective because every country has a different year. It's depending on the society. This is my whole point. Do you guys know? Do you know how? For example, your grandmother. How old was she when she got married?
Mine was like what, 14, 16?
See. So now, if this happened today, this would be considered weird. But back then, things were much different
But
because
also
people.
said, where were your grandparents at?
Oh, that was in South America.
See, that's the point.
No,
But
in America,
that'd have been legal back in the day in America, though.
America,
It'd have been legal back in the day,
America,
like
in
way
Delaware,
before this.
guys.
Bro, we're talking about
in
like
America,
the
in
40s.
Delaware, it was 7. In Delaware, it was 7 years old. This was the legal age of marriage in Delaware 100 years ago. Fact check me now. It was 7 years old. Right? The age of
Nobody's saying that you're lying.
No, I'm
or
just
anything.
mentioning that the age of marriage is not a fixed rule, and it's not given. It is subjective according to the society. If a society sees that a woman, a girl, becomes psychologically and physically mature at 18, then that becomes the age. At 16, that becomes the age. It's not a fixed number. I'll tell you something funny. So you believe that a girl, when she was 17 years old and 360 days, she's a child. But after a week, she physically becomes a woman? Of course not. Nothing happens. Nothing happens in that 1 minute difference that converts her to a woman. It's subjective according to the society. In Islam, it has a rule. A woman, for a girl to be a woman, she has to be post-puberty, physically and mentally mature. This is a woman according to Islam. This could take different shapes according to the society norms. This is why scholars now would say 16. Some would say 16. It depends on the context of the society.
All right. All right.
Can I introduce the topic?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Nah.
Can I? Okay, but I want to. I believe. I don't know what's the other guy's position about Islam, but I have a question for you. Who do you believe is a closer religion that respects Jesus, Islam or Christianity? Islam or Judaism? Sorry.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
My question is, which from the two religions do you believe is more close to Christianity? Is Islam or Judaism?
Islam. Easy. Islam.
Okay, the other guy.
It's Christianity.
No, I'm saying from between Islam and Judaism, which is more closer to Christianity?
Oh, between Islam and Judaism?
Yes.
In what context? Because if we're going to talk about historical context, it's Judaism. If we're talking about practices,
in the context of Jesus.
In the context of Jesus?
Yes.
I don't know. It's
come on, you know.
Okay, I'll make it
stop. No, don't. That's one thing I ain't gonna do online. That's one thing I ain't gonna do online. One thing I don't do is when people when people tell me, "Oh, you know," or "You do this." No, don't do that. I'm going through a process of thought, and I'm weighing everything else. Historically,
I will rephrase the question. Do you believe people who say Jesus is the prophet and the Messiah and the son of Mary and Mary is a virgin? Do you believe these people are closer to you, or people who say Mary is a whore, Jesus is burning in human excrement? Which people are closer to your faith in terms of Jesus?
So, in terms, if you put only, and I mean only from that position, meaning while we're in the context of exactly what you just said, then yes, I would take the Muslim side from it.
Isn't Jesus isn't the whole thing?
I can't hear you.
I'm saying isn't Jesus the whole idea about Christianity? Christianity is centered about Jesus, correct?
Actually, no. The actual idea, and that's what a lot of people, like Muslims, get a chance to explain their religion all the time, but most of the time Christians are shouted down or overtalked or stuff like that, and most people don't even know what the entire premise of Christianity is. So if you guys want, I would like to.
I thought it was original sin and the resurrection.
Yeah, but there's some other stuff to it as well. So I would like to.
You guys,
hold up. You got. Hold up. You got. If I may, you got to explain Islam. I'd like to explain Christianity.
Can I explain Islam first?
We did.
I didn't explain Islam at all.
All right, go ahead and explain your position on Jesus and Islam, and then go ahead and let Gaming take over from there.
Okay, so a general picture about Islam. The first Islam. What does the word Islam mean? It means submission.
Hold up, before you start talking, I'm gonna mute myself because I'm also putting together a bed, so I'm doing two things at once, and I don't want to be rude.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I don't get offended. It's fine. You guys asked me about, by the way, the most controversial questions, and it's fine with me. I don't get offended at all. So because I know I'm speaking about evidence, and there is nothing to be ashamed of. Okay, so Islam. What is Islam? Islam means submission. This was literally the word submission. Submission to who? To the God of Ibrahim, which is Ibrahim in Arabic. This is what Islam teach. Islam teach that there is one God, worthy of, and that throughout time God sent prophets of God to call people to worship that one God only. People, when some prophets came to them, they either rejected the message or corrupted the message. So God came with another prophet to say the same message, which is to worship God alone. Moses said this, worship God alone. Jesus said this, worship God alone. And throughout and after Jesus, we believe the message given to Jesus was corrupted by church father willingly. The Quran mentions that they knew that they were corrupting the scripture. Then the Islam is finalized, and by the way, we believe every prophet is a Muslim. We don't mean he was an Arab and follower of Muhammad. This is not what Muslim mean. We mean that he submitted to the Abrahamic God, and that he believed is one God and called people to the worship of that one God. Then came Prophet Muhammad with the final and clear message with the Quran, the only uncorrupted scripture that remains with us now. Prophet Muhammad confirmed all the previous revelation in their original form and mentioned their corruption. And he led the perfect moral life. Prophet Muhammad, a quick summary about his story. He spent in Mecca, which has the Kaaba now. He was being persecuted, tortured by his people for more than 10 years because he called them to worship God and remove the idols, because Arab pagans were worshiping idols. They took his followers as slaves and they kept torturing them because they refused the worship of their pagan gods. Then the Prophet Muhammad went back to a place called Medina, where he gathered his following and convinced people about Islam, and the verses of the Quran were revealed there. Then when he came back to the people who killed his family members, tortured him, slaughtered him, do you know what he did? If you take the media version of Islam, you think he would kill them all, and he has the right to, because they killed his family and tortured him. He told them, "Idhabu fa antum tulaqa, leave, you are free, and I forgive you." This is Prophet. You will never hear this stuff in the media. And Prophet Muhammad said, "Not a Muslim the one whose neighbor who sleeps and his neighbor is hungry." Prophet Muhammad said, "The best of you are the best to their women." The Prophet Muhammad, when someone asked him who I should have be more loving to, he said, "Your mother, then your mother, then your mother, then your father." The Prophet Muhammad ordered Muslims throughout stipation to free slaves. Prophet Muhammad said that Allah is the enemy of the person who takes a free man and makes him a slave. And in Islamic law, there are many rules that if you did something wrong, the punishment is that free slaves. And there is no slavery in Islam. There is something called captivity. Milk means something different else. But Prophet Muhammad said in the last sermon, he said this. He said there is no virtue, and because Arab pagans, they were extremely tribal. He told them there is no virtue of a white man over a black man, or a black man over an Arab man, a white man, and there is no virtue of Arab over a non-Arab, and non-Arab over an Arab. And he said the best of you are the ones who are the best in the eyes of God. And he also mentioned that God doesn't look at our face or our skins; He looks at our hearts. And he said, the Prophet Muhammad said that do to others what you wish is done to you. And he led a perfect marriage. All of his wives, Aisha said that she had the best marriage in the world. She was jealous. She was jealous of the other wives of the Prophet. She loved him to death. After he passed away on her leg. And she kept talking about him, praising him, how he treated her perfectly, and all the wives too. And we believe our problem with the Christians is that we believe they turned away from the worship of one God. We agree with Jews in this, that Christians went from worshiping one God, which is the God who Jesus said in John 17:3, the Father is the only true God. Jesus said this. Jesus was worshiping who? He was worshiping himself? No, he was worshiping the Father. He said the Father is the only true God. And this God is the God that we all have to worship. But obviously, we disagree with the Jews that say Jesus is is a bastard son. Of course, we disagree with the Jews on this. But we believe that we all have to worship one God alone, not associate any partners with him. And Jesus, we believe Jesus will come back, and he will come back and break the cross. Jesus will come back and break the cross and tell Christians, "I never told you to worship me. I never told you. I told you to submit to God." This is the message of Islam.
All right. There you go.
All right.
All right.
So I've been quiet. I didn't interrupt. I expect the same thing. All right. I'm finna jump in. So the message of the Bible, it actually teaches number one, just to lay a few things out. Anytime, and I'm gonna say this for you too, Set. Anytime you see Lord, Lord, in all caps, that's Jesus Christ. Anytime you see capital L and then lowercase ord, that's God. And they even specify it by saying the Lord your God and the angel of the Lord in the Old Testament. We believe that God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit are all one, because it is written, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. This is a direct call back to Genesis, when it states, in the beginning was God. Jesus is saying outright that he is God, which is one of the reasons why the Jews wanted to kill him so bad, and they ultimately and subsequently did. The entire premise of Christianity is that ever since we gave up our dominion and disobeyed God, God has been on what is essentially a rescue mission to save people. It has never been about submission, because if it was, he would have just scrapped Adam and Eve the moment they sinned and started over. It's always been about us willfully choosing him and making the choice to choose him. We see this in the very first instance of the original sin in the Garden of Eden, when he tells them, you can eat of the tree of life, but of the tree of fruit of knowledge you cannot eat. You cannot eat of it, for in the day you do, you shall surely die. God immediately steps in to save humanity by preventing us from eating the fruit of life, thereby preventing us from living forever and having that original sin propagate. Because of this one action, he because of this action, he promises to Adam and Eve that he will send a son, a pure son that has no sin, that has a perfect a perfect birth, born of a virgin, down through Adam and Eve's line, and he shall take away the original sin of the entire world. All throughout the Bible, throughout the Old Testament, we see time and time again these great men of God who they start out doing what God says to do, and then they always fall short. We see this with Abraham when he has Ishmael instead of Isaac. We see this with Sodom and Gomorrah. We see this with Jonah. We see this with Moses. We see this with Joshua. We see this with King David. We don't really see it too much with Elijah, because they are prophets and they do what the Lord commands. Elijah's thing was he got spooked by one person after walking with the Lord and doing all these great signs and wonders. So I'm speeding through some of it. In terms of slavery, he said because slavery was a common practice throughout that time, he tells the people that has slaves that if you're going to own slaves, you need to treat them as if they're human beings. Because if you don't, I'm going to punish you. And for those people who don't treat their slaves as if they're human beings, they're either killed, sent out of the camp, or they have to do an atonement sacrifice, and the Levites have to complete the sacrifice on their behalf, and then they have to commence to not doing it. It's also worth noting at this time in the Old Testament that God was way less patient, because they had the law, and to whom much is given, much is required. That means that if you know better, you are expected to do better. Of course, they did not do this. They repeatedly sinned, they repeatedly messed up. Other countries around Israel that were constantly sinning, constantly causing affront to the one true God, repeatedly did things like human sacrifice, idolatry, sex outside of marriage, just to name a few, and witchcraft. And so he would have the Israelites exact his judgment on them. And when Israel would start messing up and start getting into these very same practices that God wiped these nations out for, he led them into captivity. We see this in Ezekiel and Isaiah. That's why they ended up in Babylon. All of Chronicle is a giant reason why they ended up in Babylon. David was a man after God's own heart, and he fell short. And because he had his best friend killed, just so he could sleep with his wife, God took away his firstborn son. Most people will hear this and think, well, God's being cruel. No, you don't want a child born into a severely broken family that has to play house. That's essentially playing house. Basically, you don't want to, he didn't want the child, this is from my personal opinion, he didn't want the child growing up in a household where he's thinking that his father is his father when actually he had his actual, would have been his actual dad killed. God condemns rape in Deuteronomy. It says that rapists should be killed. They're on par with murderers, and God says murderers shall be killed. God actually doesn't like having to do any of this, and every single time he has to punish Israel, it's usually after he's giving them chance after chance after chance after chance of getting it right. And we're not talking about just a handful of times. We're talking about at least 100 years of messing up before he has to reset the clock. Then God tells Daniel, while the Israelites are in captivity under Babylon, he tells Daniel that I'm going to come back and I'm going to make my city, Jerusalem, a great city on the mountain that'll last forever. And he told Daniel some other stuff that he told him to seal up in a book for the in preparation for the day it'll happen. God also showed his glory and majesty to Nebuchadnezzar and his son. I forgot his name. He also showed his glory to King Darius by having his prophet Daniel be able to decipher the code that he gave Nebuchadnezzar's son. He also moved on Nebuchadnezzar by having Daniel tell him a couple of prophecies and him not taking it seriously, then them happening, and then Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego getting caught, thrown into the fire, and then Nebuchadnezzar out of his own mouth said that we threw 4 guys in there. We threw 3 guys in there, but there are 4 in there and they're walking around. And obviously, give me the cliff notes. Obviously, the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego is the one true living God because they should be dead. And in fact, there's not only the 3 we throw in there, but there's 4. There's another person, which is referred to as the angel of the Lord. That was Jesus. So Jesus is all throughout the Old Testament. He's not just some random figure that showed up like the Jews claim and like other people claim. He's actually been there the whole time. Then we get to the fulfillment of prophecy of having Jesus Christ, who is also God, born of a virgin, which is Mary, come to fruition. And if you read Revelation, I know I'm hopping around, but I'm explaining it thoroughly. If you read Revelation, it talks about a dragon, a woman in birth, getting ready to give birth, and a red dragon trying to eat her baby. That was what happened when Jesus was born. King Herod issued a kill order, more or less, to have all the firstborn children in the nation killed because he thought that Jesus was going to come and take power from him. And so as a result, they fled to Egypt and all those firstborn children died. This shares the same symbolism as what happened with Pharaoh when Moses was coming about. Then Jesus grows up and he is going about his ministry. He finds people that are in no way, shape, or form what society considers to be the people that God chose or that God should even be operating through to spread his message. And his message is simple. He is the one that is spoke about in all of prophecy. He is the one that's going to come and take the sin away from the world. And there is no other God. There is no one else capable of taking sin away. He even says this outright by saying a couple of things. First, he says, I and the Father are one. Whoever has seen me has seen the Father. Those are words from Jesus. Second one, like I said, was in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Jesus is saying that he is the Word of God, and he is God, because he was in the beginning. And what did Genesis say? In the beginning was God. And then he repeatedly told sinners that their sins were forgiven. And the Jewish scholars even said out of their own mouth that no one can forgive sins but God. Then you have to consider all the people that he healed, such as the men with the many demons in them, such as the little boy who fell over still and would have seizures, what we would call seizures today, such as the woman with the blood disorder, the blind man, and the woman at the well, and quite a few other exemplifications of his ability to forgive sin and rebuke demons. He even foretold of his own death, and even while knowing the person was going to betray him, gave them a way out. He told his disciple that he was going to deny him 3 times before the rooster crowed twice, which did happen, and he was forgiven. Because the point of Christianity has nothing to do with your action and everything to do with your heart posture. God, when people say, oh, God knows my heart, my response is, yes, he knows your heart. That's why you need Jesus. And the subsequent end to the Bible is that one day when all of these things are happening, and if you read Revelation, if you read Isaiah, if you read Ezekiel, and if you read Daniel and read what they say verbatim, and then you compare that to Revelation, that is exactly where we are right now. Talks about a son of perdition who's going to come up, claim to be the Antichrist, unite the 10 most powerful kingdoms of the world, going to fake like he was fatally wounded and then suddenly come back to life. Satan's going to give him power and authority to perform miracle signs and wonders to fool people. And it is only through our faith, hope, and trust in Jesus Christ that we won't be fooled by that. And even if we are killed for the glory and testimony of Jesus Christ. Also, it tells us that our place is not here on earth, and that our mission is to bring as many people to Christ so that they can have faith in him and have an eternal reward and not have to go through judgment, because judgment is based off of your physical actions and everything you ever did, and if it can or cannot hold up to God's scrutiny. Jesus said that not only is he equal with God, but he is sending his gift, the Holy Spirit, who is God's Spirit. And he is also equal with God and Jesus. It's not idol worship. It is acknowledging one God with 3 distinct persons. They share the same will. Jesus said this in the Bible. He says, I do the will of my Father. That is to symbolize that they don't do anything independent of each other. The way that Jesus Christ lived his life is in such a fashion that we should role model it and be in right standing. Where we fail and fall short because of our sin nature, there is grace and there is mercy.
And all right. Now, before, man, shout out gaming, because I ain't gonna lie, bro, you pretty much gave a great ass sermon. I mean, bro, broke down all of Christianity and you kept everybody in tune. So, shout out. Now, I do want to have you and Yusuf up because it sounds like we're about to get into a debate on the Trinity. And I do want you guys to kind of save your arguments and think about them, because we do got to react to this Candace Owens video about the Erica Kirk and Candace Owens sit down and what happened.
Ooh, I got some stuff to say about that.
Look, we can go ahead and knock that one out. I mean,
it was a pleasure.
Yeah, Yusuf.
Oh,
you gotta go, Yusuf?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure talking to you. Can I say a final comment or no? It's your choice.
I don't mind if he does. Just make sure you come back, man.
Oh
Okay,
yeah,
I'm
bro. You can always come
I
back
just want
after
to
this
mention
video. If
something.
you're still here, my man, we could always debate the Trinity because it seems like that's where the tough conversation was going.
I'm not gonna debate the Trinity, but I'm gonna just say that not everything you said I disagree with about Christian. I believe Christianity. Most Christians are like good people who just want to do good and live a normal life. They don't want to they are not like who the media tries to paint Christians as like crazy people. Because this happens to us Muslims as well, so we understand the game. But I just want to mention something, that the verses you mentioned, for example, in John, the word was with God, etc., etc. This is not Jesus speaking. This is John. Okay, this is the first thing. And when Jesus said, "Me and the Father are one," he also said, "Me and the disciples are one," just as me and the Father are one. So it doesn't mean that
Where?
he's God.
Let me
Because
get a
if you're
verse
gonna say
on
God,
that one.
if you're gonna say that it means that he's God, that you're gonna have to say that the disciples are gods too, because he said, "Me and the disciples are one," just as me and the Father are one. Also, Jesus said explicitly in John 17:3, he pointed to heaven with his finger, and he pointed up and said, "The Father is the only true God." If the Father is the only true God, it means Jesus isn't God. It means the Holy Spirit isn't God. And how can
So I got
God?
so wait. So you threw a lot of questions, so I'm gonna answer them. There's also a verse that said in the Bible where Jesus is talking. He's talking about God is the only fair and righteous judge, or whatever you said.
Yeah.
But to get to the main point, he also said in that same verse, or later on in the Bible, that all authority has been given unto him.
Agree. But do you know what's funny? This verse disproves Jesus is God, because if you're God, authority is not given to you. Authority is with you. So Jesus is being given the authority by God. It means that he isn't God, because God doesn't take authority from someone. He has the ultimate authority.
You're not thinking about authority in the right context. He's talking about here on earth. That's why he taught. That's why. Hold up. That's why he taught the disciples on how to pray.
Yeah. Is God given authority, or does he inherently have authority?
Both.
No. God, show me in the Old Testament where God is given authority.
You said, does God give authority, and does he have all?
No. I'm saying, does God take authority from someone? Is God given authority? Does he inherently have authority by himself?
He inherently has authority, but in the context of the New Testament, when Jesus said, "All authority has been given to me," that means that Jesus is God. That means he hasn't been granted permission to do certain things until God allowed him to do.
Okay, does God have to take permissions to have an authority? Yes or no?
Let me answer that with this. What does "I do the will of my Father" mean?
That he, like any prophet of God, their mission is to fulfill the will of God, which is to call people to his worship and to call people to the next life. This is what I
No,
believe.
his will of his Father, he made clear, is to forgive sins and to bring people back into the fold. And no one can forgive sins except for God. And
The
Jesus
disciples
Christ
forgive
himself.
sins.
Hold
The
up.
disciples forgive
Jesus
sins.
Christ. No, Jesus
Yes,
Christ
they did.
hold up. Jesus
I already knew it.
Christ.
All right, guys. Hold on. Well, Yusuf accidentally dropped out, but I told you, man. I knew that debate was going there. I just knew it.
Yeah, I knew it. That's why I was like, look, he said he was gonna leave, so I was like, all right, cool. But he decided to try to spark it up. But if he decides to come back, oh well. But I do have a lot to say about.
He's already back. But let's get to the end of this video, and then we can go ahead and restart on that argument if Yusuf's still around. But hey, what can I say? I was enjoying the debate for a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, everybody, Shabbat Shalom. I just want to say Shabbat Shalom to everybody back at home. Happy Hanukkah to our greatest friends and allies. And, this is a good time to mention that Israel does have a right to defend itself. Tucker Carlson is Adolf Hitler, and TikTok does need to be purchased by the Mossad. It's just how I'm feeling today. I am not different. Maybe you are different. Welcome back to Candace.
No. No.
I'm weak. Yes, I'm here for it.
Okay, you guys are crazy. You guys are absolutely crazy. The amount of people who attacked me for sending out a tweet being like, hey, I'm good, I'm alive. We had a very productive conversation. And they were like, she got the call. She got the call. She's betrayed us. She's doing something else. I can't believe it. This has all just been a show. Calm down, okay? What do you think happened? Erica said, stop. And then I was frozen for 4 hours and 30 minutes, just like, as I just put all of these talking points into my head. That is not what happened. I keep telling you guys, I am not governable. I am basically akin to Kanye West. I never felt more seen than when he tweeted a lot of years ago, just fired my manager because I realized I can't be managed. That is me. That tweet right there, I was like, oh gosh, yes, Kanye, that I get this. Okay. Nobody is changing their mind anything. How ridiculous would it have been if I'm doing all of this, investigating, asking all of these questions, and then Erica Kirk offers to answer some of these questions, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to go. I can't betray the people. I don't want any answers to the questions. I just want to ask them. No, this is the entire reason we are doing this. We've been looking at the situation going, why can't Turning Point USA just answer basic questions? And I can tell you guys that yesterday, for 4 hours and 30 minutes, there were no rules. They said you can ask us any question that you want, anything that's on your mind, which I appreciated. And some of you guys are thinking, who is they? Who is they? It's the Jews, obviously. Just kidding. Justin Strife. Justin Strife was in the room. It was just Justin Strife and Erica. George joined me just for the beginning portion of the conversation because he had that thing going on that I told you on the 15th all day. He was in a conference. And then I brought my cousin Mia, the one that has a really bad attitude. I just bring her there for vibes. I think it just confuses people. They're like, I don't understand what's this person doing here. And the reality is she's like always just listening to Cardi B music. But she's my cousin and I always have her around. And so that was it. She was kind of sitting a little bit away, but at the table, it was really just the four of us until George left. And I will be honest, I did not know what to expect going into the room. I did not know if they were going to be open. I didn't know what Erica's energy was going to be like, if it was going to be more of an argument, if there was going to be legal threats. You guys were telling me not to drink water, so I didn't drink water. Well, I brought my own water, but I didn't drink that water too. It was a lot. There's a lot going on, okay? And the conversation started with Justin Strife very sensibly saying, what are we looking to accomplish here? Like, what is the actual aim of this conversation? And he was pretty clear, and Erica was very clear, that they were sort of most upset with obviously a bit of a fever pitch, when I tweeted that it was a godforsaken company and people should not give money to it. And I have to own that. That's aggressive. That is actually aggressive in the retrospect. I was very frustrated. And I don't know. I felt like we weren't getting any answers and there were so many lies. And then I was getting attacked for asking all meaningful questions that was within their capacity to answer. And I told you, I definitely, my problem in life is that I can rise to anger very quickly. I shared with them that I really felt like I was under attack for telling the truth from the very beginning, like casually, when I mentioned the Catholicism thing. Like, what was that about? I was like, look, I say something in a tribute to him. Alex Clark and Andrew Colvett then jump onto a podcast and they're doing that weird interview, which is clearly aimed at me. And they've teased the interview as like aimed at me, but they never say my name. And that to me felt like it was the first, I don't know, the first bit of mud that was slung. Their answer for that was, hey, that was a really crazy time. A new system had to be put into place. And by no means did Erica give any person the authority to go out and say that the Catholicism thing was a lie. It kind of turned into this big thing. Whatever. Okay, that kind of obviously was not the meat of the reason that we wanted to sit down. I will say I was immediately refreshed by the fact that one of the first things that Erica did was she owned the lies, or rather, I guess they would cage it as miscommunications that were coming from various people at the company. Like, look, this is a company with 650 people that are employed. Everybody at this time is exceedingly emotional, and they are communicating. And no matter what somebody says on Twitter, they assume that this communication has come down from management, and that's not always a circumstance. But they owned right away, which felt great, that if you guys recall, Erica sat down with Glenn Beck. I actually missed this portion because I didn't get to watch the interview in its entirety, and we were pulling clips because a lot was coming out very quickly. But there was a portion that was going around that was viral, and it was Erica saying that she had Charlie's phone and that Charlie never texted anybody the night before, saying that he thought that they were going to kill him. And that obviously reflected poorly on me because I was the one who said that he did, in fact, text multiple people the night before. And then I went on Jimmy Dore on Friday, Jimmy Dore's show, and I clarified. I said, Andrew Colvett told me specifically that he was one of the people that received this text message. So I got that first person. I didn't get that from a source. I got that directly from Andrew Colvett. And then somebody who had access to Dan Flood's communications said that Dan Flood similarly received a text message. They owned that right away and explained. Erica said that she has Charlie's phone. She's looking at his iMessages, and it turns out that he, like everybody else, communicates on Signal. He communicates on Telegram, and that those when she heard me say that, they then went and looked, and yes, that what I said was true. Andrew Colvett received a message the night before, and Dan Flood received a message the night before. Now, they asked me if I had actually like a concrete a copy of what Dan Flood got the night before, and I said no. Somebody told me what it said, which was almost exactly what Andrew said, which is they're going to kill me. Andrew did not know who they were, that he was referring to were, but they clarified that the message that Dan Flood received said the left is going to kill me. So I can't confirm that one way or the other. I have to trust them on that because I did not see that concrete message. I was told that it said they. Now, obviously, we discussed the moment, and I'm laughing here because you TikTokers are actually out of control. You guys are going to be the reason that Israel gets TikTok because you guys are acting a fool all the time. And the videos were so hilarious of you guys mocking the Barry Weiss interview. It's great. It's good to laugh at ourselves. And Barry Weiss is always worth laughing at. But I was sort of like, hey, I felt name checked by the podcaster, Candace Owens, this obvious setup, and then asking me to stop. And it's interesting to hear Erica say that the reason she didn't ask me to stop in the beginning because she was actually learning things from the show. She was actually learning things, and that I think she similarly felt that Barry Weiss was trying to create a moment. Obviously, it's who Barry Weiss is. It's the Zionist lobby. She's trying to right perceived wrongs because I'm against her side. That does not surprise me. That's kind of why Barry Weiss exists. That's the reason they put her at CBS, is because she's just committed to stacking the audience with people that are going to present the pro-Israel cause and talk about anti-Semitism and talk about like crime being on the rise. It's kind of an embarrassment, but I actually do accept that. And I should also clarify that Barry Weiss obviously picked those questions. They were not random, like I told you. It wasn't like people were coming to the mic and it was an open mic and they didn't know what they were going to get. It was all very much planned by Barry. But Erica said that she knew the general idea, like they were going to mention me and mention the conspiracies, but she was not given that specific, the podcaster, Candace Owens, question. So I think that's fair to clear that up. Now, I did not at all recant any of my suspicions, and I understand people disagree with me about particular people at Turning Point USA. I communicated what I communicated in front of the whole world. My skin crawled after I spoke to Terrell Farnsworth, the person who took the cameras down. He lied to me several times. I explained to them, which felt good to have that direct communication, how Terrell lied multiple times, and that I did not understand why he was there that day. They echoed what he said. They defended what he said, that they were trying something new that day, that they typically live stream, which is what Terrell said. They typically live stream. And I said, every college event. Well, they said, well, yeah, they live stream the events that are tour stops, but they don't live stream like the outside prove me wrong type events. And that was something that was new and it required Terrell. And I said, even if that was all real, if that was all true, I still didn't feel good about the conversation that I had with Terrell, and I can't ignore my gut about the many little lies that he told. I thought the video he recorded was weird. I know he comes from a very powerful family. I personally do not trust him. And I obviously do not like the fact that I said, Tyler Boyer lied about this thing and came up with an excuse and said, well, Terrell was asked to take the camera down. That's the reason, he said on Twitter, because the police wanted him to take it down and secure the footage. And I said, I know that's not true. And they said, well, after all of that, after he took the cameras down, there was a police officer or Fed, whoever it was, that spoke to him and asked him to secure the footage. Well, that makes sense, but it's not a reason for why he took it down immediately. It makes sense that as you're investigating, you're going to say, who's got the footage? Let's lock it down. But it didn't make sense to me that Tyler Boyer lied about it. And I don't trust Tyler Boyer. And that is never going to change. Similarly with Rob McCoy. He makes my skin crawl. I can't explain it. I look at him and he's a bad person and nobody can make me feel one way or the other about that. I was surprised to learn, and this kind of gets into, I guess, us not knowing the inner workings at Turning Point USA, that Rob McCoy actually does not work with Turning Point USA in any capacity whatsoever. And so him communicating as he has done, like, I'm the pastor, I'm this, I'm that, it's just not real. Like, that is not real. And we should know that that's not real. And when he says that, call him out on that separately from Turning Point USA. I was operating under the assumption that he worked for Turning Point USA. And I said, if obviously that's wrong, I'm happy to correct that. But also, what were we to assume when he hit the stage at the memorial and said, I'm America's pastor, and then had the Wikipedia updated and said, well, I'm assuming he had it updated because who else would do that he started Turning Point USA Faith. So I guess, to be clear, we were just wrong about that. And I will have a lot more to say about Rob McCoy and where I believe he fits into a lot of things. So I'm not letting up on that. Now, one piece of this where I still don't understand it, and the magic bullet. Okay. Now, we all recall what happened. I casually say on the show, hey, I saw the footage. There was no blood. And honestly, when I said it, I didn't process how big of a deal that was with the 30-06. Very quickly, what happens is Andrew Colvett whips up this tweet about what happened with the bullet. And he said he wanted to address all of the discussion that was being had about the online chatter. I'm obviously paraphrasing here. He says, I apologize. It's going to get graphic, but he spoke with the surgeon. The bullet should have gone through. The surgeon then explained that what he's typically seen on these wounds, and basically this was all a miracle. Charlie saved lives, even in death. And the internet clocked it, this miracle, the healthy bone. His bone was so healthy and the density was so impressive. Like, this is a quote, by the way. His bone was so healthy. I want to read it. This is allegedly from a surgeon. Quote, his bone was so healthy and the density was so impressive that he's like the man of steel. It should have gone through and through. It likely would have killed those standing behind him too. And we were just like, stop the cap. That kind of was like the beginning of the WTF, right? I feel like that was kind of the beginning of it. And immediately people in the comments responded to Andrew, and he said, this individual said, this post is so fake as it would violate HIPAA. Like, there's patient privacy. You can't just call up the surgeon. And then Andrew Colvett replies and says, rest assured, I would not have posted without full permission. Now, he said he spoke to the surgeon, and they confirmed that Andrew spoke to the surgeon, but that they did not know that he was going to write that tweet. They did not know that he called up the surgeon. So, like, it very much came across to be like Andrew was just flying by the seat of his pants. I don't know. Like, he was just flying dark on it. And I was like, that seems very strange to me, because why would a surgeon do that? Like, the first thing the surgeon should say is, I can't speak to you. I don't even know, in theory, Andrew wasn't even there when Charlie died. I don't even know why the surgeon even knows this guy, actually. Maybe he hung around after, but Andrew was not one of the people that got into the hospital or anything like that. So this is quite literally the PR guy who's calling the surgeon. And so that just seems very inappropriate for a person to do, period. And I would say it was kind of the beginning, but that was what I got from that. Now, Obviously, we discussed the security. I brought up Brian Harpole, this interview with Sean Ryan, and I think we can believe Turning Point when they say that they did not approve of this. They had no idea he was going on Sean Ryan. I think that's pretty clear. I don't believe he works there anymore. So that was kind of him just getting out there and perhaps trying to rescue his own reputation. And I think that that only made his reputation worse, actually, because people rightfully sensed that he wasn't telling the truth in that interview, that he was being cagey, that he was saying things that didn't make any sense. Again, you constantly have these people that believe, like Brian Harpole, that with enough performance, he can sit down and you're just going to convince people that this is real. And this is just a different time. Like I said, these TikTokers are out of control. They will check you in 4 seconds. Okay. Things that the biggest piece of this that I want to communicate, and that I did communicate to them, and I hope that they took me seriously on this, or that, rather that they take my strong advice on this. I said, one of the reasons why I really want to sit down is because I want to walk out of here and feel confident saying to my audience, hey, like, there's stuff going on behind the scenes, but Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. Like, that more will come out, but you can take it from me that this is what happened. I was looking to achieve that because there's been a lot of signaling from various people, some people who are experts, some people who have been involved in cases, that there's obviously going to be stuff that the public does not have access to. And so it is at least plausible that they have seen very clear footage that we've been asking for of Tyler Robinson getting up there and taking the shot. Like, they have access to UVU cameras. So I was hoping to hear that. And I said that I want to hear why people feel so confident at Turning Point USA that Tyler Robinson is the guy. And at this point, they elected to call the lawyer, like, you know, their lawyer who is involved in this case, one of the lawyers that's involved in this case. There's always a team of lawyers, especially for something like this. And what I got from the lawyer did not make me feel that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. It did not make me feel confident that he didn't or did shoot Charlie Kirk. I was very surprised by this. He spoke a very long time. I asked, you know, can you share with me what it is? And I said, when you share this with me, I will not say what that thing is. If that's what if we want to protect the integrity of the case, I'm not gonna. If you say we've got the footage of him taking a shot, I promise I won't say that to the audience, but I will communicate to them that you have something that is solid. And no, to the exact contrary, this guy effectively said, not effectively, he said that they have nothing like but the affidavit. Okay, so what we have seen is what they have. What is being discussed publicly, you are this whole like non-expert problem with like, well, you don't know. It's like what you read, his messages that don't have any dates on it, Tyler Robinson writing out everything and the clean alibi, that's what they have. And what he explained to me was that that's the affidavit stage. That's where it's at. And then what takes place now is the investigation is ongoing, right? So right now they're looking for more information. And once investigators, they could very well have obviously footage. And that is why they might feel that, oh, we're definitely gonna get this prosecution. But the reality is they don't actually share that information with the victim. They don't share that information with Erica. They don't, in this part of the process, they will not know what investigators have discovered. This is what the lawyer told me until May.
All right.
Okay. They will not, they have not seen anything that you have not seen, is what I want you to know. So with that in mind, I'm sitting here going, why are you signaling? Why do I feel like the public's being gaslit on this? There's been nothing that's convincing. There are so many commentators who have gone out and said to you, it's overwhelming. The evidence is overwhelming. The text messages that don't have a date, that don't even sound real, that's overwhelming. That to me feels really fake and gay. I really do want to say that to every commentator that is out there trying to tell the public and insisting that if you say it enough times it'll become real, you're actually just being dishonest. And I offered that a more honest way to communicate would be to say, we think he's involved. We feel strongly. I've said that. I think he's involved. We are very hopeful that throughout this investigation, we are going to get that concrete thing. And that's where we're at right now. That's just the stage that we are at. That is not what we are getting from them. That is like, I just feel like that's really important to let you guys know, let the gaslighting stop. They have what you have. Okay. There is nothing else. They are in an investigative stage. Erica has been named as the victim. They will know more in this May hearing, which is the probable cause hearing. That's what the lawyer told me. It's probable cause hearing. And that's when they will see the evidence. That's when they get to present the evidence, why they are going to stand there before a judge and be like, yes, we need to move this forward. It's not just an affidavit. We're not pulling together scraps. We have concrete evidence. Until then, okay, until we all get on the same page and understand what else they have, I am very confident stating the opposite of all of my, I guess, well-paid peers, in that I don't believe that Tyler Robinson pulled the trigger. And what I also said to them was, and I said this in front of the lawyer, because I don't know why I'm like this. I was like, you might need a new lawyer. I was like, because this person's trying to sell to you that this is solid. One of the rules that me and my husband have is that if you have a lawyer that tells you like you're 100% going to win, it's very clear that you're going to win, you need a new lawyer. Okay, that's a cheerleader. That's not a lawyer. A lawyer, even if you should 100% win, should be telling you the risks here. You know, I feel good about this case. Like, let me talk real to you. I feel good about this case, but here's where things could go wrong. I want you to understand those risks that are involved. We don't have this yet. We don't have that yet. And especially given what I told them, which is your lawyers, or the investigators rather, not their lawyers, because they're not the ones investigating. It's the state of Utah that's investigating. They have not called the one solitary person, as I told you guys, who filmed as he was on the roof. Remember the guy that's like, oh, there's somebody on the roof, and he sees him crouched down. I said, I spoke to that person, and his testimony would be devastating to your prosecution. He saw the person on the roof. He filmed the person on the roof at 12:23 p.m. and he did not see that person take the shot. And this is not some random student. This is a guy who trains people to shoot guns at a range. He knows guns. Okay. He said what he saw was a smaller gun. He said that this person was dressed in black tactical gear and there was no recoil. That's devastating. That would be devastating to the prosecution.
Here, pause it real
and
quick.
Yet, investigators haven't reached out. Now they offered back. Well, maybe they haven't.
No problem. All right. So, what are your thoughts so far?
All right. So my thoughts so far is, I'm gonna be honest. When I very first seen the footage, I remember, because that's when my job wrongfully terminated me. So I remember exactly what I said. I said that was an inside job, and here's the reason why. You got a lot of these people, you know, who say well, I'm in the military too, and I don't believe because this, that, and the other, and it's not a hard shot. Yeah, it's not a hard shot, but here's the first thing. Tactically, if you're looking out for any possible threats, they're what's in what's known as a kill box. You know what that is? Do you want me to explain? I ain't trying to talk to you like you're stupid or anything.
Oh no, you're good, bro. Go ahead.
So a kill box is a point in which you're in the lowest point possible, and every point around you is above you. So think about going in a valley. A valley is a kill box. Anytime you're below grade and your enemies have above grade and they can surround you, that's what a kill box is.
Makes sense.
So the shooter, when I first seen the video as it was happening, the very first thing I picked out was there's somebody on that roof. Then they said, oh, it was Tyler Robinson. I'm like, that was too quick. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now, when I first saw it, I was in belief until they threw a 30-06. And then I'm just like, all right, I looked up the gun and I'm just like, yo, this is a pretty strong ass gun. You're telling me at that range, it only did that amount of damage?
And
I mean, maybe the bro was some miles away, maybe, but I'm just like, sorry, but he should have been decapitated.
I was getting ready to say. And then when they were talking about, oh, well, you know, the wind could have gotten his eyes, the sun could have gotten his eyes, the very first thing I was telling people was, first of all, shooting that shot is not an easy shot. And people were thinking that we're talking about the shot to the neck or how he could have missed. No, the shot to the neck, that was deliberate. Here's why. With a 30-06 high-powered rifle, he's 200 yards away. And I've shot a 30-06, so I know what the round looks like, and I know what the gun looks like. If you have a scope on there, you will not miss your target. If he was intending to aim for the head, you're going to get a headshot. That's too close of a range because that particular rifle is meant for mid-range to long-range shooting. So that doesn't make sense.
True.
Secondly, like you said, the caliber of ammunition also doesn't make sense. You know what 30-06 is used for? And I'm willing to bet bison, deer, elk.
Bro.
That's what that
Big
round
bone
is
animals.
used for. Right.
It's a big
Animals
game.
with animals with some serious muscle density and fat content. That ain't no little boy round. So if you shot somebody with that and they didn't have at least level 3 armor on, you're putting a hole in them. Secondly, the second thing I said was that round looks like it's more of a 5.56, 7.62, 9 mil 300 blackout. Not even 300 blackout, but you know, something of that caliber. It looks like it could be that type of a round that was used to kill him because it was too clean. With bigger rounds, you have a lot of splatter, you have a lot of mess that gets everywhere, and you will oftentimes see, if you ever go animal hunting or shooting, you'll oftentimes see like a bunch of spatter everywhere. That was too clean of a shot.
Literally, that's what I was saying too. I'm like, bro, I'm sorry, but like when they said it was a 30 ounce, I thought it was gonna have a low caliber gun. But as soon as they said 30-06, I'm just like, hold on now. Like, there's no way he just got like a puncture right there, and that's it with a 30-06. I'm sorry, but that should like took out damn near the whole shoulder. But then they want to give us, as she said, they're sticking with the he just has such strong bones, and if you drink enough,
that
milk
don't
and
even
eat
make
vegetables,
sense.
you can get that
Gaming?
too.
Yeah.
Question. Wouldn't you, from what and just as a heads up, I am picking up my mom from work, so if you hear her get in, I do apologize. But I would say that was closer to maybe like a 45, a wound from like a 45 than it was a 3. Because my husband, he owned a 45. I've seen the size, and we did the ballistics, and we did the shooting where you shoot at the pig and the what's that gel? I can't think of it.
Ballistic gel.
Yeah, but what really got me was when she said there was no blood. I'm like,
yeah.
But while I agree that it couldn't have been a 3-06, I disagree that there was no blood, because I watched the same video, and for someone to say there was no blood.
Yeah, you tripping on that, Candace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was plenty of blood.
Actually, I think the main thing they were talking about when they said there were no blood, they're talking about the lack of blood splatter. Because, bro, I know this sounds so
that
gruesome,
I agree
but
with.
his blood should have painted the back of that like tarp that they had back.
Yeah.
Nah,
and that's why I'm saying it's more like a 45. That's why I'm saying it would be more like a 45, and even that that would have created some kind of, depending on the size, and because I don't know how thick his neck actually is, but from what I remember from when we were shooting the 45, because we had a judge, arranging towards judge.
Yeah, the executioner.
Yes, with the extreme defenders. So, and those are power. Yeah, those are basically, yeah, those if done right, you can make it through concrete blocks with defenders. Offenders cannot be bought unless you are certified, if I remember correctly. But anyways, even with those, sometimes depending on how thick the pig was or the gel was, it would stop at the very back of the neck. And I mean, these had like the full, so you could see what it does to a human body in the gel. So it had all the fake, the bones and everything like that. And that's how we train with our firearms. We know exactly what they're going to do. But even then, like the thickest that it stopped at was, I want to say it was like 6 to 8 inches in at a straight shot, and it didn't go down. that's more of a 22 kind of thing, because that's what happens when you get shot with a 22. It'll go in and then it bounces around.
To be honest, kind
And
of looks
see,
like my
that's
bro might have been shot with a pistol, like secretly, like this, and they covered
so
it within the masking of the. Maybe they double shot. Maybe they shot a
no.
blank and then
So I could
they
tell you.
yeah.
So I could tell you one of the things that's oftentimes used is one subsonic munition, because everybody was saying like they didn't hear no shot, all they seen was blood. That's subsonic munition. That's munition that's
I heard I heard something, but I have I can't block out white noise even in videos. So, but I personally, and this is just me, I heard something like a popping sound in the far background.
Right. But all right,
But-
guys. Oh, my bad. I was about to say we're about to go ahead and get right back into it, but you can go ahead and finish off gaming.
So, you know, when they're saying all this other stuff or whatnot, I'm like, okay, first of all, they got subsonic munition because it's not really loud. It's not. That was the other reason why I didn't buy that. Oh, he got shot with a hunting rifle. You can hear a hunting rifle.
Mm-hmm.
It is not a quiet weapon at all.
Shoot, even with a muffler on it, it's still not quiet.
But all right, let's go ahead and get right back into it. All right, go ahead and mute yourselves real quick and let me know when y'all want to pause.
Reached out because they have an even clearer video where and that's true. That's actually a good rebuttal. They're like, we don't even have to. Maybe they haven't reached out because they have an even clearer video where and that's true. That's actually a good rebuttal. They're like, we don't even have to talk to this guy because the video will speak for itself, and we saw what we saw. Okay, but wouldn't you still want to speak to the other guy so you could prepare? I don't know, to question him something. I don't like if this investigation is going on, and I feel as though I spoke to more people than they have. Both of the people who filmed videos that day told me that they weren't reached out to. So I don't understand what's happening here. I don't understand the confidence, I guess, is the best way to say this. I told them I do not understand the confidence that is happening. Now, another really big thing that happened was they brought me Mikey's call logs. Okay. They brought me Mikey's call logs. And that is why I said this was a productive meeting. There is no other way to say it. I asked every question and they came with paperwork to show and to answer and to explain certain things. Also, which was, I thought, actually kind of sweet, that I guess I did on the previous show. I was like kind of looking at things into Mikey and I couldn't find him. And someone said, I think Mikey's not his like real name. Like they thought it was his middle name actually. And I just assumed, okay, well, maybe he's using his middle name and that's why I can't find him. But Mikey really wants you guys to know that is his real name. And it is his real name. I found out shortly thereafter that they were confusing his middle name with, they thought it was switched. That Michael is his real name, just to clarify that, because I realized I actually didn't go back and clarify that. But Mikey's call logs, big piece of this, okay? I'm going to, I guess, jog your memory on what Blake said about Mikey that day, and then I'll tell you what actually happened, because I don't think Blake has that great of a memory. Okay, take a listen.
So I was not with Mikey, or I don't remember being with him. I think I was ahead of him as we left. And then we get out, and I run for, can't have been more than 15 or 20 seconds. And then I realized there hasn't been another shot. So the shooter has likely been detained or stopped or something, not in immediate danger. I pause, I look around me, and I see Mikey. And I see Mikey there. And I will never forget what I saw, because I've seen Mikey almost every day for the past 2 years. I know his personality very well. He's a very bubbly guy. He's a very happy guy almost all of the time. And I'll never forget what I saw, because it was clear in the moment that he was profoundly freaked out. What I'll always remember is the way his lip was quivering, which I'd never seen before. And you very rarely see from someone that he was freaking out. And then I think he literally said to me, I might be imagining this, but I think what he literally said was, he was looking around, and then he says, I need to call Erica. And then he takes his phone and he begins calling Erica. And I don't want to disclose how that call unfolded, but he did that. Your mind extends all of this, but that is happening within a minute of all of this occurring. I remember he calls Erica. around the same time, I pull out my phone and I call my mom just to say, Mom, there's been a shooting. You're going to see it on the news. I'm okay. You know, pray for me. I've got to go. And I remember that call. And around the time I put that phone away, and then he immediately calls his dad. He calls Rob McCoy, and he says, Dad, someone shot Charlie. You need to call all of your pastor friends. Charlie was hit. We need everyone to pray right now. And that's what he told him.
Okay, so that's just not right. And so when he says, I might be imagining this, for I'll never forget, followed by I might be imagining this, probably means that maybe you forgot and like you really could be imagining. Now, for me personally, I think the normal physiological response in these high adrenaline situations for most people is you lock in. That they're literally your body when it goes through something, when it's terrified and it's going through like sort of like you are really paying attention to details. We've learned about this many times over in health class growing up. This is why they talk about that fight or flight response, and quite literally there's stuff happening to your body. And so there's a lot of details here that are just not accurate. And the one that surprised me the most about these call logs is I certainly feel that we were given the impression over and over and over again that the first person Mikey called was Erica, right? He called Erica. We were told this by many people also that he trained like he almost like went to a camp and trained, and Charlie was like 1 2 3 go, and like fast 1 2 3 go. That's why he walked away. 1 2 3 go, and just told him this is what the first thing you do is. Well, he didn't do that. Actually, the first person he called was his wife. He called Elizabeth McCoy, and then he stayed on the phone with his wife for 10 minutes. And during those 10 minutes, he three-wayed Erica 3 minutes after the shot went off. And then he three-ways his father, and then he three-ways a third person who I am not interested in mentioning because it's not relevant. This is Danny McCoy, by the way, is his brother that's in the military, but that's before the shot goes off. Charlie Kirk shot goes off. You know, I have that in detail. Charlie's brought to security. Mikey McCoy calls his wife. They will stay on the phone for 10 minutes. Okay. In that same minute, because we know this because Blake Neff has given us his call log to his mother. Blake Neff called his mom. His call with his mother lasted 45 seconds. So we're assuming it went to 12:25. It very well could have stayed in 12:24, depending on the millisecond. Blake Neff ends that phone call with his mother. Mikey McCoy, after the phone call with his mother ends, adds Erica to the phone. Okay. So that when he was recapping and he's like, oh, his lips quivering, and he's like, I got to call Erica. And he's like, and then I called my mom. That's not right. That's just not right. Okay. Mikey called Erica after Blake Neff ended that phone call with his mother. If call logs are to be believed above, human testimony. Mikey McCoy then drops Erica from the phone call 2 minutes later, and then he adds his father to the phone call. Again, he is this entire time on the phone with his wife. Okay. And then Mikey McCoy ends his phone call with his father. He does call another person who I'm not mentioning because it's just not relevant to anything, not a character in the story, rather. And then he ends the phone call with his wife. And a minute later, his brother calls him back and they stay on the phone for 10 minutes. I did not get this from everybody speaking about this Mikey McCoy call log. I know that you guys did not get this. I did not get this. I don't know why she was disappeared from this. Like you could go, like the wife wants privacy. No, she was like, main stage at the memorial, has been, I would say very involved in a lot of this kind of, I think it's very close that she's close with Erica. They went on the vacation together. So I don't get this disappearing act. I found that to be like, okay, but they were forthcoming with it. That feels good. That feels good, guys. Like, wow, we don't have to guess. Now we have solid answers. And like I said, when you come out and give solid answers and you're not weird and calling people names and saying all this stuff, it allows people to go, okay, I feel a bit more like we can trust this process because we have communication. That's the reality. And so I wanted to update you with that. Also, another thing that really, I think, surprised them and I think surprised me is the thing about the Hampton Street, and I communicated this with them, that makes me so uncomfortable is how many little lies were told. I think I've been clear about that. like Seth Dillon definitively pressed Charlie at this event. And whether it was in a hypothetical, which it was in a hypothetical, but he got fired up in the hypothetical of Charlie discussing potentially tweeting something against Bibi Netanyahu, it did lead to this firecracker moment. Again, this is one of those things where I go, why am I always being held out to dry, like hung out to dry for telling people the truth? Especially when I wasn't going, oh, well, Seth Dillon killed Charlie Kirk. I just, like, this happened. It factually happened. And yet everybody's kind of putting out these weird statements and they're not being honest in them. And I was saying to them, that made me feel really weird. And I would love to know more and about this Bibi Netanyahu offer to fund Turning Point to the next level. At which point Erica said she was not aware of that happening. It is obviously totally possible that that was kept in the business lane of Turning Point USA. But I'm certain, I said, I am absolutely certain that I did not get this from an obscure source, that Bibi offered to fund Turning Point to the next level. And it was part of my frustration with that sit down with Alex Clark, where Andrew said, oh, there was not $150 million that's made up. You know, I told them, Andrew Colvett was my source. Andrew Colvett told me verbatim that Bibi Netanyahu offered to take Turning Point to the next level and that Charlie turned that money down. So I said, there's a bit of a predicament when I'm being like lambasted by all of these voices and people that are attacking me and these paid campaigns. And when I say paid, yes, okay, actually have the names of people, different ways they're being paid. Some are being paid by PR firms. Too many are being paid by Prager University, which is upsetting to me because I know Marissa and it's just dirty. But it's especially crazy when people are calling it a conspiracy when I share things that are told to me from the spokesperson of Turning Point USA. Okay. That's weird. And yes, they were forthcoming. Nobody's ever denied this. So this was not on our list of lies about the fact that Bibi Netanyahu did call him. Okay. That did happen. Bibi shared that, by the way. Our source for that could have just as well been Bibi Netanyahu. And not a lot of clarity on, I don't know, why some people think he didn't make this offer and why definitively 3 different sources who would have knowledge of this confirmed to me that Bibi Netanyahu did indeed make this offer. I never said $150 million ever, not once on the show. I wouldn't have even said that, by the way. If you said take Turning Point to the next level, I actually would have assumed it was more, if I'm being honest. That's a hefty offer and it leads to a lot of questions. So there was not a lot of clarity there. Lastly, I want to add, of course, I was locked in this meeting when people on live were another round of debunking the Egyptian planes. I want to be very clear. We discussed the Egyptian planes, and I have since worked on an incredible document about the Egyptian planes, which we are going to put up on our website, because I realized that when we shared that spreadsheet, people assumed that one of the columns, which was actually saying where the planes landed on that day, because it was plus or minus 3 days, was exactly where Erica had been on that day, and that was inaccurate. And so for clarity, I had been working on the last week on turning it into an interactive timeline that we can put up on our website, because I'm certain that these Egyptian planes are incredibly shady and that they were in fact tracking Turning Point USA faith broader events. Of course, Erica was at some of them, Charlie was at some of them, but it is the pattern here is undeniable. So let the naysayers and people make videos trying to, what are we, 5th round debunk these planes. I also want to say to you that I feel very confident that I know why these planes have caused such panic. And it is because there is overwhelming evidence that these planes regularly fly in and out of Israel. And I'm going to present that evidence tomorrow. I say that strongly. This is I feel very confident saying these Egyptian planes are flying in and out. And notice I'm saying planes because once I was able to connect people that were on those planes onto other Egyptian planes, I was able to realize that these planes are flying in and out of Israel and turning their transponder off each time that they do it. That is now makes perfect sense of why there was this mass panic, right? It's not exactly like we have a strong Egyptian lobby in the United States. Not like we're like, whoa, well, those darn Egyptians again are trying to get TikTok censored. I mean, every person in the game, Barry, acting. Well, these are the usual.
No, it's too late. They censored TikTok. I'm on my final effing warning on TikTok. I'm on an account ban warning on TikTok, bro. It's tough out here for your boy. Oh, not like I ever got that far, but hey, TikTok is still useful.
Suspects that act when something is a
I said, yeah, I can see that. You're not the only person that I've heard saying that. There's another guy I listen to, Nutsanor, and he's actually Jewish, but even he has he stopped using TikTok altogether because he got community striked on them as well for talking about what's going on, and he was on their side.
Oh.
So he's like,
That
I'm
is-
just not even going back to. He was just starting with TikTok and then just said, nope, not even going to do this, not going to play this game. So that doesn't surprise me at all.
Ah,
They're going to go after him.
Nah, trust me, they completely throttled my engagement on TikTok, but it's all good though. I'll be in there in the doghouse for about maybe a month or so.
My only
TikTok is spyware anyway, so I don't even know why people use it.
my only comment on Candace talking about Mikey.
Candace talk about what's up with Mikey? Well, he's a bit suspicious. Like, I'm gonna be real with you though. She's let's be real. Was she proven wrong? And now she's saying that the Egyptians' plane flew out of Israel. Now I'm just like, oh crap. Here we go.
And then they
Israel
want to
somehow
cry
gets brought up.
They want to cry anti-Semitism.
Did I get cut out?
It's like, yeah, you did.
Oh, sorry. What was the last thing you guys heard?
Oh no, you're
static.
Oh, okay. No, I was saying the only comment I had on her making saying that Mikey calling his wife. I was asking if we knew if he was military or not, but the man had just seen something traumatic. You know, personally, I'm gonna connect with the person that's gonna calm me down first before I have to deliver that kind of news. So on that aspect, I kind of understand why he would have called his wife and his parents on that one. But that's just me, and that's again probably something that is a normal civilian thing. Now, if he was military, then yeah, then his first call should have been Erica. But unless he's had like years of training as an officer or something.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think in that situation, yeah, I'd immediately call if my homie was to get assassinated right in front of me like that, and I got his wife's
you
number.
put
That's
that
the
on
first
your
person
homie?
I'm calling. First person I'm calling is like, yeah, I got to deliver this news to you first, and then I'll go down the line of calling my wife and all that good stuff.
Okay, well then that's just me, but I don't know. It just seems like it's kind of a mind trap
It
that
is.
you get into that you can't really say for sure which way you're gonna go until you're actually in it.
Yeah, it's minor. You can't judge too much off it. But all right, though.
So
Let's go get right back into it.
Right to Israel, okay? Which is, they should have just been forthcoming, pretended that it was changing apart. Instead, they're trying to gaslight us, and they're actually, frankly, just pissing me off. So I became locked in on these Egyptian planes because that's how I am, okay? You keep pushing me and keep pushing me, I will become an expert on these planes. I'll learn how to build an Egyptian plane. The reality is, like I said, tomorrow I will show you how these planes tie back to Israel. And there's no disproving this. So more on that later. We'll be right back after throwing into some of our sponsors. All right, you guys, when they double down on abortion, we know that we have to double down on supporting life, a personalized plan that is designed just for you. There is no minimum credit score that's required. Most people do not realize this, but Rumble actually hosts some of the largest political live streams in the world. It's the place where creators can speak freely without having their reach throttled or their content buried by an agenda-driven algorithm that's working against them. And here's the best part.
Nah, Rumble ain't perfect now. Nah, Rumble is popularity driven. If you got a contract with Rumble, they push your stuff to the front. If you don't, then, well, you kind of got to get it out the mud, as they say.
Below, download the app and join us there. I'll see you there. Okay, so a couple of things I want to say. First and foremost, I just got live up.
But make sure to follow me on Rumble at S.E.T Media.
Update that I thought it was Danny McCoy on the call log. I should totally correct that, and I will correct that, and we'll be sure to trim it in post here. But it is not Danny McCoy. It is Danny, another one of Charlie's assistants. So I will correct that. Please correct that if you're going to make videos not Danny McCoy that called him and then called him after. That is another assistant of Charlie's. So we want to be accurate. I don't know why I assumed it was Danny McCoy in my head. I may have done that. Okay, another thing. You guys may have been noticing that we are getting into this weird space where they seem to be almost writing like Candace Owens fan fiction. I can't even reply to things. And a lot of you sense that this was because we were getting close. I agree. I fully agree that these attacks, which have grown hysterical, like I can't even begin to tell you the conversations between me and my PR person. I'm like, there's nothing to respond to. I mean, there's not even one sentence of this that is true. Case in point, by the way, New York Post does this article today. We were actually laughing, okay? Like inside Candace Owens's sadistic and dangerous world, monetizing baseless conspiracies. This is after, by the way, they changed my husband's Wikipedia and said that he was a Qatari, like he had a Qatari passport or citizenship. I don't think my husband's ever even flown over Qatar. I could be wrong, but I don't think I know he's never been to Qatar. I don't think he's ever flown over Qatar. And they're just making it up, and then they make it trend no matter what it is. And I'm like, this is happening. It's like a psychological operation because they're trying to keep us constantly responding as opposed to focusing on our investigation, which is why I spent this weekend and I just kept down on the Egyptian plains because it's completely crazy. And when you see a media storm like this, it can only be happening because Zionists are locking arms and going attack because they by and large control the media. They just do. Okay. One way or the other, Zionists control the empire medias and they are scared about something in this investigation. We've noticed that from the very beginning. So they wrote in this article, the New York Post, just to give you an example of how insane this is. They said they had an inside source that told them that while I was at the Daily Wire, I just fought with people from the very source that in my first week, I threw my car keys at a producer and expected them to park my car. That sentence genuinely made me laugh so hard because I never once in the entire time that I worked for the Daily Wire did I ever drive my car to work. Okay. I just didn't. They had a driver that took me there. So I don't know why I would suddenly take the driver's keys and then throw it at somebody, but quite literally, I never drove the Daily Wire. So it's just when I say fan fiction, I'm like, this is fan fiction. Secondly, they say I did that to a producer and that I conducted, demanded others do my research. Could not be further from the truth. I have always done my own shows. I can't read a script. I riff my shows. I think that's pretty obvious that I demanded a huge studio, attempted to use their PR firm to get the cover of People magazine, like full fan fiction.
I'm weak. So it's character assassination at the job place, though. It's like just try to make her out to seem like this terrible person in the office, and she's just doing this all for money. So character
I was getting
assassination.
ready to say they basically made her out to be like, you guys are my slaves now. Fetch me my wallet.
It's Big Candace in the office, man. Who gets more views than me? Oh, now go park my car.
Slave. You don't even make enough to touch me.
Like, how much views did you get last stream? Yeah, I thought so. Like, damn.
Peasant.
But, oh no, I
oh my, this is funny. This is funny,
like,
man.
I'll be like, well, you gotta take it that far to assassinate her character. It's like, all right, come on now.
What are y'all really hiding? Because ain't nobody trying this hard to like assassinate somebody's character unless there's something worth hiding.
Man, you got like a horrible boss movie script type of ordeal going on. So let's see what else. That was funny. She said that she literally tossed her keys. It's like, oh wow.
That is beyond me.
Like literally, like, come on now. Like, don't you think we've been able to like see this from Candace throughout the years? At this point, like that type of that type of meanness, it kind of leaks out at times. It's kind of hard to hide.
Bro said,
Sorry, I did.
It's in the building.
How much did I miss? Sorry, I had to step away from the car for a minute.
Apparently, Candace out here slapping hoes.
Bro, I heard throwing keys and calling people slaves. Basically, enslaving people at the Daily Wire.
Oh. Well, that's interesting.
I can't, I'm sorry, but it's the New York Post too, and the New York Post is heavily Zionist, but they are right.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
wow,
God, this is hilarious.
so as soon as she started talking about the Egyptian planes that flew out of Israel, no wonder that's when the pressure started. I thought the pressure started because it was like, all right, just such an outrageous claim. Like, I could see why they're trying to grill her on it. But if you're saying this goes back to Israel, okay, now it all makes sense. I didn't want to take it there, but I guess I got to take it there. For some reason, when you criticize Israel hard enough, or you even look in their direction, you're anti-Semitic and get ready for a hit piece.
I don't even care about anti-Semitism. That's the one thing that I can genuinely say. I don't care about anti-Semitism like that, and I don't understand why. See, it's like what she said last time on her show. Talk too much, and they normal antics don't work. Then they're gonna have to knock you off.
Yeah, that's I'm not gonna make any comments since I wasn't able to hear what was going on for that, but yeah, that's
That, like, I'm starting to see a Surviving Candace documentary coming out soon.
On me.
Yeah, something.
Oh my God.
All right, let's get back to it. That was hilarious. I kind of want to take that back a bit. I just want to take it back up just a little bit. Let's do that.
And expected them to park my car. That sentence genuinely made me laugh so hard because I never once in the entire time that I worked for the Daily Wire did I ever drive my car to work. Okay. I just didn't. They had a driver that took me there. So I don't know why I would suddenly take the driver's keys and then throw it at somebody, but quite literally, I never drove the Daily Wire. So it's just when I say fan fiction, I'm like, this is fan fiction. Secondly, they say I did that to a producer and that I demanded others do my research. Could not be further from the truth. I have always done my own shows. I can't read a script. I riff my shows. I think that's pretty obvious. That I demanded a huge studio, attempted to use their PR firm to get the
You gonna put me in a peasant's corner?
Like full fan fiction. There's not
do you
even
understand who I
I don't
am?
even think we ever had a conversation about People Magazine because that would not be a normal outlet for any conservatives. That I wanted to be on the cover of People is insane. And they said that their sources also said that like my team hated me. My team came with me when I got fired. My whole team's here. So I was just going, okay, what is happening here? Why are we talking about Qatar? Why are they making these things up? And I have come to the same conclusion as you. It is because we are dangerously close to something. I think we have to keep pushing on the Huachuca Air Base, which we are doing. And tomorrow we are going to get back into the investigation. We're just going to ignore the noise because, as I have said, and as I have maintained, I believe that Charlie was betrayed by people that are close to him. And I asked that question in the meeting. I'm like, okay, if we can agree that everyone around, I was like, I know there are people at Turning Point, they're not good people, right? And it's feasible that people, if they have addictions, that they, you can definitively get yourself in a scenario where you are willing to sell somebody out. This is a massive organization. How can we so confidently state that nobody had anything to do here, to do with anything here? And I think that one of the things that Erica was like, well, about like a feminist, and I didn't want the vibe of that, which I think it did come across like a bit of a feminist to say like, this is all my family. I'm like, how could this all be your family? I know people in this family and they're not good people. I wouldn't even do that with my own family. Okay. I got people in my family, like we all do, who aren't exactly walking a straight arrow in life. And yeah, so I've communicated that. I have not changed my position on that. I am not going to stop researching the characters in this that I don't feel good about. But further to sort of them just creating and making things up, Tim Pool has now gone out and extraordinarily claimed that I have the same security as Charlie Kirk, and that I'm a fraud, and that actually I have the exact same security. You will recall that Tim just said a week ago.
Hold on, bro. I gotta read something to y'all real quick because this got wild.
No, I watched that live. I watched him go off on her live. Bro, spazzed.
Bruh, lost his. She was smacking the desk and everything. I was like, bro, if I'm ever that mad on live, somebody say, yo, Set, chill. Just stop me. Don't let me
Take a break,
break
bro.
Like, bro, I trust you. I would never let y'all crash out like that. But check this out, bro. So Tim Pool of all people, right? So be Pacific, Candace. Make sure you're very clear. You've never had the same security people working for you that Charlie also used. Now, bro, I didn't see this coming, but she was like, I was clear, bitch. I said that Charlie and I never used the same security people. So your point that I was being a hypocrite by critiquing their actions that day is complete and utter trash. In fact, I regularly critique Charlie on his security team, and I'm sure I could dig up a text message or two to that effect, you bitch ass nigga. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. That's not what he said.
That man, and everything else there.
Everything else. Yeah. Damn, like, I was clear, bitch. Like, damn. Candace, is that Candace? Did Candace write that for real, bro? That's her profile with the check on it. Oh man, all right, I didn't see that one coming. I almost want to go to the comments of this comment. Like, wait, for real? You just like low-key call bro his name?
She did not pull no punches,
bro. The funny thing is though, when she addressed it, she said, "Look, I'm gonna pray for you with all this good stuff." Then when she addressed it on her show, she said, "This is beta male behavior. He wouldn't be talking like this to no man." And now I was clear, bitch. Like, woo. Man,
she took it there.
Oh, you can't even go to her about it, man. You gotta call on her husband or something.
Get your wife. She's beating me up.
Like, bro, you call me a bitch.
It's so unfair.
She said she told me to like she was trying to clarify. She called me a bitch, bro. But then Tim Pool, I don't know, bro. You see Tim Pool, I ain't gonna lie, he probably gonna spaz. Like, who the fuck you calling him? Boom, like, bro, this man gonna go crazy. But now we gotta wait.
Also known for crashing.
But here's the thing, though. Now Nick Fuentes is gonna release an expose on Candace. You wanna know why? Because he said so. He said if Turning Point doesn't grill Candace and prove her wrong and make her look stupid, he's going to. And I was like, when Nick Fuentes grilled people, like what he did to JD Vance, that was savage. What he did to Tucker Carlson, savage. What he'll do to Candace, I can only imagine.
What he did to
that's
what's her
gonna
name?
be.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh,
Ugh.
yeah.
That was horrible.
No, yeah, I'm not a fan of Nick's at all, but I've heard some of the. I never really got a chance to look into or watch the entire expose or whatever that he did on everybody. But the few things I did see, he made some really good points. I mean, the man, regardless of whether you agree with him or not, he is highly intelligent and he does pay attention to things.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yep.
I mean, no, I'm probably going to do like a segment of all the time Nick Fuentes just roasted somebody.
Yeah.
Because, oh my goodness. And then when he did the Marjorie Taylor Greene, made her look like a complete, like, I'm gonna be real with you, just a topic hopper. Or made her seem like she was always disloyal in this way, or a complete opportunist. It made you hard to even take them serious anymore.
Yeah. And that's kind of what irritated me with the interview he did with Pierce, because it kind of felt like Pierce talked to him like he was a child and didn't know what he was talking about, at least in my opinion.
He did.
And he didn't really push back on him on any of his points except for the crime statistics. So he didn't really, and I thought from what I understood, it was supposed to be a kind of like a debate and an interview. So that's.
You talking about Tucker or Pierce?
Pierce and Nick.
Oh, that was a bit contentious. I was more entertaining than most of it because Pierce was actually trying to hone him down on some things.
Yeah.
Well, you could definitely tell that Nick Fuentes stopped taking it seriously after Pierce dodged his questions like twice, and so he just started trolling him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And that's kind of what irritated, because the man, the kid is intelligent, and there were so many times Pierce could have really pushed back on him, and he didn't do it, except for like the crime statistics, just like the racial stuff and everything. He didn't actually push back against it. It was more of gotcha questions than it was.
But that's Pierce,
Here,
though.
like, what about it was all about what about, and do you really stand by this? And he was like so shocked when he would say, yeah, I do.
Yeah, when you say, yeah, I'm racist. I'm a racist. I was.
Yeah, boy, stand 10 toes down.
Boy, you can tell Pierce was just in silence for a minute. Like, are you serious? All right, then what?
Yeah, and I don't think
really
he's
just say
used
that
to
to
that. Pierce, unfortunately, I think is so used to people
caving,
kind of
Caving.
butt kissing him.
Caving or spiraling, because that's Pierce's strategy. He either get you to cave on something, or you spiraling out of anger, and he makes you look stupid. It's kind of Pierce's strategy.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it didn't really work too well on Nick Fuentes. Let's be quite honest.
But you got to realize that
Exactly.
the people that are used to debating Piers Morgan, he's used to bringing on these people that are, one, hyper emotional, or two, that are really, they only think in one way. And so when you have somebody who's willing to triple, quadruple, double down on, their point, and then they have the evidence to back it up, it's really hard to debate with a person like that, because there ain't nothing you finna say that they haven't already looked into and understood the context to.
Yeah.
And besides, he's been doing the rounds. But all right, now let's go ahead and get back to it.
She is burning everything down, and she's gloating and smiling while she does it. And you know what you told me? She has no security. She doesn't deal with the we have to deal with. She's a piece of
She has security, just not on the level of you.
Oh, yeah, the one fat guy you mentioned with no wall and no barrier in a suburban neighborhood with neighbors. She doesn't give two no one's out for her. She's lying about all of this. You told me you went to her house and she's got a 4-foot wall and one fat guy, and she doesn't give a about her security.
So that was like Tim last Monday. This is Tim who said I had no security except for one fat guy, which I told you was not true. Now he's saying this. Take a listen.
Okay. I'll say things that I probably shouldn't say, but I'm going to say, 'cause I always get super heated on this. Candace Owens has the same security team as Turning Point and Charlie Kirk did. She's lying. She has the same security people. I've been digging into this. I've been meeting with people and talking with them. And I shouldn't say too much because there's more that's going to be coming out soon. Because rest assured, people are filing legal paperwork against her.
Wow.
Candace has the same security team, or has used the same security companies and the same security personnel as Charlie and Erica did. So when she comes out and is questioning them, she is lying outright. Now, I've invited many of these people to come on. We'll see what happens. We'll see when they can. The issue is, the moment Candace goes on her show to millions of people and lies, litigation begins. And what happens when litigation begins? People don't do interviews about it. She is exploiting this, and she knows she is, to keep people wrapped up in this insanity.
Tim versus Tim, undefeated. And what I will also say is that's all a lie. It's almost like they have just sent a call, like they're getting too close, and just said, I don't care what you write. I don't care if it's complete fiction, make it believable. Say her husband beats her, say her, like it's coming after my husband. They're coming after me, and they're making stuff up. I have never employed the same security team as Charlie Kirk, ever. We went our separate ways early. Actually, there was it's obviously been publicized before he had Schaefer Security, and Schaefer Security, which was run by Greg Schaefer, who has issued a public statement. They had Dan Flood and Brian Harpool working for them initially. I told Charlie I did not like the security apparatus. I got my own security separate from Charlie from the very beginning. Okay, that's a fact. It just is a fact. There's no way to undo that fact. Trying to do this strategy of you're going to get sued is just threatening somebody. If there was any truth to that, you can't just file legal paperwork. You have to send a cease and desist. You have to say, something you said on your show was untrue. Can you please correct this? Okay. And if I ignore that, as I did with Brigitte, because I told the truth, as I did with Kim Clasey, because I told the truth, then you have the grounds to file something. We have received no cease and desist from Charlie's Security whatsoever. Over what? I mean, the audacity that
So
you're
if you
filing
want
a
to pause it,
lawsuit and
Seth,
someone got murdered on your.
so
go ahead.
more or less, what she's saying is you ain't got no room to stand on, and if you did, why ain't you do it? Because you know I'm pulling out facts.
And that's the problem. Everybody been trying to call Candace crazy, this, that, and the third. I'm just like, man, look, she's pulling out the facts, and she may not be pulling out the facts when you want it, but when the facts are there, you know, everybody hushes up or moves the goalpost. So I'm just like, what are we doing?
Yeah, I was kind of a little shocked when they were saying that her only security was one guy and a 4'1". I'm like, yeah, no, I mean, just looking at who her husband is alone, if you think at the very least he doesn't provide some of the top security for his family,
Right, and that
you're
don't make
kind of
sense.
insane. You know, and if I remember correctly, he's a politician, so he's going to have probably the same kind of level of security like our Secret Service provides our politicians for the British for British politicians, because he's a British politician, right? Or his dad is.
Who? Pierce? I'm sorry.
Candace's husband.
Oh, no, Candace's husband is like, I mean, I ain't gonna lie, she's like British nobility. British nobility.
So
But
for someone to say her only security is one man and a wall is a little insane.
yeah, I mean, if you got to put a wall up at your house, that says a lot. Most people don't got to put up a wall at their house.
Well, yeah, but not even just that. But like I said, with him being British nobility, British or a politician or a CEO, and for him not to have the best security for his family is a little insane to consider, you know.
Except for me, I have a wall around my house. Nobody
I
gets
want
in.
a wall around my house, man. Well, maybe an 8-foot fence.
When I say nobody, nobody.
All right back to it.
Watch, because I accurately said that the Brian Harpole, the message he showed belonged to Dan Flood. It did. And that they didn't do a walkthrough on that day. They didn't. Like, and if something I'm getting wrong and you'd like to show me that actually you did, send it over. We're only interested in getting the truth, and we're not getting it. We're certainly not expecting to get it from Tim Pool. That is crazy. That's just crazy town. But I do think that is right now the Zionist strategy, and that's why I want to encourage you guys to stay focused. Huachuca, which we're going to have a lot on tomorrow, because there is something there, and I think that caused a panic, as well as the Egyptian plains, which I am telling you go back, relate to Israel. And I will be able to prove that tomorrow for all of the naysayers. And again, it's only because this is how they act. If they always overreact, and then it lets us know that we are close. They are like an alarm. They are just an alarm. Something else that I wanted to show you, by the way, I thought we were not supposed to be doing live streams while we were speaking, but Turning Point, I guess, has their daily show, but that I didn't feel like that was communicated to me. It felt like a ceasefire, and then it got violated. But they had an interesting conversation on their show yesterday, on the Charlie Kirk show, about this trial, the upcoming trial, about Tyler Robinson. And here is what they had to say. Take a listen.
So this is straight from the charging document. It says Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male who was transitioning genders. This resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between Robinson and his father, who have very different political views. In one conversation before the shooting, Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding an event at UVU, which Robinson said was a, quote, stupid venue for the event. Robinson accused Kirk of spreading hate. And when you see how easy that rooftop access is, you start to kind of put one and one together, and you realize that Robinson had a plan that he was going to ultimately take advantage of. And he obviously knew how easy it was to get up to that rooftop, which is terrifying.
It really is. And look, one of the other things that's being pushed around for a long time was that, TPUSA both the local chapter and you guys didn't advertise this event till a couple days prior to. Now, the insinuation there is that that doesn't give Tyler enough time to plan for this. And what we found out with a little bit of, I don't know, 20, not even 5 minutes of Googling and looking.
Yeah.
Look, you guys had already put out on your website as early as August 27th. So we have at least almost a full 2 weeks prior to this, that not only the time of the event, but the location, the exact location of the UVU courtyard. So when you have over 10 days of planning, and it sounds like that Tyler already was familiar with the campus to begin with, like a lot of the mystery of this starts to go out the window, and it starts to really conform with what is exactly being proposed by the state of Utah and the FBI in the charging documents.
Yeah, and we can attest. We, Andrew Cipher, who's our head of field, Charlie sometimes throw the events out, 7-10 days in advance. If something opened up in his schedule, he would be able to do these outdoor events a pretty quick turn. And so those whole that whole theory kind of goes out the window.
So, unless I am mistaken, and I am not perfect, but I do feel like we worked really hard to see when this location was first revealed. The first time that we found that the courtyard was mentioned, because Charlie's speaking at events, your assumption would be they're inside, right? You have no idea where it is. So it's not like you can see whether you have a shot to the courtyard unless you know Charlie's speaking in the courtyard. The earliest that we found that was on September 2nd. The local media mentioned on KMYU that Charlie was speaking at UVU in the courtyard. Okay. That's the first time that we found this. If I am wrong, please tag me, because what he's referring to on August 27th that happened, which we have on our timeline as well, and this is why I love a timeline, is that TPUSA, UVU, and the local BYU chapter shared a graphic announcing that Charlie was coming to UVU, but there were absolutely no location details mentioned. So that actually does shred the idea that he could have practically gone and scaled rooftops before September 2nd. That's the first public mention, is September 2nd. So they announced the event on August 27th, as he says, no location details. And then on September 2nd, there are location details provided by local media for the first time. Prove me wrong. Okay. Prove me wrong if that is, if I'm inaccurate, because I do think that we were thorough on that. I will update my timeline. If not, it does then beg the question, surely they must have footage after September 2nd of him testing the rooftop in some capacity to then realize, oh, it's going to be an outdoor event. This is an opportunity for me to go after him. We are waiting for that. And like I said, I was told that they don't have anything that the public doesn't have. So it's not obvious to me. I don't think it's obvious to the public. Now, I do want to get to Viva Frey, who had this to say regarding drones. Oh, sorry. Around the regarding the text messages from Tyler Robinson.
A lot has been made about these text exchange that went back and forth between Robinson and his lover, his trans furry gay lover, whatever. And people say it doesn't sound right. Well, there is a video that I want everybody to check out by Turkey Tom. I believe you've watched it now, Viva, where, this has been authenticated as somebody who was in the Discord chats with them and apparently spent time with them at this apartment. And he said 100% this is how they talked, which is a striking finding. We're going to go into that more probably tomorrow or the next day, depending on how today goes. But I mean, I get the skepticism on this. At first, it struck me too, but apparently this is how they talk, Viva.
That was not the most implausible thing to believe. Okay, so you have a text message. It does read, regardless of whether or not this is how they talk, people saying they were manufactured by or drafted by AI. To the extent that they're confirmed text messages, you can, come to whatever conclusions you want after that. But whether or not this is how they talk regularly, to the extent that those were authentic text messages, they show what they show, which is whether or not his lover was aware of what was going on. You're etching bullets, and it's maybe not for target practice of a sporting nature. But like when I say I don't believe the official narrative, and you have to go back to a number of things here. I put my sort of best theory as to what went down. I want to know who was on the Discord chat in advance, what they were discussing, and whether or not there might have been some other I say foreign, not foreign government, but outer influence there. Tyler Robinson is getting radicalized right about the same time as Thomas Crooks right about the same time as the other guy, Ryan Ruth. He's being radicalized at a politically relevant period of time, right around the same time, oddly enough, as the alleged suspect in the January 6th pipe bomber. A time frame where political violence is potentially very useful in for the upcoming election. So the time frame of the radicalization is very interesting. To see whether or not he was on anybody's radar beforehand, we don't yet know that, and why there would not be confirmation on that can lead to suspicion. You remember the old man, George Zinn, arrested for claiming to be the shooter the day of, and then gets busted for CP on his phone. Like, in my mind, if I'm making a plausible theory here, George Zinn was probably on some Discord chat with a bunch of young perverts, and he's an old pervert, and he's getting off doing whatever they do on those chats. He knows what's going down. He shows up there and thinks he's going to be some useful decoy or distraction for Tyler Robinson because they know what's going down. That's my theory. But, it is the absence of total disclosure, the total lack of faith that anybody has, not just in the FBI per se, but in any state law enforcement. Nobody has any faith in our institutions anymore. And it leads people to go from, a healthy skepticism to just not believing it, to concocting the most outlandish conspiracy theories imaginable. But then those text messages, you can understand how they will cause people to come to those types of conclusions. And, allegedly the rumors are Kash Patel, getting mad at Tulsi Gabbard and Joe Kent for trying to look into a potential terrorist angle to this, also does nothing to foment faith in the system.
Look, I think it's what he's saying there is perfectly valid, and we can all surmise about what we think happened that day. We can also ignore the fact that I broke the story that the nurses were told at Utah Valley, which treated George Zinn. Everyone's just ignoring the things that I broke. She has no evidence, but he told the nurses that he was paid to do that. So whatever, we can all theorize, and which we're going to do in the absence of any concrete facts. But I will say it's good that Turning Point is at least giving that air. Right. I feel before, I think that might even be the first time Andrew Colvett has expressed that he thought that those messages were weird initially. That's good. That's what people want. They want fresh air at Turning Point USA. They want different perspectives. They want to feel like you're willing to have a conversation, and that at least you're going to defend people when they're being called liars when they're telling the truth about something. That would feel more authentic, I think. And so I am, just to say this, very happy that we are on much better feet and that we have opened the lines of communication. I do genuinely think that Justin Strife did a great job reffing that conversation yesterday. And I also do want to shout out Megyn Kelly, because we were trying to make this happen in the background really since Blake Neff fumbled the first invite. And thank you. That's in large part because of you guys at home that were like, what the F was that? And I think that they got enough flack that they were like, okay, we got to fix this. But I want to commend him for making that happen, for being the person that, kind of rolled up his sleeves and was like, okay, let's actually make a conversation happen and start answering some questions, which I think was done well. And Megyn Kelly, who was initially going to, when we were going to live stream the conversation before the Barry Weiss moment, Megyn Kelly offered to ref that conversation. I felt like she would have done a very good job. I do think that she has kept it very even. She has not been hysterical and it's demonic, it's evil, how dare Candace? And I appreciated that. She has said, I don't agree with Candace, but I also don't think that she's doing this because she's been possessed by a demon. I think she actually believes these things, and I do. And I have a right to believe those things. And I don't feel any differently about the people that I mentioned on the show that I think are shady at Turning Point USA. And with time, we'll see whether or not I was right. I think that's really what it comes down to. But all around, definitely a productive conversation. I know it's 4 hours, so more things will come to my mind as they become relevant. But I think that that's a good pause for right now. We'll throw to some of our sponsors. All right, you guys.
Alrighty.
So for many families, the holidays sponsors trigger autoimmune. If you want to make him a sandwich in time for Christmas, you can do that on Amazon. If you want a discount, you can buy it direct from us at Candace Owens. You better keep asking questions because it's the only thing that keeps us free. That is a direct quotation from Charlie Kirk, and that's why we're doing it. It does keep us free, and we're all sensing the squeeze. It's like they just want our speech. They want to purchase rational thinking. We can't allow that to happen. Okay, from this episode, Curbster writes, I am praying that our girl is playing the ultimate long game while staying true to her convictions and true toward all of us who have backed her and Charlie from the beginning. I am praying that God keeps you strong, righteous, and faithful in every step that you take. May God save America and protect us all. I want to say this to you guys just plainly. If I was going to sell out, it would have happened in the last 2 years, okay? Those offers were made, those threats were made. I hope you have seen what I have gone through to keep myself, really. I was fighting to stay me. And it was hard. And that it made me really appreciate the fact that we do live in a matrix and every element is controlled. And that is why they are vicious right now with making up things about me and my family, because now that I chose freedom, they hate that I have freedom. They hate that there's no more threats to make, right? So they're just embarking on this fan fiction campaign, but especially for the people that I care about in life, right? Especially for people.
Admittedly, though, some good ass fan fiction. I mean, let's be real. But
Shout out Big Candace.
man,
Yeah.
because well, so she cleared the scene on that one apparently, and we still have questions. They still ain't disproved Candace, and once again, Candace makes everybody kind of look dumb for doubting her. Well, not everybody. Like I said, there's still reasonable doubt, but at this point, we can't just sit here and say she's just doing this for money, because she's actually willing to sit in front of Charlie Kirk, like, well, whole staff and wife, and lay out what she's been going through, lay out what she's been looking into. And if she was in it for the money, then I mean, why meet up with them? Why take a whole day off when you could have gained some more money? Just keep live streaming in or running all these theories.
Yeah. I just got home, so if I get kicked, I'll pop back in as soon as I can, but sometimes it kicks me when I'm switching from the car phone to my earbud.
Oh, you're fine. It's all good.
People whose heads I have held up, who have held up my head through really hard times like Charlie did, that I would just sell out to like the highest bidder and go, okay, well, you know what, BB offered me a lot of money, so I'm going to stop talking about this, and I'm no longer going to explore this angle, or I'm going to, you know, to repeat to you guys, it was definitely Tyler Robinson. It's just not in my character. I have always been the kind of person that knows that it's not worth living life that way. My whole spirit would be corrupted. I couldn't do it. I struggle with people that can do it. I struggle seeing people who have so obviously sold their souls on the internet. It's very frustrating to watch it. Central 848 writes, Candace, please look into the possibility that Charlie was electrocuted and that the hole in his neck was made by the currents passing through his necklace
No way.
and out of his throat. The images of his charred hands are conclusive and compelling. Please, for the love of God, look into this. I did watch that video that Baron Coleman put together. First and foremost, I want to say Baron Coleman has done some incredible work, and I actually told him that.
Electrocuted? Hold on, bro. Let me look this. Baron Coleman. Let's see. Coleman, because who in God's name? You said he got electrocuted? Did this
Because of his hands?
Bro, okay, never mind. I can't, bro. 2 hours long. Does this electrocute the Charlie Kirk Fed slop narrative? Let's see here. Is there any? Let's see. Disturbing Google searches before Charlie Kirk's death. I've heard of this guy before. I've definitely heard of him, man. But a 2 hour long video. Let's see here. To be quite honest, I'm all right. No, let me show you what I'm looking at right now.
What you could do is look back several episodes and see what's been missing for a while. What has he not worn lately? And then you'll probably. So I want to start the way. Let me see the best way to start this. I think I want to start this way. I'm going to pull up a video that gives us some narrative about what we're looking at, because we're going to look at a lot of pictures tonight. You guys may have seen this video. This is about a 10-minute long video. The shot occurs right at the 10-minute and 15-second mark. So only about 1 second of blood and gore in this. And I'll go back to the beginning. I'm going to hit mute so you guys don't hear all the background noise. I'll turn the sound back on towards the end. If you go back to the beginning, what we're just watching here is Charlie Kirk just, getting ready. The first guy is questioned. This is Henry Dell right here in the middle of the screen. You'll notice that and I want to point this out here. See the guy manning the microphone? Can we zoom in on him? Or is the screen not going to let us do that? We may not be able to do that. Let me see if I can bring it in.
Yeah, that's they need to zoom in on it.
No, there we go. See that guy right there in the red shirt manning the microphone? He was not a UVU student. He was not in the UVU TPUSA chapter. I think his name was Cooper something. He was manning the microphone. And I remember very early on, Candace made a deal about that. She said, well, this is weird. You have a non-student manning the microphone. And it turns out he worked, I think, for the Leadership Institute or something, which is, it's one of these groups that trains people to go out and work in public interest groups, right-wing public interest groups. The Heritage Foundation, TPUSA, and others. He was the guy manning the microphone. And you'll see, if you watch this whole video, he is obsessive about making sure the people don't touch the microphone. I'll give you an example right here. Henry Dell looks like he's going to readjust the microphone. This guy steps in and says, don't touch the microphone. I got it. And then he moves the microphone. This is a recurring theme in this 10 minutes and 15 seconds because Charlie Kirk will be dead at the 10-minute and 15-second mark of this. But you'll see what's happening here. And I'll just flip around a little bit. Charlie Kirk holding his microphone. He's answering questions. This guy's Henry Dell here in the middle. He's the one pumping his fist, looking around at the crowd. He's asking the first set of questions. I think if I recall, his questions were about the Mormon faith and how it related to Christianity and Charlie's relationship with it. To give you an idea of some of the background characters, here on the far left, now out of screen, now back in screen, the guy in the short sleeve black shirt here standing up behind Charlie to Charlie's, 4 o'clock? That's Dan Flood. He's the guy that gives the arm signal. Over here on the other side of the screen, of course, texting in the white shirt and backpack, that's Mikey McCoy. That guy right there, let me pause that in case they move it again. See the guy looking down at his phone on the far right in the tan shirt? That's the chief of audio video or whatever he is. He's a contractor, but he is like the head guy for audio video from TPUSA. That's the guy, Terrell Farnsworth, who, he's dead, takes the video. I always wondered how Terrell Farnsworth was so confident Charlie Kirk had died.
Hey.
Because he saw almost as much as Mike.
Hey, and shout out to my man Jordan. He says, appreciate the stream set. Keeps me from doom scrolling and able to accomplish other things. Bartle do. Hey, well, appreciate the support. Appreciate the support, and no problem, my friend. No problem at all.
McCoy saw, and Blake Neff saw something, boom, looked up and ran off. But then he immediately grabs a phone, starts taking selfies and saying that Charlie's dead. Tonight might give us a clue why Terrell Farnsworth knew so intimately the details. Yeah, don't forget to hit the like button. This is Baron Coleman. I break every rule. I'm supposed to announce my name. I'm supposed to invite you to subscribe, like, share. What else? Click the notification button. I'm supposed to tell you the name of the show. This is a Real Baron podcast. I am Baron Coleman. I'm supposed to give you my schedule. I'm here 3 or 4, sometimes 5 nights a week. Guys, sorry. Thank you, commenters, for taking care of it. All right, let me get back to the meat because I don't want to be here all night. So you'll see what happens is Charlie asks, the audience asks a question. Henry Dell down here in the lower right, he'll ask a question. It flips back to Charlie. He picks up his microphone and he answers the question. You know, and then watch what he does in between questions. So he answers the question. He talk. He puts the microphone down. So sometimes he puts the microphone down on the table, and sometimes he holds the microphone with 1 or 2 hands in his lap. It's a key fact. We're going to come back to this. The key fact. And if I had the volume on right now, what you would notice is the microphone's on the table and there is no feedback. And that's a key fact as well. We'll learn here in just a little bit. You'll also notice, and you can barely see him off to the right. I pointed out who Terrell Farnsworth is. There's a guy down here on his knees. Let me see if I can find an image where he is more visible. See the guy in the white hat that says 1776 standing right next to Terrell Farnsworth? Can I zoom that in? Yeah. That guy right there in the 1776, the white hat with the dark brim. See that? He, the entire time, just about the entire time Charlie Kirk is talking, from the moment he went on stage until the second he passed away, just about, I'd say 95+% of the time, this guy is messing with the sound controls down to Charlie Kirk's left, right at his, 9 o'clock? He's down there messing with the sound controls. And this guy, Terrell Farnsworth, his boss, is hawking him, standing right over him, hawking him. I don't know the guy's name in the 1776 shirt. So let's fast forward a little bit, and let's just get an idea of how this pattern works. Charlie answers a question. Henry Dell asks a question. Charlie answers a question. And watch what he does with the microphone. Sometimes he puts it on the table. Sometimes he Holds it. See how he's holding the microphone there? He didn't put it down. He drops it in between his lap. So if you were going to try to time this, what you would do is you would wait for Charlie Kirk to finish answering a question. And if you wanted to time it just as he dropped the microphone and before he put it on the table, if he was going to, you would need some way to send out a timing mechanism that we've got about 1 second or less left. And it's going to be important. I promise you this is going to be important. I'm raising issues. I don't want anyone to think for a second I'm stating with definitive reality anything tonight. What I am doing is I've gotten a lot of emails on this issue. I looked into it and I thought, holy mackerel, that's pretty compelling. And so I want to raise the issue. I haven't seen really anyone else talking about it. So I want to raise the issue and I want to hear from you guys, and I'll go through and I'll read some comments. I want to hear from you guys what you think. But let me go through and play some stuff. So let me fast forward now that you kind of got a thing. Notice as I skip around and I skip forward. Okay, I'm back here at the 0 minute mark. I've got 1776 hat leaning over, messing with the controls, right? Let me just skip through. 39 second, leaning over, messing with the controls. Minute 24, nowhere to be found. 212, leaning over, messing with the controls. Well, there I can't see him. To 309, leaning over, messing with the controls. These are the sound controls. Now he's standing up talking to his boss right next to the sound controls. Now he's leaning over, messing with the sound controls at 402. Leaning over, messing with the sound controls at 433. Leaning over, messing with the sound controls at 448. 543, what do you think he's doing? 610, leaning over, messing with the sound controls. 647, leaning over, messing with the sound controls. 720, leaning over, messing with the sound controls. 754, leaning over, messing with the sound controls. 813, leaning over, messing with the sound controls. 840, leaning over, messing with the sound controls. And now I'm going to bring in the audio. And if it's too loud or too soft, you guys tell me. I'm going to bring in the audio because I want you to hear what happens. This is very curious. Very, very curious. I'm going to bring in the audio, and I want you to hear what happens. And if we have to replay it, we will. I'm going to bring it in at what I think is a reasonable volume that doesn't blow me out in my ears. You guys tell me if it's too loud or too quiet. We can talk about Dan texting in a second, but I want you to focus on the sound guy right now, and I want you to focus on what we hear as Henry Dell wraps up. Henry Dell's about to finish up here. I think at the 8 minute and 48 second mark, he finishes.
Jewish scholar, not a Christian. Right, that's the point, is that the audience I found wants you to run. God bless you, my loved ones. Thank you so much.
All right, we got a 5 by, so we're good here. Okay. He's put the microphone down on the table. And Dan Flood has come and said something into his ears here, right? So let me back that up. I'll turn the sound back off. But he finishes up his speech here. He runs Henry Dell off. Hey, the audience had enough of you. Dan comes in to talk to him, and the microphone goes down on the table. I don't know what Dan said, but they're talking back and forth to each other. But I want to back the sound up because I want you to hear what's happened. It's something new that happens here that has not happened in the previous 8 minutes and 50 seconds, that the sound man has been messing with the sound the entire time.
Hello. Hi. Yeah, this is working. Hey, Charlie. Hey, hopefully we're going to have a little bit more disagreement. All right. Hi. Yeah, so just wanted to, a few weeks ago.
Did anyone hear what was happening? Yes, there was a feedback loop. I've been in radio a long time. I know what causes a feedback loop. And I know what can control a feedback loop, particularly when your sound man is sitting on the machine. Charlie's mic has no reason to be up high enough to be causing feedback right now. No reason whatsoever. The only reason you would need feedback, the only reason you would get feedback if there's a volume issue. If there's a volume issue, you would get feedback. Short of that, you wouldn't have feedback. And you've got a sound guy who for 8 minutes and 48 seconds was able to control the sound without feedback. Microphone in the lap, no feedback. Microphone on the table, no feedback. All of a sudden, Hunter Kozak walks up to the steps. Hunter Kozak gets to the microphone, and all of a sudden, we've got a real feedback problem. Interesting. And what we get when we start getting the feedback is, watch the sound guy, how he signals, the sound guy that's on his knees over here on the right, how he signals to Terrell Farnsworth to tell Charlie to pick up the microphone. Watch it again.
So we're good. Hey, Charlie. Hey, hopefully we're going to have a little bit more disagreement.
Again, even the security guard steps in this time to tell Hunter Kozak not to touch the microphone. But watch what happens. So the sound guy has signaled to Terrell Farnsworth. Terrell Farnsworth is now going to come over to Charlie and say, Bud, you got to pick up the microphone.
Hi, yeah, so just wanted to, a few weeks ago, a few weeks ago, there was a transgender mass shooter, and ever since then, about 3 weeks later, the Trump DOJ said that we should start talking about.
And you see over there on the right, now we're within 20 or 35 seconds of Charlie Kirk's death here. You see over there at the right, Terrell Farnsworth and the sound guy are having a real conversation. Leaning over, he even made some hand motion. I can back it up if you want to see it. I'll cut the volume so you don't have to hear it again. But he made some kind of hand motion here. He signals to him. They look. See that? He makes some kind of hand motion. Terrell Farnsworth stands back up, leans back down. I'll turn the sound back on for a second so you can kind of hear what we're talking about, because you'll recognize now this is where most of the clips pick up.
Revoking gun rights for transgender Americans. I think you're important this decision. Yeah, is that what you're saying? Right. So, do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Now, from this point forward, I don't believe he puts the microphone down. Or maybe he puts it down one time and the next time he holds it up. But that was the transgender count. How many transgenders have been shooters over the last 5 years?
Too many. Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm going to give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years? Counting or not counting gang violence?
So you guys know what comes next. You've seen this video 1,000 times. I don't have to show you again. But I want to hit mute. I want to back it up a little bit. Now that you know the timing, and now that you know it's important, I think, that he was holding the microphone, I want you to watch when Dan Flood gives the signal. Watch when Dan Flood gives the signal. Now that you know the timing is so important that he's holding the microphone and he keeps putting it down and picking it up, putting it down and picking it up. Or at least I'm making the suggestion, perhaps it was. So watch the timing of Dan Flood's signal. See that? He puts the signal out while he's holding the microphone. Why? We're going to discuss that. We're going to discuss that in a second. I'm going to show you some evidence. I think it's to it. Now, I don't want to show the gore. And there's only about half a second of it, but I don't want to show it because my kids watch this program, right? And they haven't seen it. But yeah, so when he looks left, I think we've answered the question. I wondered, and we've talked about it on this program time and time and time again, who is Dan Flood looking at before he gives the signal? He looks down, or he looks right first at Frank Turek, frankly. That's who he's looking at. I'm not accusing anybody, so shut up. I'm raising the issue that this looks awfully suspicious. Someone just made a good point. Let's watch the 941 mark here. It's 935. It's rolling. It's rolling. It's rolling. It's rolling. What happens at the 941 mark? No, that's just him wiping his brow. He's not turning on his meta glasses. I don't think that was it. I think it was just him wiping his brow. But let's just say if you wanted to explore the possibility that this microphone was important, and it was important that he was holding the microphone, you would have to signal the timing so that Charlie was holding the microphone, because he kept putting it down. Okay, so let's just allow this to sort of play out through some images. You guys know what happens. I'm not gonna delete that or take that off the thing, but I'll come back to it. But I want to now look at some images. To begin with, do you guys know where that microphone is today? Is anyone aware of where that microphone is? I'll show you. That microphone was most recently at Mar-a-Lago during the $10,000 a plate dinner. That's where the microphone was. Now, it's strange to me because there were a lot of things that you could put on display if you wanted to signify Charlie. There's a beautiful portrait, for example, right next to it. You could have his necklace that Erica Kirk held up. You could have one of the T-shirts, the Freedom T-shirts. Those have taken off.
Ain't no goddamn way. They memorialized his mic?
No, and yes, they did. And the point of doing that is because he was considered the first person to pick up that mic and have that discourse with people. That was the point of memorializing the mic, because no one else was willing to actually try and step in and start having civil discourse.
I mean, but
that's why the statement has been, we need to pick that mic back up.
Okay, I didn't know they created a whole glass case and memorialized it. I did not know
Well,
that.
I didn't know about that, but the whole point of keeping that mic in good, keeping the mic and having it at Mar-a-Lago as something as significant for Charlie was because he picked up the mic. He wanted to have that civil discourse. He put himself in that position to have those discussions, the hard discussions. Because the moment you put that mic down and stop having those discussions, as Charlie said, is when violence happens.
Now, I will say something else that this commenter just said. What I find is wild is after the attempted assassination on Trump, no one's watching the roofs. I'm going to go ahead and say something more to that. I think, because don't you know, like Tyler Robinson and Crooks had kind of the same expression on their face?
Dead?
Yeah. Especially
It's
Crooks
like
when he came to his court date.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's like
Deadpan.
with the deadpan and somewhat like they were supposed to be
Without emotion?
Yeah, not without emotion. But Robinson looked more like he had been crying. And that got me thinking, like, I'm going to say this on record and Set, you could clip it. I ain't sympathizing with him. If he did it. But there's always another side to the story. And my first thing was he should have been the fall guy.
I've kind of been wondering the same thing myself with both of them, because it's just too many. And this is kind of why a lot of us are upset that they're not allowing cameras into the courtroom for Robinson's trial. Because obviously we weren't going to get that with Crooks because he's gone. But Robinson is still alive. So we want to see what's going on. Charlie was killed in broad daylight. So the person who supposedly killed him should be on trial in broad daylight so we can find out what happened.
Now, you remember back in the day when we used to interview people like that? We used to interview killers and all that crazy stuff. What happened to those days? I miss those days.
I know.
I miss
You
those
didn't
journeys.
find all that.
Now, one thing I will say is they said all the text messengers are real, this, that, and the other. The first thing I said to my mom and everybody that knew me was, those text messages aren't real. Here's one thing: you can go on your messenger or whatever app you use to message and go look at your text message. All text messages have to be sent and marked as delivered, and they have to have some indication that they were seen or read, and most importantly, they have to have a timestamp. And just because they were saying, oh, they were authenticated, no, they weren't.
True. But all right, now, all right, let's get on with this one, because let's hear out this whole theory.
Could have one of those
Yeah,
47
because I
hats.
got some comments about that whole
But the
sound booth
microphone's a
thing.
weird touch. I'll be honest with you. It's a
I
weird
mean, if you
touch.
think about it, what did Charlie? He always had it in his hand. He was always with that. He always had that microphone, and it was a big part. You know, it was. I don't know if I'm explaining this right, but like I said, he picked up the microphone to have those discussions. How many people were willing to do that before him? None.
Good point. Well, hold on. There was Steven Crowder, but then Steven Crowder
Well,
said he
okay.
stopped because it was so dangerous.
Yeah.
So
And he also said that Charlie took over.
yeah, you gotta admit though, because Charlie, yeah, I'll say this. Even I'm pretty sure even Charlie Kirk's thought about what Steven Crowder did was pretty dangerous, and the fact that he carried it on showed that he was pretty. Well, I would say this. He definitely believed in everything he said because he was willing to put himself out there.
Yeah, he was aware. He was definitely aware. And Charlie was a much more nicer version than Crowder was. That's
Yeah, definitely.
Everything was cool until he started insulting Mossad.
All right, let's keep it going.
It's a weird touch. So that's where the microphone is today. It's in a glass case. It travels around apparently, and recently it was at display at on display at Mar-a-Lago. I don't know precisely where it's located today. So that's question one. Where is the microphone? Now let's ask question two. What did Charlie's hand look like holding the microphone mere seconds before the shot went off, or the loud noise went off, we'll call it now? What did his hand look like? That's a good image of his hand there. This is from a tweet I put up today. That is what his hand looked like. Notice the hand. Look at the hand. Examine the hand. Do you see anything remarkable about the hand? I don't. I don't see anything remarkable about the hand. So let's see what his hand looked like immediately following. This is a picture taken 20-something seconds. I think 22 or 3 I counted out. And I wasn't sure exactly when it was taken, so I gave like a 2-second window. This is his hand taken immediately after. What does that look like to you? That's not blood.
That's internal bruising.
Yeah.
In fact, pause it before
Holy
he says
shit.
anything. That, based off of the way that looks, not only does that look like internal bruising, but that looks like thermal scarring.
Yeah.
Like
and how
a
do you
rash
usually
of
get?
some sort.
actually does.
And how do you usually get this? Electric shock?
Electric
Or
shock, yeah.
maybe being exposed to, I don't know, maybe, he had a bad rash, bad heat. I don't know, heat or
I
something
mean,
like
the only
that.
other,
Some people are gonna
heat
say,
rash.
"Oh, when you get shot, I've seen plenty of bodies blister." Dude, I've seen plenty of people get shot. Usually, what happens is the area around the bullet wound is bruised, but no other extremities.
Okay, that's weird. We all know he wasn't shot in his hand. Okay, well, I guess that is all right. That's a valid concern to bring up.
And this is why
That's
the
not
trial
blood.
needs to be public, needs to be on TV. What people need to see the trial.
Oh man, look, they're trying not to. That's the craziest part. They're trying not to.
Yeah.
And there's something else about this. You see these 2 dots up here? What are those? For those saying bruise, he just died like instantly. You see how shiny that knuckle is right there? Have you ever burned your hand on the stove? Have you ever burned your hand on a pan when you reach in and grab something and you see a little shine on it? You start to rub some butter on it or you put some water over it?
Foolishly, yes.
So that'll give you an idea of that. I'm going to show you a couple more pictures of the immediate aftermath. Let's see if I can get this one up. You guys may not have seen this one. That is Charlie's arm. That's his right hand hanging down after he was shot. Now there is blood in that on the thumb right there. No doubt about it. Or what appears to be blood on that thumb. But there you get those burn marks or whatever those are. Again, this was 20 seconds ago. For those of you talking about bruises, if you hit yourself 20 seconds later, do you have a bruise? And you're alive. Your heart's beating. I would show you his other hand, but it's pretty gruesome. His whole arm looks like his fingertips there with a little tiny bit of blood on them. His whole arm looks that way. So if that's blood, then somebody took the time in 20 seconds to wipe the blood off and really take the time to get a fresh, clean towel out and, do one of these numbers to it and really clean it up. I think this is an interesting comment. Those are like when a patient gets struck by lightning.
So I will say one thing.
Let's keep
also
looking here
about the whole blood theory, because I could see it in the comments right now. Pre-rigor mortis, if you die and you die to an external blunt force trauma via gunshot, blow to the head, something of that nature, bruising usually occurs around the site of initial impact. And any coroner, any nurse, or any doctor can tell you. So I don't want to hear nobody get up in the comments being like, well, my brother, blah, 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 is a coroner.
Yeah.
No, I'm telling you from seeing this from combat as well. When you get an injury, the site around the injury usually is bruised. I'm talking about immediately around the injury. It's one of the reasons why detectives can figure out how somebody died and what happened to them in a specific area.
Yep.
Number two, if it was blood and somebody tried to wipe it away, it would smudge. It wouldn't be splotchy. It would smudge.
This is interesting. Huh. All right, then let's get right back to it then.
here. Is there another one? Yes, there's another one right here. Let me show you this one. It's another Charles McClintock Wilson photo. It looks similar because it was taken shortly thereafter. You can tell from up here, this is his right arm. That's his ditch. That's his armpit down here. That's his shoulder. That's that two weird things there. And that is the same type of structure there. So that's his right arm. What does his left arm look like? What does his left arm look like? We're going to look at his left arm now for a second. Because I think it's important to see both hands. Now, keep in mind how clean and neat and everything his hands looked just a moment ago, right before I can pull that picture back up if you need to see it. So that's his left arm as he's being carried off. It kind of looks charred. That's his left arm. Now, his left arm, in that image that I showed you, and I can go back to the video, his left arm was what was holding the microphone. And I'm not going to show the point of impact, but he brings the microphone down and holds it then with both hands. It's at that moment when he grabs it with both hands, the shirt flies up and he gets tense. And I'm going to tell you what kind of led me down this path, and I'm going to show you a few more pictures. But that hand looks crispy. I'll be honest. The right hand looked like it had been tased or something, but the left hand looks just fried, in my humble opinion. I'm going to show you what led me down this path without showing the video, and it's hard to do without showing the video. When I first asked the question the other day, why was Charlie still holding on to the microphone when he was dead? Why was Charlie still holding on to the microphone when he was dead? I asked the question. Charlie's dead right now. And we're told. You'll notice if you zoom in on this picture, you'll notice his ring has left his ring finger and is now falling off of his hand. And he is still gripping the microphone. He is falling over and he's got both hands clenched. I'll show you the other fist in just a second. Now, at first we were told this was a cerebral reflex due to a spinal cord injury. Well, lo and behold, wouldn't you know, I made a comment about that on air and I got reached out to by a neurosurgeon. I verified that he was, in fact, a neurosurgeon. The neurosurgeon said, no, that's not true. The neurosurgeon said that's not the reaction to a spinal cord injury. And then actually a nurse told me this today who I was talking to about these images. The nurse said the same thing. That's not a spinal cord injury that makes you do this. That's a brain injury, a deep brain injury, or an electrocution.
Yeah.
I was
The
sure getting
neurosurgeon's
ready
the
to
one that
say.
put me on.
Now, hold on. Now, are they
Yeah,
trying to say that the electrocution possibly made his ring melt off his hand? Which is why in the video, when you do see him get shot, you kind of see like his ring switch hands.
I was getting ready to say because there are two types of ways that people
Yeah.
now when you get shot, yeah, you go limp. You don't seize up like that. You actually kind of go limp and you fall back.
Yeah.
The brain, when there's an injury to the brain stem, even with a gunshot, there is some quick tension and then release.
Yeah,
Which
'cause there's
is
no neural
they
pathway.
call it, yeah. And that's what they were talking about. That's why I was so confused when, and I know another neurosurgeon posted a short about it and he explained it in detail. And yes, he said that because he's had previous injuries where they were shot in the brain stem, not the brain or the spine, but the stem, where they still had that, and I can't pronounce it,
Cerebral
that's
cortex.
no,
Cerebellum.
no, not the part, but the reaction of the tensing up. It's called decorticism. The corticism reaction, basically that seize up, and then the arms will come up and seize up, and the hands will come in like a almost like a T-Rex fashion, and the legs will extend for like a 10 to 30 second period, and then the body will relax. It'll flop. But it's when the brain stem is hit.
All right, well, shoot, let's get back into it and let's see what he's saying.
Electrocution. It's a brain injury, a deep brain injury, or an electrocution. The neurosurgeon's the one that put me on electrocution. Because I said, why is he still holding onto the microphone? And somebody said, oh, he was a spinal cord injury. Neurosurgeon writes in and says, that ain't a neurosurgery. That's not a neuro injury. That's a deep brain injury or an electrocution. Are we sure he wasn't electrocuted? It looks more like an electrocution to me. And I thought, what? What are you talking about? So I start digging.
Oh, I do want to throw in.
And I really start digging.
That.
And I'll show you one more showing the.
Yo.
I do want to throw in one more thing. There are something called electric delay rounds. So it's basically a bullet that has like a little battery inside the projectile casing that after it hits its target, it'll use the impulse, the electric field to set off a timer, and then it automatically sends out like a certain voltage that'll short circuit things. And depending on what type of round is used, you can, believe it or not, you can get a pretty good arc going from not a lot of material. And guess how many milliamps it takes to kill somebody?
How much?
0.05.
Yeah. And I remember the name. I remember what it's called, the corticate. I had to ask my mom, so.
A corticate.
The corticate, yeah.
All right. Let me check that.
That way, if
Clenched
anyone
fist.
wants to look it up.
One more show on the clenched fist. I'm not blaming anybody. Stop it. Stop it in the comments. There are your clenched fists. And again, this is an earlier image than the one I just showed you because he's coming up, and then you'll see in a second, I'll show another image where he drops it, and you'll see what his hand looks like when he drops it. It's pretty crazy. Keep in mind, there's no blood on his hand. He hadn't hit the ground yet. So don't tell me it's a bruise. Don't tell me it's dirt unless he just was like farming with bare hands right before he went on the air, or right before he started the event.
Hilarious.
So he's clenching this. I must say, I'm impressed I'm able to do this without showing the video. All right, let me find the one where he drops it. You guys take a look at this hand and tell me what you think. This was the clincher for me. An astute viewer of this program sent this image in, and I clipped it out. Look at that hand. I will, if you need me to, pull the hand back up.
Yo.
No blood has left his neck by this point. There's one drop that has gotten near his hand. One drop has gotten near his hand. That hand is fried. You can watch the video, slow it down yourself if you don't believe me. I did not alter this photo. All I did was hit pause and take a screen cap. That hand is fried. That's not bruising. The event just happened a second and a half ago. That's not a bruise. That's not blood. No blood has left the neck. You can pause the video and see when he drops the mic yourself. There's no blood anywhere near his hand when he drops the mic and his hand opens up. Look at that hand. What is going on in that hand? Yeah. Have you wondered why his hands looked like that in the casket? Have you thought about that? You guys have seen dead people. You guys have been to funerals. Have you ever seen a hand that looked like a mannequin? Look at that hand. So a few questions remain. Well, I should show this one as well. I don't think I've shown this one yet. You'll see some marks where one of the astute viewers has chimed in here. Oh, I lost it. So you can see there where he first lets go of it. There's no blood anywhere near him. The thumb and the outer hand are absolutely sizzled.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Now, knowing this, let's go back and watch this video again, just a little bit of this video. I want you to watch what's happening around the sound, around Dan, now that we have some context. Yes, that was his ring that was broken off his hand. Now that we have context, let's go look again from the time Henry Dell leaves Someone said turn on slow mode. I can do that real fast. Give me just a second. Is it bad in there? Hold, please. Where's slow mode? I'll have to let you guys hash it out. Guys, don't spam. Just comment every 30 seconds or so. Because now I got to go through and try to figure out where slow mode is. I want to go through and
So
play the
while
video
he's
now.
Yeah. So if I'm understanding that correctly, and let me know if I'm like missing anything. Essentially what he's saying is that the audio technician essentially electrified the mic, or did I miss that? I couldn't hear the video
Now,
because
yeah,
my
pretty
old
much,
parents were
pretty much
busy
is,
yelling
and
at me.
I'm not sure how the F they pulled that off, but I mean that's what takes some rewiring of that mic. So the mic would damn near have to be rewired to do that. Like that would have to be a special type of mic to just switch that on all of a sudden to electrocute Charlie Kirk. Like
It wouldn't be, because remember, all sound is just an electrical current.
yeah, but to switch it on like that to make it flip on him, that had to have been pre-set up. Like that's just not accidentally done.
Yeah, and on top of that, to do it with a wireless mic on top of that.
Yeah, it's even crazier. It's like, okay, so like that mic
You'd
would
have
have
to
had,
have some serious
and this is where,
electrical.
and I know I'm creating a conspiracy here, but it kind of makes it sound like this is the reason why they hit the mic, because maybe we'd be able to look at that mic and see how they would be able to turn that into an electrocution. I'm not always, of course, I'm just speculating, but
Yeah, no, that's that's some serious electrician knowledge, and I would think that would have to be some serious talent with electrical objects. Someone would have to have a specialist or something to do something like that.
oh, well, we do have exploding pagers, so I mean, automatic electrocuting mics ain't too far out of possibility.
Yeah.
But all right, now let's go ahead and get right back to it. Got somebody echoing a little bit, but we're good now.
Eyes. I will turn the sound on and I will turn myself off.
I love doing this. Thank you so much.
Hello. I said I wasn't going to break in, but I have to. Watch 1776. I'm going to play again. He points to Charlie and like gives him the pick up the mic sign. He does this. Watch it. See if that's what he's saying. It looks to me like he's saying, tell him to pick up the mic. I'll play it again. There it was.
Hi. Yeah, this is working. Hey, Charlie. Hey, hopefully we're going to have a little bit more disagreement. Hi, yeah, so just wanted to, a few weeks ago,
So pause it real quick. So something that he may have missed. So you see how like there's constant feedback?
Mm-hmm.
That constant feedback usually means that you have your hertz too high. So when you're prepping mics, you can all of that stuff is copper wire. So you got to be careful with how you put it together. And it's real easy to electrify a mic if you put a lot of hertz through it at a certain frequency, and you got strays going out. And so that humming you hear is kind of like, that's why if you ever go to any concert or you go to any pastor or any church, the first thing they say is, I'm having issues with my mic. Can you take it? because they gotta kind of look and make sure none of the wires are touching or grounding out or anything else.
Okay.
That humming you hear is that electricity or that throttled voltage not being contained and routed to its appropriate chip or balancer the way it's supposed to be. In other words,
Yeah.
it's ground. In other words, it's grounding the mic out.
All right, but I don't know. I can just say this. It's a new theory. It's a new theory. That's what he's working in there, and seeing the hands. That's a bit. I go. That is a bit concerning. That is wildly concerning. It did look like his hands are burned, but like I said, we'll see how far that goes. But let's see
Let's
how
continue.
Yeah, man. Let's see how he lands the plane.
Mass shooter. And ever since then, about 3 weeks later, the Trump DOJ said that we should.
Pay attention to how he picks up the mic and puts it down, and watch the timing with Dan Flood as he does it.
So, do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
It's fine. Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm going to give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang.
Did you catch it?
Over the last 10 years.
Counting or not counting gang.
Did you catch it? Did you catch it? Now, I think Blake Bednar's, in my opinion, has kind of shown me that Hunter Kozak might also have been a signal, or at least have done something that could be perceived as a signal. I don't want to blame anybody. I'm not blaming Terrell. I'm just saying it would make sense if this is true that Terrell was confident when he went around the corner that Charlie was dead. I don't want to blame the sound guy, but I'm saying if you were going to pull off something like this, you would need somebody down there to control when the mic became ungrounded. I don't want to blame Hunter Kozak, but if you were going to pull off something like this, it might be nice to have somebody signaling when the next question was coming by looking over and adjusting his glasses. Oh, I think I didn't go back far enough. So Frank Turek is looking away. Hunter Kozak is asking the question. It would be nice if you were going to pull this off for Hunter Kozak to give a signal and tell him, hey, here comes the question. Look at that. Did you see him look over and touch his glasses? Now, that could just be him looking over because he's a nervous Nelly and touching his glasses. It could be as simple as that. But if you wanted a sign, it would look like that. And then once he does it, if you wanted a sign, now Frank Turek could lean up and touch his hat. And then Dan Flood could see that, and he could step forward and give his sign as Charlie picks up the microphone. Again. I don't know if that's what it was. I'm not saying these people are guilty. I'm saying, in my opinion, this looks a lot more to me now, having looked at this, and I will ask you, and I'll go through some of your questions here in a second. It could also explain this. I want to take you way back in time. Again, I'm not accusing anyone of anything. But there is a name I saw listed as the surgeon who worked on Charlie Kirk. There's a name I saw. And I want to show you something we did a long time ago when we were first getting started together as a big family. You remember when we used to look at Google Trends? That's what kind of put this show on the map, right? That's what kind of put this show on the map. This is Lee Trotter. This is the surgeon. That was his name. And this was the searches from Israel. Now, does that mean Israel was involved? No. It just means these searches exist in Google's database. I don't know why they were there. It means they were sent around July 4th of this year and around April 18th of this year. That's all it means. But I would suggest if you were going to try to cover up something like this, you would have to have a surgeon on your side. You'd have to have the doctor on your side. I don't know if this is true. I don't know if this is what happened. But I think you could get to this point on a lot less evidence than we've shown tonight. And there's a lot more evidence of this, frankly. There's a lot more evidence of this. Now, I want to discuss something we talked about last night because I fell asleep. Sorry, Nate. I fell asleep to Valhalla's podcast on the Candace's source or whatever. Nate agreed that and that caused us to look up the jet, and that caused us to find the SAM 000 flight to Colorado Springs, and it caused us to connect the Colorado Springs flight to what was taking place here down there in Tucson and at Sierra Vista or Fort Huachuca.
And all right, so then that's pretty much it. Now hold on. Now, how was Candace mentioning him?
That we should get together and collaborate because I had watched a video of his where he was building on Camp Huachuca. And he made me notice some things. So then we started researching some other elements. And that's what we're going to move on to tomorrow. I can tell you definitively, that's a weird camera angle. They do look charred in the photos that he showed, but I can tell you that his hands were not charred when he was buried. And so what you thought that like people were like, oh, this was like makeup and stuff. It was a very compelling theory. It just wasn't so. And I very much trust the person that told me that. But that said, the Baron Coleman, if you have not seen the episode where he builds on what I said about Camp Huachuca, that is worth a watch. He kind of suggests in that episode, which I want to shut down, he suggests that, I think he heavily suggests that it could have been the Veep on that, on the base, Vance on the base. And I did then research because I was like, oh, wow, is he right? There's actually video of Vance. So it could not have been Vance on the base. Again, I'm getting ahead of ourselves here. We should talk about more of that tomorrow. But that is a very compelling video that he did, which was fantastic work. And I do want to collaborate with him. Maybe we'll do it this week or next week Christmas, I guess. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Jenna writes, your true fans had no doubts about you whatsoever. Merry Christmas to you. I was like, are you new here? Girl, I have been maimed, fired, caricatured.
All right, guys, just a little bit of breaking news because, Trump orders blockade of sanctioned oil tankers leaving and entering Venezuela. So on December 6th, President Donald Trump ordered a total blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers entering and leaving Venezuela, calling the regime a foreign terrorist organization on Truth. As part of a pressure campaign, the order follows a U.S. seizure of a sanctioned oil tanker last week after a regional military buildup. Hundreds of U.S. troops and ships have been positioned near Venezuela, supporting the blockade's posture, while strikes on vessels in the international waters in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific have killed at least 95 people in 25 known strikes. And that is where we are with, Trump and Venezuela. But that just actually came in. All right. But all right, now I'm pretty sure we're going to be done with Candace. Let's move on to the next video. That's actually pretty controversial. Oh.
Sorry about the barking dog in the back. They bark at pretty much everything.
No, you good. All right.
If my neighbor wasn't so cool, I'd threaten his dog that they'd be on the grill next.
I got 4, so I know we have one that's literally on alarm.
Like I had a Chihuahua Papillon, and like the only way I could get her to stop barking was to either A, feed her, or B, tell her that I was gonna cook her and eat her.
I'm weak.
Like it's such a weird threat that worked.
It's like, hey man, maybe she came from an Asian background. You never know. But all right.
I don't speak in
first stream back on YouTube in 3 years. Over 3 years.
Wow.
And essentially the guy that was not responsible, but part of the reason Hey. Part of the reason I got banned was because the collaboration. It is true. I got 2 strikes, and then the first one back here is with the same man, Nick Fuentes. Welcome back.
Good to be back.
Yeah, happy to be here on YouTube. Sorry, we had party difficulties. I think the Groypers were too deep, and it seems like the website was working fine earlier. I just did a stream on party, but it's just emotion. The generational run is crazy right now. How you doing, Nick?
I'm good. I'm chilling.
Should we explain why I have a tux on and you don't?
Yeah, let's do it.
So there was just an inaugural ball pretty close by, and it was the Young Republicans event. Baton was speaking there. He was hosting. I was luckily invited, and so was Nick. And then what happens to Nick happens. What happened?
Yeah, well, they said I might be able to go, which they do every year at NYYRC. They say, well, we're working on it. We might be able to get you in. And they told me I was invited. I was going to be in the VIP section. I'm going to be a guest. And then, as usual, they canceled me. They disinvited me. They told me I can't come. I guess there was going to be a big revolt in the club if I was going to be there. But I already had my stuff booked. So I said, fuck it. I'll just come to New York and ball out anyway.
We got to hang out. We just had a nice dinner. Out of 10, how was it?
That was a 10 out of 10.
That was a 10? Let's go.
10. Mm-hmm.
That's good. Always good to catch up with Nick. It's always cool to see you when you're here in the city. And I'm
be real with you. New York dining is pretty elite. I'm not even gonna lie. It's really nice.
I'm glad you came, man. It's a white Christmas. It's snowing outside.
Yes.
Christmas. Yeah. I love Christmas. What do you
Me too.
I love Christmas. I always repeat that all the time. People are upset. I said Christmas is I did kind of rage bait a bit. I said it was a goy slap holiday, but there are some traditions in there. Like there's no evidence, for example, that Christmas is Jesus' birthday, correct?
No, there's Christians who would argue that he was born on the 25th of December.
There's no biblical evidence of that, right?
I don't know. I mean, this is an argument that's been going on a long time and books have been written about it. I haven't brushed up on the arguments why Christmas has to do with trees and is on the 25th and all that, but there's Catholics that have defended that.
Okay.
I don't know the arguments though.
Yeah, I was talking about how, the materialistic aspect of it, buying presents, the reindeer has nothing to do with Jesus.
Well, the presents are biblical because the Magi give the gifts.
But it's been commercialized a lot. That's my point.
Yeah, Charlie Brown. Yeah, okay. It's America. We buy stuff. We like to buy shit.
Well, that's my point. Is that it's a holiday, but it's become more of a cultural thing than a religious thing.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that to an extent, but the religion is the core of it. Without the Christ in the center of it, it loses its meaning.
Mm-hmm.
Because at the end of the day, Christmas isn't just about the trees and the ornaments and the gifts. It's about even all the movies. It's about the spirit of Christmas.
It is. I love the Christmas spirit is palpable. You can see it in New York right now. I love it. I love the lights. I like the trees. I like the spirit. I love the family time. My family's Catholic. I go to church. I go to mass with them. I love it. But also today was SantaCon, and did you get to see some of SantaCon? My point is that culturally, right, like all these people come in from Jersey, Long Island, Connecticut to get drunk in Midtown, put on Santa hats, and then do a bar crawl. Mm-hmm. That's the part where it becomes less religious and just more of a cultural thing. Similar to most other American, like St. Patrick's Day. An excuse to get drunk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's like degenerates out there, but I view that as like a deviation from what Christmas really is. I mean, it's like Halloween. People do that on Halloween.
I like Halloween. Halloween is a satanic holiday, but I like it. See, people,
but it didn't used to be. It's the night before All Saints Day is where it comes from.
Isn't that the day like right before all the evil spirits are outside, right before the Saints Day?
Something like that, yeah. Because November 1st is All Saints Day. It's a holy day of I think it's a holy day of obligation. So, and that one, there's like a lot of Catholics who will say you should dress up as like saints for Halloween. I'm like, that's really lame though. Like there was this Catholic guy named Mike Voris who I talked to once, and he said, on Halloween, we should dress up like popes and the apostles and the saints. I'm like, yeah, but kids want to be like Anakin. Kids want to be like a Transformer.
Spider-Man.
Or, Ninja Turtle. Like, that's kind of, don't all the saints, aren't you just going to be in like medieval clothes anyway? It's like all going to be the same costume.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and then the adults, it's turned into, you see what the women wear. You see.
Yeah. It's a big horror holiday.
But regardless of Christmas and the event today, which was, I had fun there. I enjoyed it. You should have came.
I wish I
No, that sucks. That's very unfortunate. But you've been on a crazy run this year since it feels cool to be back on YouTube. First saw you 3 years ago. You were there knifing the camera, and you were talking about how whores are ruining society. And I'm like, this is dope. I sent you the first clip recently where I first saw you, and I always had a positive reaction. We did a lot of streams on YouTube when I was really at the peak of my popularity, and then kept doubling down, tripling down. And now you're here. You've had a crazy, crazy year. It's coming to a close. The beefs are warming up, but not only that, it seems like the pushback has.
Oh yeah, sure. Tove, I just seen your message. I got you right now, sis. Why not? Go ahead and knock this out real quick. All right, we're gonna go ahead for a quick musical interlude. Enjoy the music. Shout out to Tove for the suggestion.
Biden, did you know that your policies would drive us underwater? Biden, did you know that your policies would trans our sons and daughters? Did you know that your policies will punish what is true? The church that you subscribe to does not subscribe to you. Biden, did you know? Biden, did you know that your baby boy made shady deals in Ukraine? Biden, did you know that your baby boy loves Parmesan and cocaine? Did you know that you shouldn't touch these women like you do? When you sniff that little girl's hair, it's borderline Me Too. The war will cease, the debt increase, and the dead will vote again. Vote again. The crime will leap, the dumb will speak, while we say, come on, man. Biden, did you know that your policies would bring about inflation? Biden, did you know that your policies would one day ruin the nation? Did you know that your policies make Harriet's reign seem bland? One day you'll have to answer to the great I
am. God damn.
I'm loving these parodies, man.
Like that. Okay. Well, that was freaking hilarious. I'll give it to you, Tove.
That was interesting to say the least.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I've been finding some good ones lately, man.
Hey, her algorithm is tripping.
Man, I can only imagine what comes up on Tove recommended at this point.
All I did was type in Christmas songs.
But all right.
You got married, did you know?
Quadrupled
And that's
in a response.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I was just trying to look. I was actually looking up Christmas songs, and I was looking up "Mary, Did You Know?" It's a friend of mine's favorite song, and that was like second on the suggestion list. And I'm like, "Ooh, what is this? Ooh."
Sure, I'm probably gonna be doing a late night Christmas stream where I just cover, news and then run a whole lot of Christmas songs.
That'd be
a
cool.
If you want, I can double stream with you.
Sure, why not? Man, but not sure when I'm gonna do it. We're not sure what time, but I'll let you guys know. But I'm definitely gonna do a Christmas stream. That should be fun. But all right, though, let's get right back into it.
To how much you're growing.
Yeah, well, it always goes like that. It's always like I do really well, I blow up, I'm getting popular, and then in equal measure, the pushback and resistance and the haters, the attacks, then kind of trails that just slightly. So, yeah, no, it's been an unbelievable year. I mean, and I guess the way that I look at it is similar to you, I was on a trajectory where I started in 17 and it was all on the up, 18, 19, 20, 21. And then I got nuked from orbit after 21, after J6. I got banned from everything.
No fly lists, bank accounts.
Yeah, the whole deal. And it took me like 4 years to claw my way out of that. And the country changed, because of the pandemic and BLM and all that stuff. The country literally changed. And for the first time, censorship moved in the opposite direction, where it's opening up instead of closing down. And so 2025 was the first full year that I'm on Twitter. My clips aren't banned on Instagram. I can go on YouTube like we are now as a guest. Consequently, people were ready for the message at the same time. So it's kind of just like the perfect storm.
Everything coming at the same time. And you've had a lot of huge collabs recently. So it's you're coming. Last time I saw you, I remember bringing up Tucker Carlson, and it was like, yes, on this. And I didn't sense right there, okay, he's going to go on the Tucker Carlson podcast.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had Thanksgiving dinner. We had shared Thanksgiving dinner together. And there I became aware that you were going to do the Piers Morgan show.
Yes.
Which was super. So you're coming off of some huge collabs. And then you've also seen the response, but I was saying at dinner, it's like long lasting. You did a great job on those podcasts, not to glaze, but you did it. It's going to stand the test of time. So
Thank you.
How have you, what's the back since then, since you did all these shows, you could see, what Piers is saying. And I've seen people start talking about his family, because you started talking about your family. I see some weird things that I don't really want to get into. Maybe if you want to. And then Tucker, it's like you were beefing. It was like, I am America. And it was CIA.
Yeah.
That was dope. I remember sending you the recording of that live. I was like, oh, this is dope.
Thanks. Yeah.
And then now you're back on bad terms. I saw he dissed you recently on a new tech podcast. So what is that like? What's his, you're cool with Candace, and then so what is really happening right now?
Well, I think that, at the end of the day, I am the alternative. Alternative is actually a very powerful word in the political lexicon, because basically after World War II, there's a consensus in Europe that because fascism created the war, and fascism was a reaction to communism, their doctrine was, it's called there is no alternative. TINA, there is no alternative. Like the German Constitution is based on this. The European Union is based on this. And what that means is there's no alternative to liberalism. Center left, center right liberalism is the doctrine of Europe. There's no alternative to it. Not on the right, not on the left, not far right, not far left. And so this is where in the American conversation, you get the alternative right. Mm-hmm. You get in Germany, the alternative for Deutschland, the AfD party. And I guess what I represent is I am the alternative. I'm the other option. In contrast to liberalism, which says that everyone's a blank slate, which says that, basically what all these people are, what they all have in common, Piers Morgan, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, where we disagree is that at the end of the day, they are liberals. And by that, I mean, like Tucker, what is our disagreement? He goes on All In and says tribalism is evil. White identity politics is the same as BLM and, Zionism and all the other identity politics. His position is we need these like universal principles, like we're not going to harm each other. We're not going to steal from each other. As long as everyone's raising their children with the same values, that we're all going to get along. And that's a liberal viewpoint. This is like blank slateism, individualism. My message is, no, there are distinct races. There are distinct genders. Like the world is filled with distinction, and we have to act accordingly. So in other words, if America becomes majority non-white, it will be fundamentally different because non-white people are different than white people.
Which is inevitable, right? I see the late night talk show hosts like Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon, they're almost celebrating the fact that whites are soon going to be the minority in America.
Right.
Something they're very happy about and excited about. Which if you said that about another race, soon Jews will be the minority, blacks will be the minority. You wouldn't get an applause in the crowd.
Well, and what's funny about that is you'll see guys like Elon Musk talk about this. Because what I would say is that's anti-whiteism. In the same way you got Islamophobia or racism, that's anti-whiteism. And you'll see that guys like Tucker, Matt Walsh, Elon, they are anti-white.
What?
So they'll frequently talk about, oh, liberals hate white people. If the shoe were on the other foot, if people were saying this about black people, that would be wrong. And what they're pandering to is white grievance. White people have a grievance about how we're being treated, about mass migration. And you'll have these guys that are paying lip service to those grievances, but their answer to white grievance, their answer to anti-whiteism is liberalism. Like Tucker, Walsh, and Elon, they're not like, they don't say immigration moratorium, we need to reverse the demographic decline, we need to stick up for ourselves as white people. They say, please, black people, stop playing identity politics. Please, Jews, let's all play by the same rules. And I guess what I would say is, if you think anti-whiteism is a problem, you need to be pro-white. I guess maybe I sound like BLM. In other words, it's not enough to be anti-white. You need to be pro-white.
Right. I heard Logan Paul say the same thing, but for BLM.
Yeah.
As a white guy.
But because it's recognizing that whites have distinct interests, and just like the other groups, we have a right in an open society, in a democracy, to advocate for those interests.
Right.
And I would say that, as far as that is concerned, people say, well, no, we can't emulate their identity politics. We have to reject it. To that, I say you first. You want to abandon identity politics? Well, who's been playing it for 60 years? Immigrants, black people, Jews, women, gay people. Now everybody says, oh, whites are getting angry. Whites are becoming nativist. Oh, okay, let's all stop playing. I say you first, because we got here because everyone was playing it. White people are finally waking up. And now the Tuckers and the Walshes and the Elons want to come in and say, no, white identity isn't the answer. I say it's the answer until everybody's on the same page.
But I've seen Elon and Matt Walsh be very critical about Muslim immigration. They always talk about how there needs to be less of that in Europe, and they seem to try to relate it to America, even though Muslims make up 2% of the American population. If they're liberals, then why are they so vocal about that sort of immigration?
Well, I would say that, first of all, these guys like Elon, they're pro-India, but they're anti-Muslim, which is funny. And same in the UK. Tommy Robinson is pro-India, anti-Muslim. And if you're white, you're like, they're the same people, basically. Like Pakistan and India, when they declared independence, they were basically segregated by religion. There's not,
They are not the same thing. Oh my gosh. I have not once have I heard the Indians and Pakistanis are the same thing.
Well, in a way, they kind of do share a bit of a heritage, and they do share religion. There are Muslims in India, even though they're treated terribly, but they're there. They're there.
But like, I could understand like Pakistanis and like Iraqis and like people from Iran, like them being all mixed up because they're like right in the same area. But like India is like a whole lot more south, and it's like to the east. So it's not even in Europe. It's part of Asia. It's considered a sub-Asian continent.
Yeah, but they share a border though, so that's the only reason why people
they
like
all
to kind of
wrap
mix
towels.
together.
They all wrap towels around their heads.
Yep. That's true. That's true. I mean, the tie is different, but all right.
India is a very diverse country, ethnically and racially. So why, in other words, why would you say, oh, Indians, come on in, Pakistanis? No, and I think what that has to do with, of course, is that it's politically expedient to be anti-Muslim. And I know a lot of Muslims like when I say that, it's a fact that it is politically expedient to be anti-Muslim because, America has a strained relationship with some of those countries, and because of our alliance with Israel. Israel has a gripe with Muslims. They want us to have a gripe so that, we identify with their struggle and we support them in their fight. I think it's that simple.
I think you're the only one in the right wing that sees the PSYOP, right? Because Netanyahu said publicly that he was going to invest money into the propaganda.
Yeah.
And it's always the playbook over the.
I mean, actually, that's hilarious because I've seen the same message too, how they're going to start investing in Hezbollah, which is their propaganda mission. And then all of a sudden, F these Muslims. Muslims are the worst. They're the stain on the earth. I'm just like, whoa, guys. I knew there were some of these guys before, but when they start being a little bit more vociferous and all of a sudden their posts are getting put up on my X account, I'm just like, all right. This is trying to literally get pushed to me. And a lot of people are starting to see the same thing as well. This whole like anti-Islam agenda. And here's the thing: it's like I'm not going to sit here and say that you've been that your hatred or your intolerance for Islam is like fake, or you're just getting paid to do this. I'm not going to say that. There's people who actually have valid arguments for why they disagree with Islam. I'm just pointing out the fact that this disagreement of Islam is starting to get a little bit like more louder, but it's also starting to get a bit ridiculous, to be quite honest.
That's why I said my personal gripe, and that's why I outlined what my personal gripes were. And like I said before, I don't agree with over half of the stuff. Knowing what I know now, I don't agree with over half the stuff that Israel does. I've always had an issue with it because you can't, on one hand, say we need to get rid of Hamas, the Houthis. Okay, they're a terrorist organization. I personally have had to fight against them. I can understand that. But then for you to turn around and have to do all this other stuff just for the sake of doing it, it's like, bro, chill out. Like the peace agreement. It's supposed to stick. You're not supposed to bomb people when you're in a peace agreement.
Bro, literally, it's a ceasefire. Bro, he bombed them and said, hey, bragged about it to the world, though, and said, hey, look, we got a Hamas general. I'm like, you wasn't supposed to do that. You're in a ceasefire. What the fuck, bro?
And then you're going to be mad if they decide to get their get back. Like, come on, man. You can't do that.
Bro, and then if October 7th part 2 happens, they're going to hit us with the oy vey. They just hate us so much. They just want to kill the Jews. It's like, bro,
it's
you
like,
not see what you're doing?
It's like, okay, October 7th, y'all wasn't doing anything. They attacked y'all. Cool. Y'all was tripping out after that point because it shouldn't have went as far as it did. All right, it's water under the bridge, clean slate. You immediately did the same thing when you had the opportunity. Bro, what are we doing?
Like, all you have to
and
do is
I'm
just
looking
not...
at.
Go ahead. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sitting here, like you said, that you're not supposed to send missiles and like bomb the other person when you're in the peace treaty. My first thing was, yeah, Putin.
That's different. That's a difference.
Man, yeah, that's true. There's a bit of a difference with that one, but nah, that's what is killing me about Israel right now. It's like you can't sit here and say that you guys aren't provoking something, and then as much as people even want to say October 7th was unprovoked, if you look back at that, you can even see how they even got to October 7th. So
I can tell you exactly. So I'm gonna give you some little get back. But right at the beginning of the Biden administration, they were told, hey, you need to take care of this terrorist organization because they're building tunnels and we see it on satellite. This was Biden's administration. This is one of the few things I give him credit for. Netanyahu was told. The U.S. pretty much gave him a blueprint, how you need to deal with it, what the ramifications are, and what you don't need to do. What was told to him was, don't sit on your hands on this information because this will look bad if you try to respond to it the way you usually did. They sat on it for 3.5 years. October 7th happened, and pretty much everybody was like, bruh, why did you wait?
Oh, no. Did you not hear about the protests that were happening like the months leading up to October 7th that the Palestinians are doing and were getting shot at for doing? And those are like Hamas protesters. Like those are guys that said they aligned with Hamas. They were trying to peacefully protest and they got shot at. And then there was Yahya Sinwar who came out one of the Hamas guys that came out and said, well, what are we supposed to do? They tell us to protest, they shoot at us, they tell us to do this, they kill us. So wait, what do we do?
Now I'm not taking up for Israel at all. This is just based off of naval intelligence that is now been made public. Those people that shot at those protesters weren't actually Israeli. They were Houthi.
They were who?
They were Houthi.
Houthis.
They shot at them, and it was supposed to be for a psyop. That's why I said there's a lot of moving pieces that people don't realize what happened on October 7th. That's why I brought up, like, the first time I got to Bahrain, 2 weeks after I got there, we had seized a Dow headed for Gaza carrying a bunch of drugs and weapons. Like that actually happened. But everything else after the fact was a bit unnecessary, and they could have done it cleaner, and they've been told how to do it cleaner.
Man, I didn't think they even had no intention to do so. I honestly believe it was about the land grab from day one. As soon as I seen how they first carried out the strikes and they were bombing like hospitals and all that, I was like, okay, yeah, this is about to go somewhere where it don't need to.
They started using hospitals as
but you still can't bomb a hospital, especially with people in it.
No, that's
then when
not
you bomb all the other hospitals and use the same
Hold up.
excuse with no proof,
Hold
I
up.
mean, come on.
Hold
now.
up.
34 hospitals, bro.
So there's a rule in the rule of warfare. It's actually in the Geneva Conventions.
Mhm.
Hospitals, schools, and places of residence for non-combatants, so like civilian areas, are not supposed to be used, not supposed to be viable targets. That is true, but they're also not supposed to be used for enemy combatant staging positions. So this is anything from military logistics support, ammunitions depots, debriefings, war rooms, forward staging positions, everything of the sort. And so when Israel bombed those hospitals and bombed those schools, and they were like, I have proof, if you notice, the media went silent. And that's because they released images of like actual IRS satellite images of weapons and stuff being taken into those hospitals and schoolyards. So they were essentially
You're gonna have to
using
give the source on that, bro, because nobody has been able to prove that all 34 hospitals were being used as
not all 34. No, not all 34 of them. There was a couple of them that were close by Israel.
All right,
Did
all right.
you see? Sorry, no. Did you see Hamas's response to the accusations that they were using the hospitals, the schematics they sent of what Israel was supposedly doing as well? Do you see that any of those images that they were putting fighter jets in buildings, and then underneath one of them was a starship from Star Wars?
I'm weak.
What?
Yeah.
I remember
Can you
when
put that in Discord chat so that we can look at it?
I'll have to find it again, but because it's been a couple of months since I saw it. But
Now,
yeah, it was crazy.
But this
And
is what I
is
was talking
from
about though.
their
This was the but hold on now. This was the like the older little border protests I was talking about, like things kind of leading up to October 7th. Well, it was like a 2018 Gaza fence protest. It was like the UN Commission says Israeli snipers shot thousands of demonstrators during the 2008 Gaza fence
2018.
protest. Yeah,
I thought you were
which killed
talking about
100.
like in 2020.
Oh no, not that one. Not that one.
Yeah, because in
There was
2020
a
was
couple
all
of demonstrations because they did one in 2022 and they did one also in 2023 leading up to there. But I found the one you were talking about where the Houthis where the one that they were talking about a false flag that the Houthis was trying to invoke. So I found that one. I was like, okay, so you were right about that. All right then, let's get right back to it.
The last 20 years has always been just call Muslims terrorists.
Yep.
Nonstop. After the Iraq War, after every war that we go to support Israel in the Middle East, they just blame radical Islamists. They did that with Iran as well. And everyone fell for it. everyone's starting to say, oh, they're talking about Dearborn, which is a non-issue. It's like, what, 100,000 people in this. They're not really bothering anyone. The crime is pretty low. Everyone immediately started to jump on that bandwagon, even though it doesn't really pose a threat. Even on Rumble, I used to stream on Rumble. You stream on Rumble. I saw ads pop up like the radical jihadists. It's like these AI ads for boomers right next to Black Rifle.
Nah, no, those are on Rumble now. Like, I did see an ad on Rumble that was talking about the jihadists are here to take over America. What will you do today? I'm just like, bro, hold on now. Not y'all paying whole ads out on Rumble for this. It can't be this serious. Y'all cannot be trying to lead people to this delusion that Muslims are literally about to try to take over America. Like, come on now. And think about it. To have that on Rumble, you're putting some money behind it. You're not just putting no 50,000 behind it. You're putting real AdSense in, real ad dollars.
Coffee.
I mean, people on TikTok were like, there were these girls that I saw on TikTok. They were like cheering Sharia law, and like that's also dumb. Like, very dumb. Like, why? There is no sense, no rhyme, no reason for it.
Man, I like to talk to one of them and ask them why they do say that. But then they probably try to say,
Shout
well,
out
do you know
Warner
what a
Killen.
Sharia law is and wah. And I'm just like, yeah, I know what it is. But I mean, let's be real. You shouldn't be saying anything but the constitutional law here. So
Shout out Honor Killings.
My only pushback on the Dearborn thing was him saying it's not hurting anybody. It is hurting the people of Dearborn, though.
is it?
I mean, there are multiple people because they have at 5 a.m. they are getting woken up by the call for prayer.
That's bothering them, but it's not hurting them though. Like physically, like hurting them.
Well,
I don't know. Sleep deprivation is
It's
a
okay.
Yeah.
it's a war crime.
Yeah, that's a
But
slow
even
killer. I'll
still-
give you that one.
Wait. So I'll do you one better in terms of like what's hurting them. So we already established, and we can go back in other lives and check this, that multiple people in Dearborn and even the Dearborn Police Department has said they don't want to go over there and actually check on crime because it has become a bit too dangerous. And multiple people have come out and said that, yeah, they were spit on, they were assaulted, they were harassed while in Dearborn. The Dearborn mayor of the town is actually on camera, and this ran through all the news cycles, saying that he will be glad when this white guy is gone, all because he asked him not to do the call to prayer at like 5 a.m.
Yeah.
That is true. He
And he
did
went
say,
after
yeah,
that
I'll
priest,
throw a party when you leave. I did hear about that.
Yeah.
when
And there are other
when-
families that have been pushed out because of it that are leaving.
And you know what? And you know what's so effed up about that? And hear me out when I say this. They let the Muslims dominate that area. Or like I said,
But I got a question.
migrated that area
wait.
and they didn't complain soon enough.
Set. My question to you is this, because we just had this discussion earlier. I was waiting for you to walk yourself into this trap.
Sure. why
How
not?
is somebody supposed to complain about something that they feel is a problem without then getting told that they're spouting propaganda or they're pushing Islamophobia or they're basically treating Muslims as if they're the bad guy? You can't have both.
Yes, you can, bro. You have to just
No, you
honestly
can't.
articulate it without being hateful. Just be like, look,
There's no way to articulate.
You can go to you could easily go to your student council and be like, yo, what's going on? We need to have some type of immigration restriction because there's a lot of Somalis coming over here and they're changing the demographic.
Yes,
They're
and
starting to
check
really
out what
start
they're
that
doing
up.
with the government. Check out what they're doing
But
with
that's
the
not
government.
what they're
all-
saying. They're trying to demonize the entire community instead of talking
No,
about the immigration
okay.
argument.
Not everybody. So you
But
have
that's how most people are. That's how most people are taking
Hold
their
up,
argument.
listen
All right,
to
go
what
ahead.
I'm saying. When people raise concerns about any Muslims coming to the nation and changing their way of life, I even said this to Yusuf. The very first thing that gets brought up is about how they're not doing that, and most of them are peaceful, and it's only the radicals. And then on top of that, then terms like Islamophobia get thrown out. Then on terms like you're not doing it peaceful enough, then you're being like hardcore about it. And it's like, okay, if I'm never doing it right, at what point do I have a voice? Or at what point do I pull a Nick? At what point do I pull a Nick Fuentes and say, "Screw it, I don't want you here"?
Yeah, well,
It's
like I
what
said, you would
happened.
have to attack it without the hate behind it, without the
Okay.
condescendingness to the religion. You got to be like not hateful, because think about it, when you attack it hatefully, you're gonna get what you put in. You're gonna get
So how will
whatever
I?
you put
How am
out,
I
you're
supposed
gonna
to?
get back.
How am I supposed to ask them to leave because they're changing the foundational aspects of my country in a negative way and turning it into something we don't want it to be
Leave legally,
without them
leave.
getting offended?
You can't tell them to leave. They're here illegally. Your culture just have to outweigh theirs. You have to have
That's unfair. That's an unfair statement. That's an unfair statement.
And then
Seth.
here's if you want to criticize it, then like let's be real. You're basically telling them that they can't live in that area. This is what is it, a whites only area, American only area? Do we have that?
Well,
I mean, honestly, we should have an American only area.
I mean, we're bringing back segregation then. And at that point,
Hang on. So Tove has been trying to talk for about the 5 minutes.
So, in response to with what you were saying about unhate without hate, the priest that went to the mayor, very nice, very polite. He was pushing back against because they wanted to name a street after I believe it was a Hezbollah terrorist. And he very politely said he did not feel that was appropriate. They wanted to rename a street in Dearborn. He was very nice, very polite. It is on record. And the first thing the mayor said to him was, "You, sir, are Islamophobic, and I will throw a parade when you leave."
Yeah. And I got you. Now, you want to know why they're like that in a way. Let's try to understand the other side right here instead of thinking that we're the ones being the victim. Do you understand? Do you know what was this guy, Alex Chase or something? It was this white kid that walked around Dearborn holding up the Quran, slapping bacon on it, terrorizing Muslims as they were praying. And what do you think that begets? It's going to beget situations like that where they don't give a damn about what you're saying because you don't give a damn about what they're saying. You only care when you guys have a voice. You don't care when they're talking.
Wait. First of all, I'm gonna just throw this out there. I don't and call this racist or whatever. I don't care about nobody else but natural born Americans. And if I'm racist for saying that, then oh well be it. We aren't getting taken care of. We are always the last up on the docket when it comes to help. Whenever natural disasters happen, we get squat, if any help, and every time at every turn we get taken advantage of. If not by our government, then somebody else.
But
yes,
yeah,
they've been victimized. Hold up. Yes, and it's not just our government because China owns a bunch of land in the U.S. So does Israel. So does Iran. So does Saudi Arabia. So does the UAE. So does Japan. So we can go down that rabbit. Hold up. That's not the point of what I'm getting at. We have been getting victimized at every turn, basically by everybody, all because our Constitution didn't specify X, Y, and Z. So yeah, I can understand that they've been victimized by our government. I could make that same argument too. Yeah, our government has been doing this, that, and the other over in the Middle East. That wasn't the American people, and we actually voted to stop it, like I told the USA. At some point, Americans are gonna get sick and tired of having everybody else get theirs before we get ours, if we even get ours. So it's not fair to say to somebody, well, you need to say it nicely. No, screw that. Get out of my country. You're not even supposed to be here.
They do have that, but they are here. They are supposed to be here. They have a right to be here through our legal system. So we can't sit there and tell them to their face that they don't have a right to be here.
Well, yes, but here's my other point is when the play thing in the beginning, a lot of the concerns were brought up very polite. It's one of the things we are taught as children. I don't know how many times I would be staring at someone when I was little and my mom would say, or my grandparents would say, don't stare at, just because they're different, they're still human. That mindset of being polite, being nice, don't ask questions.
Ask questions,
kind,
but be
but be
kind
about it.
Questions, but no, y'all don't. No, I'm be real with you. Oh no, Tove, I'm sorry, but I'm be real with you. Y'all don't ask questions nicely. Y'all come honestly on a condescending view. Then y'all take their whole religion out of context and try to paint it as this evil pedophilic religion.
I got a quick question.
And you think
I
that
got
you
a quick
come in
question.
with respect?
No, I got a quick question, Set.
Okay.
You say that nobody else does this to not Christians. Christians literally get terrorized everywhere we go, even in our home country. We are the most targeted religion, as we had just discussed, and you even showed videos of around the world. And before we say we don't, need I remind you,
No, I said in
Nigeria.
America. To remember,
We are.
You're quoting me. I said in America. Who's attacking the Bible then? Who? I mean, like besides the atheists, who's attacking the Bible hardcore? Who's going after Jesus Christ like y'all?
Let me finish. Don't ask questions, and I'm trying to answer them. Atheists, Satanists, pick any polytheistic religion. Of course, you have the Muslims. You also have the Jews. Catholics butt heads with Christians, which is why I said they're not Christians. Because if you actually get into the nitty gritty and you have debates between Catholics and Christians, they really come after us hard. Then you have, of course, the government. We've gotten the designation Christian nationalist. There's hardly any protections like there is for any of these other religions, including Jews. The same level of protections for Jews and Muslims, there aren't any for Christians. Most Christians, we have to own guns for our own self-protection, and when we use them in self-defense, we're oftentimes seen as, hold up, let me cook on this.
All right.
We're seen as gun-loving, pro-Second Amendment baby killers. I'm just making up the term because it's basically what it's been. Anytime we object to something, we get ridiculed, we get ostracized, we get belittled. We have rappers and filmmakers literally mocking Jesus Christ. You don't see them mocking Muhammad. You don't see them mocking anything of Jewish religion. The last time that happened, where they mocked somebody of Jewish religion, somebody ended up dying for it. Every single time people question Israel, and we were just talking about this earlier, somebody dies for it. Whenever somebody walks around and slaps a piece of bacon around the Quran, there's almost a violent freaking uproar. At no point in the United States history thus far has there been a serious respect for Christianity. We're not even talking about around the world yet. Because if we talking about around the world, bro, just about almost every country on the face of the planet has Christians who are being killed by the hundreds of thousands, if not the millions. There's a reason why there's an underground church today around the world. So if we're going to sit up here and talk about who's the biggest victim, I'm sorry, but it's the Christians who literally are following the teachers, just want to spread the gospel, to get people to repentance and to actually live better lives according to Christ and be left alone.
And I actually, I'm not of any of the biblical Abrahamic religions. And, even my religion was demonized as much as the Christian religion has, especially in the last few years. Not even when we were converting back in the first century to Christianity was it demonized as much as Christianity is today.
Okay, so I
To
heard
bank off
everybody's
of-
grievances, right?
Well, to bank off of what Tove said earlier about, being raised to respect other people, I remember the stories of like the rainbow fish and the giving tree, and sharing is caring, and if somebody takes something, you ask for it back, you don't take it back. That's what we're raised with in school.
Yeah. And I've had multiple experiences before, this whole situation happened, or everything started happening. And I personally was always, I love learning. I love talking to people. You can ask anybody. I'll be at the gas station. We'll have great conversations of people from all different backgrounds, because my family is full of all different backgrounds, ethnicities, and cultures. So I love learning new things. So my original mentality wasn't something from just watching TV or anything. It's from my own personal experiences out in out in public. So that's why I was saying, a lot of, at least with because I'm almost 40, so most of the people I grew up with, when they start out, they are very kind, they are very nice, they are always, if they're asking questions, because that's how we were raised, the ugly duckling, the rainbow fish. There was another one about a young girl who had cancer, and it was literally pounded into our head, be kind, do not stare, everybody is different, everybody is equal, everybody is this, everybody is that. So now you've got these people, they tried doing that. There's so many people that I know that have tried doing that, and they were suddenly getting hit with, the racist thing. I've been called racist when my uncle is literally as dark as night, and he's my dad's half brother. So, I've been out and I've been called multiple things because I'm listening to country music, the way I dress or something like that. I have been labeled many things, and without them even talking to me.
All right. Anybody else?
And then on top of that, I remember in school, and this translates into adult life, especially in liberal cities, where if you get hit, you don't hit back, you go and you tell somebody, but then that somebody does nothing for you. You're supposed to just deal with it, keep getting put down, keep doing this, keep letting people brush off on you. Don't fight back, don't mouth off, don't hit them back, don't do anything to them just because they did anything to you, because two wrongs don't make a right.
Don't make a right.
Yep.
And it's like,
they make excuses for them.
And it's like, okay, so when you say, okay, well, you got to try to do this, you got to try to do that. I'm sorry, man. This is how you get the Nick Fuentes's of the world. This is how you get the Steven Crowders of the world. This is how you get people being like, screw it. Well, I wasn't racist to begin with, but I guess I'm racist now because every time I try to raise my concern politely in the best way I can, it gets shot down. Like, at what point do you expect a population to keep trying the same thing and not be like, screw it, you want me to be the bad guy? I'll show you the bad guy.
I'm going to be real. Okay, now, may I interject? May I interject?
Go for it.
All right. Fantastic. Now, it's kind of funny because, bro, you was actually just talking to a Muslim and y'all was getting along just fine. He actually agreed with your point, too. So it's not like there isn't Muslims that's in agreement with you. And I really do think that you guys are honestly looking for the worst case of Muslims. Now, when you say that Christianity is not protected, I'm pretty sure it's protected and it's been growing. And let's be real, there isn't nothing in America that a Christian can't do that a Muslim can't do as well. There's nothing that a Muslim can do that a Christian can't do. So I don't really.
So are you telling me it's okay? So you're telling me it's okay for me to go out and dress up as Muhammad and pretend to marry a 9-year-old and expect nothing to happen? Are you telling me it's okay to go out and burn a bunch?
Would I be able to go out as Jesus and like try to make fun of his name and think that nobody's gonna step to me?
You know what's crazy is people do that already, and when we make a fuss about it, everybody tells us we're being sensitive. So
I mean, but you have the right to, though. But nobody's mad at you though for that. Just like nobody's gonna be mad at somebody getting
Muslim getting
mad at
hang on.
Nobody's gonna get mad at you for whooping somebody's ass who's making fun of Jesus. We get it. Just like the
we got hatred.
Actually, because I was just at this thing called Archon. It's kind of like Comic-Con, but for like space. There was a guy who was dressed up as a slutty pope. There was a guy who was dressed as Jesus and who was going as Buddy Jesus. Then there was another guy who was dressed. By the way, immaculate costume.
But let me make a solid point though. You guys can't get mad at the disrespect that you allow. You remember now.
Okay, so what if we started acting like the Muslims? What if we started
Okay, I
acting
can't
like the
be mad at
wait,
that.
no. Everybody, hold up, Set. This
Yeah.
is where you're wrong. Because
No,
the
because thing is,
minute
the
that we
Muslims
do,
are okay with you criticizing the prophet just with no disrespect.
y'all criticize Jesus with all the disrespect.
No, they don't. Bro was debating
So you
Jesus with
don't.
you, and he didn't disrespect. Did he disrespect Jesus when Yusuf was debating you?
He called him an idol. You don't think that's disrespectful to the Christians?
That's a debate. Just like how you
There's
say
no
he's not a prophet. That's a debate. Then he sat there and he doubted the Trinity. He didn't say he wasn't a prophet. He didn't say he wasn't the Messiah. He said he is not God.
No,
That's
he
it.
actually said when we were talking about our religions
No, he said
that
that's like idol worship.
it's still a similar. I mean, you see where this is going, right? The same way that most Muslims or anybody else will respond, if we started responding the same way, your reaction to what I'm doing is proving exactly why we don't have protection. Also, by the way,
Whoa, no, you
you
don't have
can look.
protection because you won't defend y'all prophet or you won't defend Jesus. I mean,
We
they
do.
defended
And
Jesus more than y'all. You
wait,
can think about it. You could
wait.
talk shit, bro. Pretty much what you're saying. You could talk shit about Jesus in America, but if you take that to a Muslim country, there you can't do that. And he even said it too. In Muslim countries, you can't say nothing about Jesus, just like you can't say nothing about Muhammad. So they're consistent.
I've seen up close and personal many times they do. On top of that, there's this thing called a hate crime and a religious hate crime. Actually, this occurred in California when I was stationed there, where a bunch of people got together and protesting to counter protest people who were protesting abortions. I mean, there should be no argument on why abortions are bad. Baby organ harvesting, needless killing of American children, it being rooted in racist ideology. I mean, abortion really shouldn't be a thing for those reasons.
No. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. You're complaining about, and here's the thing about people attacking Jesus. When I'll be real with you, the Muslims are the least. They're the people that least do it the most. If anything, it's the movies and their own people that do it the most. So where's this? Like, how does that lead into your argument against Muslims when you're kind of admitting that it's our own people who make fun of Jesus the most? And if anything, Muslims are more likely to protect Jesus's name than disrespect it. Well, like our own people. And like I said, we don't protect.
I'm trying to get to a particular,
but we're getting mad about the lack of protection of Jesus. Like, isn't that funny?
No, I've been trying to get to this point for a minute. You keep over talking me.
All right, go ahead.
All right. The point is in California that they were burning Bibles in protest of Christians, right? Well, when a couple of Americans in the country decided to burn the Quran, there was an outcry, and there was a few lawyers that decided to try to get these guys charged with a hate crime, and it's an actual crime. It's called religious terror, and then it falls under a penal code of burning sacred and religious texts and some other stuff. And they almost got hit with charges. So no, people can burn the Bible all they want. No lawyer will take them up on try to hit them with them charges.
Are you sure? Did they try?
Yes, actually, there's a few cases of that. And
okay,
people have
a few cases where they tried and they got the same results where it didn't happen. Okay, I mean, you're kind of proving the point, but go ahead.
No, that's not proving the point. Christians actually tried to get this passed into law so that can stop happening, and Congress shot it down. Every single time Christians try to go to Congress or go to our representatives about something that's Christian based, it gets shot down. You can't say that's your own people when we're using the same channels that the Muslims are using, and we're not getting.
And it got shot, but bro, in your example, you said it got shot down as well. That they tried to take it to a lawyer. The lawyer was foolish enough to pick it up, but the charges didn't go through. So it's the same result, basically. Nothing happens.
Nothing happens, but what I'm saying is if the shoe is on the other foot, Muslim or Jew, then it'll actually be taken more seriously. And whenever I try to tell this to people and bring these facts to people, everybody says the same thing that you are. But the last time I checked, whenever a freaking gunman walks into a school, a Christian school, like what happened in the church, and they shoot up a bunch of people, yeah, it'll get news coverage for like a couple of days, but nowhere near the news coverage it would get if it was a Jew or a Muslim.
I don't know about that.
No, hell no. The coverage that the shooter got when he walked into that church and cleared everybody out and killed a whole bunch of people was literally only a couple days, and there was
Yeah.
actually outrage about it online, because if it was anybody else, it would have been longer. That was one of the points that were brought up, and people kept trying to bring it up, and the media just didn't want to pick it up. It wasn't really looked into. The guy, he quote unquote got arrested, but he got a slap on the wrist for a sentence.
But what
How
about
you
the
call
school?
it?
Hold on now. But what about the school shooting? When happened? And when what was it? It was that one psycho kid who posted the YouTube video, him breathing heavily and all the ammo, and he went out to a Christian school and shot up where kids were at.
Catholic,
and that was being covered up. That was being covered. Well, I consider Catholics Christians. Sorry, and I trust me. I know Catholics, and they consider themselves Christians. So if they identify as Christians, I'm just gonna leave it to them on that note.
Yeah, I'll gladly debate a Catholic on that. But nah, yeah, they tried to nuke the channel, and I actually watched Steven Crowder live as he covered that, because I was working at FedEx at the time, and they actually tried to scrub the channel. They actually tried to get everything removed, but a bunch of people, like, I'm not saying you, but who do what you do, they got all the details first. They were able to disseminate it, and then they were able to tell people, like, hey, this is what it actually means. But it definitely would have been swept under the rug had people not done their due diligence. And even in that case, had people like yourself and Steven Crowder and a bunch of other people not got the evidence first and held the media's feet to the fire, it would have been it was a tragedy, and then like another 2-day news cycle, and nobody would have looked into it. The only reason why that case was different was because the evidence got out into the wild way faster than anybody could shut it down.
All right, then I'm hearing you. Okay, I hear you out on that one. But all right. We'll just keep on going with the video. But hey, at least I heard all of you guys out, because I know y'all disagree with me, but I don't want to feel like I'm just dominating the conversation. So
no, you're not dominating. You're not dominating the conversation.
All right.
Yeah.
Good. All right. Good.
And there's very few we disagree with you on. Very, very little that I disagree with you on.
Oh no, that's
right.
all right to disagree.
And that's why I'm like, bro, whenever we have disagreements, I'll usually, like, if we can't reach an agreement, then that's just where it is. But I ain't gonna do what freaking Bong was doing earlier, bro. That was wild.
Yeah.
I was like, Bong, you
Okay.
gotta chill. You can't be disrespectful.
Wait. What did I miss? Because
This dude Bong was in the chat, and we were having a disagreement about Muslims and Christians, and so S.E.T was saying something, and me and him was kind of going back and forth a little bit, and then this dude Bong jumped in out of left field, and it's like, it's okay for you to disagree, but you can't call this man illiterate and stupid on his channel and be like, well, you clearly da-da-da-da-da. Like, you can disagree, but chill, bro.
And I think that's actually what started
but guys,
the
okay,
whole.
actually, but here's the thing, though. But here's the thing. Do you understand that there's a lot of people who handled that debate just like Bong? There's a lot of people who was nobody. All right, I know you guys are not on his level when it comes to your intolerance of Islam. I don't think you're at that level yet.
No.
But the game in the end, I feel you. I definitely feel you when you says, like, yeah, I'm at a point where I want to tell them to get the hell out because I feel like I can't tell them anything at all. So at this point, you just gotta take the harshest language, and usually you're right. People don't hear nice sometimes. I'll give you that.
Right.
So,
and that's all. And that's how Americans feel in general. Because when we're told, "Oh, well, you guys aren't trying hard enough," or "Oh, you need to try to do this," "Oh, you need to try to do that," bro, we are so generous and so nice to people. We give away our tax dollars without ever knowing it. I'm tired of being generous. I want to be stingy,
Yeah, I feel it. No, I get where you're coming from. I do get what you're coming from. My only stance on that is I feel like we're not focusing on the right things when we hone in on Islam. Like,
And
honestly,
it's not just
I don't think we would be focusing on Islam if our culture was all the way together, if our family structure was as strong as it's supposed to be in America.
Oh yeah.
That's a straw man. That's kind of a true point, but it's a straw man argument because, and at least it is for me, because I've said this to you, and I'm gonna say it again until I go to my grave. I'm sick of everybody. I'm sick of the Muslims, the Hindus. I'm sick of the freaking Nordics. I'm sick of the freaking whatever ancient Chinese secret the Chinese believe in. I'm sick of all of it because this nation was a Christian nation from the get-go, whether you feel some type of way about it or not. We were founded as a Christian nation. I want my nation back to its original values. Furthermore, I'm sick of people coming here and living high off the hog. Meanwhile, I go to war for my country. I come back, I'm struggling. I see my fellow veterans, they struggling. I'm seeing everyday hardworking Americans that I fought hard to protect, they struggling. But I'm seeing immigrants, whether they're legal or not, live in the lap of luxury. I didn't fight for that.
That's facts. I'll give you that one. That is facts. But all right, though, let's go ahead and keep.
You said what?
They said you're tired of me too.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tove. I didn't mean to give you a stray bullet.
All right, let's keep it going, guy.
All right, we need to turn friendly fire off.
So the reason that's happening is that all distraction? Because Alex Jones seems very annoyed by Muslim immigration. He's very worried about that. Does that actually pose a threat?
I don't think so. No. And I'll tell you why. It's funny you bring that up because what you would say about Dearborn is that it's an enclave. It's an enclave where it's a smaller town and it's mostly Muslim and you have sort of like a monoculture there.
Right.
But there are enclaves everywhere and there's Jewish enclaves.
All over New York. And I don't see anybody talking about that. New York City, there's neighborhoods in Borough Park and Crown Heights that are literally, they look like Israel.
Yes.
Like they all wear their hats. They have their own police. They have their own bus station. They have their own school.
Wait, Seth, can you verify that? Because I know you're from New York.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, yeah, there's like a little Tel Aviv. Bro, I remember when I was ranting about it, like little Tel Avivs, like we got them all over America. But
wait, can I see a picture of that?
We have it here.
Oh,
we have it here in Missouri too.
I'm talking about straight up Hasidic Jews. They got the
Yes.
hat, they got the braids, they got their own police, own schools, own everything.
Oh yeah.
Bro, they're not not acclimated whatsoever. Even speaking
Yeah.
Yiddish.
Why are they here? Get rid of them.
Bro, they've been here, bro. That's what I'm saying. I'm be real with you. This is one of my main reasons why I scratch my head at people when they complain about Muslims, because I'm like, you know how long this been going on with different races, different religions? Oh, now that it happened in Dearborn, now it's a problem. I'm like, that's why I'm sitting here.
Dude, what did I tell you?
Because
look,
bro,
about
I'm be real
Little
with you.
Italy, bro.
I would be on your side if everybody had this criticism about Chinatown, Little Italy. I mean,
I've been saying
it would be like across the board. I
Look at chat.
But think about it though. But there'll be an Hispanic guy talking about the evil Muslims. And I'm going like, bro, you literally got little Cuba all through Florida. What are you talking about? Little Mexico all through New Mexico.
Wait. Set. Hold up. Because Panda, me and her obviously married, but I didn't notice. There's this spot in St. Louis called Del Mar Loop. That's Jewish?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all Jewish. All of it.
Bro, in Ohio, we got like a place called New Albany. It's like a Jewish neighborhood.
Yep.
Dude, get rid of it. Like, bro, I hope I made it clear. My hate for like anybody that's not American is strong at this point. I don't care if it's Little Italy or Chinatown. I'll go to China and eat a cat or a dog. I don't want that crap here.
No, there do be some shady things going on over there.
No, the first time I went to that area, to Del Mar Loop, I thought I was looking at a whole bunch of Amish people.
Mm-hmm.
Like everybody is.
Yep.
It's on the river.
Yep, Black Sioux with
on the Mississippi.
Two little locks down. You try to speak to them, they gonna hit you with the Yiddish. Oh, bro, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Like I sat there, I was like, "What?"
I've heard of it. Now that after you said on the Mississippi, that I remember hearing about it a few times.
This is why we kind of look like hypocrites to the Dems sometimes, because it's like, okay, but you guys have your own little cutouts. Other countries have their own little cutouts. In America, the Muslims do it, and now it's this national, situation. It's like, oh, the Muslims are taking over. I mean, like, if that was the case, then the Chinese then took over New York a long time ago.
Because I've always said, I was talking to my stepdad about this. I'm like, I don't like the fact that there is a little China or a little Italy. If you're going to come here to integrate. I've always said this, but I didn't know how widespread it was.
See,
No,
now you
if
see
you
why I'm so
actually look at
tolerant
it,
about it. Okay, now that
if
makes
you
sense.
if you actually look, almost every single state has a little France, a little Italy, and a little China. Almost every state across the board.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think
And,
ours is
and you
over by
go in there, they
Columbus,
won't even
isn't it?
speak English. Like a lot of people won't even speak English in those areas either.
Yeah.
So it's really and this is why people kind of look at us crazy when we, look at the Muslims like that, because it's like, bro, we could point out other races that's doing this, other religions that's doing it, and we haven't said anything about them for decades. They've been doing this decades.
But
We
Seth,
got
you see where I'm
Dearborn
coming
and
from, because I
Minneapolis.
didn't. You
Okay,
see where I'm coming from, because I didn't know.
Yeah, now I know where you're coming from. Because trust me, like if I was where you were at, I feel the same way. Like, yo, what do you mean? This shouldn't even be acceptable. This is crazy. But trust me, it's been acceptable for a while.
Yeah. So is it near Columbus that there's a little China, or is that near Cincinnati? I can't remember.
I think it's Cincinnati. That makes sense for Cincinnati, actually.
Yeah,
But
it
for
does.
us, I mean, like I said, we got our Jewish neighborhoods. We got a lot of Jewish neighborhoods over here in Columbus. We got
But you know
Bexley,
what?
New Albany. I mean,
You know
I'm
what?
like literally,
I'm just
like
gonna
5
say
minutes away.
this.
That's why I say I like Jews. I live close to them.
You know, I'm kind of glad because they all of them, they got the good food, except for the France.
Man,
No,
I
they
don't
be having all the cafes.
I don't care
and
about
nice
no
little
good food,
buildings.
bro. Y'all coming in dragging down. I can't really say that because there's this one spot off page in Hadley where it's the only good spot where they make a good duck and gravy, and I can't find it nowhere else.
Nah, man, trust me.
I'm
you see
sorry,
the Jews
I don't
coming
like
in,
eating
they're raising
snails.
prices.
Panda, you're gonna have me laugh snorting, and I hate when that happens. Don't do that to me now.
Nah, bro. Like there is this one. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go ahead and say this on live while we on the topic. Seth, you explain to me why other states got light skinned rice and y'all put peas, carrots, and corn in y'all Chinese fried rice. That ain't Chinese fried rice, bro.
No,
Wait, it's not.
No.
You need to
No.
You need to eat St. Louis style fried rice, bro. Your life will change.
Oh yeah, yeah. You need to come down here.
It's like I don't know no other way.
Yeah,
No,
that's
no.
Ohio.
No, it's on the Eastern Seaboard. I was in California and I was in Virginia. And then I went to DC. All three places they had this real light skin. I'm talking about it wouldn't even get shot by the police officers. They stopped it at night rice. It had peas, carrots, corn. They had the nerve to throw some soy sauce on. Like, bro, what am I eating? Like a vegan diet rice, bro? Like, where's the meat? And the chicken look bad.
No, so the way that I was taught to make fried rice, it's simply eggs, green onions, oyster sauce, soy sauce, MSG, and rice. And if you use and peanut oil, you have to use peanut oil, not vegetable oil. And if you use any other ingredients, you're doing it wrong.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Anyway, say y'all need to come down here to St. Louis, bro. We gonna have to link up, do like a little food survey, but I don't
Why
ever
not?
want to be traumatized by the rest of this nation's booty they call rice, and y'all just be eating that crap up like it's the best stuff ever. Oh my days, never serve me that again. You can tell if somebody's from STL because they'll look at your Chinese rice like it's peasants' food.
I'm crying.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's get back to it.
They don't, even though they're in New York City, they don't communicate.
Yeah.
And they're told that they only interact with each other, but there's nobody protesting that.
No, and it's everywhere too. In New Jersey, no, I have never heard any mainstream person talk about this. There are like ultra orthodox colonies in New Jersey. I've never seen anyone document it, talk about it. I only know because I know people from New Jersey, and they say, "Oh, these Hasidic Jews are taking over this whole town." In Surfside, Florida, in Crown Heights, in New York, it's like you said, they have their own ambulances, their own police. They have. It's like an enclave. And so you say, okay, Matt Walsh, so what's the difference between that enclave
and Dearborn or Minneapolis or Springfield, Ohio. And I do think there's something cowardly about it because, you know, let's be honest. Like,
yeah, the Haitians are somewhat taking over. I'm not sure how long the white people will last in Springfield, Ohio, but it's looking like Springfield, Ohio might become Haitian Field, Ohio.
And I have friends there. They say it's getting dangerous for them. They're getting ready to leave too.
Yep. Yeah, I heard about it. Trust me, I remember when I pulled up in Springfield and I went to the gas station. I was like, bro, they're not lying. I thought they was bullshitting, but yeah, I seen a decent amount of Haitians around, and it took me a minute to see some white people. I was like, bro, this is crazy. Because I went to that.
Y'all made me want some fried rice.
I used to go to Springfield like my early 20s, and it was nothing but like old white people, like literally nothing but old white people, like in like some teenagers.
You felt safe, didn't you? Felt safe, didn't you?
Yeah, it felt real nice though. I ain't gonna lie. Man.
Yeah, you little coon. That's a white man. He done made you feel
safe. I roll through the neighborhoods every now and then. I did hear that when I rolled through, but mainly they were nice people.
Don't set me up again, damn.
That's what happened when the white man take over. He gave you a purpose in your life.
All right.
What was that Dave Chappelle skit where he was like in the KKK? It's a blind black man.
Blind, yeah.
Powerful niggardry.
Oh man. Or then there's like
that nigga is guilty.
Bro, I'm so glad I don't do jury trials, bro, because that would probably be me.
Then
This is a certified hood classic.
Whoa, wrong one. But
it is.
That was back in the day. Where do I got that one? All right. Let's go ahead and get back to the show. As I accidentally played my soundboard.
The Haitians in Springfield. I know you're Haitian. You're also Muslim, so you know Dearborn or whatever.
Sakbasi.
But it's like, you know, it is the most egregious example, let's say, because Haiti is not doing so hot.
Right.
So it's
Trump
easy.
said a shithole.
Boy, they eating people in the streets. They burning people alive and eating people in the streets. Okay. And Haiti is bad right now. Bro, they're practicing cannibalism in Haiti. Haiti is being ran by gangs, by some guy named Barbecue, some overweight guy.
Is his name really Barbecue?
Yes.
His name, show me. Pull it up right now, because I will not believe you if you don't pull it up.
Got you, bro.
A fat black cannibal named Barbecue. I gotta see it,
bro. And he puts people in the ground, cooks them, and raises them back up.
Bro, yeah, straight up like a hog roast.
Like,
don't show me the hog roast, but
his name is Jimmy Cartezer or whatever. But yeah, Barbecue. Let me see if I can find some news on
Big
this
Bag
guy.
Barbecue
Against Haitian gang. Yeah, look, even on what's his name, BBC. U.S. announces criminal charges against Haitian gang leader Barbecue.
Ain't no way.
Yeah,
I know he's a real guy. Look at him.
Oh yeah, he definitely did that. Just take one look at
bro.
his face.
Like, bro, and the reason why they call him Barbecue is because he's known for cooking people. Literally, that's why they call him Barbecue. I was like, oh yeah, they ain't no. I don't ever want to meet this guy in my life.
I'm kind of sad that that it's resulted in that, because the Obama administration was supposed to have guaranteed that those people got aid after the earthquake, and here it is all these years later and no aid whatsoever. So I do think we need to lay blame squarely at the feet of the Obama administration and hold them accountable for that, because it should have never got to that point.
All right, quick little side quest. Check this out.
Now pledging to protect orphanages and Christian workers. CBN's Chuck Holton has this exclusive report.
Port-au-Prince feels like a war zone. Gangs control the majority of the city and want more. Even so, missionary Victor Marks is still investing in ways to ease the suffering.
The reason I'm here in Haiti doing all this high-risk missionary stuff is a while back we responded to the urgent request of an orphanage that was under imminent threat of attack by Many consider the most notorious gang in Haiti, the Moazi 400. It broke my heart to think of the possibilities were if this gang attack to take control over that area.
While the orphanage was saved, a desperate population remains. Some say gang leader Jimmy Barbecue Cherizier is Haiti's most dangerous man. He faces sanctions from the U.S. and the United Nations. Entering his territory uninvited is all but suicidal. Yet when he offered an interview, Marks and his team quickly accepted. Cherizier let us
I don't know if I would have
deeply
accepted that.
a slum few outsiders dare to enter. Casting himself as a defender of the poor fighting corrupt elites, he did.
Yes, well, you know, well, and yeah, during the food shortage, he cooks people. And there's a huge food shortage going on in Haiti. You can actually look this up, and trust me, his solution is why his name is barbecue, is cooking people.
Dismissed the UN's $600 million peacekeeping mission.
Okay, he said there's no force coming from abroad, whether it's the Kenyans, Jamaicans, Americans, whoever, that are going to change Haiti. Americans have proved that already with
yes. This is right in the center of one of the neighborhoods in Port-au-Prince that is.
Well, look how everything behind him just looks shot the fuck up. Everything behind him is just completely destroyed.
Man, that must be North St. Louis.
I have a like this is more of a moral question. Are these people dead, or is he killing them to cook them?
Oh, he kills them, or sometimes buries them alive and slow cooks them underground.
Yeah,
you know, fall off the boat. Oh no, trust me, I've seen all types of videos on X where they're like cooking people in the middle of the street. Bro takes a chunk off a burnt leg. It's like wild out there.
No-go zone, even for the police. And you can see the evidence of the gunfights that have happened right here at this sports park in the middle of this neighborhood. But the people that live here say that it's not the gangs that they're afraid of, it's the government.
I talk to people on the street, slums to wealthy, and I go, do you trust the government? They all say no. I mean, without reservation, no. So
yeah, the leader that they never really voted on, that was installed, yeah, they overthrew that guy. He actually ran away to Europe.
What
the government
what happened there with the government that made them distrust it so bad?
Oh, corruption. It's pretty much selling out their resources. It's kind of saying
it's got to be. It's got to be more than corruption.
Oh no, it's definitely, bro. Come on now, that's all it takes. Sometimes it's corruption, and because of the corruption, it's leaving people poor, and that's all they need to hear.
Yeah, and honestly, if I remember correctly, it's the better question is what they didn't do. You know, because how much they did.
It's existing.
All right, but
Charlie, and how it's been, it doesn't work.
While Cherizier's critics see him as a gangster, he insists he's fighting for Haiti's forgotten people. The real enemy isn't the gang, he says, but the elite families who've kept the nation in poverty for decades.
That's why he, who's led this charge, this movement of the Vive Ensemble, and Jimmy always says this, unless there's a dialogue, unless Haitians can come sit at the table, you know, he's forced the hand of everybody, the international community, the politicians, oligarchs, they're going to have to sit with them, or nothing's going to change.
Despite the overall portrayal of Cherizier.
Because he low-key runs a good part of Haiti right now because of his gang. He's running Haiti through gang violence. Literally.
I don't know, man. Tough sell on the cannibalism.
Mark sees a man on a mission.
He's truly fighting for reformation and some level of better equality, at least of opportunity. And he doesn't make himself out to be a saint, but yet, you know, prayed with him. We got to pray with him. Hear his heart for vision. How you feeling with your spirit?
But overall, though, seems like a nice guy. But hey.
What? Okay.
I mean, what you mean? You ain't see him holding and kissing the baby? Come on now. Okay, I'm just playing. But
that might be an order.
He might, I was about to say. But on the other hand, you know, he is leading them down the path. Yeah, that's all Native American lore. So
yeah, I hear what And yeah, like Lincoln said in the chat, and he's Christian. So I mean, we'll see where that goes. We'll see where that goes.
Nah, he ain't Christian because I guarantee you the Lord did not sanction that.
I mean, hey, so you gotta feed your people no matter what.
That actually is and I'm pretty sure voodoo is a big thing down in Haiti. I'd have to double check with my cousin-in-law.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
that's actually that's a voodoo practice. Actually, there's voodoo and hoodoo and a few others, but if I remember correctly, it's that's cannibalism is a voodoo practice.
Yeah, and it's also a survivalist practice as well.
Well, yeah, that too.
But
and you know,
country,
and I get it, but to me, that's almost like punching down.
Mm-hmm.
There's something cowardly about it. I did a whole show about it. I'm like, Matt, why don't you talk about all the Jewish names in Hollywood and New York? He's going to name all the Muslim names in Dearborn. Okay, yeah, like I see your point. Name all the Jewish names in Wall Street.
Well, I saw on Tucker Carlson, he said he doesn't care about Israel.
Yeah,
he doesn't care. He just doesn't want to talk about it. He doesn't care. Isn't that the right defense? Isn't he enlightened to not care about and only put America first by not caring about Israel?
That's total cowardice, because it's like you can't have it both ways. You can either you got to oppose all of it, or you should just shut up in general. You know what I mean? Because it is cowardly to say, "Oh, I don't care about Jews running America, but Muslims running Dearborn. This is a red alert. This is this is a red flag, crisis level."
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's very obvious what's going on there.
Same thing. I recently saw a major push. People talking about the Somali immigration, and you had a good talking points. Whenever Trump is losing support right now, he's more unpopular than ever.
Mm-hmm.
His approval rating is how low is it right now?
It's I think it's like 41%.
And whenever he wants to get it up, he immediately says something racist, and he says something to create an us versus them mentalities. Right now, it's the Somalis. It's who's that congresswoman that he doesn't like?
Ilhan Omar.
Ilhan Omar, right? He's going really hard at them. Is that a major issue going on? What's happening with the Somalians?
That's kind of funny because I definitely had to go there and do my research on Ilhan Omar because, bro, the fact that she didn't marry her brother. Like I know we all want to believe it, but no. I know the White House released the marriage certificate, but if you look up the guy who's on the marriage certificate, you can trace him back to the UK as a British citizen. So that's just that on that. That's that. But look, I get why I focus on Ilhan Omar because
she was giving her brother the sloppy toppy.
Bro, God damn it. Well,
her brother got her in a phone. That's slop top. God.
Nah, bro. The real thing with her is that one, she's been married 3 times and she cheated on her second husband with the third one.
Yeah, that should have disqualified her from Congress in all actuality, because if you can't even be trusted with your significant other, there's no way on God's green earth you should be trusted.
No, and here's the craziest part. During her second marriage, she was pretty much giving funding campaign to her third husband, political what's his name? Tim Minette. Her third husband, Tim Minette, white guy. And she was cheating on her Somalian husband with this white guy while also helping this white guy get rich through her campaign.
While claiming to hate white guys.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Bruh, and that is Ilhan Omar. That's why I think she smiles when we mention the whole brother thing, because it's all distraction from the fact that, yo, you got married 3 times and you cheated on your second husband, and then you basically betrayed your own race for the so-called oppressing race. So what do you got to say about that? Be a tough question to get around.
Yeah, that cracked me up the way, yeah. She's gonna talk all that crap about white people.
I mean,
literally, like, you cannot look. I'm sorry, but you can't talk crap about white people if you date white people or you sleep with them. Just like you can't talk shit about black people if you sit there and date and sleep with them. I mean,
I can do it. I hate.
Okay, I mean, you can't talk like wild shit. I'd say that.
Yeah,
like, you can,
not the way
those white people are just blue-eyed devils, and they're nothing but the oppressor. They keep saying things like, come here and take care of your kids.
But do you understand how that's like a pattern in the Democratic Party? Like, like Don Lemon. Bro literally said they're all white people. There's something wrong with you. There's something internally wrong. We're talking to all white people, but bro, you literally go sleep next to a white man. You're the bottom for a white man. What are you talking about?
God, expose him.
that O'Keefe interview. What's it, Jeff O'Keefe or Jeff?
Oh
He
yeah,
did
when he was
went on
he
he
went
went
on
on
a
a
date
date
with the
with that
black dude.
professor. Yeah, the
Yeah,
black professor,
he was
and
calling
that
people
was a
coons.
romantic date.
That was hilarious. Yeah, literally. And that'll be all these coons. You know, guys like him will also say, I don't like white people and all that. But who was he on a date with?
A
A
white
white.
guy, after legitimately talking shit about white people to the white guy.
Oh man, it's almost hilarious.
And he's talking crap about both.
But MJ, nah, trust me, bro. I looked into it. And nah, she didn't marry her brother. She did not. I mean, I tried. Trust me, I tried. I tracked down all the husbands, and it was the first two with the Ahmeds, and I could not track down that any of them were her brother.
So basically, in search of trying to find the truth about the brother rumor, we found out that she's a hooer who can't keep her legs closed to save her life.
Yes. Yeah, in the search of the truth, I found that. I'm just like, okay, well, the brother thing's a lie, but goddamn, you've been married 3 times, and your second husband pretty much reported you for infidelity. That's where the cheating thing came from, because the second husband already confirmed it in divorce court.
She should have lost her. Go
Bro,
for it.
the fact that nobody used that against her is crazy.
Yeah. Then her son was recently picked up by ICE, if I read correctly.
Oh no, it was no, it wasn't her son. It was like some random Somalian guy that she showed support for.
She legitimately, in the what I read, she said my son.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought that was because I know she was on MS Now. Well, you know, which used to be MSNBC, but she was on MS Now, pretty much talking about how they're showing up and arresting Somalians. 60% of the ones they arrest are U.S. citizens, and she was sitting there complaining about
So you
that.
know what's crazy? You know what's crazy about
I have to look
Somalians?
at the article again.
So people constantly say, "Oh, they're just hating us because we're Muslim." Bro, even Muslims don't want y'all anywhere near them.
I'm weak.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I forgot where it was, but there was this one Muslim politician that was basically caught on record saying, "Yeah, we need to get them out of our country because they do nothing but bring problems and they're a scourge. And given the chance, they will ruin stuff." And I was like, "Yo, these
Yeah,
yo
bro,
people."
Muslims can be prejudiced towards each other. You know how much Muslims talk shit about Pakistan?
Yeah, Pakistan gets flack from everybody, but it's also the most polluted country in the world.
Yeah,
I'm
well, so is
sorry, but
India. Who do you think is
yeah,
worse, India or Pakistan? I think India is, because I heard rumors that as soon as you walk off the plane, it burns your nose. They have a cow poop throwing festival.
Yeah. That when you have that, you kind of take number one spot.
Yeah, you beat
I don't
everybody.
know
When you have,
because no, I'm saying this because I've legitimately been to both. In India, the water is so terrible. They tell you don't get your face wet, don't take a shower if you have any cuts, and don't brush your teeth.
Hey, bro, do you see what they do to their water, bro? They bathe in it, they crap in
it's
it, they throw
horrible.
trash in it, and then they complain
But
about the government for not cleaning it up. I'm just like, why don't y'all
hold
try
up.
being clean?
So, and then Lahore is so bad that the pollution, whereas it's bad in India, it actually develops a thick film over every single thing. In fact, they have an open air market, and it's told, like, even China is like, don't eat from the open air market. It might kill you.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Like when you breathe, you can actually get this film on the inside of your throat that burns and it's itchy. Like it's up there with India's, but it's a little bit worse.
Yeah, I have a friend that backpacked through India, and she was going to stay about a week and a half. She only, because she wanted to see the old temples and everything. She only stayed for about 3 days.
Couldn't do it.
Yeah,
That
she
and
could not do
sexual
it. And she
harassment.
was, well, she was also backpacking, so she wasn't really staying in cities or anything. She was staying in like camping areas, and she wasn't by herself, but they they legitimately were staying as far away from the cities as possible so they could go and see the old ruins instead, and the older temples because of the architecture. And even out in the wooded areas, like out in the country areas, it was still so bad that she's like, no, we're flying out. And they were straight backpacking, so they were walking the whole time. She decided they were going to spend the money to fly to the next country.
Sheesh.
All right, let's get back to it.
I think the Somalians should be deported because it's so egregious. She goes up there in Congress and she's like, as long as I'm in Congress, you have a fighter for Somalia. And it's like,
yeah, that's ridiculous.
That's mirroring the Israeli rhetoric. Yeah. But here's what I will say about that. This is the classic Trump playbook. He gets unpopular with his base because he's terrible at governing. He's disorganized, not strategic. His team is full of fucking idiots and criminals. So inevitably, and I knew, this is why I didn't vote for him, I knew it was going to go in the toilet very quickly. Trump sees the approval rating collapse. He's unpopular. So then he goes and plays the greatest hits. Shithole country. Fuck Muslims. You're garbage. Fuck Somalia. And it's like, yeah, we didn't elect you to be mean to these people. We elected you to fucking deport people, but you can't do the deportations because that's hard. So instead, you're going to basically do the lowest common denominator. You're going to appeal to people's basest instincts and say, fuck the people we don't like. Right. And everybody goes, yeah. And it's like, okay, but he did that last time. And, we want to make America great again. We don't want to just be mean to people and like talk shit. Yeah. We want the deportations.
Yeah, he acts like he's still campaigning. Even when he's in office, he has the same rhetoric as if he's trying to run for office. And I noticed too, they're posting a lot of edits. The ICE, the White House posting videos of cool ICE deporting people. Why haven't they released the statistics? How many people are actually getting deported? What's going on there?
It's funny you say that because ICE is supposed to report every quarter how many people they deport. Mm-hmm. They're supposed to give weekly numbers and quarterly numbers. Do you know that ICE has not put out the number of deportations since Joe Biden was president?
And why is that?
Because they're low. Mm-hmm. So, and it's so funny because their press office, the White House press office, will put out numbers, but those aren't the official numbers. ICE has reporting requirements. They just don't do them. Because the government knows how many people it deports. They keep fucking track. That's a number they have. But it's so low, they won't publicize it because it's an embarrassment. It's probably like...
Nah, actually, it was already publicized. What was it? Tom Homan came out and said they deported like 600,000 people so far.
Yeah, which, and they kept saying that they were going to up that number because it wasn't enough. So he wrong on that one.
Yeah, like they definitely already acknowledged the fact that it's not enough. And if you're right, if they go... What, like 600,000? I mean, every time we're only going to be at what, 2 million or so?
Yeah.
Well, probably a big part of the problem with that. Yeah, a big part of that problem is probably because of all the protests and the pushback they're getting from the people.
True.
They're hiding illegal immigrants. People will be hiding them or lie that they aren't there, and they're denying them access. Or they're physically attacking them and they're doxing them. So, yeah, it's probably a little difficult to get to those numbers when the population's fighting against you.
True.
What I would do, and this might seem like a double-edged sword, but what I would do is I would institute martial law in these states where I intend on deporting people, deploy the National Guard there, deploy of every facet, and then I would systematically go door to door to get these people out. Now, I'm sorry if that seems like a little bit of a draconian era style, Gestapo style punishment, but my response to that would be, well, you guys constantly said I'm acting like Hitler and I'm violating people's rights. Number one, you guys broke the law coming over here. It's a Class A misdemeanor. And then you guys proceeded to then break more laws while over here, drain our financial system, and then think that we're not supposed to have any hostile takeback of our land. To be honest, I say it's a double-edged sword because American people, left, right, and center, will will definitely look at you differently.
Like gaming.
Going
The libs will literally chain themselves to the plane as we deport them. I want to let you know that.
Yeah.
That's perfectly fine. Less idiots here.
I'm one. He's like, we're still gonna take off. Like they're not stopping anything.
I mean, I hope you learn how to breathe at 40,000 feet, you dingus. But
Or they'll glue
but I
themselves
was
to the tarmac.
right. Hey, bro, I hope your bones are made of steel because it's gonna hurt. That would, but no, seriously, that would be my prerogative to handle that situation. Because here's the thing: if other countries get to be harsh with their deporting, why can't we?
Man,
Have you
and
seen
mine's
what seen what Mexico's doing to the Venezuelans?
gone.
Bro, if they give any fight back, they're using lethal force.
So I think Poland is too now.
Yeah. So it's like, why does everybody else get to enforce their migration laws as harsh as they want, but the minute we even ruffle our feathers a little bit, everybody has a freaking meltdown.
Now,
We
see,
need
I
to
like
also
your way. Your way is kind of like the bad cop way, but the good cop way is more of a, all right, how about this? We'll give you guys the mass amnesty you want, but immigration's done. No more immigration, legal, H-1Bs, illegal. It's all done. The border shut down for life.
Well,
like this is what we got.
If we do mass amnesty, then they should definitely be treated like second-class citizens.
God damn.
No, like it seems harsh, but there needs to be a penalty. You don't get off scot-free just because we changed around some rules. You're gonna suffer for a little bit. Just like we had to suffer, you're gonna suffer. You're gonna feel it. You're gonna hate it. And then you're gonna know the American experience. And I guarantee you by the end of it, you're gonna value what being an American is like. For example, if we did mass amnesty, okay, 2 tiers. Immigrants, they're bottom of the barrel for housing. They're last on the wait list for Section 8 food stamps welfare. 25, they get automatically 25 to 30% taxes taken out of their check. They're not allowed to work any under the table jobs. All of those get priority given to the US natural born US citizens and not any immigrants. Any company whatsoever, big or small, like we're talking mega corporation or not, that hires any immigrant, whether legal or illegal, faces a 62% taxation payable upon request from the IRS, no exceptions. If we're gonna do mass amnesty, it's gonna hurt.
All right, I'll get down with that. I mean, as long as they have a way to get through not second class citizenship, but as long as they can have a pipeline to first class citizenship, I can get down with that.
Yeah.
I mean, just make them suffer for about 4 or 5 years, and then by the end of it, we quiz them. Be like, okay, what did you learn? What are the things you're gonna do? What are some things you're not gonna do? Hey, by the way, we will be monitoring your activity online, and if you start interacting with terrorists, 1, you might go to jail, or 2, you're out.
And second, and another one, they got to at least be able to speak at least like 6th, 7th grade English.
That's year 1. If you want to stay in the country for mass amnesty, you need that year 1.
Like, we ain't telling you to speak the Queen's English, but at least like we should be able to communicate with you.
Yeah.
I don't mind if somebody has like an accent, but I don't want the good old fashioned press 1 for English. Hi, my name is Steven.
Bro, oh my god, that makes me want to stop working with any type of organization, business. Like I just want to quit their whole service. Like, nah, you don't believe in America if you're doing that,
bro. Like, your name is not Steven, Habib, or whoever you are.
Literally,
yeah.
Most likely, you're trying to scam me.
But no, like, and this ties back into what I was saying, and this is why I think Sneeko and Nick Fuentes do miss the mark on some of the things. And yeah, they're smart and they may see things a bit differently, but I do think that they missed the mark on some of these things. Is like you also have to realize you're talking to a population. Oh yeah, and we have to deport all the fat liberal white women. who are sympathizers for everything. I'm just so sick of them. They ruin everything they touch.
No,
Honestly,
send them to Pakistan. Don't worry, they'll come back Americanized. They'll come back kissing the soil.
No, we don't want them. We don't want them back.
No, I mean, you know, like 3 months in Pakistan will set them straight.
No, I don't want
if
them
they
back.
survive it.
Actually, no, they might want to stay for all we know.
But it's like
You
guys gotta remember.
Go.
You guys gotta
Sorry.
remember that you're talking to a population who has basically been getting robbed blind for the last decade, who's been dealing with older generations, not Gen X, but like the boomers and the silent generation, just making tons of money off the backs of like the many. You gotta realize that every single war we've said we don't want to be drugged into, we've been getting drugged into, and the only ones that have to pick up the cost of said war is us. They also have to keep in mind that just because we can say something and we want to protest doesn't mean we're always going to be able to be heard. And it's like, we're okay, at what point, and this is what I was trying to tell you, said, okay, at what point do we get to get violent? Because none of us in this generation want to wait till the next World War or Cold War for, and then hear people, say what you said and be like, well, why didn't you guys do it before? We tried. But we were always told we were doing it the wrong way.
And it's not even just that, but if you look back through, there's a reason why most conservatives and Republicans don't protest or riot, because the few times we have, it did not turn out well for other people.
That's true. I'm saying that's true. Now,
and
I would say
that we won, but still wars.
I would say this, like you're right, Gaming. You do have a point due to the fact that the argument was shut down on the other side, and now that you guys are kind of talking with your chest now about it, I get what you're saying. It's like it is a bit unfair to sit there and be like, "Oh well, I'm sorry, but why didn't you just come a little bit nicer about it?" But then I'm gonna be real with you. I still have that opinion, even though I'm giving you the fact that I'm gonna be real with you. It is a bit unfair for me to say this. But why has nobody approached this argument with any sort of respect?
That's
all I'm
all
saying.
the time.
No, we don't. No, not the mainstream. Mainstream don't. We do. We did that.
So I got a question.
But not mainstream.
Are you gonna and be very careful how you answer this question? Are you going to blame the actions of the few on the unwilling many?
On the what? On the unwilling?
On the unwilling many, meaning the willful actions of a few. Are you going to blame those on the unwillingness to participate many?
No, of course not.
Well, with that statement you just said, that's essentially what you'd be doing, because it's not all of us.
No, I said that. I said mainstream.
Yeah, those are.
That's not all of us.
Yeah, and so and that blows up your argument. And it's like, well, the mainstream, they've got to be nice about it. Okay, well, let's take it like this. Oh, all right, let me take it like this. Were they nice when they were marching in the street saying, "We're here, we're queer, we're coming for your children"? Were they nice when they allowed Child Protective Services to abduct kids out away from their parent and put them on puberty blockers and hormone blockers and basically legally kidnap your children? Were they nice when they were forcibly putting in the LGBTQ agenda in all of the kids' curriculum, even though
hold on, are we talking about the leftists or the Muslims?
I'm giving you a synopsis. I'm giving you a synopsis
because
what
you're
this
right.
Argument. Okay, so no, if we don't get to be nice, if they don't get to be nice on whatever issue, it could be Muslim or it could be gay rights or something in between. If they don't have to be nice about the way that they come across and doing stuff whenever we have issues with it, why then is it objectively on us to then turn the other cheek?
Well, there's no turning up the other cheek. You guys are kind of coming viciously. Like I said, like guys like Steven Crowder, Matt Walsh, they're not, or even PBD. These guys are not debating about Islam or not looking at Islam in an honest view. They're not, and they take stuff out of context, just like most people do. So when I say mainstream is not coming with it's not like Loki coming at the situation honestly. Like, think about what Nick Fuentes said. When you ever heard Steven Crowder even address those little sections of like Little Tel Aviv, Little Italy, China?
Oh,
But
he
then this
has
man's
on a couple
outraged
of his
about
lives.
but he's also outraged about Dearborn. That's a
No,
good point.
I'm not taking up for Steven Crowder, but I have watched
But
a
Matt
couple
Walsh
of
do
his
the same. I
lives.
know, but we're talking about mainstream. Like, I get here's the thing: when we approach nicely, yeah, but you gotta understand though, you got to have their perspective as well. When they look at these mainstream conservative guys, they're thinking that's all of us, and sometimes we prove them right. Just like how you look at their little priest who says it's all this wild stuff about Islam taking over. We think that's all of them, but it's not. So, like,
But
let's have some perspective here.
what gaming is saying is, why should we have to approach things nicely when they refuse to?
No, they do. That's a lie, because they do. Just like bro
No,
was here,
let me check. All right.
we're approaching it nicely. There's a lot of them that do.
All right, so let me shake this up. Let's say I come into your house and you've been asking me to leave or to respect your house, and I've been doing things to slowly change the atmosphere of it, right? Say your living room is New York, your kitchen is Dearborn, your basement is Texas, and all these other sections are your house or different cities where not just Muslims, but predominantly so because it's starting to catch a lot of people's attention and a bunch of people are starting to report on the growing population. Not just Muslims. Let's say a bunch of foreigners coming into your house, people from outside coming into your house, slowly changing stuff, ignoring you. How long are you going to be patient until you're not?
How long would I be patient? Bro, I wouldn't be patient whatsoever. It'd have been at step one, you're gone. But this is a bit different
now
though.
you
Let's say
how
this, but
Americans
I
feel.
know not really, because there's a flaw in your argument. It'd have been a better argument if you said, what if it was my roommate, somebody I actually have to deal with who has rights to be here as well, who I have no right to remove from their home or this city. Not just some random ass person that I can kick out anytime I want. That's
Okay, then let's throw it that way then. What if, say you pay all the rent and you pay most of the bills, okay? And because your roommate is paying, say, just water, sewer, and trash and internet, okay? That's their portion. Your portion is literally everything else that has to do with the house. And they go
Property
around and they start
taxes.
moving. They go around and they start moving all your furniture, specifically yours, and
then I would start
taking
picking
down your
up on those
decorations.
bills. No, I get where you're going. I start picking up on those bills, and then I tell them you can't move nothing around here because there's nothing in your name no more. But if I'm not willing to take on that responsibility, then I got to work with them. Just like if you guys aren't willing to take on the responsibility of Dearborn, Ohio, go there and prop up their economy and all this good stuff, then I mean, you probably shouldn't worry
So
about it.
are you saying that with that statement you just said, are you saying that Americans deserve to be displaced because we're not putting in effort because our own
No.
elected officials
Americans didn't get
refuse to help us?
How do we get displaced? Out of Dearborn?
Yeah, Americans are getting displaced.
America's a lot bigger than Dearborn.
Not America. I meant Americans. They are being displaced out of Dearborn. Somewhere where a lot of these people grew up, had
they
mom
have
and pop
nowhere to
shops and
go.
everything. No, the question I'm asking is why is it fair that they have to move when they were there first?
Well, here's the thing. That's just how things work with demographics. Like, look, it's like when rich people start moving in your neighborhood and you can't afford the rent because your landlord keep raising it. You gotta move. Well, because not enough white Christian people want to live in Dearborn, and all the Muslims want to live there. And if you want to live in a white Christian area, well, guess what? You gotta move.
This is the same argument. You're working against your immigrant argument because that same logic is being used to justify bringing Mexicans and Indians over here.
Whoa.
No,
I'm not justifying bringing them over. I'm justifying
I didn't say
why they have a right to be there.
No, I ain't saying you're justifying it. I'm saying that same line of reasoning is exactly why other immigrants are being said they have a right to be here because Americans, blah, 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 blah. Well, we are getting screwed over and stuff
No, no,
with the
look.
short end of the bill.
If there are a whole bunch of legal residents, legal immigrants here legally by law, no fraud, no nothing, then it is what it is. I'm a person who stand on law, and if that and they're here legally, then okay. You remember my whole stance on this: get all the illegals out, get them gone. If they ain't supposed to be here, get them gone.
Oh yeah,
they're supposed to
100%.
be here, so it is what it is.
Well,
And,
you can't
if you guys don't want them here, then I suggest a whole bunch of white Christians go down, go have like 10 kids, a family, and let's see where we're at in about a couple years.
Well, you already know the government isn't gonna facilitate the conditions necessary for that, even though we've been trying to have kids in our current climate.
Okay, then I will say this. Then if we can't do that, then my second option would be, all right, cool. Then we'll go to the next city over and dominate that area, make it all white, and make it so all white that nobody else damn near wants to even try to interfere with it. Because that's what the Somalis did with Dearborn. They made it so damn Somalian that there's really nothing we could do about it without doing something illegal.
But you see how this is problematic?
We have places like that.
Hang on.
Real.
Hang on.
Yeah.
If we do that, we're considered racist.
What?
Because we only want a white area. That's what you're saying. That's the logic. Is
hold on, no.
They're allowed to. They're allowed to make this area only them because we're supposed to just leave, and then we go and dominate an area, and we don't want people being in that area that are not of the same kind. We're considered racist. We're considered what is it called?
It's called
religion
gentrification. I'll do it all the time.
My thing is, if this is our country, why don't we get to determine the rules of where we want people to go when other countries do it? Why is it demonized when America does it, but not when everybody else does it? Make it make sense.
I mean, let's be real, dog. There is a whole white-only little compound out there, and nobody's really bothering them. Like, we got a white, there's a whites-only compound. There's a whole documentary.
Yeah. Did you guys hear what Denmark is now doing?
Bro, like there's literally a whites-only compound. They're making more of them, and you got to be a Christian white person of, like, they already got it. They're already doing it. We just ain't talking about it.
No, that's way out in the country. What if somebody wants to do it in the city? Why do they not have the right to do that in the city?
No, they do. No, they do. You just have to
we
economically do it. Literally, no, that's all you have to do. If that's what you truly want, a Christian-only like city, go to a city, decide to migrate to that city. You have to make this a whole effing plan. Because if you don't think the Somalians got together and planned this shit, trust me, they did. It's like a whole plan. You go to that city, you put all your money into there, you become the doctors, you own all the stores, and now that is a Christian city. If y'all don't want to do that, and you're complaining about when the Mexicans do it, the Jews do it, and the Somalis do it, then come on now.
You're missing the point. I'm not arguing for a religion. Yeah, you are, because you're taking it from a religious standpoint. I'm taking it from a nationalistic standpoint.
No, I am, but I'm taking it from a nationalistic standpoint.
This is the United States. You're supposed to integrate. Okay?
No, I'm standing on law, though. Hold up here. Like, am I not supposed to stand on the Constitution as well?
Where in the Constitution does it say you're supposed to make an enclave within the United States? Because the last time I checked,
freedom of religion. It's called freedom of religion, and we let these people.
You can't hide behind it. You can't hide behind freedom of religion when you're making a cultural enclave.
I mean, that's what the Jews did. They hid behind it. I mean, shoot.
And I'm not saying that's okay either. I've already said earlier in the night, I want them gone. I've been saying that. I don't like enclaves. And
if we're talking solutions here, before talking solutions to Dearborn, then yeah, it would have to be a group of people who's willing to go over there and pretty much buy deer from them, take over all the spots in Dearborn from them, councilman spots and all that, and that's how you take back Dearborn from the Somalis. You got to outpopulate them, earn them in that area, or they will own that area.
How about this? Since there's no rule on the books on it, and I know it's for a fact, how about we just have the government go in and break up the entire population and forcibly relocate them? I mean, fair is fair, right?
I mean, to be quite honest with you, that also worked too. I did say that, like, why hadn't nobody in Minnesota just say, look, there's something going on. You guys kind of need to spread yourselves out amongst Arizona, go to a different city besides Minneapolis and spread the population out because this is getting ridiculous. I mean,
Well, and the reason now my follow-up point is the reason being that that's not really possible is because we've run into the exact same situation. Is everybody will congregate in one area and then slowly take over the said area, and when the people of that area that were originally there that already are struggling with the little that they have to try to keep what they have, then have to compete with them, of course they're going to outpopulate because they're all also subsidized.
Now, I hear what you're saying, bro, but you got to understand. Yes, the fact that they're overpopulating and the fact that any race could do this or any religion, anybody can do this. That's why it's fair. That's why I can't really complain about it because, I mean, a group of us black people can take over an entire city if we actually really wanted to. We actually had that, I don't know, hive mind to go out there and do so. We could do it. Like, I could get almost every Southern or Jamaican American to go out and, oh, wait, we already did it. It's called Jamaica, New York. Oops.
But that's where we get like Civil War mentality because everybody wants to butt heads because, oh, you're not supposed to be here.
So here's the thing, though. Like, I'm okay with the Somalians being there because, well, they're supposed to be here. Most of them are legal. But it's the problem is that, one, or if there's guys over there that's not supposed to be here and they're protecting people illegally or somebody here fraudulently, cool, get them gone. But I'm not going to throw the entire community under the bus and complain about them being in a city that they just happen to dominate.
Well, the problem is when they move into different cities, they also dominate the culture and replace the culture that was already there. So you have a lot of stuff lost to the winds, and people do complain about it, and politicians say the exact same thing you're saying to the people. So it honestly kind of is a slap in the face.
Is it when they can just go to a different city and then have their little, you know, I don't know, all American, all white, however they want to do it, utopia?
Not even about all American, all white. It's about we picked this place for whatever reason. We worked hard for it. Why do we have to uproot ourselves when we were here first to accommodate
the
for
Somalians
people
took
coming
over by numbers, by economics, and that's the reality of it. They just dominated that area.
I'm not asking you a realistic why. I'm asking you a philosophical question on why.
I can only give you a factual answer.
And that's what's making people mad, is because, like, it's not about the factual answer. It's about there's no real answer.
Whoa.
It's just legal jargon at the end of the day. Like, yeah, they can do it, but also look at the non-legal side. This is affecting people in real time. And if the best you have is a cookie cutter, this is a real answer, that's going to start pissing a lot of people off and turn people
here's the thing.
racist.
How is it making them radically racist just for people to have their own little spot in America?
Because everybody else gets to have their own little spot in America besides Americans.
I mean, but we do have our own little spots.
What, that isn't taken over by the government, taxed to death, or straight up told we can't do this?
But they're taxed too.
Not as much as Americans. They don't pay nearly as much.
Come on now. They're here legally, so they're taxed just like us. Taxed at the same rate, maybe different depending on country. Of course, different depending on country. Actually, some of them are living in a blue country. They're living in Minnesota, so they're most definitely getting taxed more than us.
Where the hell is all my
Michigan. Most definitely. I think they're definitely getting more tax more than us, sadly. If we actually look up how much in taxes or how, think about actually, do we need to bring it up? How much we're paying or how much they're paying more than you in Dearborn than, you know, you are paying in Missouri? Because remember, they are in the blue state. They are in the blue city. So most likely things are more expensive and they're taxed more. So we can't even really say that. And is all of them receiving subsidies? I don't think so. Now, or being subsidized. But all right, no. Oh, yo, and shout out Astro 6. Can you see if you can find Cam Higbee going to Minnesota or Dearborn when they were protesting and doing tours of the city? Yeah, I'll see if I can find that. I got you. Let me see here.
300,000 for the year. which 10 million illegals came in 4 years under Biden. If you're deporting 300 to 400,000 per year, by the end of Trump's term, you've deported over 1 million people. It's nothing. So that's why they won't publish the numbers.
And you were I think the only person that was anti. I mean, again, I was very vocal about Trump. I said no war in Iran. I didn't want that to happen. And then closer towards the election, I'm like, okay, it's probably, I like the optics of me wearing a MAGA hat and debating Rabbi Shmuley and saying America first. MAGA cannot happen by having dual allegiance to Israel. I like that. But you were the only one completely anti. And you faced a lot of heat for that. And I think that's why this year has been so successful for you. What makes, do you have anything to say to those people?
Yeah, well, it's funny because everybody says, why is Nick so popular? Like, that's the big question. Like, why do people like him if he's a Nazi, if he's a piece of shit? And people say, oh, it's because, so-and-so had him on the show, or because the economy's bad, or like whatever. But if you go back to the beginning of the year, I blew up initially when Israel bombed Iran. Because you remember when we were in Spain in May, there was no generational run. It didn't happen yet. The generational run started in June when Israel bombed Iran.
And you were vindicated.
Yes, like that. Everyone watched my show because I called it. I said, we're going to war with Iran. And so when that happened, people said, dude, he's like on the money. He's right about this. Then they watched the show and said, wow, this guy knows what he's talking about. Like his analysis is totally on point. That is what really initiated the whole thing.
That's his bastard's name. Cam Higsby, this guy. That's the guy that was waving up the Quran and smacking it with bacon. That bastard. And the only reason I call him a bastard, I don't really respect him, is like, dog, like I said, you can have your disagreements with Islam, but when you got to be overtly disrespectful, trying to incite violence, it's like, come on, bro. Yeah, you're not trying to have a real conversation. You're trying to get these Muslims to attack you. And then you're going to try to frame them as jihadists. It's like, how effed up is that?
Again, this goes back to my question. If it's freedom of speech and they can do it to us, don't get mad when we do it back.
Hey, man, freedom of speech don't mean freedom of consequence, though. You can do it. Don't get mad when you get punched.
Because we be nice and we not supposed to do X, Y, and Z back because there's no reason for us to do it. Play by the same rules, bro.
I didn't say that.
No exceptions.
I didn't say that.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying everybody else. No exceptions. If we got to be held to one standard, y'all got to be held to the other. It's not rules for thee, but not for me.
I ain't trying to hear that's not Christian of you. No. If you go waving the Bible around talking shit about Christians and a Christian comes up and punch you in the face, I don't want to hear that's not mighty Christian of you, because you wouldn't say that to a Muslim. All right.
That's what I'm saying. But that's what people do all the time.
Oh, okay. Then that's just unfair. Then that's just bullshit.
That's what I was saying earlier. We are equal.
That's the thing, though. I do think that Christians need to put their foot down when it comes to Jesus. Y'all need to stand 10 toes for Jesus.
Because we do, and whenever
bro, not like there's not like y'all supposed to.
No, I just went over this. Whenever we do, we get targeted, we get arrested, bro. We actually face stiffer consequences, than anybody else. Bro,
to think about like this: if you guys really put down consequences on it, and you didn't just let everybody get off, because let's be real, most Christians do. I understand that you're passionate about it, and maybe everybody else in this chat's passionate about it. But most Christians do not defend the name of Jesus, do not defend Jesus's honor at all.
Well, I've also seen a lot, the ones that try to do so very nicely get accused of shoving it down people's throats. And even other Christians tell them not to shove it down other people's throats, quite literally in those words. So, like I said earlier, it's kind of come down to what people have been told since they were little to practice. So when they try to do it and someone takes offense and gets upset, they say, don't try and tell me what to do.
Think about it like this. When every movie that made fun of Jesus, did you boycott it? No, y'all went and watched it y'all damn selves. Y'all laughed right along with it. Anything that made fun of Jesus, did you boycott it? Did you take any type of action towards it? No, Christians actually sat there and
I did.
I don't
talk about most Christians. This is what you got to understand. Most Christians do not. I'm be real with you. They don't defend the name of Jesus. And that's not, I mean, maybe that's not for them to do. That's not really what Jesus called on y'all to do. There, he called on you to follow his way of life and all that.
He called us to defend the name of Jesus because
Well, y'all ain't doing it well.
Who is y'all?
Well, Christians, let's be honest. If y'all was doing it well, then
Most-
I wouldn't be able to see Jesus look like a fucking sex slave in a movie. I
Okay,
wouldn't be
so
able to see that.
Okay,
If y'all was
so
really stepping.
Damn it, Seth. Let me talk.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So, oh man, I've been using this and it had macaroni on it. I'm sad now. I'm sorry, I got sidetracked. So most Christians, first of all, majority of the Christians usually try to correct other Baptist Christians or whatever you want to call it, and then those same Christians will usually speak out and criticize movies that defame or blaspheme the name of God. The problem is they're regularly shouted down, and when they make another fuss about it, they're shouted down some more. So it goes from them making a fuss about it to one person shouting down, them making a fuss about it to 10 people shouting down, them making a fuss about it.
Shouting down don't matter if you don't consume the product. How much Christians are there in America? Aren't we a majority of Christian country? So anything y'all boycott should damn near go under.
No, it's not. We're actually a minority now. We're 15
so
million.
Ain't a Christian country no more.
It is
I'm
kind of coming back.
I'm gonna give you the
What are we
truth.
saying then?
I'm gonna give you the truth. I'm gonna give you the truthful answer. We were a Christian country, and then the government has done everything, including pass Marxist laws, to pretty much remove God out of everything. And it started when they took the Bible out of schools, and then they have done everything in their power to suppress and get rid of God away from this nation. And every single time we have made a fuss about it, people have basically overruled us, usually governing officials, or we have had some form of retribution, be it attacks, mass shootings, or a straight up retaliation for rule of law.
Or demonization.
Or demonization.
Yeah.
It's so common that all of us already know this. So realistically, when I say the disrespect toward Christians is unpalatable, we know this. I'm not saying anything that's not a fact. I'm straight up telling you how it is.
Because it's an easy punching bag that nobody gets a consequence for.
Right.
So when there needs to be consequences added. That's why nobody makes fun of Islam, because there's consequences.
Here's the thing. If we were to then start instituting, say, consequences, like doing what Jesus did, flipping over tables, walking into false people who preach the false gospel of Jesus Christ and start telling them what they need to do. What happens? Restraining orders, jail time. You know, there was somebody who actually went to jail. This is a pastor, went to jail for feeding the homeless. We can't even practice the very basic tenets of our own religion without going to jail.
I would say this, because it don't have to be violent. Because we all know it don't have to be violent.
I'm not saying.
Yeah, and I get it.
But you explain to me what other, like, where do we have a fair shake when we can't even, like, feed the poor, have the poor come in and sleep in, the people that are homeless come in and sleep in a church while it's warm because it's like -3 degrees out.
Yeah, we actually had an issue at our one church up here. They got in trouble for allowing homeless people in to sleep for a night when it was, because all the shelters were overrun. So a few churches opened their doors, and one got fined for doing so because they weren't certified to do so.
And another went to jail.
Boom. All right, then. So this is what seems to be the problem. I mean, sorry, but it seems like the Christians have a defeatist attitude. I mean, y'all telling me about all the times we fought, we were taken out, and oh my gosh, it's like, I'm gonna be real with you. The Muslims ain't hearing that. I mean, the enemy of Christianity ain't hearing that. So I think y'all might want to lose that attitude, because or your ideals won't survive the test of time. Or because if you can't defend it, then what is it worth? And if you're not willing to die to defend it, then was it really worth anything? Really?
And I've said before, is like I'm not of the religion, but I will. They ask for it. I will stand with them because I don't want to see what happened to my religion happen to the Christian religion, to the biblical religions. I do not want to see that happen to another religion of any kind. So that's why I do pay attention to this stuff as much as I can.
Then here's an idea. Then why don't the Christians do what the Muslims did? There should be a call to Christians to go into a certain state, crowd that state, and there you go. Boom. It's a Christian state, nothing but Christian laws, Christian senators, Christian congressmen, councilmen, and boom, you got it. Simple as that. Just like the Somalians do it, just like the Jews, just like the Mexicans, just like the Chinese. Simple as that. One happy.
Because when we do it, it's wrong.
Oh no! Who cares though? Who cares? Who cares that it's wrong?
Literally the government. No, literally
they're not
the
going to
government.
stop you, but they're not going to stop y'all though. Let's be real.
How many actual Baptist Christians can you count that are not funded by Israel that are in Congress right now?
I do not know. Be honest.
None.
So there's no Christians in Congress though. Okay, well never
mind.
I
said Baptists for a reason, not Catholics, and not Catholics that are, and not so-called Christians who are secretly just shills for freaking Israel.
All right, I'll give you that one. No,
there's none.
You can't.
And every time we have tried to create it, every time we have voted for these people, every time we have there's been even a couple
that's the problem.
pastors.
Whoa, that's the problem. You're not going with my idea. You're going outside of my idea. My idea is that Christians need to migrate to a state, and once you migrate there, bro, y'all are gonna rule in numbers. Who's gonna you can vote in a Christian councilman for the neighborhoods or the districts. You could vote in the senators, like congressmen, and it will all be in your control because you are a majority Christian state. Y'all could just
now my question is this, and I'm gonna say this with some facts behind it. Muslims get their 50 countries. Israel gets however many countries they can get their filthy little paws on. Buddhists get their country. Atheists have a plethora to pick from. People who believe in the ancient Mexican or Latino, Latin American deities, they have their countries. Christians, we want ours. But every time we have one established, it is always taken from us. And we usually have to fight to keep it, and it's usually a losing battle because of one reason or another. And if we became radical, hold up, let me say this right now. I almost said something. I'm not saying I'm going to do this for the FBI agents listening. Do you believe me, Seth?
Oh yeah, go.
All right, I realized what I was getting ready to say. I was like, whoa. I'm not planning on doing this. Leave me alone. If Christians were to become radical, like Muslims, or like Israelis, or like what they do over there in India with the Hindus, you should look at the stuff they do with people who aren't Hindu. They crazy.
Hey, wow.
If we were to do stuff like them, you bet your Tom, Dick, and Harry, they would start a manhunt, and we would be public enemy number one.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing, though. We're not trying to come at it with that energy. It's like I said. I don't know. I don't think they can stop y'all if that's what.
But we have no. What I'm saying is, we have.
Think about it.
Hold up. No. We have a valid reason, just like Muslims have. If we decided to do the same thing, y'all drug us into wars we didn't want to be drug into. Y'all allow people to kill off our babies, even though we said we didn't want them killed off. Y'all routinely passed laws that we didn't agree with, that went against our values. Y'all regularly shoved us to the back of the bus. Y'all regularly left us in financial abject poverty. Y'all regularly took from us and mistreated us for a documented, I want to say, 150 years. And every time we've made a complaint about it, y'all have disrespected and mocked us. If we decided to use those reasons, which are valid reasons and valid concerns, and you guys don't even respect our medical practices, you literally take our children away whenever we voice our concerns. If we decided that These reasons, which are a set of valid reasons that Israel, Muslims, Hindus, and all these other religions have grounds to revolt, and no one bats an eyelash. If we did that same thing, I'm telling you, public enemy number one, they're probably going to use the world's strongest military, the U.S. military, to put it into it.
Yeah, but I think we do the same thing if we had a whole bunch of Muslims trying to do that as well.
No.
Yeah, bro. You think you wouldn't think we wouldn't put down a Muslim uprising if they all, let's say a bunch of Muslims just said they're going to try to, I don't know, take a Capitol building in let's say, God forbid, Tennessee. We're going to stop them.
Set. I can confidently say no because there are several countries who are strong, just almost strong as the U.S., who are currently under siege right now, and there are 50 other Muslim countries.
Now, bro, you telling me that we wouldn't stop a Muslim uprising? We just let it happen, and the only time we'd raise our guns is against white people.
Not what white people isn't. Christianity isn't just a white man's religion. I need people. I'm gonna set the record straight.
All right. No, against
the very
Christians.
I'm gonna set it straight anyway. The very first Bible, the very first place outside of Afro-Eurasia, geographically speaking, that Christianity actually cropped up was Africa, specifically Ethiopia, with the world's oldest Bible being in the Ethiopian capital.
Yeah,
not a white man's religion.
Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. But here's the thing, though. When people usually think about Christianity, they associate it with white, sadly. Now, here's the problem with, like, what I'm trying to tell you is that you could do it. You honestly could go out there, make your own little Christian state and run it on you and run it like how y'all want to be ran. And if it's ran well,
I got so scared when you said, I got so scared when you were like, you could do it. Don't say that. After what I just said, don't say that.
I mean, well, okay.
Don't say that. You guys sounds like you're corroborating what I'm saying.
You guys can go out there and take a state, take an entire city if that's what y'all plan to do. And nobody's gonna look at y'all sideways about it because think about it. We already got a whole bunch of white people out there literally making white only communities, and we're just sitting there with our hands up like, well, it's racist, but we can't stop them from doing it. That's how we're literally looking at these white people right now. It's like, all right, it's racist, but who gonna stop them?
Okay, so
who has the right to stop them? Nobody.
Okay, so think about the rural area and the agricultural area. I know because I live out here and I love it. This is basically a Christian area, but now we're being attacked financially and being encroached on by private investors and other people who are home buying. They're starting to become an Indian population. And I know from the area where I live in, rural people are starting to make a fuss about it because they don't want their culture shifted. Nobody's listening to us. And this is a sentiment from around the nation.
That's actually why we left
I
our
hear you guys.
hometown.
And you know where that stems from? Voting for councilman. And it's the craziest part. This is why I always say, like,
we vote for the right councilman. Ultimately, it's the fault of the state, and we put these people in power. But when you have people that are lobbying for things that are against people who want stuff that they want, I mean, what else do we have to have left?
So hold on now. They're bringing in Indians, and do you even know how
use
to
that
bring
as
them
an
in?
example.
Okay, all right. Well, that's what I'm saying. At that point, then it would be up for the people to hold their government responsible. It's like, yo, what are you bringing these Indians in here for? If it's like, and usually when people bring Indians in, it's usually because they want to use it for H-1B visas in a tech factory somewhere. So I'm not really sure. Okay, look, I'm trying to see where you're going with the argument, but all I'm really thinking. Okay, go ahead.
The argument is ultimately that from 2 points. One, from an American standpoint, Americans should not have to and do not want to have to uproot themselves to go find somewhere else so people who freshly got here, whether they're legal or not, can have their own enclave and have their own rules instituted and their policies instituted. That is not fair. That is not right. Point number 2. The actual Christian minority here in the United States is actually heavily ostracized by our government, by our media, by other religions, and by just in general local people. You even have a non-Christian, Tove, who is telling you this.
Hold on now. You're telling me that that's so crazy because that's the first time I've ever heard that Christians are a minority now. So
They are. There's only 15 million of
Yeah.
us in a 334 plus million person society.
really, I didn't. No
Yes.
way. No way.
Yes. Yes.
And
15 million.
Another.
Why do people even call this a Christian country no more? Why do people have that
That's
rhetoric?
that's how we were founded.
So
Not
so
anymore.
Obama sat there in one of his very first speeches and said that this is no longer a Christian country.
Yeah.
One of his
And
very first speeches.
and one of the other things is they reintroduced. Well, I don't want to say reintroduced. They introduced this new age religion concept, which they based it off of they bastardized version of the old religions, which started to grow. And you've got people calling themselves Christian Greeks that follow both the Word of God, but they also believe in they also follow the word of the Greek gods, and very, very dangerous
Hold on now.
teachings.
Hold on.
So
Maybe
that's
I'm
also
wrong.
was introduced.
Hold on now. Maybe I'm wrong here, but I Googled this and it's saying there's about 62 to
Google.
69% of Americans identify as Christians, translating to roughly 200 to 235 million people. Now, I'm gonna double back this up because I'm looking at the sources here and it's giving me decent sources, but I'm gonna use something else besides Google. But right now, there's way more than 15 million, Christians in America.
Identifying or practicing?
Identifying, Americans identify as Christians, translating to roughly 200 235 million people, with Protestants being around 45% and Catholics about 22%.
I can
But
tell
here's
you
the
that most Christians, I can tell you, let me put it to you like this. They say they identify as Christian, right? I identify as a giraffe. That doesn't make me a giraffe. Most of those people that say they identify as Christians, all Christians, when we hold them to the doctrinal scrutiny, don't even hold up. Think about your Joel Osteens and your T.D. Jakes. Those aren't real Christians, and multiple Christians have come out and have vehemently rejected any of their doctrine because they don't follow the same doctrine. Also, you have to remember that there's a new age type of Christianity where they think that everybody goes to heaven, and that's not what the scripture says. They seem to think that you can, if you believe hard enough, you can basically achieve your dreams, and that's not what the doctrine says. So when
There's
people
also
say,
okay,
there's also because I've been a whole lot of different religions. Jehovah's Witness, they read the Bible, so therefore they are Christian, even though they have a cultist mentality about it, and they have they have a twisted version of the Bible. Catholics, they have a different Bible than Christians. Like they have a 77 book version of the Bible where there are 66 canonical books in the Bible.
the Latte Catholics aren't Christian.
So are we?
And then Protestants, they also use that 77 book Bible as well.
Let's see here. We're saying about.
And
all
actually, Gamer, I can kind of back you up on
So we're
that
pretty
one.
much saying what? So we're trying to say there's only 15 million real Christians, basically.
Practicing, yes.
That's based on who you feel is a real Christian. Like that's like your
No,
definition.
that's not based off of who we think is a real Christian. It's who follows the canonical 66 book Bible.
Yeah, well, where are y'all getting the 15 million on that then? Because I've
So with
who
actual
identifies as a
Baptist
real
churches and with
Christian?
other churches, they actually keep account of their members, and they issue something called certificates of baptism, which is actually a legitimate certificate recognized by the U.S. government. It's just like they would issue out a certificate of profession of faith for Islam. These are actual real certificates you can look up, and these get entered into like a public database or whatnot.
and the church type that they belong to, that's where they get assigned. And actual churches who follow doctrinal Christians go through this database and they kind of audit out based off of which denominations follow the tenets of Jesus Christ and the canonical 66 books and what they mean.
And I'm probably going to twist a few undies with this one, but and I don't know, Gamer, if you know this point, but if you look at, and this is why there are some people that say that Catholics aren't true Christians, because a lot of the modern practices of Catholicism started from the Merovingians, which were a mix of Nordic rituals and Christian doctrine.
Yep. It was started by Constantinople. They
Yep.
mixed paganism with Christianity when it was first getting established.
Actually, it started with Caesar, and then it kept trickle down.
Yes. And then you had the Merovingians come in from the Nordic practices, the Merovingian queens who started their churches, and they used Nordic rituals under Christian doctrine. And then Constantinople, he took over that and continued on with that and mixed a lot of, and that's why I say even my religion has been heavily bastardized over the years, just like a few others. And now it's even more from the others, from the new age bull crap that you find in the bookstores and the libraries today.
Because think of those like coexist T-shirts where it's like every
Yep.
symbol from every religion. They think that if they view religion as a melting pot, somehow it's going to make sense.
Exactly.
All right, so there's too much ideologies going on within Christianity right now. We just need to get
It's
the
not
message.
really ideologies. It's not really ideologies. It's all these different people trying to go outside what the doctrine says. And we're keeping it simple. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through him. And by believing in him and getting baptized, filled with the Holy Spirit, you can be saved. It's really that simple. And the problem that a lot of people have with it is they want to have their sin and be saved too, when God and Jesus and the Holy Spirit make it clear that ain't going to happen. That's how you get all these different religions. Anyway, keep going. I need about a 10-minute break so I can wash the funk off me.
All right, no problem. All right.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. So.
All right. Well, shoot, then. What I'm thinking, I'm probably run this for a little bit. We've been going about 10 hours now. It's probably like the longest.
Yeah, I
stream
just
I've
noticed
done.
that.
And let's
Hey,
see.
it gets
All
a good
right.
money, hopefully.
All right. So pretty much about 90% of the Christians out here that identify as Christians aren't real Christians. That, man, I mean, that's gonna be something that they gonna hate to hear. But all right, let's go ahead and get into it.
And so I would just say to those people,
Oh, shout out to my man Jordan. He says, Bartle do. Appreciate the support, my man.
it's like you fucking fell for it again. You're on the hamster wheel. More than anything, my message is the people have to develop a political consciousness. I don't care if you're white, black, yellow, like seriously, Christian, Muslim. People need to develop a political consciousness and take their own side. And they have to stop seeing themselves as Republicans and Democrats, because you're not on the fucking team. Like, they get elected, they make the money, they get the privileges, and every year both sides get fucked. Everybody gets fucked. And so my message to being a right-wing guy and a white guy, Christian, my message to my people was, fuck Republicans. Don't vote for them. They don't do anything for us. And people go, oh, well, you're an ideologue. And like, that's true. But more than that, I'm in favor of, we need a political consciousness as the people.
So why do you think that you weren't allowed at the...
Okay, then. All right, then. I'll kind of lay off Cam then. All right, then. I didn't know that. All right, I'll take your word for that one, Snow. She said, all right. So said, I just want to stress again that it was Cam who had the bacon. It wasn't Cam who had the bacon. That was the guy named Jake. Okay, Cam just filmed it. Yeah, that's true. Okay. I don't know, but was he in support of it? Because like I said, I think I've heard him speaking to town halls as well, too. Was that also Jake? Because, like I said, bro, if Cam is that guy who's in your national hall talking about the Muslim takeover and all that, I'm just like, yeah, that's not how you do it, dog. That's not how you do it.
Wasn't he one of the J6ers?
I think
Is
so,
it Jake
actually.
or
Yeah.
Cam?
I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
So I'm wondering if a lot of his crash out is from being, because if I know someone said that one of the guys there came there and he had been in jail for so long, and I'm wondering if his crash out is kind of in response, kind of like in response to being jailed for 4 years for just being at the Capitol, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's just that, like I said, I just don't agree with those guys who do it that way because it kind of leans
Yeah.
into my point. Just
No.
like, you know,
I can understand that.
All right.
New York Young Republicans event that just happened, because I saw people that came up to me on stream saying, I'm racist. And that's their thing. And people say, look, I have blackface. And they're showing me videos of them in blackface. What separates you? Is it the fact that you oppose the Republican Party so much? What's the real issue here? Because if it's racism, then they would be kicked out.
I think it's because I'm critical of Israel. Okay. You know, Jared Taylor was there, and I love Jared. I really do. I respect him deeply. And we have disagreements, but he's an admirable guy. But let's be honest. The reason that Steve Saylor and Jared Taylor, ironically, are becoming more mainstream in some ways or getting more acceptance is because they only talk about black-white race relations. They never talk about Jewish capture of institutions. And we know that that seems to be the thing you're not allowed to talk about. So I think that's it.
Yeah, and Piers Morgan, this was huge.
Yeah.
There has been a lot of, that one had a lot more criticism, I think. Or no, after Tucker Carlson, they wrote Chuck Schumer passed something. He wanted to pass a bill in Congress that forces people to disavow you. Is that what it was?
It was like a resolution condemning me.
Is that even legal? Or what's
it's like non-binding. It means nothing.
Okay. And then do you think the backlash was worse after Piers or after Tucker Carlson?
Definitely after Tucker, because Tucker's like but it was funny is like Tucker brought me on, and you know, I have a lot to say about that in retrospect, but it's funny that Tucker had me on and everyone said, oh, that's a softball interview. And everybody said, why didn't you press him? Why didn't you ask him the tough questions? Why didn't you play his clips and ask him about things that he said? In other words, they thought like I got away with murder. Like I was able to push my views unopposed and he gave me a platform and he's working with me. So Piers Morgan said, oh, all right. Well, I'll ask him the tough questions. I'll give him a proper interview and I'll drill down on all of it. And nobody could say that he got cheated because he was so disingenuous, so unfair. He was as malicious as possible. And it was probably better for me than Tucker. I think more people liked the Piers interview than the Tucker thing.
I agree. It's because people are so sick of the lack of doubling down. They're sick of the apologizing. Legacy media, Piers was expecting you to come on. Same thing when I went on with Ye, was like expecting to, I'm sorry about this song. I'm sorry about this. I meant it by that. You went on and just said, did that face, just this evil face, just horrified, looking like the pigeon lady in Home Alone. Yeah. And people love that. People are just sick of the alternative and what media forces you to do.
Well, and with Piers, it's interesting because I watched a lot of his interviews, his like hit pieces, and I got a little nervous, but I took away from it strategically that the power that Piers has is shame. He's sitting there like the judge or like the cop, the interrogator,
the moral leader.
Yes. And uses the moral language like, aren't you ashamed? Aren't you guilty? Isn't that racist? And there's a psychological thing where you're sort of sitting there in the hot seat, having to justify yourself and say, well, I'm a good person. Well, I'm a good guy. And I said, you know what? You're a tabloid journalist. You're a fucking sensationalist, tabloid celebrity. Fuck you. Like, you're not a judge. You're not a lawyer. You're not smart. Like, who the fuck are you? You bring Rabbi Shmuley on and Dan Bilzerian to and I like Dan a lot, but it's like it's polemical. He brings these people on to like scream at each other like it's Sports Center, you know, like it's who's the black
Stephen A. Smith?
Yeah. You bring people on to go rah, 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 and you're gonna sit there and judge.
I have something to say about this.
The way that I flipped it.
Yeah, I was gonna pop into.
So
he says you're not smart, like I realize he's just taking a jab at somebody, but like to say that they're not smart is not like there's a difference between being smart and being what's the word I'm looking for? There's a difference between being stupid and being ignorant. Being stupid means that you don't have the capacity to understand something. Ignorance is the refusal to do so. And what they're smart. They're just refusing to use their smarts for the right reasons.
Yeah, I can
Right.
agree to that. All right. Oh, and Toph, you had something to say?
Yeah, and that's what he said right now with the whole Pierce thing. That's kind of what I was what I was saying earlier in the call when we were discussing, when I said, to me it felt like Pierce wasn't really pushing back on him. But that's exactly what I meant, is that it always seems like instead of trying to effectively push back with Nick, it was well, aren't you this, aren't you that? And crap, now I lost my track.
Oh no, I get what you're saying. It was pretty much you trying to like nitpick and hone him down to a title, like, are you racist? Are you misogynist? And at a certain point, he just kept moving the goalposts when Nick made him kind of look stupid on one topic.
Exactly. And I'm not a fan of Nick's at all. I do not agree with a lot of Nick's rhetoric, but in all honesty, the way Pierce did things, he actually probably got more people to go watch Nick and follow him than anybody else has.
Yeah, because everybody else was getting them like softball interviews. They weren't really pushing back too much. Even Steven Crowder said, "Oh, I gave pushback." Well, I'm like, trust me, like Steven Crowder, I've seen you gave more contentious interviews, please. So
I mean, it also ties into that video of BBC earlier where I don't remember what his name is, but that fat white guy was drilling the woman. What was her name? Drilling her, telling her that she's sorry, that she's like a suburban white chick or whatever he said. And I'm like, and she kept saying, no, she's Pakistani, that she's like, this was like, what, 5 hours ago in stream?
Oh, no, he was calling her a white supremacist. I know and she's actually Arabic and Indian.
Yeah, and so she, like, he's just throwing labels on her. It's the same thing. Just throwing labels where he's loud and he's wrong.
Yeah. It's kind of like the old using the term heresy for ages ago. They use it so much, they're trying to throw these labels on people that it got to the point where it no longer worked in the eyes of the people. Or heresy.
I don't know.
My brain's not.
All right,
Sorry.
let's get back to the video. Oh no, you're fine.
The script is, I said, I'm going to have contempt. I'm going to be in contempt of court. You're going to sit there and say, how dare you? And I'm going to shit on the floor and piss on your face and say, I don't take this seriously. This is a joke. The Holocaust? Pfft, that's funny. So that was the strat. That's how I played it.
Yeah, what I really like is this happened to me so much in the past 3 years when I was banned. I'm still AI banned on TikTok, like you, face banned. So I have to get Twitch back, yada yada. But during the YouTube ban, especially, when they would call up and they do these Piers Morgan type interviews, is to be like, "Oh, you deny the Holocaust, you deny the," and then it's just, they just want you to say exactly this. And you said it perfectly. I was born in 1998. Why am I supposed to have emotional feelings towards something that didn't happen to my people over almost 100 years ago?
Right. Well, yeah, it's just logic. You have to cut through. All of that is like sentimentalist programming, because it just doesn't make any sense logically why you would feel shame over that. It's a social proof.
We didn't do it.
Okay.
I wasn't there.
On that point, that I can say, like, the reason why we should at least feel sympathy towards these people and like actually have like a sense of like kindness towards these people. It like imagine
Well, no,
imagine for a
I'm not
second.
sure if he's saying that. He's saying more of like, all right, no, we can have sympathy, but I don't think we should just harp on it as much as they want us to. Like, it's just the most tragic thing that ever happened all through history
Well,
was the killing of
I
6
can get that, but like the way that he phrased it, like the way that he's phrasing it is we shouldn't feel bad for them anymore. And like that's like saying, "Oh, we should just forget what happened during 9/11." Okay? That it's same playing field. A lot more people happen to have died during the Holocaust, but like it's the same principle. We are not Are we not supposed to feel bad about what happened during 9/11 and that was on our soil?
Yeah, but 9/11 wasn't 100 years ago.
Yeah. And here's my
And remember,
here's
9/11 happened to us. That didn't happen to us. So I see where he's coming from when he's being like, bro, you're acting like we're supposed to treat this like it happened to us. Like I got family. I don't got no family members that died in the Holocaust.
But we can sit there and say, you have our sympathies. Yes, this happened and it was horrible. We can acknowledge that and say, hey, you have our sympathy. That is not the same as saying, oh, we're going to give everything to you. You know, the way I just don't like the way he's phrasing it, where he's like, oh, we just shouldn't feel bad for them anymore. That's how it's coming off.
Oh,
but
yeah.
here's
the way I
one
read
of
it was he said that we just shouldn't care about. Like, hey, look, I feel bad that it happened to you, dog, but I don't care. It's like, damn, all right.
But here, you know, I someone brought up a point to the whole thing is they were wondering how much of his Holocaust denial stuff is possibly in response to the multiple Holocaust denial laws that have been passed in the last few years.
That's true. There's also that. I think there's one in
So,
Germany. You can't deny the Holocaust.
Exactly.
You can't criticize the Holocaust, so you're going to jail.
What? And you know, once you start passing these kind of laws that says you can't deny it, you can't question it, you can't debate it, why? It starts getting people thinking, well, why can't we discuss it? Why can't we question it? Why can't we deny it? And then it makes that, you know, it makes them wonder what's going on that makes you think we need to have these laws.
Yeah, and why is it so protected? Why is it get a memorial?
Yep.
Like, why does it have? Why is there a Holocaust memorial? We don't have a Holodomor memorial. We don't have a memorial for when a whole lot of Russians died, or when Ukrainians died. What about the Armenians? Like, come on now. So I can get where these guys do sit there and be like, all right, well, we don't glorify none of these other genocides would have a higher body count. Why do we need to care about this one so much again?
I think it's because we were involved in the war that it took place during.
Yeah,
other than that, I can't really defend that point.
Yeah.
Like other than the fact that US soldiers went and like helped get like dole like not, I'm not gonna say dole that down, but like went to help stop it.
Yeah.
Like
my
other than
grandpa
that, I have no idea.
Yeah, because you know, my grandpa was he was in World War II, and he was one of the pilots to bring some of the Jewish from Germany over to America after the liberation. So I personally know some stories of that. So that's why it's easy for me to say, yes, it did happen. But I also don't agree with these laws, these denial laws too.
Well,
this is what
like
Big Lotion doesn't want you to know.
This is
Big
kind
Lotion.
again?
Okay, but it's kind of like the can you please just
hold up? I just want to
give
say
me
one
a second.
thing.
Give me
I
a
want to say one
second.
thing.
What?
This is what Big Lotion doesn't want you to know. You don't really need lotion because over half of the soaps that you guys use have some oil in there, which inadvertently clogs your pores. And then you adding lotion on top makes it harder for your body to remove pores, thus leading to breakouts. If you just take a shower with regular soap and let your skin naturally regenerate its oils, you won't have that many breakouts. Matter of fact, just bathe with lye, raw lye.
Facts. Well, or Dove. But
For legal reasons,
Anyway.
that last part was a joke. Don't actually bathe with or handle lye without proper PPE.
All right, but go ahead and finish your point, Panda.
Okay, it's kind of the saying you tell people that they're not allowed to do something. That's all they want. That's all they want to do.
All right.
And it's history.
It
like
happened.
World War II, 85 million people died in World War II and were hung up on.
You have to see what the conversation was.
Oh, it was the importance of the Holocaust, pretty much. And, you know, Nick Fuentes pretty much said, oh, fuck the Holocaust, happened 100 years ago. Why should I care? And, you know, Panda kind of had a problem with that. Like, well, damn, should we at least have some type of sympathy for them instead of just saying we don't give a fuck?
Well,
Like, there's a difference between hang on. There's a difference between having sympathy and like glorifying something, or to saying, "Oh, this happened, so we owe you this amount," like everything. It's the same thing. Like it just because you sympathize with something that happened. Oh my gosh, that's horrible. It happened. Can we move on?
And my question was there was a point made that how much of Nick's Holocaust denial isn't just a response to the laws against the Holocaust denial that have been coming out in the last few years. Because I've noticed he started doing the Holocaust denial shortly after those laws started being introduced.
All right.
Yeah, I just had a problem with the way he phrased it, because it was it was like, well, crap, are we not supposed to feel anything for these people at all? Like, we can at least acknowledge and sympathize with, hey, this happened, it was horrible, but we don't have to give any kind of like reparations just for it happening 100 years ago.
Yeah, Germany ain't doing that.
And basically,
The way he was.
The argument you're making is why reparations aren't a thing. Congratulations, you've been red pilled. Not that it's a bad thing, but that's the argument.
Don't worry, Germany already paying reparations. All right, they got it.
Well, they did.
Right back to the video.
The 6 million. Like, and there were other people in the camps also. Yeah. I mean, Hitler put all his enemies in the camps, in concentration camp, concentrating them in one area. He hated Slavs, he hated Poles, and some Catholic priests and gypsies, but we only even ever talk about the 6 million, and people are going to feel shit. Oh, I don't deny that. It's so funny. I remember when I first started like denying it or whatever, you would have like stupid bitches say, he's a Holocaust denier. It's like, tell me even one thing about World War II. Like, you don't know fucking anything about anything. And you're like, this is a dogmatic view that 6 million died. It doesn't make any sense.
The most annoying part was when he tried to shame you because you said, oh, have you been with a woman? You're like, no, I'm waiting till marriage. And Piers Morgan is also a white Catholic. So he knows that you're supposed to wait until marriage. Like, if you're going to follow moral consistency as the moral judge, then you waiting to be with a woman who's your wife, that's what you're supposed to do. You're one of the only people that I've seen follow that publicly and not be ashamed of you. Like, yeah, I'm waiting. And he's still like doing this, like, oh, you're a virgin, the shaming thing, which is
I didn't
not
agree
even
with that
morally
at all.
consistent with his own belief system.
Well, and that's probably my biggest weakness, because they're right. Like, I am a freak. Like, I am an eccentric freak, and I'm not a normie. But it goes to show that at the end of the day, that is all they have. Like, he brings me on to say, well, we're going to properly examine your beliefs. I'm going to put you in the hot seat, and I'm going to show that you either are a hater or you're a simpleton or you're a bigot or whatever. And when all of that doesn't work, you played the Holocaust card, the racism card, this, that, the other. At the end of the day, all you have is to attack me as a guy. And what does that say about liberalism?
Mhm.
You cannot defend liberalism intellectually. You cannot defend it in the battle of ideas. You have to attack the purveyors of the alternative and their life.
The argument is just, oh, you're weird. You know,
Yes.
you're just that's weird. Like a 20-year-old and a 25, but that's weird. That's not a moral argument. That's not
Right.
even logical. You're just declaring that, and most people believe it for whatever reason. You call yourself a freak. I've got to hang out with you quite a bit. Thanksgiving, we just had dinner, and I've known you for years. What makes you a freak? What, that you don't want to go ice skating with some chick who's gonna, ask you to pay for everything and nag you? Or why do you think you're a freak?
Well, I think that I'm just not like I'm not a very social person, and so
you say that, I don't see it. Even just now, yeah, we have it. It's going to be in the vlog that we post. People are coming up to you. These girls were taking photos. Nick's taking a photo with the girl. She's like, I didn't like that one, and she's like she's all excited. I don't see you as antisocial as you let on. No.
Well, I think I'm good. I'm good at like interactions and stuff, but I am a bit of a loner, and I'm a monomaniacal person. Like I am obsessed with politics, and I think people don't get that. People always want to get to the mystery of like, who is the person? Like, what does your day look like? What do you do for fun? People ask me questions like that, and I feel like SpongeBob when he says fine dining and breathing. It's like, what do you mean? Like, I'm not. So I guess that's why I say I'm not like a chill, normal dude that is going to go and get a beer with you and oh yeah, I smoke a little bit sometimes, and I'm like a normal guy. I'm preoccupied with this.
So I don't like the word freak. It's also just that you don't cape to your vices. And that's partly why Chuck Schumer is saying that you have to be condemned, because you can't get honeypotted. You're not going to get got with drugs. You're not going to get got with women. They're not going to tempt you with some sort of deal. You can't be bought or sold, and you can't get got. That doesn't make you a freak. That just means that you have specific morals that you're not going to bend to. I think it's freaky to so many other people because they get into this for other reasons.
That's true. Well, and so many people have met their end because of stuff like that. That's always what gets people fucked up, is especially because of what I do. It is there's so much pressure around this that if you have problems with like alcohol or drugs or whatever it is, then that really exacerbates every other underlying problem. So it's like, for example, let's say I had a family. Let's say I have a wife. If somebody comes to my house with a gun, that could like ruin my marriage.
They have leverage.
Yeah. And if I'm a drinker, let's say I'm having trouble with my family, they're fucking with my family, I'm depressed. Okay, now I'm turning to alcohol and drugs to cope.
Jordan Peterson.
Boom. Exactly. So, people underestimate it takes a certain type of person to raise a flag against the system, and you kind of have to be monomaniacal.
I think a lot of people see the writing on the wall, and this is the playbook of many world leaders. I know you.
I can respect that. Pretty much stay away from all vices so you can stay focused and you can't be manipulated or, honeypotted or blackmailed, really. Makes sense. Stay away from drugs. You don't got to worry about ending up in no weird situation, or, I don't know, wake up in places that you might get taken a picture of and you might not want to be released. Any type of sexual depravity. That's the worst thing you could have.
Well, I can safely say that there's okay, so yes, you should stay away from vices and everything, but there are some things that are vices that are part of networking. Okay, so for example, networking, not computer networking, but with
drinking,
people. Yeah, drinking. Going to parties and socializing, sex.
Think about it like this, though. He's thinking on such a maniacal part of it where, all right, what if I drink and somebody slips a drug into his drink? They catch him doing something crazy. Now he's blackmailed. So if you don't drink, don't smoke, there's no way to drug him unless you just walk up on him and inject him. At that point, he got an excuse.
It's kind of funny that he says that he's if you actually look into it, a lot of the younger generations like Gen Alpha and stuff, they're starting to go more towards the wanting to wait till marriage mentality. So he's not quite alone in that belief system.
And it's what you should want to do. Trust me, this ain't like back in the millennial days where we're just telling you to lose your virginity in your teens. Like,
Oh my
you all know
God,
how.
yes.
Trust me,
Yeah,
my
it used to
generation
be
was
where
effed up for that.
used to be where you'd get made fun of if you didn't have 100 notches under your belt by the time you were 20.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's something
Remember
crazy.
the
Like,
jelly
man, look,
bracelets?
if you were a virgin at 15, people looked at you like something was crazy. He's like, now I'm just looking like, damn, we kind of self-destructed ourselves off that type of thinking.
Yeah. And if you remember the jelly bracelets, you know, a different color meant you had done different things.
Oh, yeah, girls would just wear those for fun, knowing damn well they ain't did nothing.
Some
Yeah,
would,
no,
but a lot of them did it because of, you know, and they were starting to wear them. I had a friend that started wearing them at 13, and she legitimately would tell me, "Oh yeah, I got this one because I did this with a guy. This one is because I did this with a girl. This one I got because I did this with 3 other people." You know, so there was a code to it. And I actually got them because I thought they were pretty because ADHD, squirrel. And when she told me that, she was asking me about my experience, and I'm like, "What? I still play with Barbies." You know, I was not thinking on that level at 13. I got them because I stopped wearing them as soon as she told me that. I was like, "Nope, I'm good. Throw those away."
No, so
But
the funny thing about the funny thing about those is that the parents actually came up with the code because they thought it meant something dirty and the teens just followed.
Yeah.
Like the parents they're like, "Oh my gosh, these snap bracelets, these colorful snap bracelets. If you snap one, it must mean something really dirty." And I'm like, the kids just went with it.
Oh, Backyard wants back on.
Yeah.
Is he on?
Uh-oh. She might have hit the back button because if you hit the back button on the phone at all, it'll kick you out.
Wow. Okay, well that makes sense. Whoops.
When I say, you know, I said at Fuentes Rally too, I think this guy's going to become president. You know, they have that in my Wikipedia. But your obsession and just your dedication to the cause, that's the natural path of a future world leader. Do you disagree?
Yeah, I mean, I would say more than a world leader, a revolutionary.
Okay,
I think that if you're a revolutionary, you have to be that way. It's because, you know, to be a world leader, all you got to do is be groomed and be obedient to the interests or whatever. But to be a revolutionary, yeah, you kind of need to be possessed in a sense. And by possess, you know, I don't mean that in I'm not gesturing towards anything supernatural, but I mean you need to become a vessel. You need to almost become more like you almost lose your humanity in a sense because you become kind of like the living embodiment of your ideas, of your vision. And
I don't know. That kind of sounds like demon
What about
possession
Candace
to me.
Owens? This is always popping up on my timeline. You had a collaborative.
I call it is he's just dedicated. That's all.
You said you become a vessel for your idea.
Yeah, that's fine. That's being in your purpose.
Not gonna lie, that did sound like possession.
Becoming a vessel
It
for
sounded
your idea.
horrible.
It means like if you want to be a doctor, don't you want to, you know, be a vessel for being a doctor?
There's a better way to put that. There is 100% a better way to put
Becoming
that.
a vessel. Wait, when you think of vessel, you're
because
thinking
that
of
is
you're putting something inside of it.
yes.
Yeah, your purpose is something that you carry within inside of you. Like you're a vessel for Jesus, all right? Or a vessel for the Holy Spirit, I guess, right?
I mean, yes and no. You're not a vessel because he's not using you like a puppet.
Yeah.
You're
When you think of
you're filled with him, but like you are not being used as a puppet. He's meant to guide you kind of like a conscience. And you
Jiminy
like
Cricket.
you're not being used. He's the Jiminy Cricket on your shoulder that's trying to nudge you in the right direction.
Whereas a vessel is something you use to contain and hold something that you use for the vessel is used for the purpose of what's inside of it.
So what would be my vessel? Adolf Hitler or Uncle Ruckus?
Uncle Ruckus.
not go well.
Set go,
Yeah.
I don't think
Set
so.
go
You guys
ahead
were,
and
it
play
was
me
a
an
little
Uncle
bit
Ruckus
hostile, uncomfortable, and since then it's been signaled some good.
Because that was fun.
Oh, yeah. There's powerful niggardry at work here.
Things like saying that she likes that Nick is resisting the Zionist influence, but now it seems like it's heating up a lot, especially with Charlie Kirk, and I see the disagreements with Ian. What's going on? Are you guys ever going to find some common ground? What's happening there?
Oh, Candace, you know, she's really something. I don't know what is going to happen with her. We're like fire and ice. I mean, I think that she, at the end of the day, I think she's actually in love with me.
Come on.
Okay, I keep making fun of
No,
this
but I
dude.
really
I
do. I
keep
think
making fun of this dude, but he keeps saying things like that. The only thing I'm thinking of is like he goes, she's really something. Like, oh, how do you mean that? Like really? Are you turned on by her?
Well, you know, he's been running this little gimmick for a while now. He's been running this gimmick for a while, as if him and Candace are just estranged, long lost lovers who just can never be together because just butt heads. But they really love each other, though. It's a very toxic relationship.
It's a very touching relationship.
But they stay in there because, you know, the love and all that.
But like,
you said money wrong.
We're fire and ice. Like, okay, so together you make water and steam. Like, those are babies of fire and ice. So,
well,
and for him to say, I think she might be in love with me, dude. You just talked about her like you're in love with her.
Yes, exactly.
I can't
like
wait
I
to see
said,
this.
Oh,
I don't know if you heard that big bang. That was something sliding down the stairs.
Okay, not someone. I hope.
I think
not someone.
Look, no
It
one
was
can deny we had chemistry. No one can deny.
She's happily married, you know.
Yeah, well,
she's happily married.
The heart wants what the heart wants. No, but
the That's So Raven stuff was so funny. It's like she was saying,
she had a vision.
Yeah, that was.
I just had a vision. Chelsea, Eddie, I just had a vision.
Shout out. She says, "Set." He's like, "Set, do you like Nick Fuentes?" Well, sometimes. I don't know. It all depends what he's talking about.
Well, you know what?
Political
I
stuff,
don't
I
know.
like him. But when he starts talking about race and all that, I'd be like, all right, I don't know. I gotta get
He
turned off.
has, yeah, he has some good takes, but it's kind of outweighed sometimes by the BS.
I know, but that's just funny to me. I'm not gonna lie. That I never really watched a full Nick Fuentes. Well, a couple times I've watched a full Nick Fuentes live, but usually I just see like a 10, 20-minute clip, full context, and hear everything he's saying within that moment. And you know, if it's and usually I only listen to him if he's like talking about something relevant to what I'm researching.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like he's just a meme at this point. Like not like people making him into a meme. Like he just wants to be a living meme.
Nah, he's dead serious. Actually, I think he's honestly
Well-
serious, and I think he's just trying to take this time. He's having this for the time of his life. Because when he first started out, banned everywhere. Bro didn't even have a bank. Now he's on this meteoric rise, and it's just like, all right, well, now he got money. Now he got clout. People know his name. People like it or not. It only makes him more money the more people know his name. So
Yeah.
I can't
And
really
I
blame
think-
the man for half the stuff he does. I do think he's a bit petty. I do think he's trying to hog all the light in the conservative space because he kind of, I'm be real with you. He kind of backstabs, almost not backstabs, but he kind of talks shit about everybody who's ever tried to work with him. Like everybody.
Yeah. And I think one of the other reasons why a lot of people like him is that he does not backstep on anything, on any of his beliefs, really.
Nope.
And when he does,
he
it's because
stands
he's
10
killing
toes, and
someone.
it's respectable. It's respectable
Yeah.
when people stand 10 toes, even if they're a racist. You kind of respect it.
Yeah. So, and that's
Nick
why.
Fuentes, are you a racist? Yeah.
Wait, what? You actually said that? You're not
Hey, but
gonna
not
apologize?
Yeah, but Nick Fuentes, yeah, no, Asher's right though. Freak Fuentes that backstab everybody. I think that's why a lot of people are so upset with him, bro.
Oh yeah.
It's either he start talking shit about them, or they start talking shit about him, or he just, or I don't know. Sometimes he's just so petty. Like he fell out with Myron Gaines because of what? Of somebody that worked with him, somebody that he worked with, like one of his managers, and his manager just happened to be a Jewish guy who talks shits about Nick, and he's like, "Oh, I'm not cool with Myron Gaines because of that guy that works for him." I'm like, bro, what? You're just gonna throw in a whole
Yeah.
friendship over some guy who's his manager that like don't run his content, has no say in his content. Like, obviously, this guy isn't a Zionist, so like, what's your deal? So it kind of
Yeah.
seems like
Yeah.
he's just ready to beef with anybody at a certain point.
It's kind of like saying that because your best friend decided they were going to be friends with someone you don't like, your best friend's no longer your best friend anymore.
To be honest,
You know?
he's like the 6ix9ine of the conservative space. He's like, who isn't he beefing with?
Yeah.
So I give it to him. Or I mean, well, I can't really name another rapper that's highly, you know, that everybody was beefing with besides 6ix9ine. Maybe Drake.
No, I wouldn't say Drake. Drake's just you said 6'7".
6ix9ine.
No, somebody said 6'7". I just heard somebody say 6'7". No, so no, I wouldn't say Drake like having a whole lot of beef with everybody. I think he had beef with like 3 people, and then just everybody piggybacked off of that. Like,
oh no, bro, this man had beef before, like, bro, with the conservative space before
I'm
he
not
even blew
hiding.
up.
Hey,
Like, bro had beef
I'm
with
not
Ben
hiding the.
Shapiro before we even knew him. Before we even knew who Nick
I'm not.
Fuentes was.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna just tell you this right now. I'm not hiding my child from the world. I'm hiding the world from my child.
That was hilarious. Shout out to Drake for that line. That was a banger. I'm like, all right, well, when you want to get away with hiding a kid that you said what didn't exist, that's how you do it.
Okay,
yeah,
buddy.
Everybody does beef with Ye somewhat.
Somewhat.
But no, on a
Nobody
serious,
likes 6ix9ine though. That man came out reckless for like 2 years straight and just was beefing with everybody, and it was hilarious. So that's how
I
I
will
kind of
say
see
on
Nick
a
Fuentes. Like he comes out, everybody's cool with him, just like everybody was cool with 6ix9ine, wanted a feature and all that. Then all of a sudden he gets too big. He starts, and then all of a sudden, like, I don't know, it's the 6ix9ine was the same way. He'd be cool with him, start talking shit about him, or he think that somebody talk shit about him, so he starts talking shit about him. And that's how Nick Fuentes is. No matter who he teams up with, he ends up talking shit about him in the end. And Sneeko,
Yeah.
I'm hoping that it'll end like that with Sneeko, because the reason I was upset with him and Myron Gaines, because, well, Myron was the first guy that actually brought him to the mainstream when it came to YouTube, and lost his channel because of it. So for you to even go against a guy like that, I really can't respect him for that.
So what I will say is Nick Fuentes is just like what happened with Andrew Tate and when Myron Gaines started blowing up with Fresh and Fit. And I might be playing into a broken record here, so stop me if you heard this one, but he is a symptom of a wider issue. If you look at it, who does he appeal to? People who are younger in our me, said, sorry, Tove, you're not really in this generation.
Yeah, no.
Me, Set, and Panda's generation, right? And he says the stuff that we're really thinking. And the older folks, not calling you old Tove at all, I'm not.
You're fine.
The older generation, is like, well, that's super disrespectful, but to a degree, is he lying about what he's saying? A lot of us are really burnt out on this hypersensitive racist thing. A
Oh
lot of
yeah.
us are really sick of dealing with, exorbitant prices and constant in-party fighting when every single person, whenever somebody gets a hold of social power in one way or another. He's not
Yeah.
famous for no reason. The reason why he's gaining traction is because enough people are sick of hearing the status quo that they're needing a champion.
Yeah. And actually there's a lot in my generation that are just getting just as tired of it as well. But they, because of his age, they aren't really looking at him. They're trying to find someone in our age range.
Right.
And we're been so beaten down to where, you know, we've been told we need to accept this, that it's kind of like we have no
Voice.
you know, voice. We have no recourse. We have no way to say, you know, anyone listening to us, they think we're just of the same mindset as Gen X. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps and get on. And we're like, no, we can't. We've tried. We've done that. Now you're telling us we have to do all this other crap. And yeah, it was my generation that kind of screwed everything up with socially. And a lot of that has to do with how we were raised socially to think and act and treat people. You know, like Panda said, back when we were kids, it was all about, you know, how many notches you can get on your belt. It was free love. It was spread it around. It was, you know, we had 16 and Pregnant on MTV. You know,
Bro,
it was
that show was
glorified.
wild. That show was
And
wild.
and now we're suffering from it for it. And this is why a lot of
And
us are against, you know, we want to teach our kids abstinence. We want to teach them to be proud in their body, because we were told a completely different aspect, you know, a completely different thing. We want them to be healthy. We want them to be you know, active. We don't. And then you got the other half that just sit them in front of the TV, because when they were kids, their parents were dropping them off at the grandparents, and the grandparents, they were just turning on the TV.
Yep.
see, for me, like, I'm gonna go back to the where the storybooks that we were told and the lessons that we were supposed to learn from them, or what we were told like as early as kindergarten.
Yeah.
The rainbow fish, you're supposed to give away with everything that is special to you and give it to everybody else and not be any better than anybody else.
Yep.
For the giving tree, you're supposed to keep giving, keep giving, keep giving, and not expect anything in return.
Until it turns into the raping tree. Shout outs to those who know what that reference is from.
You're not supposed to hit, even if somebody hits you first. You're only supposed to go to like a trusted adult or a counselor or like the principal if something happens, but the principal and the counselor aren't going to do anything because they protect the bullies.
Yeah. Well, they'll do something. They'll make excuses for the bully.
Exactly. You're not supposed to take something back if it's taken from you. You're supposed to either let the person have it and find something else, or you're supposed to ask for it back. No, I am not teaching my kids to just accept that. No.
Yeah.
Take it back, make them ask for it. Make that person ask for it because you had it first. I don't care if it's their toy. If you're playing with it, if they say, hey, it's my toy, give it to me, give it to them. But if they just snatch it out of your hands, hey, snatch it back. That is okay. Go ahead. See if you're like actually going to ask nicely, or at the very least, wait until I'm done with it. You know?
So overarching, what I can say, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems that millennials, Gen Z, and thank God that Gen Z and millennials are above Gen Alpha, but it seems like the millennials and Gen Z have been basically more or less taught how to accept any old treatment. And as a result, you have Nick Fuentes, someone who's, I don't, what is he, 25? He's late, super early Gen Z, borderline late millennial. You have a person like him who is born right there on that cusp, who grew up in that. Because let's be real, there's no distinguishment between Gen Z and millennials. We basically shared the same, social upbringing, the same cartoons, the same everything.
Yep.
So
especially us, like we were born at like the end of the millennials.
Right.
Yeah.
So when it comes to, a person like Nick Fuentes,
who's grown up under that society, under that type of society, I ain't gonna lie, I find him a little funny because to a degree, I see myself in him. Yeah, I'm gonna say the wrong thing, and to a degree, a lot of people got to remember, dude's an entertainer. He's also trolling, and it's very easy to
Hmm.
see when he goes from arguing a point to just straight up trolling. Like the second half of that Piers Morgan debate was him just simply trolling. But
Second
that's
half.
to yeah, there was like a whole second half where he just started deliberately saying stuff, and
I was
Pierce
gonna
kept
say
getting
like three
mad at him.
quarters of it.
But that it's representative of the younger two generations in this not even in this nation, but really in this world, because you got to remember everything that's done in the U.S. is broadcast to the rest of the world. And if he has this big of a following already, where Piers Morgan's bringing him on, and that's a UK broadcasting station, think about the people he's affecting all over the world. Yes, there are people that genuinely feel like this in our generation. We've been screwed over. We've been stuck with debt we didn't ask for, have to deal with decisions we didn't make, and constantly having to fight off and put out fires that we didn't start. Yes, you're going to get people like this that are just abrasive and rude. And unless people really change the way that they do things or change the way that they handle stuff, don't come crying when you get more of these people.
And let's not forget what's happened with Social Security, and now they are looking to change the name from Social Security to Federal Benefits Package.
Which again ain't gonna benefit millennials or Gen Z or Gen Alpha.
I mean, I'm gonna go
Yeah, if
ahead
something
and
isn't
repeat
done
what
soon.
I'm gonna repeat what I said in chat because it is such a good like hard hitting point for me. When I was in high school, there were two girls and they were bigger than me. My brother got one of them and pulled her away, and I pulled my friend away, like who was in the fight.
And she whooped
And
that trick.
I remember getting suspended for that, getting in school suspension for that, for breaking up the fight instead of going and getting an adult.
Yeah. We had something like that happen to my oldest daughter when she was 4. The daycare that I had started her out at, she was getting bullied by a 4th grader that was a 4th grade boy who was about my size and probably had a good 50 pounds on me. And for about 3 months, I was documenting everything. I was going to the daycare workers. At one point, I even tried going to the police about it because she was coming home with marks on her, and because he was pushing her into the rocks, he was the Indian rug burn or whatever it's called. I mean, it was getting bad, and conveniently, there's security cameras in the playground were always down until the one day my 4-year-old child decided to stand up and protect herself and literally ran at him, used part of the used one of those rocking horses to launch herself at him, and Superman punched him in the nose and broke it. But she's the one that got suspended for violent behavior. She's the one that got in trouble with the teachers, but she always got the don't do that again. Let's make better choices next time.
Hold up, let me. Seth, can you read off that super chat so I can respond to it?
All right, no problem. Shout out to my man Chad. He says, "Why is trolling cool? Asking my Christian friends on the line. We have normalized not caring about our neighbors. Apparently."
So let
That's
me
not what
explain
we did.
So let me explain to you what trolling is. Um, I'm gonna give it in a short, lamest term. Trolling is basically making a joke out of something serious, but it's usually done to show you how absurd it is in its proper context. Other than that, it's usually meant as a joking around. This is kind of the point where I was saying Nick Fuentes is kind of a symptom of the broader scope of society. Comments like those. It does not make sense for you to be so specific to where it's like not loving our neighbors I see or something stupid like that. No, to a degree, trolling is basically poking fun at something or someone. And there is a limit to when you should know how to stop or know when to stop. I've
Yeah.
always said this, can't do everything all the time. Stupid. Can't do it. However, in this case, he's doing it to show them just kind of how absurd their points are and how one sided they are when it comes to very particular things. And most people don't get that.
All right. All right.
Yeah.
Spend 10 more minutes.
Some people take it way too far.
I mean, I'm also like I would like to address that.
Go ahead.
Joking around does not mean that you're not loving your neighbor. Like trolling is like it is joking. It is just like it's being stupid about something because it is just that idiotic. And like I mean that doesn't mean that you're not loving your neighbor. You're bringing attention to a point that it's just that dumb.
Yeah, or a behavior or something like that.
All right. All right. Now let's go ahead and get right back into it.
Charlie. Dude, you watched that So Raven back in the
I did. It would zoom into the eye, and she had. Yeah, it's funny because she's also black. Like that's what makes it better. It's the black woman dream thing.
Yeah,
but
so good.
I see that they're really annoyed. It seems like there's this feud about what happened to Charlie Kirk, which seems like the second biggest catalyst in your year. Unfortunately, rest
All right. Actually, you know what? Actually, I do got to close it down. I went over time. Well, about 10 minutes.
Yeah, by like. Oh,
about 10 minutes, surprisingly. I know we're 11 hours into this stream, but only 10 minutes.
Only 10 minutes over on an 11-hour stream. Okay.
I know, right? That's not too bad. I had a decent
Wait,
amount of time.
YouTube puts you on a time limit?
No. I'm just calling it. I got to go out and do something real quick.
So, when are we getting this late night schedule? Well, late night schedule back, my man. What's going on with that?
Man, don't worry, guys. I'm gonna bring back the late night schedule too. I just got to get things pretty much settled with the day job and all that good stuff. So
you need me to come up there and kill them? I'm joking. I'm joking.
The only downside is I can't do the call-ins on the late nights.
All right, sure. I'm gonna try the late nights. So I don't know what time is best for you guys. 'Cause I know the 1:30 that was usually what everybody was used to at first.
So for me, I'm usually a night owl, so I'm typically up. I can't pay for the call-in line all the time because my bill's been beating the brakes off of me recently.
So, Chad, no, that's not trolling. That was just, he was making a very, very poor joke. In fact, like, he shouldn't have said anything about that, but like,
facts.
No, like, that was, like, he definitely shouldn't have said that. And everybody has said that, like, that was in very poor taste. That's not trolling, though. That was him making a very, very bad joke.
Bro, I mean, I don't even know why he even addressed it. Like it'd have been better if he just said nothing and everybody could have got mad at him for that. It'd have been better than what he tweeted out.
Yeah. And I know a lot of people are, there's some people that are defending it by saying, well, did you hear what Rob Reiner said about so-and-so after this happened? And what about what he said about Trump after the assassination attempt on his life? And okay, fine, dandy, he said that. But in order to combat that bullshit, we need to hold, and I hold Trump to a higher standard than to stoop to that low. And that's my issue with it, is he is better than that bullshit. And when we start doing the same things that they did, then we become them.
Literally.
Yeah.
And that's why I didn't like it. It was just like, bro, we kind of got on the Dems about Charlie Kirk. We got on them about Jay Jones with the death on children. So what the hell do you look like
And
here celebrating or kind of making jokes about this man's death?
And I'm kind of hoping this is a one-off thing. If he does it again, then I'm going to have some real issues with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like, I'm sorry, I had a problem when people were going online and celebrating, like, this was all over TikTok, and everybody who did it, now their videos are like, all their accounts are private and their videos are taken down, but they were
They also lost their
celebrating Charlie
jobs.
and they lost their jobs, celebrating Charlie
Yeah.
Kirk's death. And then on top of that, they now we have Trump making jokes about Rob Reiner's death. That
After
neither
we
of them
fought
are
to stop
right.
that from happening. Yeah.
Exactly. And nothing was right about either of them. And it's like some people I've heard just going on Reddit saying, "Oh, well, finally the liberals are getting their clap back," and it's like, no, that's not what's
No.
happening. That's not
There's
what's
better
happening.
ways to, there's other ways, much better ways of clapping back to that crap than doing that. And, I wasn't a fan of Rob Reiner, but that doesn't mean I'm going to celebrate him being killed by his son. That's messed up. Just like anything else. I don't want anybody to die because of what have you, whether it be mentality, ideology, sorry, it just, this is what I'm saying. I hope this is just a one-off, because we do need to hold ourselves to a higher standard than to stooping to that level.
Absolutely. I 100% agree, because like that I'm sorry, we can't sit here and joke about somebody's death like at all. Like there's a difference between saying, "Oh, the way they died is really dumb," like going out street racing and crashing into a wall.
Yeah.
You kind of asked for it.
That's really dumb, but nobody's going to joke about the fact that you died.
Yeah.
And like that's the difference.
And ain't that the truth? But all right, we're gonna go ahead and close out on this one, and out with a couple informative clips, man. And shout out to you guys, man.
First clip you need to end out on needs to be something racist in the spirit of Nick Fuentes. OG Fuentes.
I'll see if I can find something.
I do have to say, thank you, S.E.T. This is honestly, it's very rare for me to find a channel or a video that can hold my attention. And you and only one other can I actually sit and engage and not have to doom scroll for 20 minutes because I don't get bored. And I do appreciate that a lot. On top of the information that we get.
All right. Well, hey, I appreciate you saying that. I really do. Hey, I try to make it as entertaining as possible. I'm always willing to take suggestions and all that. I try to get you guys involved. So, hey, I try. Now,
that's why I said I wouldn't mind doing that Christmas stream with you or whatever, because I very rarely stick my neck out for other people, especially as it comes to this. And I'm glad that we don't hold 100% of the same values, but we can still have discussion and constructive discussion about it.
Yeah, I like how you can have spirited debates on almost anything, and it will still just be cool at the end. Like, all right, well, back to this.
And I'd love to be part of that.
But I'm gonna
Christmas
blow up
thing,
Columbia. That's a joke, FBI. I don't know what's wrong with me, man.
I can vouch for Gamer that's a joke to anyone that might be listening.
Yeah.
My freaking FBI agent probably like, it's about time he quit being depressed. Boy, it's making me want to off myself. He finally saying the key words.
But all right, guys, I'm gonna catch you guys on the next one, man. Enjoy this Dave Chappelle clip. This is S.E.T with S.E.T Media. Appreciate the support, guys. Peace.
What about people who say you're only interested in the Middle East for oil?
What? Huh? Oil?
Who said something about, oh, bitch, you cooking?
Mr. President, when do you think they'll hold general elections in Iraq?
Damn, I knew I shouldn't have called on this nigga. I shouldn't have called on you because you're always trying to distract motherfuckers with things like the war and skirt all the real issues. All right, but if I can be real about it, be real, son. Real? Be real, son. Tried to kill my father, man. What? And play that. Say word, he tried to kill your father, son. That nigga tried to kill my father! This nigga very possibly has weapons of mass destruction. I can't sleep on that. Not on my watch. That's not how I roll. That is serious. Now, if you don't want to take my word for it, why don't you ask Tony Blair? He got a whole nother set of intelligence. What's up, Tony?
We don't know much about the science. But we can't trust random niggas with things like that.
They have no plan to tackle the affordability crisis.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you. And we fight. We fight like hell. We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women.
So yeah, that first clip is BBC's edit of Trump, and the second clip is what Trump actually said. And now Trump is suing the BBB for a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit. And to that, I say good. Firing a couple of people and saying, oops, to me, in my opinion, isn't enough accountability. There's not enough consequence to deter them from doing that again in the future. I said this in the newsletter I just finished typing, I'm sending out in the morning. Make their pockets feel it. The BBC needs to feel something for doing that. I 100% think they should feel something, and I think Trump should be working to make sure that they do feel something. What they did was completely manipulative and completely unacceptable. So yeah, I'm glad to see them getting slapped over the head with a lawsuit. Anyway, just a reminder, I have a free email newsletter by